Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Garena Youth Challengers Season 2, presented by Call of Duty Mobile. This is the playoffs day one. I am VV Jericho down here with the Mustachio AJ and Cali Gaming. Guys, this is it, season number 2. We're building off our success from season 1, and I need your thoughts on this one, AJ. How are you feeling, and what are we expecting today?
In itself, I'm excited, bro, because not only do we get to see new, fresh, team members and teams out there on the battlefield, we also get to see a brand new format that we get to dance around.
That is true, AJ. And, also a new game mode. You're right. A new format, a new game mode, new rules for everything, especially for S&D, hardpoint, as well as control. It's a whole new ball game. So all those teams that are dominating in the 150s, how are they going to do in the 250s? How are they going to do in the 7-win limit in S&D? How are you going to do in control? A lot of things to go. And Cali, you've casted the last tournament wherein it was still the old rules. So what can we expect with these new rules?
Well, honestly, for me, I think the major impact that will be coming into this new set of rules is the 250 hard points, wherein you're going to have a much longer mid-game. And not only that, there's a specific new game mode that we have. Domination has been replaced. So now we get this control gameplay where it combines the tactical abilities that you have in Search and Destroys, and of course, the respawn capabilities of that hardpoint and that domination. I feel like teams will have to adjust to this one if they would want to get successful in the coming Stage 3, Stage 4, and in every major competition that Call of Duty Mobile will be hosting. Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. Now, there's been a lot of teams here. Let's take a look at our tournament format for today. I think there's nothing. It's still the same as season 1. I'm pretty sure it was the last time I saw it. Here is the tournament format. We have top 8 teams from the Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore as well. We have PDR ESPORTS, 7-9 in E1, C8 VVV ESPORTS, VV Prime, C8 AEIPATHY, and PRATA GANG. All in here. So they had to go through a grueling process wherein at least 200 to 300 teams were competing in a best of 1, best of 3s, a best of 3 double elimination. And here for the playoffs is going to be a best of 5 double elimination, AJ.
Absolutely, man. And all of these 8 teams here, I mean, great job getting to this stage, but here's where the competition truly starts, right? Because now not only do you have to perform out there on the battlefield, you also have to perform in front of a crowd who will be very judgmental. And of course, with the shoutcasters who are going to be extra judgmental out there as they play their best games, right? But of course, for teams like PDR ESPORTS who are maybe making a huge comeback here with their brand, maybe this is exactly what they need, Jericho.
Yeah, maybe that is what they need, especially with that. What you said, the prize pool can also boost their morale. Let's take a look at our prize pool for for this tournament. It's gonna be 2,000 USD for the first place. Second place gets 750. Third gets 500 USD. Fourth gets 250. And if you place 5th to 8th, you get 125. Cali, the prize will still be the same from the first season, Cali, but this can definitely help an up-and-coming team and those aspiring pro players, Cali.
Yeah, and honestly, with this amount of prize pool that we have, this makes things a little bit more competitive. And not only that, you're also claiming that #1 spot to be the champion, and that's all you need. And of course, for this team to compete here at this playoffs, the better the performance, the more money you can bag. And of course, everybody here in today's matches will gladly aim for that #1 spot, Jericho.
Yep, that is true. #1 spot. Hey, it's good to be the best, but it's hard to be the best. It's been we've seen that a lot of times. And now let's take a look at our qualified teams. Top 8 teams that we saw a while ago. We'll have an in-depth look at them. And here we go. PDR ESPORTS, 7-9 in E1, C8 VV ESPORTS, PRATA GANG, PV Prime, and C8 AEIPATHY. And for both of you guys have a question, so I'll start with you, AJ. When you see these 8 teams, which team stands out for you?
PRATA GANG, of course. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever, because they're making me hungry, my friend.
I agree. I love PRATA as well. PRATA GANG. That name alone, that emblem alone, won them the tournament already.
Absolutely. I'm a fan. I'm a fan even before watching what they do on the battlefield.
That's right. Okay, how about you, Kelly? Which team stands out for you?
Well, as much as I want to slap and beat that PRATA GANG, I mean, I think I'd really love to see how well PDR ESPORTS actually bounce back, since they've been gone since like the Philippine Invitational 2021. So I hope that the team that will be playing here for PDR Esports will be able to make it deep just to make sure that this team will be back in like the major competition.
Yeah, that is true. PDR finally back after a 1 year hiatus. And now let's take a look at our bracket, guys. We already said it's going to be a best of 5 double elimination. Let's take a look. It's going to be a long day 1 as well as day 2. And there you have it, guys. We have 4 games for today as well. 7-9 versus PDR, anyone versus C8 MG, VVV versus Prata, and PV Prime versus C8 AEIPATHY. Double elimination again. Guys, any quick thoughts on the brackets, AJ?
I mean, I'm looking at obviously Sem9 versus PDR Esports for the exact same reason that Callie just mentioned, right? This is the comeback for PDR Esports going up against quite a tenured team in Sem9. But that being said, the MYSG team hasn't really been at their best performance, and losing 30 in this particular competition isn't going to be putting them in a great spot at all, right? So that being said, it's the best situation of all for PDR Esports right now because they might just be able to make a super comeback, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. How about you, Callie?
Well, honestly, since AJ actually pointed out Sem9, I really love that point. You know, with Certi out and Sia subbing in, of course, having to fill that role, this Sem9 team really have to make sure that their chemistry will be on point here today when they go up against PDR Esports, who surprisingly don't have the power core players that they had before once, which was Rage, Youngjae, Jello, Millones, and Locke. So here this time, they will be playing with new set of players, new set of talents, the new generation in Skepta, Dino, Celsia, and Omo and Chirac. So definitely, PDR Esports is going to be one of the teams that I'll be looking forward to in this playoffs bracket. But then again, this team right here is just 2 weeks old. Get that. They're literally a new team. So going up against Sem9, who actually have far better experience in the major competition, I think we are going to see a treat on that match number 1 at quarterfinals.
Okay. That is true, Callie. Great points coming out from you guys. I can't wait to watch that, Peter. Honestly, that is very promising. When I first saw it, I was like, wow, they actually got through. And, you know, with the new generation, to say most of those players are from Tyrant, VVV, all the top clans, all combined here. Now let's take a look at our schedule for today, guys. Like I said, it's only 4. Nope, we have 8 games for today. It's a lot of action in today. For our first game, Sem9 versus PDR again, and Newon versus C8 MG, VVV versus PRATA Gang. And for our 4th game, it's going to be PV Prime versus C8 AEIPATHY. And then after that, the schedule is going to be filled up for those teams who are going to be losing those games. So, how about, okay. Now, looking at this, we already said about Sem9. How about the other teams here? I haven't really heard about PV Prime. I feel like, Callie, you have some thoughts about on this team.
Well, honestly, PB Prime, this team is actually interesting because I did a little bit of interview with Wasabi. And of course, for PB Prime, this team formed since January 2022. And then they have only been together for 6 months. And they only screamed once. And that's according to them. And they've racked up a lot of major, minor tournament achievements. So to think that they're able to play here at this Garena Youth Challengers also without the coach really speaks a lot about the raw talents that this team have. But then again, they'll have to play with C8 AEIPATHY later on, and let's see how will they actually pair up with the best of the best currently at the Challengers here, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. And also, AJ, I want to bring this up with you. C8 AEIPATHY, you know, we've been big fans of C8. We've seen so many teams, but will this be another single tournament team? Was it just going to be a one-time thing, or do you think is this the next C8 esports lineup?
Well, hopefully not, right? Because C8 AEIPATHY, just like what we saw in, you know, the opponents of Sem9 with the new setup of PDR, right? Just a new team in here as well, recently formed. Individually, bro, the players are quite capable, right? We've seen their stats in here from the qualifiers already. So a lot to expect from them. And, you know, even being the new kids on the block, I do not put it past C8 AEIPATHY to take it all the way, right? We know the C8 brand, if anything, they've promised us quality all the way through. And I feel like this is just yet another team that they're putting up here on the best spots to impress us all.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Well said. That's going to be for our final series. But now it's going to be for our first series, Sem9 versus our first matchup against, which I totally forgot right now. I've been losing track. CM9 versus PDR Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the lineup, the new and improved lineup. It's not actually a new and improved. They're just switching plays, honestly, because the Malaysian scene, it's not that big. You know, we have Bingo, Concept, Sia, Smokey, X3, Jasmine, and Zheng Yu. And like what you said, AJ, Certi is gone. And I think that's gonna be the biggest question. Will that with Certi being gone, will the team chemistry like dissimulate, or will it still be the same, AJ?
I tell you, man, Sem9 is most definitely going to miss 30 because I still do remember the excitement when he first signed on, and he was most definitely a very quick heavy hitter. And we know CS plays. We've seen him in the competitions before, and unfortunately, he has to fill in quite the big shoe in terms of 30's absence, right? So they might be struggling for a little bit, but if there's anything we know, this boy has got a lot of promise. So we might just be able to see Sem9 take this all the way. But of course, getting that chemistry on the fly isn't going to be very easy at all, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. That is very, very hard. And for you, Cali, we've seen this team in the first season of the Garena Masters. They failed to qualify for season 2. Did you expect them to drop Surti, or even expect to have a roster change, or you thought they would have stick together with Surti?
I would have thought that Sir T could have stayed with the Team Sem9 and just make sure that they just improve that type of gameplays that they had before when they were able to place 5th at Garena Master Season 1 and same thing at CGI 2022. But I do think that them losing at the qualifiers for that Garena Master Season 2 really took a big hit to this team. And now that they have a new team with Sia in here for Sem9, let's see though what type of impact would he be able to actually put and of course help Sem9 with here, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. Great points from both of you guys. I'm really expecting them to really turn it up because I feel like that super long break that they weren't in the scene, I feel like they really just crafted well. You know, they're still in Sem9. They didn't get dropped or anything. They stuck with it. I hopefully these are one of the teams that are actually capable of winning this whole tournament. But now let's take a look at their enemies, at their compadres. It is going to be PDR ESPORTS. We have Chirac, Omo, Cell, Skepta, Teflon, and Usopp. And right off the bat, you see some players that you see them around the league here, the scene here, Cali. Especially you've been casting most of the minor tournaments here. What can you tell me about Chirac as well as Skepta? One of these guys are very known.
And these guys are actually very known at the minor community tournament, especially with the way they have impacted the community esports scene. But obviously, Chirac is that captain here for PDR Esports, and this guy could deliver. He could create plays, make sure that the team will be having enough backbone just to support them in every match. But then again, Skepta is really a hard hitter as well, could create all those plays. But I think the player that we really have to look out forward to the most here, not just Chirac and Skepta, is Usopp. I think this guy could create a better impact as a third scorer or a support here for PDR Esports. And I feel like if 3 pop off for PDR Esports, I mean, they could still win against Sem9 or even better win it here, Jericho.
That is true. And for you, AJ, you are a legend in the scene. You've seen these players a lot. Yep. And we both casted Teflon before. This guy's been on and off in the scene, but I feel like with the right team, the right opportunity, I think he can bring something to the table. Give me some quick thoughts on his on him being in this team.
I absolutely feel like, Teflon can do a lot better for himself, right? Based on his past performances, we've seen him hit hard, but there's just been a slight inconsistency to how he can perform out there on the battlefield. But at the end of the day, thankfully, it's not a solo man performance out there on the battlefield, right? I feel like PDR Esports, although they were just set up 2 weeks ago, they still do have a lot of promise in terms of leadership from the brand in itself. Individually, like you said, Jericho, these players are quite well versed out there on the battlefield with names like Teflon there to lead them as well. But with a player like Chirac to lead the whole fray, lead all of this talent, I feel like PDR Esports can take this all the way, man.
All right, that is true. I agree with you. Now, with the lineups gone, now let's take a look at our maps and modes, our favorite part, our predictions here. And all with the new rules, here we go. Summit, Hardpoint, and actually before we go there, PDR wins the coin toss and Sem9 loses the coin toss. So, PDR, they picked map number 1 is going to be Summit, Hardpoint, firing S&D, raid control, take off Hardpoint, and standoff S&D. And right off the bat, one thing I could say, both these teams, they like playing on some close quarters, especially Summit, firing range, and also takeoff, and also standoff. It's only raid wherein you're going to play a little bit distancing here. And Hacienda and Slums being banned, it's always those 2 maps, AJ, that we always see getting banned.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, not all of the teams are super comfortable on these maps yet, especially Hacienda, right? Slums to a certain degree, has slowly started becoming a favorite map of a lot of teams out there. But when you look at it competitively, not a lot of these squads have truly mastered it, right? So Hacienda and Slums off of the list, not surprising at all. But the one thing I'm really excited about, Jericho, Control. replacing domination. I don't know if it's going to be a game changer or not just yet, but trying out the mode, you can see that there's a lot of room for strategy in here. Or alternatively, you can just bash your heads through, right? So I'm just curious to see exactly how they're going to take this.
Yeah, that's true. No, that's going to be interesting because it's going to be the first game 3 as well. And Callie, before we head over to our game, Sparrow and Purifier banned. Quick thoughts on these?
I think that's actually very nice for them to ban the Sparrow and Purifier, and I believe that's one of the most frequent bans by the teams. And opening up the Annihilator opens up the opportunity for this team to strike a hit on the long range. So honestly, I love this one. I love the operator skill bans and of course the available operator skills that will be used here by the teams. And honestly, it's just whoever wields it better and whoever invested in the game better will give them the chance to win the game.
That is true. And that's going to be it for our maps and modes, guys. I am looking at possibly game 5. I don't know. I know it's only the first series, but quick predictions, AJ. I'm going to start with you.
Whew, hot seat right away, man. I think this one's going to be a Sem9, but I do agree with you. It's a potential 5 match.
How about you, Callie?
I think this could be a gentleman's sweep by, of course, Sem9. But, you know, anything can happen here, Jericho.
All right, that is true. That's going to be our first series. PDR versus Sem9. AJ and Kelly, take it away.
Appreciate it, Jericho. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as usual, hardpoint number 1, control room. Second floor, quickly taken away. One and only Sem9 as PDR hops on in. They will find those players, immediately shut them down. But Sem9 has used that opening to play that hardpoint, albeit for just a single second here, Callie.
Oh yeah, definitely, and it's good to be back here right now at Garena Challengers 2, and of course, Sem9 gonna be starting up strong in the game itself as they will find themselves in number in the point. But do get this, PDR ESPORTS, they got the power position on that second floor, so they could get the point. But then again, Sem9 too strong as they win all of their gunfights. You see it in the kill feed right now, all blue, and PDR ESPORTS, they need to find an answer to that, AJ.
21-3 PDR ESPORTS. Although they did fight back in the early stages, they do lose some precious few points in here, but I do believe it's going to swing right back and forth as PDR ESPORTS now takes over control room once again with the 2-player access from the back concept, and he brings on the perfect combo alongside Bengo, but Chirac with a very timely backstab makes sure that this side still is in the hands of PDR ESPORTS. It's quite a 50-50 fight for the time being, and PDR ESPORTS doubling back down a little bit early here just to make sure they get the spawns for P2, but to no avail. Sem9, they bash their heads through, they pick up the additional points of hardpoint number 2, but just with the spawns here, it looks like PDR might be able to push their way in again.
Yeah, definitely. They are inside the point, but do note that Sem9 will start to win their gunfights once again, and they will be bashing their heads indeed inside that point. So the first 30 seconds will be handed over to Sem9 while PDR ESPORTS is trying to figure out what type of attack they will do. And so they find one answer, but it will not be effective. They try to go for that pinch play, but Sem9 just too good with their positioning. And now it's going to be the final 20 seconds, going to be that scrap time. So here, PDR ESPORTS has to make that decision whether they go and push here at this second hard point or they would like to get that anchor's position at that hard point number 3, because AJ, you obviously know when you play Summit, that hard point number 3, that's going to be that money hill because of how one-sided this spawn is.
I absolutely agree with you, and it looks like Sem9 agrees as well. Doubling back down a little bit early just to set up P3, taking over spawns, first sending 2 players in to play the objectives. The most important point here will be the spawn player, and he just needs to hold his ground down, because even if his objective players do get taken out of the equation, they spawn right back out at the Special Forces base and rush back in for the chase, right? And that spawn point to that hard point is just super duper close. That's the main reason as to why you want to take that over. But Teflon now clears out the spawn player who's holding down the anchor spots, and the spawn now goes on over to the side of PDR ESPORTS. What a perfect break coming through, but to play the objective, it is going to be hard because the players of Sem9 have flooded it once again, Callie.
And you know what? What really astonished me the most, Sem9, they know that they lost the spawn. So what they did is swarm inside that hard point and just make sure they play close to proximity, and they are able to just execute with just magnificent reaction. And now Sem9, they will stay in the point, though their anchor spawn will be broken. So here it goes. At this point in time, Sem9, should they get this final 5 seconds, they'll be the first team to get that 100-point mark, but PDR Esports will be stopping them there. So again, a little bit of a split spawn situation for PDR, but one thing that they have allocated in the point, and in this game, is setting down that early rotation. This will be their first time getting that early hardpoint rotation, but it seems like Sem9 is trying to beat them to that case here, AJ.
Unfortunately, right now, PDR ESPORTS is all over the map. There was that one mistake that they made over at the cable car platform. They could have re-engaged, but they decided instead to double back down towards this B4. And the biggest mistake was not holding down the spawns, but trying to take the fight against the players from the side of Sem9. Only left one player in there for the objective. Objective got broken, and then the spirits got broken right after. PDR Esports, how will they find their momentum right back in here as they do manage to sneak in towards the spawn? Cell brings out the Annihilator, but finds nobody to annihilate. On for the pop, one player appears, and Cell unfortunately gets taken down as well by the one and only Concept. But PDR Esports holding on to the hard point, and that's the most important point here. As long as they can do that, but lose the other players who are on defensive, it's going to be fine. But it's quite the long way to catch up with Sem9 at 120 already, Callie.
Yeah, and it's quite a long clutch here for PDR Esports, but hey, we got a 250 hardpoint target score here, so that means we have plenty of time to play that mid game and plenty of time for PDR Esports to actually come back. But you know, for Sem9, they will not let go of the opportunity to give PDR Esports any sort of momentum. So right now, they're going in for their power positions. They get the top floor, and they're going in for those kills in down that point. So now for them, all they just have to do is step inside, and they will be successful at it. Look at that magnificent play from Sem9. They just put their players in that second floor, and then when they are able to get that enough elimination, make sure that they will put their players inside the hard point. But PDR Esports, though, great resilience. They managed to stick inside the point here once again, AJ, and I think this is one way for you to extinguish the momentum from Sem9.
I absolutely agree. PDR Esports putting on a strong fight there, although Sem9 very tactically made their entrance in towards that hard point. You were right, Callie. They were collecting their players onto that second floor first before hopping on in. But PDR Esports managed to use all of those control room barricades as a little bit of extra defense. And 82 to 140 now, slowly cutting down the distance between themselves as well as Sem9. And off to P2. Once again, PDR Esports assumes the role to take over the spawns. It is going to be a battle between Cell and the one and only Zheng Yu. Cell still surviving this, but Zheng Yu manages to pull out the Annihilator, shut him down. Chirac, on the other hand, playing the objectives, but a backstab wall taken out of the equation. Smokey managing to catch the player off guard, and Sem9 now approaching that 150 mark. If this was a regular game in the previous format, it's done and dusted by this moment already. But PDR Esports, they've built so much of momentum up for themselves, and that's exactly why we've increased the target to 250. The adjustment period for some of these teams, it takes a little bit longer, and this is the kind of format where we can see some true comeback. But PDR Esports, they just need to remember those earlier mistakes and make sure it doesn't happen again, Callie.
Yeah, definitely here, AJ. And of course, one thing that Sem9 is doing a lot better compared to PDR Esports is getting those early rotations, AJ. And you can clearly see it here once again. Sem9 getting that two players around the back of this hardpoint number 3. But then again, PDR opting for this early rotation as well. They got the investments to back them up.
Oh my
and
God!
they're able to
Oh
remove
my
the Axis
God!
on the line. And all they have to worry about is the final two players that will be located right beside that hardpoint number 3. And now here we go. Usopp and the team will be able to get the anchor position, which is going to be very plausible for them. And all they have to do is get the final player in the point. Usopp gets it done, and now they are inside. The question is, will they be able to sustain a lot longer to Sem9 in this hard point?
In the history of Call of Duty Mobile, I have never seen anyone punch down an XS1 Goliath. Cell just went right behind that XS1 Goliath. There was a little bit of a flash first by his teammate, but that XS1 Goliath could not turn around in time, bro. Cell, you just made history by taking down an XS1 Goliath, not only all on your own, but with the boxing gloves. What a player, man. This guy, Manny Pacquiao in the making, 144 to 170, 7-9. I'm sure they did not see that coming. And if there's anything that can break your spirits a little bit, it's a melee takedown on your Supreme XS1 Goliath. Omo now playing the objective well, but he needs to be careful. He brings out the Gravity Vortex, one of the most perfect operators in this particular scenario, especially for this hard point, but he gets dropped by an Annihilator instead. Here comes Captain Smokey, but a double challenge will take him out of the equation. Now less than 20 or about 20 of those points for PDR ESPORTS to play so that they can catch up with the players of 7-9, but they are managing to just adjust a little bit of their approaches here. They don't have the spawns, but they've got the numbers inside of that hard point guy.
And yeah, and that's currently been working for them. So now that they have been able to get inside this hard point, and Zhang Yu will be able to get the player surrounding the back of this hill, and now they get everything in their favor. They have locked down the spawns, they have locked down the hard point, and now they're claiming the time. And they are way closer to that end goal compared to PDR ESPORTS. So now 5 seconds before moving to the next hard point reset, we're going to hard point number 1, and PDR ESPORTS slowly trying to catch up by opting for this early rotation, but STEM9 will beat them to it with the way they have invested their gunfight, and of course the Annihilator from Bingo, and his name, he's got 38 kills already, make that 39, all his trick talk, and this guy will be helping SEM9 get this hard point. And I mean, big things like that will help you create big plays and a big impact. But for now, PDR ESPORTS, they're fighting back here. They want to get that comeback to happen. But let's see though if they will be able to do so.
Bingo surely is his name, but Cell manages to take him down from the back. Is that enough, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Because the defense that Bingo has enabled 7-9 to set up at this hard point was absolutely spectacular. Yes, he only gets 5 back-to-back skills, but all of those skills that he did string on managed to break down the supreme defense of PDR ESPORTS. Unlike what we saw earlier on, they couldn't really run hard point number 1. And 7-9 just approaching the winning mark of 250 points. PDR, they've got their work cut out for them, but as they do, they both get snuffed out, those 2 final players inside of that hard point. 7-9 not even stepping on to the objective, allowing PDR ESPORTS to be baited in, and now P2, this might just be where everything ends for those players, but we still do have some of those causes that might be played in this situation.
And yeah, definitely for SEM9, they got that cluster strike available for use, and it's going to be highly effective here at this hard point number 2, where it's going to be open. But right now, PDR Usopp just playing the hard point, and now speaking of the devil, the cluster strike gets invested, and SEM9, all they just have to do is go inside that hard point. PDR ESPORTS can go there, they can't catch that hill. So now, SEM9, they will regroup back, they rendezvous inside the point, and they only need 8 more points. PDR ESPORTS, this is it, this is the end. If they don't create a play, this game is over, and for now, they will be getting the hard point. But then again, SEM9, they will likely try to go and contest. 12 seconds left before moving on to new. SEM9 only needs 4 more points.
Yeah, SEM9 as usual gonna double back down once again for an early rotation. Can PDR ESPORTS beat them to the mark? They don't even need to. It's all done at that P2. An unfortunate fake out. PDR ESPORTS expected to go in there for that P3 rotation, not expecting one final player on the side of SEM9 to spawn out from the back. A little bit unfortunate here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the players of PDR ESPORTS. But I don't think we meant to show you guys the player camps of PDR. A little bit of disappointment, understandably, on their faces here, Gally.
And yeah, Jericho, how do you feel about that game?
I think they need to go back to operator schools, operating usage school, because I was seeing some very, very questionable operating skills. And then the Goliath, I mean, that was... I saw it in Zhang Yu's face, like, why is this guy trapping me here? What are you doing? I mean, that was pretty much the play there, honestly. It was all about the operating skills. The gun skill, obviously, I give it to the SEM9 boys because we know what they're capable of, and now they're getting back in that groove, AJ. But it wasn't a dominating win. We saw some cracks there, especially towards the mid part of the game. But that's the beauty about 250. It's not like in 150. Once you reach a 100-point mark, it's pretty much a GG. Here, you have that second chance in the second 200-point mark. But I feel like that play where Bingo popped off with the Annihilator pretty much ran with that momentum because that cluster strike once he got the full streaks, it was already a GG, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Bingo picking up 49 kills overall in this matchup. Nobody else matching up to him. Just only 29 deaths overall. This guy was on a total streak earlier on and literally streaks himself up. And the patience of using those score streaks as well was quite spectacular, right? Not pulling it out immediately. And just when the players of PDR were thinking that, okay, perhaps they're not going to get taken out by any of these score streaks, out comes the cluster, 2 players out of the equation, and the win obviously goes to the side of Sem9. One of their better plays for sure on the side of Sem9, but a lot of those cracks, like you mentioned, very visible in the ranks of PDR Esports. But obviously we can't hold it against them. The team just got together. So in terms of chemistry, it will take a little bit of time to simmer in.
Yeah, that is true. And, I feel like they have to fix that 7-9 because once they go up against the C8s, the VVVs, it might be evident there, AJ. But now I'm going to switch over to you, Callie. Callie, what happened with PDR?
Well, honestly, the reason why they were trailing here at this match was that they were not able to really prioritize the set of hard points that they need to get those early rotation. I mean, you get to it on that hard point number 2, on that hard point number 3. They always got outbeaten by Sem9 when it comes to those early rotation. And I believe that's why they were doing most of the chasing here inside this game. But, props to this team, they have made sure that the game will be a little bit more closer. They could have won the game if only they could have gotten a better start, because that mid game and not late game is promising. It's just that Sem9 had a far better lead approaching that end game there, Jericho.
That is true. And
Jay?
Oh, yep. Yes, AJ.
I think we really need to look at one thing here, man. Seiya, the player that just got brought in, very obvious adjustment period struggles here coming through, because the guy's on a negative, that's one thing for sure. But look at the vast difference between Seiya as well as the rest of the team members on the side of Sem9, right? So that might just be the weak link on the side of Sem9 that PDR might try to exploit. But obviously finding out some of his positioning and finding out exactly how they can take best advantage of this is going to be the work that PDR puts in here, man.
Yeah, that is true. But, at the same time, that's a great, you pointed out really well, AJ, because this is just against PDR. No disrespect to PDR. They used to be that top 1 kind of team, but now with their new team, they're slowly climbing back here. But what if they go up against Blacklist, Omega, Almighty? The list goes on. Is that where C is going to fold in? Or is this just a sense of that first game jitters, AJ? And for the side of PDR, they were doing really well with some of the slaying there, but I feel like the teamwork, the comp, like you said, chemistry isn't there yet. But here in S&D, once you switch over to firing range, the 3 of us know when it comes to S&D, individual plays actually really matter here. And now it's not just the first to 6, it's first to 7. So a more time to adjust for everyone here. And now let's take a look here. Is it you think, AJ, will Sem9 get this 2-0, or are we gonna see a 1-1 where PDR ties it up?
That's such a tough one to answer to, right? Because we saw individual performances, but to the point that Callie made earlier on, that the players of PDR Esports were not really going in for those early rotations. There's another part to that early rotation part as well, right? Because we saw every single time PDR tried to make those rotations, they were losing out on their gunfights. And that's, I think, something that's really going to hurt them in this firing range as well. So that might just put the win on the side of Sem9. But thankfully, they have the room to take a breather after each and every single round. And instead of a maximum 11, we've got a maximum 13 rounds here, man. Anything can happen. And I think the brand itself brings a lot of promise to the table here, Jericho.
Yeah, I agree with you. And now, Callie, here in S&D, there's one thing I've always told everyone, and this S&D wins you championships. Any tips for PDR coming into this?
Well, I honestly think that they should just slow it down when they're playing with Sem9 here at this game, because they never know what type of personality will Sem9 bring here at the table when they play this firing or search and destroy. And again, I love to touch up on the point of Mustachio. Here at search and destroy, not only do you have to play tactically, you have to win those gunfights. So if you are able to win that gunfight, then chances of you winning will be quite higher than usual, Jericho.
I think if you don't win the gunfights, I don't think you'll win a tournament. So, yes, I agree with you, Callie. That is true. But there it is. Game on number 2, Fire Range S&D, guys. There's one final thought I want to say. Surti, remember Surti? He was the fastest player and one of the fastest players in S&D. He was just running around with a shotgun here. Who's going to take over that spot? I think that's the question we're going to find out here in Fire Range S&D, guys. What final is it? Are we gonna see our first ever 7-0? Are we gonna see our first ever round 13? We're here to find out. This is it. Game number 2, firing range, search and destroy. Kali and AJ, the floor is yours.
Okay, now we're starting off here with Sem9 going in for that attacking side, while PDR Esports will be here for the defensive side. First blood already drawn with Jasmine taken out. So one of the snipers for Sem9 officially out of the picture. So this is going to be a great start for PDR as they look to change the pace and of course the momentum of this series. For now, Sem9 is looking to go and attack this A side, but they're trying to hesitate, waiting for an overextension, but for now, not gonna happen. So for PDR Esports, all they just have to do is take what the offense can give here, AJ.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, like Ali. And obviously, one of the best players to take out first is going to be that one striking sniper on the side of Sem9. But they do have a little bit of backup in the name of Concept. But Cell is just going to town on each and every one of these players. That backstep now is not going to find anyone at all as he tries to rotate around the middle lane. But the players are on the approach very so slowly towards that shooting range. As you can see, the bomb's already on the ready. Zengyu trying to catch a player out. Cell will not spot him. Might have spotted that head out. He will remain hidden behind that planting console. Let's see exactly how the players of Sem9 set this up now, because it's quite an equal 3v3 right now.
And here comes the push. So Cell with that head disadvantage gonna get attacked there by two players, and of course there's going to be trades. Chirac takes Zengyu down, but Chirac will get traded. Concept with the huge shot, but here's the catch. He's the last player alive and he's about to get that pinch play. Concept now, this time with the Peacekeeper, takes one out, dropping Cell. Here comes the first 1v1 of this S&D, and Usopp wins it. PDR Esports, they take round number 1.
Yep, CBR for clutch here by the one and only Usopp. Shout out to the one and only Usopp. He and I are both fans of the exact same anime that's currently the longest running one in the world. So hopefully we will be able to see a little bit more of a spectacular performance from the side of Usopp, just because we share the same interest. Now, jokes aside though, as those players from the side of Sem9 make a very quick rush in towards that A bomb side, the players on the side of PDR, on the other hand, double back down. They're leaving this bomb side wide open, but they did not expect Bingo to rush on out.
Oh, now he's
my
going
Lord.
to connect one more with the Peacekeeper, but finally, he gets shot down near AJ, but the bomb has been planted. We got a 2v4 situation. The defense lacking in numbers. Sem9, a lot more positions that they will cover, and this is going to be a very top one for PDR Esports, but surprise how PDR Esports just let go of that mid-map, AJ.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bingo just caught that ball off guard, right? Nobody expected a super rush because the players of PDR Esports, they knew that Sem9 was rushing in towards that A bomb side. They wanted to play retake. They wanted to reposition themselves, but Bingo just broke all of that setup, and they kind of just threw them into shambles, right? Or Bingo himself threw them into shambles, and Sem9 pulls back a solid round for themselves. PDR Esports, they started off good through a clutch, but even that almost went south. They have to be a little bit more careful here.
Yeah, definitely. As a defender, you got to make sure that things are going to be calculated compared to the attacking side. Everything has to be delivered perfectly. And now Concept will go and challenge the mid-map. Bingo once again getting that first blood dropping Omo. And now numbers are being thrown out for PDR Esports. 2 players out already. Sem9 so aggressive as they have already made their way towards the enemy base. For Bingo, he's one key player that can absolutely tear apart the defense right here at the Americans. And for him to actually go and attack one more player, he removes it easily, seamlessly. 2v4 situation yet again. The bomb will be planted. Zengyu also waiting at the barns. And now for Chirac, he needs to land all these blows if he wants his team to get back in track, AJ. But it seems like Chirac will be cutting himself in under fire. He's going to get taken out. So we got Cell as the final player, but Bingo takes him out easily in Sem9. They take the round number 3.
And that's exactly why you gotta love a player like Bingo, right? I mean, not only does he get aggressive, he very daringly takes some of these head glitch gameplays against his opponents who are playing that meta, but he makes it look so easy to take the guy out of the car, man. I usually do not engage with anyone who's hiding behind the car at all, because I always manage, oh my lord, it's Skepta! That was just a little too sweet, dropping Concept with the wall bang. But as I was saying, I usually don't take those engagements, but Bingo, on the other hand, this guy, guy. Super confident, super stellar with all of his approaches, and he keeps putting Sem9 a step ahead of PDR ESPORTS. Now, one round ahead with the bomb in the hands of Sem9, this is exactly where the Malaysians excel, right? Even though they know that they can step on forth with the aggressive push, they're trying to change it up round after round. And it looks like it is because Jasmine wasn't really connected there. Perhaps that little assessment might be a little different here. Sem9 just waiting for their team member to rush back in. And Jasmine, the moment he gets back in, drops Capta.
And now there it goes. Looks like the push is about to be made all the way to the A bomb site. But do take a look at this. Sem9, they draw the attention at A, but looking at PDR ESPORTS right now, they will set their attention towards A as well. So now we are about to see fire under fire. But Sem9 doing a lot better when it comes to that gunfights. But number 5 in blue, PDR almost going in for that flank, takes one player out, reposition spot. Zhengyu takes him out as well. That's a huge 2-piece chicken joy. But then again, Jasmine is still very much alive. With the scope, he's going to be deadly. 1v1. Look him in the eye. Aim no higher. Summon off the spirit that you require. I mean, Sem9 just got totally, absolutely decimated there, AJ.
Jasmine managed to take down Omo, who did not see that coming, and in the exact same fashion, Jasmine did not see Usopp coming, man. Twice now, Usopp has managed to clutch these rounds out for the side of PDR ESPORTS, just as it looks like they are about to drop the ball. He's turning out to be one of their most important players. Let's see if or not the rest can step up to the plate and keep this pressure up alongside him as well. Bingo eating up 2 players from the very early stages of this round. The players of PDR ESPORTS need to find a solution for the raging Bingo here, Kali.
Oh yeah, definitely. I love the take of Sem9 Bingo. He takes all this high risk, and of course, for some reason, he always gets those rewards. But here this time, they're looking to push for this B bomb site without any sort of repercussions towards mid map. So again, love the taker for Sem9. They're being unpredictable, and every round they take, they do not repeat the same thing. But now for Usopp needs to step up very, very huge, but Smokey just smokes him down with that RPD. Okay, now the B bomb site is completely free. They can settle that plan and make sure PDR ESPORTS would have a lot more problem in their hand. And now Cell gonna find one player, but I have to ask this question, AJ. I mean, the B bomb site is clear, but I see no reason why Sem9 has to jab at the B side and go to this A bomb site.
Because they respect the players of PDR ESPORTS, right? They want to keep it they want to keep PDR ESPORTS constantly guessing of all of their positioning. There was that one player on the side of PDR who managed to catch that rotation, but Cell unfortunately second-guessed his movement, right? He rushed into that a little bit too early, because even though he knew that rotation was coming through, he could have played a little bit of extra time, because those 2 players ran into a shower room, but they had to come out of the shower room. So the clearance from the side of Barracks Hut, it had it there. A little bit of a panic moment coming through from Cell, because you got it right? Sem9 could have just gone in there for the B plan. They made a mistake, but no capitalization coming through from the side of PDR ESPORTS, which is a little disappointing.
Oh yeah, definitely. And now we're moving into this.
Wow!
Skepta is deadly with that scope, takes one out. Jasmine with the wall bang, drops Cell as well. Now they only need 35 seconds to hold on, and they will get this win. Jasmine takes one more pick, and you'll be dead. That guy will never pick, but then again, he's trying his chances, and Jasmine will continue to deliver. Sem9, 4v1. They all got the numbers. Zhengyu with the final delivery, and Sem9 just making sure they get all of this great position, and a huge prop there for Jasmine for knocking all those shots, AJ.
Yeah, hence why I said in the first round, it was a great takedown on Jasmine. Although unintentional, they don't know exactly which play is there. But taking Jasmine out of the equation is always going to be good for you, because Sem9 just has a ruthless sniper on their side that has got perfect game sense on firing range, right? They are absolutely proficient at this map. They know each and every one of those angles. But PDR ESPORTS is showing us that they know those angles as well. Their individual play styles, they get those wall bangs. But going in as a team, that's exactly where PDR ESPORTS is just struggling a tad bit now. But on the attacking side, the bomb in hand, they slow things down. Looking for the opener, but Smokey smokes Skepta through the walls. A little unfortunate for the side of PDR.
And here's the thing with that RPD, it has an unlimited ammo so long as you don't get that overwritten. But Omo with the 2-piece opening up this A bomb site. I mean, I'll take that any day. Chirac with that 1-piece as well, all the way to that auto repair shop. But the bomb has been crossed. The bomb will be planted in Sem9 on a 2v3. Bingo could land this blow and equal things up with the numbers. And Bingo will deliver. But Omo with the trade, and that's going to be a huge 2 kills there once again for Omo. Dropping 4 players in this current round itself. Sem9 got themselves a run for their money.
Omo slowly waking up alongside PDR Esports themselves. Now, no matter how good Sem9 looks in this SND, the scoreline, on the other hand, doesn't really spell that out, right? 3-4 PDR Esports hot on their heels, and that just shows the quality of PDR Esports. That just shows exactly how good they are at keeping up. And Cell now dropping Bingo. That's a big kill, but he cannot rush on in. He does exactly that. Cell might be paying for some of his a little bit overzealous attempts here, but Jasmine just holding on to the angle, gets tagged up. Cell is not giving anyone any room to react at all.
Oh my god, the bomb has been crossed, but here's the thing. They will be flanked by Smokey from the back, and of course, this is going to be a huge play for Sem9. They get this landing kill. They can pull away with that 2-round lead once again. Smokey 1v1 close range engagement.
Smart.
Takes down Chirac easily. Now, Sem9 only needs to do with one more player. The bomb has been dropped, so Cell needs to pick that bomb up. But then again, positioning-wise, this guy is going to be in a tougher spot more than usual. But then again, looking to get that bomb and create this play. Now, gonna spot one player all the way to that trailer. Smokey takes him out, and Sem9 still making sure that they get that 2-round lead that they have, just to make sure things will be better for them.
I mean, when we talk about game sense, obviously the players on the side of PDR Esports have that on their side, right? But the chemistry between the players of Sem9 just a little too good alongside communication as well. And a player like Smokey at this current form is a little unbeatable out there on the battlefield. He knows exactly what to do! But Zhang Yu, on the other hand, had his back turned. He did not expect a rush to come through from the players of PDR Esports. And now, with the early plant over at that B bomb site, they control this. But Jasmine very quickly takes Chirac out of the equation. And Concept holding on to the high angle from the side of auto repair. Hasn't found anyone just yet. He's just waiting for one of them to make that mistake. Skepta can change things with a beautiful backstab.
And there you go. Skepta with that kill from Bingo equalizes the numbers in this game. Now for PDR Esports, they have to hold their ground for 20 more seconds. Pinch play about to come true. Usopp needs to win this gunfight, and he wins it easily. Now, Concept 1v3, close range engagement. That sniper is not going to work when you got a CBR4 right in front of your face, and PDR Esports just making sure they retaliate back. But here's the thing. PDR Esports doesn't need any trades. They need to win consecutively just to make sure that they pull up front against Sem9 here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they are super close already, and I do agree with you. If they continue zigzagging back, with each other, obviously Sem9's gonna reach the end points first, but that's exactly what they cannot risk. Chirac shuts down Jasmine, but Concept with the 2-piece for himself will put the numbers all equal once again. It's a 3v3. Concept holding on to the angle, but will only have Zheng Yu right in front of him. The other 2 players, on the other hand, already at the A side. The players of Sem9 making sure the numbers stay on their side, and the attacking side of PDR Esports has not mustered up the courage to go in for the plant just yet. They are looking for yet another takedown, but Chirac might be able to make this play, but does not make a mistake with the initial engagement. The numbers catches up with him. Now a 2v1. Usopp doesn't step. Zheng Yu?
Zheng Yu, indeed, getting that kill with that RPD. I mean, Sem9 doing a wonderful job at just keeping PDR Esports on that 2-round lead deficit here, AJ. And at this pace, they are now already to match points, so they only need one more win, and they will be taking this map itself. And now for PDR Esports, they're not afraid to attack. They're moving in for the push. They got power players coming in this B bomb site, and now they are getting that first blood exchange, and now they have successfully opened up the B bomb site. But then again, Sem9 going in for the flank, but they will get stomped. Jasmine is the final player. PDR Esports working that trade perfectly. They get that 2v1 now. Let's see though if they will be able to win this and force another round.
Momo squeezes his feet in, but the backup will be there from the player right behind him, and Skepta wraps up that round. Once again, PDR Esports taking one round after giving it away to Sem9. But if they keep this up, it's going to be Sem9's win. Like you said, Callie, they desperately need a back-to-back win, and it's now or never. One more round can wrap this up for Sem9, or will we, for the first time ever, see a round 13 in the competitive scene for S&D?
Okay, now here we go, Concept. This could be the detrimental factor for them to win,
Nice.
but Chirac gets the first blood, and now we got PDR Esports pushing at the B-bomb site. Usopp with that huge kill, opening the B-bomb site, but then again, Sem9, they still got 3 players. Skepta under fire. Bingo takes him out, and now we got this 3v4, make that a 2v4. PDR Esports, this should be a win under their back.
Absolutely, man. Solo player, Bingo. But, you know, we saw his 5-man rundown earlier on in that hard point. That's number 1 for you. Cell backstab coming through from Omo. Repositions. He hears those footsteps, and Bingo catches him out clean. 5-6 now. Bingo for the clutch play, but only has about 20 seconds to get this done. And Chirac backing away from all of these engagements. Usopp with the potential clutch coming through here as Bingo spots him out. Usopp repositions, buys enough time, and game over for the clutch of Sem9 as PDR Esports equalizes. And yes, we get to see our first ever round 13.
Okay, here it is. Round 13, winner of this round gets the map itself, AJ. And the question is it going to be PDR Esports or is it going to be Sem9? You know, for looking at the past current rounds, we've seen PDR Esports take 2 consecutive round wins, so they might have the momentum here. But Sem9, they push aggressively, and Bingo going in for that high risk, high reward plays, takes down Chirac. And let's see though what's gonna happen. We got this 4v5 in favor for Sem9.
They should have expected those pushes, but they could not expect the Concept double kill coming through. Bingo wraps things up with his 3rd kill in this round. It was just these 2 players, and Sem9 picks up a easy win in that final round, man. Unbelievable, because the players of PDR Esports managed to equalize and neutralize all of those approaches, but they just came through, just like those rotations in Hardpoint, a single step too late, Callie.
And yeah, and you did see how PDR Esports react when they are facing aggressive attacks. They falter when they meet this type of aggression. And Sem9 just, you know, it's round 13. And they were not afraid of being aggressive. And I think that really sticks out their true personality when they try to play in every sort of game mode. They're not afraid to take risk. They're willing to just lay out this foundation just for them to win. And of course, this is going to be sweet for Sem9 because not only did they win this firing range search and destroy, they did also win the Hardpoint Summit. So combining all of that, they're currently 2 map wins. So that's going to be a really great start for them here in today's series.
Jasmine stepping in for the one and only Sia. The performance of the team on another level. Zheng Yu clearly struggling through that matchup, but Smokey, on the other hand, found, 0 points where he, stumbled in this particular S&D, right? They managed to bag it through a stellar performance out of Smokey and the slaying power of Bingo. The over-aggressive Bingo was one that not only PDR Esports, but even I did not expect. I mean, in this scene, at this level, you do not expect such rushes. But that's what makes the plays out of Bingo so much more beautiful, right? Playing the gameplay that nobody expects and using that to capitalize and get the win. But at the same time, not abusing it. Because if Bingo had tried that again and again and again, obviously PDR Esports would have found a response. But round after round, they switch it up, and Bingo brings out his secret weapon of that aggressive rush in that final round as well, just to close things off. I mean, Sem9, they've clearly been working on this strategy for a long, long time because the execution out there was perfect. But although that was perfect, Callie, look at PDR catching up 6-7. This one got a little too close.
Yeah, a little bit too close. The only thing that's different was on that gunfight department, combining Sem9's got 55, then PDR's got 41 kills. So that's a 14 kill difference. And I mean, Sem9, I didn't really expect Bingo to actually play with all those aggression as well. Earlier, I kind of expected him to be so passive, just like he did when he played at Garena Masters Season 1 and in CGI Invitationals 2022. But here this time, looks like he embodied the role of Sir T in Search and Destroy, going in for those fast plays, those aggression. It really highlights what Bingo's true potential is here, AJ.
I absolutely agree with you, man. And obviously, this seems to be an on-form Bingo, and the rest of Sem9 seems to be following the exact sort of performance as well. They are ready for battle, and that gentleman's sweep that you were talking about might just happen here looking at the performance, man. And on top of everything else, we throw a already rocky PDR esports into a brand new mode called Control. And now Control, like we discussed earlier, Callie, you can take it as a straightforward deathmatch, rush on in, try to win control of those points, of those flags, or you can play this strategically because at the end, you only have a set number of lives, not for each individual player, but for your squad. So if you go in there for the rushes, if you don't work as one squad, there might be a lot of dissatisfaction that can already break down your plays even before you execute it out there on the battlefield.
Oh yeah, honestly, AJ, Raid is going to be one of the better maps actually to play this Control game mode because of how easy it is to actually play it. Because again, you got 2 fixed flags here at this game mode. Then obviously what you have to do as the attacker is actually take one first before you take the second.
Correct,
You can't divide and conquer because you have to play as a team. And I think Jericho would agree on me on that.
I think you could divide and conquer in a way, but it's very risky. You're risking your 5 lives at that starting point if you want to divide and conquer. But obviously in Raid, the best way to go for it's always go for A at the start, which is that Raid side P1. That is the best way to start. But sometimes this is where we're gonna see the innovation of plays. You guys are gonna see all these kind of plays, rushing middle, rushing to both sides. But here we go, Control, the first Control for Garena, AJ and Callie. Here we go.
Thank you very much, Jericho. First spot in, and as it's very clear, the players of PDR esports moving on in to take over that A flag. They do manage to get that one slay there, but it is equaled out by the one and only Bingo. PDR esports already with 1 segment taken over. Sem9's running out of defensive time here. One more player for the win, but oh no, gets taken down. Oh, more apologies, gets taken down. But there was quite a stellar setup there. Now, very slowly but surely, Sem9 clearing off those markers here, Callie.
Yeah, great recovery there by Sem9. But here's the thing. Once you are able to get one segment, it will stick. So you got to make sure that you just have to defend the next one. And for Sem9, they will not have any players sorted out exactly in the point itself. But they're in the parameter and they're getting all of these kills, which is perfect because they're the ones defending this flag. And again, for Sem9, I love how they're able to quickly create adjustments, especially what PDR esports is giving them. And honestly, at this point in time, Sem9 is just doing a great job at the gunfight. Again, you can take a look at the live count here. Sem9's got 21. PDR esports got 15 lives left, but then we get that B flag captured, and PDR esports only needs to worry about that A flag. And of course, their lives here, they have to make sure that they're going to be very efficient.
Yeah, it took them 15 lives to capture that B flag. So if you go by the exact same equation, Sem9 is probably going to win this out. But anything can happen here. PDR esports, they still do have the clutch god Usopp on their side. Maybe he will step up for the team, but it's not going to be the case just yet. Teflon, beautiful plays for the CBR. 9 more lives in the hands of PDR esports. They've barely scratched the surface of that A flag. Sem9 on the way to win this out already. Now, the time that they are given here, 90 seconds overall for each and every single round, seems more than enough for teams like Sem9 to hold the defense.
Oh yeah, exactly. And if you're the attacking team here, you gotta make sure that once that 90 seconds is in there, you gotta make sure you get at least one flag for you to get another time extension.
Yeah.
So now, here we go. The final seconds of this first round of Control game mode. 7 lives left for Sem9. PDR is going to have only 2 more. So they gotta make sure that every kill is going to be in their favor. 1v5, that 1 life left for PDR esports. They have to be very efficient and of course, try to slow things down. Smokey has a very good angle on that. Bingo with the risky play with that SKS could one-tap that player right in front of him, and there it goes. The first round in favor for Sem9. But you know what, AJ? You know, we've been having all of this match.
Yeah.
We have seen that hard point. We've seen that search and destroy, and I think the common thread here is these two teams are actually toe-to-toe. It's just that Sem9's executing a little bit more refined.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about chemistry. We talked about the strategy that they bring into the competition as well. Chemistry on the side of Sem9, absolutely solid. And obviously, the strategy has been reworked by this Malaysian team, right? They seem so much more superior when it comes to working their way around, especially at those SNDs, keeping it fresh round after round, engagement after engagement. But at control, everybody actually hits that reset button, right? Because not all of the teams are super steady when it comes to this map mode just yet, or this game mode just yet, because they haven't really played it all that too many times. It's not even in those ranked matches. Annihilator in the hands of Teflon. One shutdown already. The numbers thinning down on the side of Sem9 here. But, you know, things can just turn around here for the side of PDR, because that one segment taken over on that B flag already. But the difference from the side of Sem9, they're not going in for the flag. They're going in for the kills first here, Kali.
And they make sure that they extend the pressure here at this point in the game. So look at this, Sem9 being the attacker. They have taken one segment from the A flag, but they have also taken one from the B flag. So right now, they have been able to divide and conquer, and now they're looking to focus on one flag and make sure that their major attention will be there at the game. But it seems like the gunfights are going to be equally tied up. I mean, 14 lives left for Sem9, 15 lives left for PDR Esports. These teams are good to go, but then Jasmine wields an Annihilator, and you know what this Annihilator could do? It can pop anybody with one shot, and of course, it can strike that damage in that long range as well, which makes it versatile. But for now, seems like Sem9 will be getting that B flag capture. So now, what they have to do is make sure that they get into that A flag. But then again, that life count will be counted backwards. 11 lives left for both of these two teams. I don't see anything, but I can see that this game will be rather close on this round.
Yeah, Sem9 was very smart about it. They almost ran out of time, but with that B flag capture, managing to add on a little bit of extra leeway on that clock there for themselves. But as slow as they were to capture that B flag, they're taking that slow and steady approach in here to engage with PDR Esports. And once again, focusing on the slays instead of the flag as a whole shows the strategy side of the side of Sem9. Now, these strategists have managed to pull off a great play. Only 2 more lives on the side of PDR Esports. Bingo finishes both of them off.
Oh, you know, Sem9, just concluding on this first 2 rounds that we have for control, they really love playing aggressive, whether they are on the defensive side or on the attacking side. And you clearly see it. That's the reason why PDR Esports is having a rough time. PDR, you know, with all the aggression from Sem9, they just can't seem to respond. You know, they were close, but they just can't execute more than enough for them to actually take any of the round wins. Of course, the gunfights here at this current game that we have. But now we're going to switch sides here. This time, PDR, they will be having 3 players stacked at this B flag. So that's going to be quite an interesting take here. And yeah, they are almost in getting that 2 segments now in their favor, AJ.
Yeah, I love this setup coming through from PDR Esports. They're just trying to bash their heads through and win this. Earlier on, it took them 15 lives to secure a single flag. But this time, the story is a little bit different. It only took them a mere 6. They've cut that down in half. PDR Esports might just be on a hot comeback here as they strike down the players on the side of Sem9. But the players of Sem9 will double back down to hold on to that A flag defense, whereas PDR Esports looks for the slay. PDR Esports have caught up with the playstyle of Sem9 at this control, and they might just be able to take this over here, Kali.
Yeah, this is what you need if you're PDR Esports, that tactical brilliance. You have to be able to adjust whatever like your opponent is giving to you. So right now for PDR, they're currently in the pace of winning this game, but they gotta make sure that they will be able to consistently execute right until the end. And for now, Sem9, they're full stacking their defense at the A-bomb site, but they will open up that kitchens to the hands of PDR. But for Bingo, in his spot one play the right corner, but gonna get taken out, so that leaves Omo a chance to get this power position on this money room, and this could give PDR Esports even more advantage here. And now Omo taking one player down, taking 2, and that's it. 10 to 12 live count. PDR Esports could get this round here, AJ.
Yeah, almost on a 5-kill streak and a double with that hunter killer drone. Superb play by the one and only Omo, managing to get 7 before he got taken down. And that's huge coming through from the side of PDR Esports. This might just be the first round that PDR manages to get the win over. But Sem9, with 2 more lives left, is thinning down the numbers on the side of PDR Esports. The 2 final players cannot make a single mistake. But with Smokey being dropped, the captain himself, PDR, pulls one back. This is the race to 3. Sem9 just a step away from grabbing this victory, but PDR seems to be waking up, Cali.
Yeah, PDR Esports have slowly adjusted, as you've said, after those grueling tough loss in those first 2 rounds. And, for PDR Esports in that round number 3, really have to commend Omo with that amazing plays he just executed. And now, hopefully, that execution could be able, that execution could come here at this round number 4 as well. But for Sem9, starting off aggressive as they take this early 3 blows, but then we're going to see annihilators, operator skills that will be used in this game. And the impact of this annihilators could just suddenly shift the tide. But for PDR Esports, and fortunately for them, they're not really able to get any successful landing blows there. And Sem9 about to get this B flag in just under 30 seconds. So now they're talking. They mean business. What we have to do is, of course, either remove PDR Esports live count, put that live count of PDR Esports to 0, or get that A flag capture here, AJ.
I mean, PDR Esports is getting better and better and better and moving on in here and playing control. But the players of Sem9 have a slight edge on them, and that is engaging with those gunfights, focusing on thinning down the numbers instead of just purely moving in for those flags, right? And whenever they do find an opening, that's exactly when they hop onto the flag to play it for themselves. But PDR Esports, look at them now. The defense held back quite far away from the flag. They are going to be allowing the players of Sem9 to put their markers onto that A flag just a little, but Chirac hopping on in at the very final moment to take that shutdown, but Smokey takes him out of the equation with the backstab. Numbers not looking good on the side of PDR Esports, and with the Annihilator in the hands of Zengyu, Chirac smokes him out with his own CBR, and that's a great play on the side of PDR. But the numbers, on the other hand, almost half of what Sem9 has.
And for PDR Esports, since they only have 6 lives left, they gotta make sure that they slow things down. Wait for Sem9 to go in for the attacks, but Concept just making things harder. 3 lives left for PDR Esports, and Sem9 looking to claim all of this opportunity. Concept holding his own, gonna get taken down by Teflon, but Sem9 only needs 1 more, and this should be it. This should be a win under the bag. Sem9 claims the first donut in today's series.
Spectacular performance coming through here from the one and only Sem9. And you know what I love more than the victory? I love the player cams that we spot right after they take the victory. Not bragging, not overexcited that they've managed to grab a win, just pleased with their own performance, and they're ready for the next battle. That's exactly what we want to see out of this Malaysian team. I mean, obviously, they've been in the scene for so long with nothing too much to show for it in terms of achievements, right? It looks like they're all game for the Garena Youth Challenges here, Jericho.
Yep, I mean 3-0. Hey, you call it, AJ. You wanted Sem9 to get that 3-0. Let's take Cali. Actually, yes, Cali took the gentleman's sweep, and Cali, take a look at the post-game breakdown. I think you guys can both agree with me. This was the Bingo and Smokey show from start to finish. Game 1 to 3, it was just all them dominating. Cali, both of these players been in the scene for so long, but I feel like Bingo has taken it to another level. We know he's been really such a great player, but there's something about his play today that's been really been really good about him. I feel like he really wants to get back to that pro scene, Cali.
Oh yeah, definitely. After suffering a huge loss on that Garena Master Season 2, after not being able to qualify, seems like Bingo decides himself that he's going to play clearly a lot better for Sem9. I mean, earlier at that Hardpoint Summit, he was able to score 49 kills and 29 deaths. So accordingly, it's going to be a 1.69 KD. And here this time at another Respawn game mode, Bingo, 34 kills, 20 deaths, 1.7 KD. This guy is just consistent when it comes to playing in this Respawns, and I expect him to do that until they reach that finals if they have the performance to back them up here, AJ. All right, Jericho.
Yep.
I agree with you, and bingo, all positive, all through three, all out, all throughout the three games. And AJ over here at PDR, really, I would say it was a good start in Hardpoint, and the S&D was really impressive. They took them into around 13, but in the control, we saw that the 2 weeks team. This is the problem with those kinds of teams. You're really gonna have a hard time, especially in control in such a new game mode. If what are your tips for those new types of teams, AJ?
I think the problem here is, they're getting the game modes mixed up, right? Because this might seem like it is a little bit of a mixture between hardpoint as well as domination. But what it actually is it's a mixture of domination, hardpoint, and search and destroy. So you cannot really minus out the strategy part. And especially when you're on the attack. On defense, you have to play those flags, which puts you at a disadvantage. But when you're on the attack, bro, the defensive side does not know what to expect, right? And that's exactly where you have to take this matchup like a SND. You have to send out your slayers. First, you have to bring in your snipers, try to go in for those long-range engagements, lock down some of those angles first before you really make your way in. Just like what Sem9 did. They weren't really worried about the timer. They weren't really worried about the flags. They were worried about the kills. That got them the easy win. And whenever they saw it, suitable for them, that's only the time where they hopped on in there to play those flags, because PDR was already washed out from all of those defensive spots, right? So that's the only change I would bring in here for PDR esports, adjusting how they take those attacking side.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. It's you're right on that. S&D, Hardpoint, Domination, all combined in one game mode. You really have to adjust mid-game, not even mid-game, on the fly. Every time you die, you need to adjust immediately. Now let's take a look at the results, the final three, and that is the first look at control, guys. Remember, in control, there's a lot of mind games here, guys. If you want to decide to throw in 5 bodies into one site, that can work too. If you want to decide to go for their spawn, go for the spawn trap immediately, you can also do that as well. But you have to look at a lot of things: time, your lives, where are you challenging, what are you looking at, what streaks do you have. So this game 3, it's not as easy as domination anymore. You really have to understand and learn the spawns and how your team plays. And this is our final score. It's gonna be a 3-0 for a game number 1. It's gonna be 185 to 250. Sem9 took that. 7-6 in fire range S&D for Sem9, and for the control, it was 3-1. They go 3-0, and they're moving on to the next round. It was a great series, AJ and Callie. And for you, AJ, do you think, is this the return of Sem9?
I don't think it's a good gauge just yet, right? Because taking on PDR esports, a team that was put together 2 weeks ago, this is not, the combo of Rage, Young Jay, Milliones, etc., right? This is a whole new roster that hasn't really had all that too much time to simmer down when it comes to their chemistry. Sem9, on the other hand, they've struggled a lot in the past, and they've worked on that chemistry. They've clearly worked on their strategy. They are much better, but are they ready to take it all the way? We still have to wait and see, man, because the kind of quality that the other teams bring into the competition, I know is going to be heavy. So yes, I think they are so much better than what we have seen in the past, but I don't know if or not they are ready to just dominate the whole competition out of the gates just yet.
All right, I agree with that one. And Callie, I want to point this out with you. We've seen new guns coming into this series. You saw the Peacekeeper, you saw the RPD. Are these the new guns that are going to take over? Are we not going to see any CBRs anymore? No more MAC-10s, no more Holgers? What are your thoughts on these, Callie?
I feel like Sem9 is actually trying out new guns in this current update, and it's been able to actually work them wonder, especially in that search and destroy. You see how the Peacekeeper actually has a faster time to kill at this current update, and that RPD, he can just actually use one of the attachments that's able to use in like loadouts, and you can just spam it, and you have unlimited ammo. So actually, I think that this could be the new meta, but we are still going to see those CBR4s actually used in this competition. Maybe not now, but in the coming games that we'll have, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. Definitely agree with that. And now let's take a look at our highlights for this series. Start things off with Hardpoint. This was the bingo Smokey show once again. And, from the start, we saw them Sem9 dominating, and PDR never got in the lead. It was a wire-to-wire victory from Sem9. AJ, any thoughts on this Hardpoint?
Yeah, I was super surprised, man, because initially, yes, it looked like Sem9 was super aggressive on that second floor, but PDR esports, they were winning out a majority of their gunfights, right? But none of those players were taking the initiative to hop on into the hard point and play the objective, which made it just a little bit more easier for Sem9 to continue running all over them in this matchup. So, I think first match jitters potentially on the side of PDR Esports because they were performing so much better at the S&D in comparison to this hard point. And like what we pointed out earlier on as we were casting the matchup as well, right? The players of Seb 9 always a couple of steps ahead. And this is the 250 hard point matchup, right? You've got so much of time to adjust, but never once did we actually see PDR Esports lead the way in terms of, moving in for the early rotation for hard points, which was quite the disappointment, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. And now for S&D, Cali, this was just back and forth. No one was really having advantages here. Only in the end when it was 7-6, Cali. I mean, 7-9 was running around. PDR, they had some nasty snipes from Skepta. But what are your takeaways on this match, Cali?
Honestly, Coach Jay, PDR Esports said Sem9, they just absolutely love one-upping one another. But, you really have to highlight Sem9 here. Bingo with those aggression was able to keep PDR Esports on their heels the whole game. And, with Bingo's impact on this search and destroy, with the way he has played aggressive, it really keeps PDR Esports defense actually close to proximity just in order for them to get the trade that will be needed. So I think Sem9 just actually had a far better approach to the game, though it's going to be a one-round win only. Sem9 actually played much more better when it comes to the execution of their gunfights and, of course, their trades here, Jericho.
I agree with you. But, at the same time, if it was a 7-6, if you're up against those pro teams, the likes of Almighty, Blacklist, Omega, DG, you are going to get exposed in S&D. And like what we said, S&D wins you championship. So they have to clean it up. They have to really change it up. And I feel like this is where X3 Jasmine really has to step up. I mean, here in Control in our new game mode, pretty much 7-9, they knew how to play Control. They were pretty much abusing the spawn trap as well as just getting all these players in different angles. And I like the way they played their offense. They were sticking into one side. They weren't doing divide and conquer. And for the side of PDR, they were sending too much players to try to kill one player. They weren't trusting each other. They were trying to challenge too much at the same time because, concept here, some small plays like that, those things are really annoying here in Control. But I feel like if you are 7-9, this is the way, if you are a fan, this is the way you have to play Control. You have to play with your team. You can't just challenge on your own. You really have to wait for each other, overextend together, rotate together, and at the same time, use your streaks and operating skills to your advantage. AJ, this is if you were PDR, you just had no answer.
Yeah, I do agree, right? But, we saw very clear strategy on the side of Sem9 and on the side of PDR Esports, they were trying to go and control those flags. They were trying to get as many frags as possible for themselves without the strategy thrown into the mix, which is the part that I guess obviously had Sem9 a couple of steps in front of them once again, right? And like you said, right, Jericho, they didn't really split up. They focused together on that one objective. And the biggest objective through it all was those slays at Control. And of course, Bingo is his name or picks up the well-deserved MVP, Jericho.
Yeah, well-deserved 12 kills, 7 deaths, 3 assists, average score of 1,400 and a KDA. Cali would love this, 1.74. Almost double positive. If you round it off, that is a 2. This guy, I mean, he was the one who almost dropped the nuke in Summit, and he's back at it again, just dropping these numbers. Can't wait to see him back again in the Garena Master Season 3. But for now, they have to go through the huge challengers, and it's such a great start for them. It's a great morale boost. But at the same time, I want to bring back to the point where you brought it up a while ago, AJ. Sia really struggling in the respawns here. He's the new guy. Yep. He needs to do something. He needs to find his group. Because they went against a tier 2, tier 1.5 team. What more if he goes against a tier 1 team, AJ?
Yeah, absolutely, man. But, we're not going to take it too hard on him at all. It's his first time hopping on in here. And just like the first match jitters on the side of PDR Esports, that was the first match jitter on the side of Sia himself. But, with a veteran squad like the rest of the players in Sem9, I'm pretty sure he will be able to catch up. Because Sia himself, individually, it's not like he's brand new to the scene, right? He just needs to find a little bit of time to gel in well together with the rest of the team members at Sem9. And I feel like this competition is more than enough time for him to do exactly that. So not too worried about that at all.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. And Cali, I mean, PDR now down in the losers bracket, got one more alive. If you are the coach, if you are the analyst for that team, what are you telling them right now?
Well, I think they just have to play more as a team because on that hard point and that search and destroy and those, all of the game was that combined. They had the ideation, they had the execution, but they just had they just had something that really lack, and I think they need to find that on that lower bracket, because they have the second chance. So they shouldn't waste that opportunity. If they do want that first prize, they gotta make sure that they will top all of the competition down there below.
Yeah, that is true, very true. And I feel like there's what AJ would say, mechanical supremacy always reigns supreme. And I feel like that's also one of these stories for this series. That was such a great series to start off. 7-9 finally back into it. Now let's see who they're gonna face. But I believe that's gonna be it for our first series here against 7-9 and PDR. We'll be right back after this quick short breaks. Me, Jericho, Callie, and Mustachio. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, production. We kind of have a miscommunication. But yes, guys, if you guys are wondering, this is our new setup, actually, our 3-0 cast. I am actually the analyst here down here with the two great play-by-plays with Sasha and AJ. Tell us how you like it. Tell us your feedback as well. Don't forget to like and share the page as well, guys. And, it's our first time here casting together again. And we need your feedbacks on the control. Do you guys like control? Do you want control? Do you want the new rules? Do you want domination back? Please comment down below there. AJ, how about you? What are your thoughts on control?
I actually wanted to ask you, my friend, because you are a coach. You have clearly led players, led teams already out there. What do you think PDR Esports could have done a little bit differently, apart from obviously focusing on kills, etc.? What could they have done to counter the strategy of 7-9 in that part?
I feel like they could have countered it by just slowing the pace down. They were playing too fast. They were trying to play on the pace of 7-9. If they slowed it down, let them run, let 7-9 rush and just jot them down one by one, cut them off one by one. I feel like slowly they can actually capitalize there. The problem there was they were just really bashing their head in, and not even in just control. In all three game modes, it was just all bash, bash, bash. It ends up in an L. And that's why they need to really switch it up, especially in control, guys. But now we have our break now. We'll be right back after just quick short break.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to Garena Call of Duty Mobile, Garena Youth Challengers Season 2. I'm Cali Gaming. I'm down here with two of the finest community casters, Warden and Sezi, and it's great to be back here at Garena Youth Challengers. And we've saw how well Sem9 actually played against the boys of PDR Esports earlier, and they were able to use a lot of their mechanical skills to just take down PDR Esports. And, this is the first time we actually saw the new set of game modes, and of course the new set of game settings for the coming Garena Master Season 3. And Sassy, how are you liking it so far?
I mean, it's really good to see a new mix in the fray, like the control mode and the 250 hard point. We didn't expect that it will be so long, but it is the most viable option, or the control, like the setting for the comebacks, because in 150 you end it so quick, the change of pace won't be there. So I'm really looking forward to more matches and how could these new settings can affect the game.
Oh yeah, definitely says, and definitely looking forward to that hard point as well, because as you previously mentioned, before it was 150 hard point, now that it's 250, there's a lot more mid-game action and a lot of opportunities for teams to actually come back. Now, I'm gonna toss the same question to you, Warden. How are you liking the current settings for this competition? Yeah, we can hear you, Warden, and of course, you can continue. Okay. Okay. So right now we actually are experiencing some of like a technical difficulties, but yeah, guys, it's going to be a really tight pack action here, because coming right up next is going to be E1, and if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be C8 MG. So obviously speaking, these are going to be two teams that are actually new to the scene, and this is the perfect opportunity for these two teams to actually create a name for themselves. And Sassy, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Is it going to be E1 or C8MG for you coming into this competition and in this series?
Oh man, I would love to dig deeper in that question later on, but since you asked it right now, I'll be looking at Iniwan, because they actually qualified on the day number 1, where they were undefeated 5-0, just dropping one map all throughout the series here. Well, C8MG, they did drop on the day number 1, so they bounced back on day number 2, and that speaks a lot. Like, it's a statement to us from Iniwan that they can do this.
And yeah, honestly, Sassy, here's a little bit more facts for anyone, since they are actually one of the top qualifiers for this Garena Youth Challengers. Actually, one of the players here that's currently in their lineup, in their squad, is Ryukish. And here's a fan fact. Ryukish is a former player of Mambalo Kings, and I believe Warden, you have a lot to say about this player in Ryukish.
Yeah.
Definitely. Hello. Am I here, guys?
Yeah.
So, definitely about, Ryokish here. He's a very one factor type of player here. He was really showing a lot of inconsistency in terms of spawns. So for him to show up here, he needs to prove his cruciality, especially in spawns as well. I need to see him improve because, time has passed by. So, I do believe Ryokish is going to be a big form factor, especially if he can put his spawns game mode locked on. But for sure in this show, he is no question, man. He is legit a baller for the game mode.
And yeah, I mean, for Yukish, this guy and Search and Destroy is dangerous with this scope, but he really needs to actually step up here today just to show us that he really is still that guy that the team can count on. So for the moment, we're actually going to talk about C8 MG as well. C8 MG, this is going to be their second appearance in this competition, and of course they failed to win the championship on the first time on their first try, but that doesn't mean they will remain a failure. There's a reason why they're back here at Garena Youth Challenger Season 2, and they're here to best their achievement on that Garena Youth Challenger Season 1. And Sassy, this team right here, C8 MG, this team lacked the firepower in that first season, but I feel like with this second season, they have the chance to redeem themselves.
Yeah, I think that will be definitely affecting them because, I mean, in a positive way, because they will be motivated to bounce back in the season 2 of Garena Youth Challengers Cali.
Oh yeah, definitely. So now we're going to look at our schedule. Of course, the upper bracket quarterfinals officially set and done. So Sem 9, they will take it 3-0, serving the first donut for today. But coming right up next, it's going to be ENI 1 versus C8 MG. And right after that, we're going to see the upper bracket quarterfinals number 3 in VVV ESPORTS. And of course, PRATA Gang. Then right after that, we got PB Prime versus C8 AEIPATHY. But do note, guys, that whoever loses on this upper bracket quarterfinals, they still have a chance. And as you do see at PDR Esports, despite losing to Sem 9, they will play on the elimination match number 1, and thus they have that second chance to get back to that grand final. So then again, going into the point, in E1 versus C8 MG, this is going to be the next matchup ahead. And I'd love to know your thoughts about this match here, Warden.
I mean, overall, in E1 here in C8 MG, I think this is going to be completely different compared to the first matchup. Sem 9 and PDR Esports. PDR Esports came to the matchup being the dark horses here. And you in some way, right? I was actually entitling them as the dark horses because the formidable talents that they had to offer was, it was looking to be convincing, but it didn't really matter at most as looking at the state of the game. But for anyone here in C8, yeah, for sure, chemistry-wise, C8 will have it better compared to E1. But then again, just looking at the talents here, we got Nancy, we got Ryokish. Overall, I love what I'm seeing here. These are the talents around the community that they've been presenting themselves all around. So for them to be pushing all this efforts down in and getting the symbiotic system, maybe till then they could push through and put up a challenge up against C8.
And despite Iniwan actually being one of the top qualifiers for the bracket 2 for these Garena Youth Challenger Season 2, they're actually a team that was only built the last day of Garena Youth Challengers registration, and they have successfully climbed their way up. So individually, they have all the firepower, and I love that point there, Warden. Individually, Iniwan is actually great, but going up against C8 MG, who actually played with each other for quite some time now, it's going to be the team chemistry that will set C8 MG apart from Iniwan. But let's see, though, what's going to happen here. You take a look at this lineup. For C8 MG, they got Ashuri, Momra, Miyuki, Potsu, Proxy, Exla, and Sezi. Who do you think will be the player that will create most opportunity here for C8 MG to win?
I mean, no, it could be Mamra here though. But C8 MG, we have to look back on what you said earlier. Their secret weapon or their greatest strength here is their teamwork over in E1 because they have this cohesiveness. They do have the teamwork that they have built compared to in E1 that was last minute built. So that will be one of the key factors for C8 MG to win against anyone.
All right, then C8 MG there is going to be odds are going to definitely favor them when it comes to the team chemistry. But then again, you never know what might happen in this competition. And Warden, I feel like you're very familiar with Ashuri as you were able to actually cast the Garena Youth Challengers Season 1. This guy was part of Tyrant Divinity, and now he's here bringing the name of C8 MG. Do you think he'll be able to put up the same output he did on that Season 1?
I mean, him rolling around, roaming around the map surely could be a menace up against their predecessors, anyone here. But then again, it's all going to come down to the adjustment that he can pull through because it's a completely new environment. C8 MG and overall the organization is also the differential factor here. So, I've been seeing them all around the community as well, going for some scrimmages. And so far, they haven't been so promising. But, there's a reason why they are here now in the top 8 of the competition. So, Ashuri could be a big factor here, but I don't think he is the it factor for this. I'm really eyeing myself for a proxy for this one.
Oh yeah, proxy is going to be one of the eye opener here as well for C8 MG. And like the C8 organization itself, they really can raise a lot of powerhouse teams, and we did see that from C8 Legacy, C8 United, and there's coming weight C8 Stout, C8 MG, and of course C8 AEIPATHY coming right in, and of course representing the C8 squad. But now we're going to see their opponent, and they will face Inni one, which is Adam, Ange, Bimbo, Echo, Nancy, and Ryukish. And we did mention Ryukish as one of the players for Mamba Low Kings before. They had the roster change, but here this time, is going to play here for anyone, and I believe is going to make most out of it and create that impact. But looking at the other players, I believe this team is really, really stacked as well, Warden, because they have Nancy as their team captain, and not only that, they got players in Ange, Echo, and Adam that's clearly versatile in any role that they play.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, Echo is one of the most experimental players out there that teams do consider. And, fortunately, I'm really proud that this guy has found his home inside this organization in Niwan, or this team overall. But I also got to put the spotlight here on towards Nancy because you know me, Callie. I love myself some El Capitan plays. And whenever I see a team uncoordinated, it's all going to be reliant to the captain itself. If the team loses composure, it's all going to be the captain. So really, Nancy, I'm eyeing for you to keep your team composed because you really, man, like, you're going to be putting your team in a very good spot if ever you can lead them through in terms of getting their morale. But then again, you gotta see C8MG as just the same level as you all. You gotta put some respect, but play by your own pace. Maybe till then, Nancy, if you can lead your team that way. I'm speaking directly to the player here because I just want him to pull through in this one. Maybe till then they could pull through and put a scar up against C8MG.
Yeah, the captain is really the backbone of any esports squads out there competing for Garena Call of Duty Mobile. And, Nancy's got a lot of eyes on him. But, as a team, anyone has to actually play cohesive. And I think Sazi would agree on me on that. Right, Sazi?
Yep, definitely the in-game leader or the captain will be the backbone of the team here. And without the in-game leader, without the captain, you will be uncoordinated and you might fall onto the individual plays where the numbers strength will be playing the most in that. You don't want to have those isolated fights. You don't want to be stuck in a 1v5, 1v4. You want to play fair or you want your numbers to be greater. So cohesiveness is the key, especially for this team that is newly formed. Without any leader, they cannot have any plays because they haven't yet practiced before the Garena Youth Challenger. So that will be a crucial factor, an added weight to the back of our in-game captain.
Yeah, I really have to agree with you there, Sazi, because the captains clearly do most of the shot calling, and of course, being a new team, you really need the help of the captain. But then again, it's going to be a total team effort. Individual plays will do matter, but of course, teamwork will also be needed. It has to be balanced. But here are your maps and modes. C8MG, they will win the coin flip, and they'll be Team A. They will ban that take-up map, and of course, they will have that Purifier ban as well. And for a new one, gonna be the Team B. Map ban Hacienda, and of course, the operator skill to be banned will be Sparrow. So that leaves the Annihilator open, and now we got these maps available. Standoff, Raid, Slums, Firing Range, Summit, and Warden. How are you feeling about the maps that we have? We will see Slums from that control.
I mean, we did have a little bit of a talk, in terms of banning slums in Hacienda being the most common fad nowadays for the competitive scene. But, most likely it's going to be Hacienda out of the play most of the time. Slums could be really considered as an option for these two teams here. And, hardpoint slums was really something that I was really expecting for these teams to pull through. But having control slums, it's a big question mark for me. It's a very, there's a lot of chokeholds here, Callie. So it's going to be interesting in how these two teams could break from one another. But, the rest of the maps here are just on the standard scale for the competitive scene, aside from the fact that takeoff is out of the pool. So slums having a very interesting touch for the map pool itself.
Yeah, slums could be that curveball that will be thrown here by C8MG, as that will be their map pick, and I feel like slums control would be where they are confident at taking down anyone in this best of 5 series. But then again, we're going to look at the first map that will be coming up right up next, and that's going to be Standoff Hardpoint. And Sazi, you obviously know that Standoff is more on the close range engagements, and of course, opting for those early rotations are going to be very viable. And I think that's one of the things that these teams have to consider, because once you get outbeaten on that anchor position, there's a high chance of you not getting any points in that hardpoint.
Yep, definitely. The statue play for the P1 will be a very, very important play for these both teams. And considering the map pick here, it's very common. They have played it a lot of times, but anyone here just lacks the team play. However, with the familiarity of the standoff map again and again and again, it seems like anyone can actually get their teamwork on the standoff map, and this is not a very, very rare map compared to the takeoff map, which C8MG banned. So I think they could actually fight against each other toe-to-toe here.
Oh yeah, definitely. And now we are able to start this game. C8MG in the one on this second match for the day. Warden, Sandy, Casters, take it away.
Let's give it up now here. Let's give it up now here, Zazzy. Let's just put our voices in the air. Give it up now for C8 MG and anyone here about to battle it off here on towards P1. And looking to be full clearance here for a set of anyone. Can they hold it true though? Look at the map control here. We got Adam here putting the influence here on towards Grannies. Can he pull through and get the second? Yes, he does. 4 kills already under his name and looking to be a crucial factor for the team so far.
Yeah, crucial factor indeed. And this is where anyone's strength lies in. The individual strength that they are having against C8 MG. And this is the standoff map advantage that we are talking about earlier. Anyone here is actually taking that advantage to themselves. The familiarity of the map is what they are founding on, and this is the effect. 28 points against the 7 points of C8 MG, and now C8 MG will be forced to capitalize on the next hard point.
Wow, overall, this is really impressive gameplay here for the set of anyone. I wasn't really expecting them to get a full 40 inside, and they'll make it 44 if ever they can claim the final scrap time here out away from C8 MG. Now, on the other hand of the spectrum though, C8 MG looking to respond back with their own sense of hill, asserting at least 3 players around the parameter. Can they hold it off though? Hardpoint opening up and looking like they're going to be able to get the first handful of contestment inside the hill.
Yeah, first handful of contestants inside the hill, and C8 MG survived that first wave of attacks from anyone. Now here comes another one, but XLA here comes to the front line, takes down Adam here, and now gets the second one, but it will be denied though by Nancy. And this is the second wave of attacks. Still not enough to take on to the hard point of C8 MG, but Nancy comes in and tries to get the double kill, takes down one, and pulls out of this equation. But still, no translations whatsoever. C8 MG putting a lot of fight here in this hard point.
I mean, I wouldn't get my hopes up in terms of anyone finding a break inside a hill. Look at the formation that they're trying to pull through. Only one player though remains from the side of C8 MG, and there's still 15 seconds left inside the hill. And looking like their scrap time will be under the hands of anyone. I was really hoping that C8 MG could hold their grounds. Yes, they will hold their grounds. Proxy with a double kill right there will take down Bimbo and Echo, and just like that, the lead will still be retained by the side of C8 MG. It only took 1 hill for C8 MG. It was like this, man. C8 MG, anyone. You take 1 hill, we'll take 1 as well. And just like that, it's a full capitalization in how they have taken the lead. P3 opening up, looking like anyone will have a response as well.
Yeah, very excellent play coming from C8 MG. They move immediately to the next hard point, leaving 1 player for the previous hard point, which has taken that control of the scrap time. Now that gives another advantage for C8 MG, and with the defense that they have showed earlier onto the previous hard point, it is actually good for them to have the initiative because you capitalize on the defense, and that is where their strength lies in. Now the defense effect is actually showing up. C8 MG continuously taking the points here, but Adam right now knocking on the door of anyone of C8 MG, but still no translations whatsoever. C8 MG continuously taking on that solid defense.
That was a miss shot there for a set of anyone. You know, Adam right there was making a lot of plays, but unfortunately, they weren't able to find that break. So they're going to be settling here for the next hill. It is, and looking like they're going to be able to get that rotation down in. But on the other hand of the spectrum, though, look at the lead here for a set of C8 MG. We're only going to be talking about P3 here. P4 now here, Zezzy. They only need 4 more points to get the 100-point mark on towards their club. So overall, it's going to be a big take here for a set of anyone. If they can hold their grounds and retain the points back to their side, it could equalize the grounds, but it's going to be a tough call mission here. Look at this, C8 MG will try to find a break here from the front, and Nancy on the other hand of the spectrum will find that play here, roaming around inside the hill, but unfortunately, he's making all of this plays, but C8 MG will get the influence inside the hill.
Man, Nancy trading himself onto the offense, and that is exactly how C8 MG went in. C8, anyone here focus on the top side while C8 MG perform a flank here to get the hard point. Now the defense is under their control, and this is again their strength. Look at the defense of Proxy here taking down 2, and anyone cannot get inside the hard point, not close to the proximity of the defense, and anyone still struggling outside. They will be taking out the statue control of our C8 MG. Bimbo will be securing himself in the second floor of this position, but Bimbo still needs to get inside. Now Mamra is waiting in the corner, takes down 1, but now this is the breakthrough that they are waiting for, but the time is not enough, and they are now transitioning towards the next hard point.
Wow, time is just moving in so fast here, and it was a glimpse of a moment that we saw that anyone was leading the game, but it only took 1 resolvement there for C8 MG to just take the lead overall. Look at how dominant this is. You know, as we would love to say, if this was the default format, C8 MG would win it out dominantly, but yet the game is not over, not just yet. Anyone here, as long as the game is alive, they can still pull through and make a comeback, but if they want to do so, it's going to be a hard call mission here, Zezzy.
Yeah, hard call. and now C8MG is out of the hard point. This is the first hard point performance of Iniwan that they need to capitalize on. They need to use this as a trampoline to soar higher in the next hard point, get those operator skills, get those score streaks that they can use to against C8MG, and now they are doing it. But Miyuki will be pulling up the Annihilator, and this will pave the way towards the second hard point.
Pave the way precisely. And you know, there's just one thing that I love about C8MG. They get the contestment here in terms of the scrap, and they also get the early rotations here on towards the next hill. And that courtesy right here is done by Miyuki. The Annihilator right there will find a two-piece, will completely alert anyone that he's just going to be around the parameter, and he's going to be able to pull through and get the clearance inside the hill. And that is how the translation will come into the play. C8MG once more bound to claim another hill.
Yeah, bound to claim another hill with the help of two Annihilators. But now, Iniwan will try to get inside. Annihilator of Bimbo. Look at the 3-man defense, but Miyuki takes them all out. But still, in the end, Iniwan will be getting through this one. But XLA with the triple kill, breaking the offense of Iniwan and denying them, letting them shove away in that hard point. And now, C8MG, Miyuki fully stacked on the score streak. This could be the game ender here, Warden.
I mean, it could be the game ender, but unfortunately, there's going to be only 18 seconds left for the hard point to be played with here. But if ever the momentum won't get shifted down for the side of Iniwan, this could really end on towards P3 second deck. So there we go. Early rotations here are kicking in for the side of Iniwan, and this is going to be the last desperate urge for them to hold their grounds. I would really call this as the championship hold, but till then, this is only the quarterfinals game number 2, so it's going to be a tough call mission here. It could be a big statement if they can hold their grounds. Rotations kicking in now. Prox here trying to swoop down the hill, and just like that, it could be another, yes, it is another full clearance for the side of C8MG. 223 to 224, 25 more points to claim, and it's gonna be game.
This is gonna be the game because the cluster strike will be raining down against the Iniwan, but now Gravity Vortex will be popped off, and 6 Adam right now is still inside the hard point. Echo will be taking down 3, but the Gravity Vortex and Annihilator from afar from Adam inside the hard point will be defending this for quite some time. But now C8MG knocked on the door still, but Nancy will be denying that entry. Adam right now with the macro, Roxy looking for the double kill, but now they go XLA sneakily going inside. This is a trade. This is it. Iniwan is still getting this hard point, but this will pave the way for C8MG to capitalize on the next hard point, which will be the game ender against Iniwan.
Yeah, they're really paving the way there for the next rotations here. Coming again, they only need 29 more points to claim it all up, and it's gonna be game. So, yeah, 19 more points actually. Sorry, my bad right there. But anyways, guys, 130 to 231 here. Still not gonna be convincing for the side of anyone. Yes, I did say that if ever they're gonna be able to hold their grounds on towards P3, it's gonna be a statement. But they need to pull off at least like 3 statements for them to bounce back on towards this game. And looking like the statement here will be coming onto the falls, because right now, C8MG will only hold the hard point for just a glimpse of a moment, and until then it's all going to be painted in yellow. It's still going to be anyone holding their grounds.
Yeah, anyone's still holding this ground right now, but XLA for the entry. Bimbo will be denied. Namra gets in and Echo slides in, but Namra waiting in that corner for the ambush against Iniwan. Now 9 more seconds until they will win, but Ashuri will be assuring the C8MG of that victory, and Iniwan here will be left in the dust as C8MG will be taking the first game of this series.
Yeah, first game for the series here. Obviously, a quite hot team we have here for the side of C8MG. They're just balling it all out. Just looking at the players here. They're just smiling, man. They know how dominant they were in terms of that matchup. Yeah. And Ewan, unfortunately, they were able to kick things off quite strongly. But you know me, Zazzy, it's all about the clean ending. It's all about the better ending. And clearly, C8MG didn't just have the better ending. It was also the better storyline overall in terms of the mid line for this game. So, and one last thing, Jesse, ever since C8MG got that clearance inside P2, once they got the lead, they never gave it back to anyone.
Yeah, they never gave it back to Iniwan. And we can see why Ashuri is very, very good this time. They got the buff here. But man, yeah, looking at the post-game breakdown, Miyuki, the man, together with Proxy, roaming around and just killing everyone here.
Yep. Killing everyone. 36 kills under his name, 22 deaths and 18 assists. Alongside with Proxy as well, we did talk about, Ashuri might be pulling through the spotlight for this one, but Proxy is just pulling off one of the best overall, like a positional. He's really a good positional player here, as 46 seconds under his name, 37 kills alongside with Miyoki. In total, it's just overall that strong firepower here for both of this duo, and it explains why they're both on the top of the feed right there in terms of that leaderboard. So 250 to 142, not even a close match at all. But till then, I never want to neglect the fact that anyone did show a little bit of life. It's just about the consistency that I was really expecting to see from their side, and it really went on a downfall. And coming in now, this format right here, it takes a lot of endurance for you to pull through and win out the whole series. And the endurance here for a set of anyone, they were on the trailing ends most of the times. Their stamina wasn't so on par up against C8 MG.
Yeah, the stamina of Iniwan wasn't that on par, and maybe because it was their lack of teamwork, or C8MG has this superior teamwork. They have these strategies, they have this systematic play on how to hold this hard point, how to hold that hard point, who will be in here, who will be in there. And compared to Iniwan, where their greatest ace is their firepower, C8MG matched that one. So Iniwan has no superior advantage over C8MG right now, as we can see, comparing the kills and the strategies.
Yeah, comparing the kills and the strategy here, and so far it was really a big question mark there. But let's bring in our analyst here, Cali Gaming. How did it go down there? Because it wasn't so pleasant there for the side of anyone. What's your insights here, man?
Not really a great side. I have to agree with you. As you can see, like the kills, that's really outweighs there for anyone. I mean, that the guys have 96 kills with a total of 115 deaths. They're looking about a 0.83 KD team KD ratio, and not really exactly promising when you play those respawns. Meanwhile, look at the other team, C8MG, absolutely on a tear, 140 deaths. 140 kills, 113 deaths, and combining for a 1.2 team KD ratio. And I mean, if that's not amazing, I don't know what is. But then again, Warden, you really pointed out one key player earlier, and that was Proxy. This guy had a 1.60 KD at this hard point, and this really says what this guy can do.
Yeah, precisely, man. He was really a crucial player here alongside Miyuki. The coordination between these two teams. In fact, the roles was completely different. Miyuki was really like the roamer for the team, and Proxy was just holding their grounds, anchoring for the team as well. So the symbiotic system right there clearly worked out, and that is the dynamic duo that really compensated for the remaining three players here for the side of C8 MG. Overall, the spotlight will be given for the side of Miyuki and Proxy, but I can't neglect the fact that C8 MG, the rotations and the coordinations was just on point for the whole team.
Oh, yeah. And then, of course, that really says a lot about C8MG because of how they've been able to stick around as a team even longer compared to the boys of anyone. But then again, we're moving into Search and Destroy, and this is going to be much more slower compared to that hard point. But we start the game with Exla getting that kill. Casters, take it away.
When not so slow as XLA opens up with the scope here, and then the onslaught continues. The rampage of C8MG non-stop from the hard point, getting towards this Search and Destroy. This is yet the first round, but they are dominant enough to ram over the whole Iniwan squad.
Yeah, ram over here, and just like that, only at least 30 seconds has passed by, and it's only going to be Tyrant Bimbo here to clutch this one out for a set of anyone, and it's not looking to be quite promising here. The heat from C8 MV from Hardpoint really came into the play here for Search and Destroy, and I can see this being a one-sided love affair, especially if they can really get the composers back. Nancy, it's all down to you to compose your team here, but the spotlight for now is going to be given for Bimbo here. 1v4, a minute and 5 seconds to be played with here. Isolates one, takes Ashuri out of the play. Can he connect with a double? Sprays down in, gets him out. XLA and Ashuri out of the play. 2v1 here, still doable.
OMG. Is this the ace of the first round that Bimbo will be spotted in? Now CBR4 from that range will not be working quite a bit. Miyuki right now will need to watch out for Bimbo. Now the scopes are in. Can he get the head out of this opponent? But still, Miyuki instead will be denying that potential ace. And just like that, C8MG quickly translate that momentum into something fearful for the side of Iniwan.
Completely fearful here, Zezzy. If I was on the side of anyone, I would be on my tippy toes. You know, C8 MG, despite the fact that on hard point, they were on the trailing ends for the first run. They're on T1. This time around, on round number 1, they're going to be on the lead. And I know for a fact that C8 MG, they're going to be having their smiles here. So here we go. Round number 2 opening up. Miyuki will be able to kick things off with a frag. Bimbo out of the play. The star players supposedly on the first round will no longer be showcased here. For V5 quickly now. Contacts on the mid lane. Mambra will take down Echo. Echo no more. A lot of contacts here still coming to the play, but it's all going to be C8 MG. Finally, a refrag will come in. Nancy will take down a Shuri, but till then, a lot of trade-offs here, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Game is just moving in so fast. C8 MG will be leading by 2.
Yeah, surprise after surprise. The ambushes of C8 MG really catches Iniwan off guard. From the first round, they catch off guard the Iniwan squad, and now in the second round, it's quite same like that. And now they're really looking to repeat the same strategies, but this time, N6 Adam here, Iniwan squad will be watching out for their place.
Needs to watch out for their place here. And looking to be a very formidable take here on towards the B bomb side. Quite a refreshing take here for the side of anyone. And it might work out quite well. They just need to eliminate the last 2 players here on towards Laundry. So maybe till then they can get the bomb planted. Or are they just going to go for the frag here? But look at the aggression here for the side of C8 MG. They don't care. They're just going to rush in inside the bomb side. Gonna be bashing their heads against the wall. And confidently going to be winning this conflict. But can't get too complacent. It was a 2v2 down to a 2v1 as Bimbo will be out of the play. All down to El Capitan here. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Is your fearful trip? Is it done? It's not done yet. Not just yet. He's going to be able to isolate it just like that. 1v1 here. Proxy, Nancy, what can you do for your teams?
Yeah, Proxy, Nancy, what can you do? This is the 1v1 situation. They're quite far away, but Nancy is looking to get the bomb. He's getting the long route here in order to just avoid Proxy. But now Proxy smells something different and now is headed towards the bomb where Nancy is also headed. They will be meeting here soon, but with the weapon of choice here, Nancy will be actually in the favor on the bomb site B together with the Mac 10 and the Terran advantage compared to CBR4.
Proxy gonna go for a wraparound, but the timing is so surreal. Proxy didn't find him. Didn't see him at all. And Nancy's gonna go for a wraparound as well. It was Proxy from the backends. Now it's Nancy. How does this happen? Look at this. Slowly but surely. And he's gonna go for the spray down. Gets the kill off. And finally, anyone will get around up to their side. Honestly, that was one of the most finicky sequence I've ever seen so far in this event here, Zezzy.
Yeah, definitely. It was the Call of Duty timing at its finest for Iniwan in their favor against C8 MG, and they quickly translated the golden opportunity for them to score a point here because that was the first time that they had the numbers advantage, or actually the fair numbers here, 2v2, and yeah, fortunately they have taken that point because they won't know when will be the next point available for them because C8 MG very aggressive and now things are slowing down.
Yeah, things are slowing down here. A bit more respect here for the set of C8 MG. But look at this, Ryokish here trying to play. The scope in hand on the corner right there. Player 2. Shuri's just waiting for the initiation to go through, and he's going to be able to find himself in contact, but unfortunately not enough time to react. Echo will find one as well, but on the other hand of the spectrum, C8 MG will respond back with 2 kills of their own as well. 3v3 situation here. Bomb is going to get planted too. And just like that, it's going to be a first retake situation here. Who's going to be able to pull it out? Nancy isolating one player. Miyuki out of the play. 3v2, Proxy and XLA, what can you do? Once more, Nancy on the desperate urge to get more kills, gets tagged down. Information has now been relayed. He knows for a fact one person is just going to be from the wrap around, but Proxy will take him out. 2v2, time is ticking, 20 seconds left on the clock to be played with here for the set of C8 MG. And looking like anyone here will not be able to hold their grounds quite nicely as they want to expect. And just like that, C8 MG will get that clearance inside the bomb site and gonna be getting that diffuse.
Oh man, that was so close. Ryukish actually hit the target, but that was a hit marker. An unfortunate series of events for Iniwan. They had the bomb planted. They got the advantage. They found their home in bomb site B, but things did not look good on that situation. Ryukish with that unfortunate advantage, but now C8. They know that Iniwan is comfortable on the bomb site B, but still they won't let their guards down on the bomb site A. But this is C8 once again, the very aggressive C8 that will be punished in the third game because Iniwan already knows their tricks here, Warden.
Yeah. And they know their tricks here. But is it going to be enough information for them to pull through those? Look at this. Aggression coming in. Shuri will take down Ryukish. Proxy will take down Bimbo. Just like that. Yeah, for sure. Still, the odds still looking quite favorable for the side of anyone. But we've seen the situation before. C8 MG up against Tree with only 2 players remaining there. It's all down to Miyoki and Proxy, which is basically the MVP for Hardpoint. This dynamic duo. Can they pull through and search and destroy? Time is ticking though. And last time we saw this one out, they managed to get the bomb defused. We got player 4 here. Proxy gonna go for a wraparound. Player 3 might be able to get himself in contact. Proxy needs to check his corners. He's not gonna be able to find it out. Just like that. 1v3 situation now, all down to Miyuki. And fortunately for the side of anyone, this could be another round under their belt if ever Miyuki can't make the play. And looking at the time here, Zezzy, it's not gonna matter at all because then again, Echo will take him out. 3-2 we go. C8 MG is only gonna be leading by 1.
And that is where the numbers comes in. In E1 here, again, their strength lies in their individual numbers. While C8MG, when they are they are together, they are really, really strong and gets the plays executed. Now, in E1, gets that numbers advantage, just get all of the value that they can out of that play. But now, C8 aggressiveness is on the board once again. This is C8 specialty, and in E1, they didn't go for the bomb site B, and the past tries that anyone gets on the bomb site A, it was not successful at all.
Yeah, not successful at all. Clearly, if you're going to be playing a raid, I think you're just going to be going for that A bomb site. But, you know, anyone, they have their own different type of arsenal here. Much more confident on the B side. But, you know, in terms of like the formation here for the set of C8MG, having 3 players around the mid lane is completely the right answer here. Just giving no sense of leeway whatsoever for the set of anyone. But then again, Bimbo will be able to kick things off, opening up a kill there, up against 1, make it a 2. He's gonna be able on the roll, and just like that, as XLA trying to make a play as well. Can he pull through, even up the grounds? Might be able to get himself in contact. Will go for a shot. Ryukish out of the play. 3v3 we go. Looking to be an A take now here for the state of anyone. Can they pull through?
Can they pull through? Ashur right now knocking on the doors, but Echo will be greeting him with that 2Ps together with Bimbo. Now XLA only remaining, and the information has been given. The hit flinch is in effect, nullifying the scope advantage, and thus E1 will be catching up against C8MG. Now the sides will be switched and the momentum will be reset. Who will be getting this one? Will E1 get that momentum, or C8MG will surprise them once again?
I think in some way that C8MG could really pull through a surprise here. They're really dominant in terms of like going aggressive, especially on defense, you know, with them playing offense, real offense this time around. Really for sure they can pull through and surprise us here, Tessin. Just like that, Proxy will try to make a play there, but unfortunately he's gonna go down. Nancy takes him out, but Mambra will be able to even things up. Miyoki as well, alongside with the Shuri, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, 3 players out of the play, making a 4th out of the play for the side of an E1, and it's all down to Ryuki here with a scope. What can you do up against 3 players? And the time soon enough will be ticking up against your side. 44 seconds left to be played with here, 1v3.
1v3. Anyone's attack here, anyone's formation was actually perfect. The execution was poor, and that is where the communication and the teamwork lies here, because the flank was actually ready to be executed. But the fact is, C8MG went for the breakthrough, was successful, and now Ryukish will try to go for the scopes here. Let's see if he is stable with the scopes. But now 2 members of C8 greet him, and that won't be necessary because anyone will be losing that fight against 2 members. What can you do in the face of 2 guns?
I mean, in some way, nothing much you can do there, Zezzy. It's just gonna be, just, you know, hoping for the best, pray for the best, but unfortunately, gotta face the reality, and the odds wasn't really on his favor this time around, though. All eyes on C8MG here because they're about to surprise us once more. A V execution here being led now and being crusaded here by the side of C8MG, and looking like they're gonna be able to assert and allocate 3 players around the perimeter, 1 player watching from the back ends, and this is completely the setup that I totally expect from the side of C8MG. But look at this, anyone though, the rotations, look at this. They're gonna be allocating their players as well on towards the B lane right now, and they're gonna be able to pull through and get the frags working on the board. We got Ryukish here on the laundries, will be able to take 1. Bimbo, they're trying to make a play, but unfortunately he's not gonna be able to pull through, and it's all down to Ryukish here and to Echo to clutch this one out. From the wraparound we go. He's gonna be able to put that influence down in, and attention will be put up to him now. Attention span, we have to the play. Ryukish here trying to make the shot, could have hit the shot, could have made that shot to make the play, but unfortunately Unfortunately, he's gonna go down, and just like that, C8MG will retain the lead.
Once again, the same play from Iniwan. The pincer was perfect. The execution was not. That was the very moment where the sniper of Iniwan could actually get those 2 pieces because they were distracted by Echo, and now they were losing those fights. They are suddenly punished, but Ryukish will try to bounce it back. This is revenge time for the side of Iniwan. They need to prove themselves in this fight against C8MG.
Yep, they need to give a fight here against C8MG, and just like that, here they're still trying to. They're on the desperate urge here, Zesty, but it's not looking to be promising now. They need to at least get more frags. We're gonna board, but when you get a player like anyone here trying to make that play, might be able to catch Miyuki, misses the shot, and Mountbro from the back ends will take him out. Oh my days, such an unlucky position, but nothing much you can do. Can't dwell on spilled milk. Still, Nancy and Ryokish, could they be the answer? Lower down the lead here for the side of C8MG, and just like that, Ryokish, it's all down to you once more. You've been in this situation before. You know what you gotta do. You need to hit your shots, connect your shots, and maybe till then, you could be the rightful answer for your team. Time will now start ticking. C8MG will get the bomb planted 1v2.
1v2. And now number 2 is Shuri just waiting in the corner. Ryukish right now tries to get those heads popping. But so far, no information, no vision will be given. And they exactly know where to hide if you are Ryukish and C8MG. Right now, they just need to get the defense done. Just need to let the clock time down to 0, and that is exactly what they're doing now. Ryukish missing those shots, and in the corner, Ashuri gets him and takes him out. Now, this is the match point for C8MG.
I mean, there was a lot of leg shots there for a side of Ryukish. Unfortunately, he's not really popping off here. If you're gonna be a player that's just gonna be committed onto where search and destroy, you gotta be putting on. You gotta have that spotlight on you, my guy. But at the end of the day, Call of Duty is a team-based game. It's all gonna come down to the whole team itself to make that play. And so far, could this be the round for them? They're gonna be able to get the first blood out away. Proxy will be out of the equation. Bimbo here sprays down, takes on Miyuki. That's gonna be the 2 dynamic duo here for the side of C8MG out of the play. In E1 now, they need to grab their chance here to capitalize around, and looking like it's going to be the case here. But Mambra on the roll, on the feed right there, will find 2. Ryukish from the top ends will be anchoring for his team, but contact still happening here on towards the pull side. Bimbo will find another XLA out of the play, all down to Mamra here with a Mac 10, but unfortunately, he's not going to last for so long. And in E1, finally, they stop the momentum out away from C8MG.
Bimbo is the man of that defense, successfully holding on the bomb site A and not letting C8MG go past near that one. And Iniwan actually gets the advantage because they took advantage of the position of Bimbo right there. They go for the back end, they go for the backstab, they go for the pincer here, and now C8 successfully breaks through on this A site. What will Iniwan do? Can they learn their lesson on the execution? This is the perfect position for them to perform a pincer, but it all boils down to the execution once again. Number 1, Nancy on the back ends. They need the timing, they need the shot call right now.
Yeah, they need the shot call here right now. They need to make that play. But when you got XLA here just watching from the wrap around, he's going to be able to get that first initial frag. Shot in, won't be able to find a connection. Adam from the back end will take him out. And the retake is still coming into the process. But are they going to be able to pull through? Anyone, Adam here will find 2. But is it going to be enough to pull through and get the round up in the board? Time is ticking here. Only 1 player remains for the side of C8MG. And they're going to be able to sweep him out. And just like that, Anyone will lower down the lead by 1. And man. I was questioning the defense here for the side of Anyone. I was about to say they need to double down their efforts here on towards the A bomb site, but looking like playing retake is their forte, and they're going to be able to capitalize that round. 1 more round away, equalizing ends, and they're really dodging a bullet here, Zezzy.
Yeah, they actually learned their lesson on that spot right there because they had the perfect position. The execution was answered, and that was a very beautiful execution. Now they go for the aggressive side. Take note that they are the defenders, and they are using the tactic of C8MG against themselves. They're letting C8MG have a taste of their own medicine, and Nancy right now conquers the laundries, and this will be a trap for C8MG if they want to pursue the bomb site B.
Look at the utilization. Look at the utilization. The coordination throws down the nade. Nancy will fall back. Proxy will intercept him all out. Just like that, one easy kill for the set of C8MG to compensate for a Shuri go down quickly as well. 6-5, we go for V4. And C8MG find the resolvement down in. If ever you want to do so, the A bomb set will be the right call here with player 4 and player 5 here, aka Adam and Ryukish, all towards the B lane. Really, I don't think the B bomb set will be the right call here, but soon enough, C8MG, they need to make a play. If they want to go for A, they need to move in quick. This is the perfect opportunity. Look at the rotations. So anyone, they bit for that B bomb site. They neglected the A side, but till then, no initiations here for the set of C8MG.
Yeah, because anyone knows that if A will be conquered, they know how to execute a pincer play and trap the opponents inside the bomb site A. And now looking at things here, they were doubting at the movement of C8MG. No movement whatsoever, and now they confirm it in the middle. Adam right now taking down Proxy, and this will leave C8 at the crossroads. Where do we go? Do we go forward, side, or back, or onto the bomb site A? And the answer will be B, where Adam once again will be meeting them, but this time Macton on the long range won't be really working out.
Yeah, not really working out. The next delay will take him out. And just like that here, this is going to be the last 40 seconds here for Search and Destroy. But as Ryoki will take down Miyuki, lowering down numbers here for the set of C8MG, but you know, it's XLA and Mamra. You can't take them out of the equation. And XLA will have a clearance up against Ryokish, and Ryokish will not hear him. How does this happen? Left to stall out here. Mamra will take down. Oh my days! 2 kills under the name of C8MG, and it's all down to this 1v1 Echo. You need to save your team's lives here. This is your opportunity to extend your life furthermore for the team. Are they going to be able to pull it through? XLA will go for a top. Wrap around, and just like that, the play will come in, and C8MG will win Raid, Search and Destroy.
Very excellent decision making from XLA, knowing that the verticalities will serve as a blind spot in that position. They didn't know that XLA was at the top, and because of that, he gets the first bullet advantage, and he has recovered from his health disadvantage, and that translated onto the game-ending play coming in from C8MG. That was the aggressiveness of C8MG, not backing down on any fear, and instead using their confidence to build up these decisions that will actually help them win.
My man, there was a lot of question marks that I put up for C8MG. Why are you all doing this? Why are you all doing that? And they just completely, they constantly prove me wrong on this one. Why go for the B bomb side? There's 2 players there. You know what? Warden, we're just going to be bashing our heads against the wall, and we know for a fact that we're going to win this one out because the gunfights is just on a different level, different set of C8MG. Yeah, for sure, it could have went both ways. It was only 1 round away for anyone to get that round number 6 on their side. Maybe till then, they could get the match point advantage and capitalize their own game for the series. But coming again, we saw it went down 2-0. Now we're going to be moving over to control. But Zezzy, overall, C8MG, the momentum is still coming in hot.
Yeah, the momentum is still coming in hot, and control mode, this will be a struggle if you are Team Iniwan. But looking at the post-game breakdown, Mamra and Ashuri this time will be the ones leading the charge. Earlier, we have seen Proxy and Miyuki, so it's good to see that these players has different strengths, and they are actually using it as a whole, as a team, as a series here. Different strategies, different strengths, and different game modes, very utilized personalities from each players here, Warden.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you got designated S&D players here for C8MG and Mamra, sure, taking the spotlight out away from Proxy and Miyuki. And you know, man, I don't want to be hard on Ryokish here, but coming again, if you're going to be a player that's going to be supposedly just for Search and Destroy, you need to step up with him on the bottom end on the scoreboard right there. He's not really a convincing player here for the side of Iniwan. And maybe till then, if we could have gotten those connections on the early stages of the game mode, maybe till then they could have capitalized more around. Because, you know, we're talking about Raid, Search and Destroy, the mansion in Hollywood, Los Angeles, and there's a lot of long-range combats that you have to pull through. And being the sniper for the team, he was supposed to be the it factor for this moment, but unfortunately, spotlight wasn't on his side. It was Nancy, the El Capitan, alongside with Bimbo making that play. But you know, it didn't matter. 7-5, a little bit more closer this time around compared to Hardpoint. But what is done has been done. Here, Zezzy, it was just it's coming into a clean slate here for the set of C8MG.
Yeah, clean slate indeed. And this time, The momentum is on C8MG. But coming in on the control mode, I think that anyone has still the chance because C8MG, looking at their history, they're actually struggling in the control. It's either they lose on a 0-3, 2-3, or they win in the round number 5. So maybe we can still see the map number 4 or map number 5, but for sure, anyone still needs to cross this border that C8MG set in order to get on that long distance.
Yeah, definitely. I want to quickly elaborate here, in control, who is it going to be? Does anyone have a chance here on towards control? It's a mixture of search and destroy and hardpoint and domination. I want to have an elaboration here with our analyst here. Callie, come in, man. Does anyone have a chance here on control, or will it be another 3-0?
Well, honestly, Warden, moving into slumps control, this is going to be a map pick by C8MG. And when you say it's a map pick, it means that this team is actually confident at taking down their opponents and having to pick this lumps control by C8MG. Unfortunately for anyone, odds will be going up against them, but still, you never know what can happen in this type of game mode because control is actually a very new map. But then again, just looking at the recent spawns that we had, actually, the boys of C8MG plays a lot better. So I'm kind of expecting the same thing to happen here to Slums Control, but I do hope that anyone will be able to get one map here to spark that map for map number 5. And now we're going to start this Slums Control. Sassy, Warden, you guys take this away because this is going to be really, really hot.
Take it away. Thank you, Callie, for that one right there. And honestly, guys, odds here in terms of the whole situation, not still looking bright here for the 7E1. But then again, I do want them to prove me wrong on this one. But look at the take here for the set of C8MG. Exactly what you don't really expect to see. A take here on towards A Hill. Early on towards this game, 28-29. Frags here still looking quite promising here for both ends of the spectrum, but more given for the set of C8MG. And look at the influencers, Zeddy. This is something that you don't really expect to see.
Yeah, this is what you don't expect, and this is Iniwan losing the A flag here. But so far, Iniwan is doing a great job in defending. They're actually equalizing the numbers of lives here. And if you're Iniwan, the key to victory here is to slow things down. Because C8MG from the hardpoint towards the search and destroy, they are very aggressive, they're very fast, and now C8MG is doing the diversionary tactic that teams do in this control so that they can take control of a flag. However, in E1 here, their strength lies in the individual skills. So actually, getting the diversion is not a problem for them because they can handle the one-on-one. But now C8MG getting onto the second segment of the flag B, and in E1 is still on the losing side in terms of lives.
Yep. Really chilling in terms of lives here. And look at the influence here for the Hills. It was a first take here on towards the A Hill, but looking like B will be finally secured here for the 7C8MG. And it's all going to come down to Alpha now here in B1. Coming in now, needs to hold their grounds, but a lot of time people played with here for the 7C8MG. They could go for a wraparound, back their heads against the wall. And looking like a wraparound will come into the play. Player 4, player 3, and player 2 here for the 7C8MG. We'll try to find the break here from the back, and so keep in mind the spawns will also be there. So it's not going to be the right call for me, but till then, if ever they can get captured on towards that Alpha, I think bashing their heads against the wall will capitalize them around.
Yeah, definitely bashing their heads all throughout the around. And now in E1, they are still holding strong here. They just need to survive 1 minute and 30 seconds, but that is so long for Iniwan. The C8MG here is actually getting inside the flag, and now 5 lives remaining for Iniwan, but the kill feed is painted in blue, and now 5 against 10. C8MG quite far away from this flag, and they need the cohesiveness. They need the call first before entering this flag.
The call first here. They need to coordinate here, man. It's all down to El Capitan Nancy for you to make the call right here. But look at the live stream, man. Double down here for the set of C8MG, and looking like it's gonna take a lot of effort here. They can't pull off any mistakes. Just like that, mistakes pouring all over the place here for the set of anyone. It's only gonna take one more life, and Bimbo will go down. Proxy will take him out. C8MG, it wasn't so fast of a round, but it was really the lead just all over for the place for the set of C8MG.
Yep, and critical mistake coming from Iniwan is that they didn't go out and conquer the spies planted from C8MG. They waited for C8MG to assemble first before getting inside, and that was the golden opportunity for Iniwan to take them out because that will be the 5 versus 2, 5 versus 3, and they didn't get that, and that is why C8MG was allowed to push as a 5-member stack and that successfully was executed in the flag A. And now the sides has been switched in E1 right now. Can they do the same diversionary tactic that C8MG pulled off, or will they get the brute force towards a flag here?
Could be the brute force, could be the brute force, and it's looking to be quite promising here once again for the side of C8MG. But the influencer on towards Bravo is something that I actually totally expect here, especially on the offensive side. In terms of playing defense here on towards Slum's control, you just gotta play for Alpha, and maybe till then you could just hold your grounds, call out the time, or just get those initial frags. Until then, you can capitalize the game. So there we go. Here it's all down to Alpha, and here for a set of a new one to play through. Look how they're gonna be able to put more influence comparing to the previous round. Here, Adam trying to make the play. Unfortunately, he does go down. 2 players here, 3 players, 4 players around the parameter with Proxy there trying to make a play on towards the bottom ends of the parameter, but it didn't really work out quite well. But till then, live still convincing for the side of C8MG.
Yeah, C8MG is actually winning this one because the spawn is nearer against Iniwan. And Iniwan is not playing cohesively. They're going one by one. They don't let themselves assemble first before attacking a flag. And that is why they fall one by one. Look at the flag right now. It's a 2v3 situation. And they go for the brute force. This could be a mistake that they will be committing. And just like that, C8 will be repelling them. But so far, Iniwan has the lead in terms of the lives here. But no translation whatsoever, because the flag is still in the hands of C8MG. The time is 1 minute remaining. The smoke will pop off, and this could be the big push that we are waiting for the side of Iniwan.
Yeah, hopefully the big push here for the side of E1. They need to equalize their grounds here. They can't give the momentum out away for C8MG just like that. And Ashuri here with a gravity vortex is scooping them all out, sucking them into the void and giving them the taste of hell. And just like that, man, C8MG will retain another hold here in terms of the hill. They're going to be able to survive one more wave here out away from E1. And it's only going to take 2 more waves here for E1 here to try to make their chances bet. But unfortunately, it's not looking to be promising. But look at the lives here, 69, only leading by 3, only leading by 2 lives here for the set of C8MG. Still could go both ways, but the time is ticking here. And E1, the pressure is on. Can they pull through?
Can they pull through? 5 lives remaining. This is cohesiveness of C8MG to the max. And now Ange will take down XLA. St. Miyuki holding down the fort. 2 lives remaining, and that will be the last life for Iniwan. They need to hide with Adam soloing this charge. Gets the backstab through. Ashuri will be taken down, but 1 life remaining, and the timer will be ticking. C8MG still taking that win.
Yeah, still taking that win, getting that dub, and just like that, and I'm just looking at the feed here, looking at the kills here for the side of an E1.
Yeah.
A negative side here, except for Angie, but overall, it's a team-based game. So you gotta put the pressure, you gotta put that momentum all together as a team, and really anyone here having a hard time. But if you get Adam here popping off for the team, getting a 2 spree, can that capitalize onto a capture here? I don't think so. But Miyoki on the end of the spectrum, and a later showtime won't last for so long as well. I mean, a lot of investment here to pull it through, but no major impacts, not just yet. But I gotta give props here for anyone. They're leading the kills right now, trying to divert the attention here on towards Bravo. Can they hold it off though? C8MG about to get captured on towards Bravo, not unless they can pull it through and get this one out. Contacts happening here, and looking like anyone just don't want to give Bravo out away for C8MG.
Yeah, they don't want to give the B flag in order to not extend the timer. But now C8MG is stepping on the B flag. Nancy cannot find the wall bangs. The smoke will popped off, but no entry whatsoever for our Iniwan. And now they go for the backstab. Nancy will be caught off, and this will be a 3v2 situation. Nancy comes in. Mamra will not be taken down. Very timely backup coming in from C8MG will be allowing the B flag to be captured. And comparing to the previous execution of C8MG, they go for the straightforward route, not diversifying their tactics, and this is the brute force that C8MG can actually pull off.
Ooh, yeah, and exactly. And this is another trick that they pulled off earlier here. Look at this. 3 players around the bottom ends of the spot right there. And they're going to go for this wrap around. Going to try to find a break, softening up the defense here out away from Iniwan. This could be it. But unfortunately for them, they're going to be losing those gunfights. A lot of investments here for the side of Iniwan. Asher with an Annihilator takes him out. From the back ends we go. He's going to be able to pull through another one. Influence inside a hill. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. And just like that, another full clearance here for the side of Iniwan. And this could be a round under their belt.
No. C8MG is doing this wrong. They are not doing what they did earlier. which is to have this cohesiveness and push as one. But now Iniwan has the spawn advantage, the life advantage is there, and they get to respond faster than C8MG, and this will in turn have the disadvantage for C8MG. Now the distraction comes in, the backstab is on, but they forgot that Iniwan will be spawning right here, and this is the greatest disadvantage. Will we be seeing the first win of Iniwan, but that is so early to be announced, as N6 Nancy will still need to defend this flag here. C8MG nowhere to be found. 50 seconds left, 5 lives remaining. They got the gravity vortex, a very great prevention tool against C8MG, and they will be slowing things down if you are C8MG.
Yeah. Slow things down here, and unfortunately here Zezzy, and quite fortunate for the set of Iniwan, they might be able to survive another day here. 6-3 we go. Last 2 lives remaining here. Time is ticking here, and Iniwan might be able to get round number 3, and they will be able, not just might, they will be able to get the round number 3 out away from C8MG. So, you know, it's not going to be a donut here on towards control here. Man, I mean, unless a 1v5 here will come into the play. It's not really on the probable take, and just like that, Ange will take down Proxy. Under the belt we go, and Iniwan will get that round out away from C8MG. So, you know, Zezzy, and so far, we did see a little bit of a mistake there for a set of C8MG, but they can pull through, you know. I mean, they can really afford that. They're on the match point advantage, so they still have a lot of lives compared to Iniwan, which, you know, they can't give off another round for C8MG. So round number 4 opening up. It's gonna be now Iniwan here trying to dictate the pace. So they're gonna be playing an offense. C8MG, can they hold their ground?
C8MG can actually still experiment, given that they have a lot of lives left in this round. And C8MG has found their strategy here. B flag will be captured by our Iniwan, but not so successful as Proxy is giving them a fight. But Ange is inside, and this could be the capture coming in from our Iniwan. So C8MG will be defending the A flag, and this is a hard call for Iniwan. They need to be successful in this push. One big push is enough for them to get this, but Iniwan doesn't have that factor unless they learn their lesson, be cohesive, and wait for the in-game leader to call this push.
You know, the thing about Iniwan here is that they know what they want to do. It's just they're just certain moments and crucial moments. The gunfight is not really just going towards their way. So, you know, intentions really there, execution a little bit on the lopsided part, but till then on towards this round. Looking at the settlement here, it's still on the evening grounds. The investment coming into the play for the side of Iniwan, and the Dragonfire right there could really prove crucial in terms of getting that information around the parameter, and they might be able to get experience that they don't really need inside the hill. But C8MG just holding their ground. And look at the feed, they're all painted in yellow. Make it 5-3 here for the whole team itself. They need to get their refrag here for the side of Iniwan, and finally to do so, Adam will cut that streak, but it doesn't really matter. 1 in exchange for 5, not really the profit that you would want to see, and just like that, C8MG, they might be able to close this one out.
Yeah, they might close this one out. You can see the confidence of C8MG actually gets outside of their comfort zone. They are the ones pushing. They are the ones being aggressive instead of Iniwan, and they are hunting for their praise. Iniwan should be careful with this one because Proxy is outside. The Annihilators annihilating Iniwan here, and 9 lives remaining. This will be a detrimental factor if you're Iniwan. You would be cautious when you push because the gravity vortex is waiting for you to end the game, and C8 right now is looking to end things here. 5 more lives. Nancy waiting in the corner, goes for the push, but Miyuki is just waiting right there. What a nice spot coming in from C8MG. Mamra goes for the front line, and Iniwan, 3 lives remaining. And that will be a detrimental factor. They cannot win this one, and instead C8MG, this is where their confidence lies. The aggressiveness will pay off. Woo! And that will be the last life extinguished for the side of Iniwan, making C8MG your winners for this second match.
Yeah, winners for the second match right now. A donut once again will be served right quickly here for us, Zezzy. And I don't know what is it, man. I don't know what's with donuts, but 3-0's Cali Gaming. You saw how it went down. It was quite fast. Like, just tell me what went wrong for the side of Iniwan. Like, they stood no chance at all out the way from C8MG.
Oh.
Cali Gaming, where are you?
I mean, Cali is muted right now, but C8MG, you know where their strength is coming from. 3 of them got the buff here, Warden.
Yep. Got the buff. Got the buff. Got that very interesting baby buff right there. I do believe that's going to be one key factor in how they want the ball it one out. No, I'm kidding. But coming again, just look at Proxy here leading the team. He's such a good person in terms of like just getting the team rocking aboard in terms of playing in spawns there. 33 kills, 26. That's 12 assists on towards his name, staying on the positive ends of the spectrum. But looking at the sidetrack here for the takeaway here for the side of anyone, we got C8 as well pulling off for the team. But if you're gonna be looking at Nancy and doubling the kills of Nancy, that is exactly what you don't want to see, especially if you're going to be playing spawns. And overall, in a team-based game, it all has to be on the even grounds. Now, you got to have your own sense of role. And clearly, C8MG, from hardpoint to search and destroy to control, they had really that whole coordination settled down. Until then, that is how they got the clean slate victory 3-0.
Yeah, that is how they got the clean slate. And I want to talk about how C8 actually utilizes the gravity vortex to the max. When in the second round where our Iniwan wanted to push together inside a smoke here, they countered it with the gravity vortex, and that's how valuable gravity vortex in the control is. And it actually opens up a lot of possibilities in the operator skills, not just purifier, not just annihilator, not just sparrow, but gravity vortex also really plays a big factor in this. And C8MG showed us the way how to properly utilize it and when should it be executed here.
Yep, really. Overall execution, intentions, cleared down, settled down, polished down, and for the side of C8MG. So, a 3-0 victory. I have a lot of factors that I want to talk about, but I really want to give this to the professional analytic here. Callie, how did it go down for the side of anyone? Because clearly, man, it wasn't so pleasant at all. A 3-0 loss up against a team, exactly what you don't want to see, especially in a competition like this.
And you know what? It really started to take a hit when, of course, anyone tried to play C8MG head to head in terms of the gunfights. And I believe that's where the difference kicks in. C8MG, they're playing as a team. As much as possible, they allocate players in a body system where they could play for trades. That we didn't see from anyone in this control slumps, let alone on that search and destroy and in that hard point earlier. And it's fine. It's just their first game. Could be that first game jitter here for anyone. And they still do have a chance to bounce back. They will be dropped down on that lower bracket. So for sure, they will find the way to adjust their mistakes that they did here at this match number 2. But you know what? I believe it's the team chemistry that sets C8MG apart from anyone in this best of 3 series. As you can see, it's a wrap. Second donut for the day, and it's making me hungry. Stand-up hardpoint, 250 to 142. Raid S&D 7-5. Slums Control 3-1. C8MG, they're back for blood. They got eliminated on the first day of the competition on Garena Youth Challenger Season 1, but here this time they started up strong and things are looking good to them. But for anyone again, it's going to be a tough challenge because they only have 1 life left down in that lower bracket, Warden.
Yep, the last and final life, then they're going to be going up against PDR eSports. So, I think both of these teams here will be on that equalizing ground. So, Callie, overall, what is done is done, 3-0. But, I love what I'm seeing here for this C8MG. As you said, man, they got swept down on the first day for the playoffs there, for the first run for the Garena Youth Challengers, for them to show off a little bit more life this time around with a completely, not really complete, but, a little bit of a roster change here, having a little bit of addition, especially for XLA, proving his role as a crucial factor for the team. Really, man, I love what I'm seeing here for the set of C8MG. Quite convincing. Could even be a team that could potentially win this tournament out in a flawless manner.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. C8MG now have finally found their rhythm. Now, hopefully, with this match and series win, they're able to make sure that they extend out even further at this playoffs. And Zezzy, C8MG, they win this through. Now, and for anyone, let's talk about anyone because they got E1 here at this game. And honestly, they have the second chance. But as Warden said earlier, Iniwan will have to play against PDR ESPORTS. Now, how are you liking the odds of Iniwan playing against PDR ESPORTS on that lower bracket?
I feel like it would be a 3-0 or 3-1 because they have a history. Oh, I mean, I sorry, I'm looking at the wrong statistics, but yeah,
Okay.
I think like it could be a win for anyone. They can bounce back in that fight because they're both like newly formed teams. But in terms of age, I think like PDR is older, but not that much. So it all boils down to their individual execution, and the teamwork could come along the way.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely, Sazi. And this is just the first match, and both of these teams they still have to play a match later on towards this day after we end this winner bracket quarterfinals. And obviously for C8MG, this is it. This is the moment they've been waiting for. So all they just have to do is cling on to this momentum that they had against anyone, moving on to their next set of competition. So now we are about to see a lot more gameplays. But before all that, let's go and look at our highlights for this best of three series. And Warden, I think you have to agree on me on this. The only hard point rotation lost by State MG was on that hard point number one, right from the start of this hard point gameplay.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, completely agree with you on that one. C8MG was completely flawless on towards hardpoint standoff. They only lost, an ample amount of time up against their predecessors in E1. They're on towards the first run for P1. But if we're going to be talking about the second deck of P2, it didn't matter. It was all C8MG. And I love to say this line, Callie. Once you give the lead out away for C8MG, they're never going to take it back. They're never going to give it back because they are quite a selfish team.
Yeah, I mean, not just a selfish team. I think that's the whole personality of C8 Esports organization overall. When they have the opportunity, they will not let it go. They will probably cling on to it and get this win. And Sazi, you clearly see it here. C8MG 200 to 130, but anyone actually played a little bit more completely as a team on this bakeries, as you can see on screen. But then again, C8MG just clearly played a lot better. And now I'd love to know your thoughts moving into this search and destroy, because clearly you have a lot of something to say here at this gameplay itself.
I mean, anyone has the potential. They did the position well, especially on the bomb site A, where they are on the position to perform a pincer. But then the execution comes into play. It's maybe in their synergy here as a team that is a really big factor. But one big factor as well is Ryukish with 4 kills total, because this is a long range map and snipers are really valuable if you are playing in raid map. So Ryukish not performing well could cause the search and destroy, and that's one problem that they need to fix it.
Oh yeah, I really have to agree with you in there, man. I mean, Nancy earlier scored 11 kills, if I'm not mistaken, and he really played his role clearly well for anyone. But then again, having the lack of firepower, Yukish not really able to step up in the big moments, it just really hurted the win percentages of anyone in a very huge margin. And honestly, for Yukish, he has to play a little bit better, especially when he is an S&D specialist, and the team will really count on him the most, since he's really heavily relied by the teams to create those initial picks or just create a lot of longer engagements and pressure. And now, Warden, we're moving into this control game mode. Sate MG had a very hard start in the first 2 rounds. Iniwan had the opportunity to fight back. But what do you think stopped Iniwan's momentum as they went to play here at this control slums?
I mean, in all honesty for you here, Kelly, it all came down to the final coordinated play here for the side of an E1. I mean, for the whole series itself, the intentions, I completely said it there during the game that, anyone, they had the intentions, but the execution was really on the slop-sided part or slop-sided side. So overall, if you got intentions, you got to pull through and get the execution properly settled down. And it wasn't so showing at all. But I can't neglect the fact that, at some point of the game, they were also leading in terms of the live count. But till then, C8MG, they showed off a little bit more on better performance in terms of getting the trades. Until then, if you're going to be playing on control, lives is something that we should talk about. And clearly, kill trading and coordinating those trades here, Cali, is something that I'm really looking forward for these two teams here. And C8MG just did it much better compared to anyone.
Oh yeah, so it's actually the team play that was the word of the day here for this game mode itself. Clearly, C8MG had far better performance when it comes to trading blows, getting those 2-for-1 trades. And now, your MVP, Warden, just you mentioned, Seed MG C8 Proxy. The correct guess is correct. And of course, he's got average skill of 26 skills, 19.33 debt with an average assist of 8 and an average score of 3,043 and a KDA of 1.34. And if C8 MG wants to pursue deeper into this playoffs, they have to see more from Proxy here, Warden.
Yeah, precisely. They need to see more. And, their whole reason why I deducted the reason on how is C8 Proxy going to be the MVP for the team is simply because, C8 MG, they face a lot of lineup changes. And there's a main reason why C8 Proxy is still inside that lineup. He's just a consistent player overall. Coming in now, 26 kills under his name, 19 deaths. He's always on the positive end of the spectrum in terms of the KDA, really proving his cruciality as part of the team here, Cali.
And, Warden, and Sazi, C8 Proxy really is one of the better players of C8 MG overall. But I felt like, Sazi, I think this team has a lot more to offer.
Yep, definitely. C8 has a lot more to offer. It's not just Proxy, but moving on. I mean, going back to our point earlier, the greatest advantage of C8 is their teamwork. So without anyone backing up Proxy, they will be nothing. So it's the teamwork and the skills individually. It's a different story when you are a 5-man individual or a team here, because that speaks a lot of volume. It's a completely different world when you have the teamwork in your vocab.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And of course, the highlight of this match number 2 is that team play from C8 MG that clearly set them apart from the boys of Iniwan. Once again, this is the Garena Youth Challengers Season 2. I'm Cali Gaming down here with Warden and Sezi. After this break, we're going to see more actions.
good evening, and welcome to the stage where the youth shine the most. Garena Youth Challengers Season 2. I am Sezi, and I'll be joining the greatest casters in their own fields, Coach Jericho and the Mustachio AJ. Coach J, what do you think about the games earlier?
It's been really great. Double 3-0s, double donuts so far. I mean, I want more. I want something more competitive. But hopefully, I think we're gonna find it here, because VVV versus Prata. The name alone, it's a game 5 up in the air. Says he.
Yep.
I don't know if you're teasing or not.
And Prata Gang. This is the team that you love the most, Mustachio. So how do you feel right now?
I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous because it is the team that I love the most, right? The Prata Gang, they've made it through to, the top 8 already, but to kind of hang in here with the best of the best, it might be a little bit of a challenge. We did see their progress through the qualifiers, and it doesn't look like this is going to be the easiest run in a competition that they've ever had. So I'm nervous. I'm super nervous for them.
Yeah, speaking of easy run here, I mean, Prata Gang, they will be met with the wall named Triple V Esports. But before all of those stories, man, mentioning Prata in this time where it is 7 p.m. in the Philippines, it makes me so hungry, man. I mean, we really love to eat that Prata, and I'd love to eat that someday. But for now, we are getting
You haven't
on
tried
the
Prata
game.
before?
I mean, I've never eaten, but it looks delicious though. So I'm actually
You gotta
intrigued
get
with
it.
the taste.
You get
You
down
gotta
to
get it.
Malaysia, Zezzy. I'll buy you 10 pratas at a go, man. It'll be the thing that you fall in love with. Pratas are awesome. Pratas are amazing. But these pratas that are about to take this particular series on, I wish them all the best. You are looking at VVV Esports. You are looking at one of the best in the competition. I mean, you see, in the previous Garena Masters Season 1, I believe, group stages, they made it all the way there, man. And that's like your A-class tier already within Garena. So the Prata Gang, new to this pro scene within Call of Duty Mobile, they've got their work cut out for them, man.
Yeah, definitely, AJ. The team of Triple V Esports is heavily stacked, but of course, Prata is stacked with flavors. And I do love to eat that one. But Coach J, you are seeing Triple V right now, and how do you feel that these teams are stacked and is in Garena Youth Challenger Season 2?
I mean, they failed to win last time, but I feel like this is their best chance to win it. And then after that, get back to Garena Master Season 3. But before we talk about it, let's take a look at our schedule, says he. We have a lot more matches to look at. And we started things off with 7-9 versus PDR, and E1 versus C8 MG, both 3-0s, and now VV versus Prata. And says he, back to your question, I feel like VVV, this is their final chance of trying to win this Garena Youth Challengers, and after that, graduating from the amateurs, getting back into that pro scene, they have to get this as their momentum boost, says he.
Yeah, definitely. This is their golden momentum, and this is where they could shine the most in order to conquer and get back to the Tier 1 Garena stage where they should be fitting the most. And now looking at the schedule here, this is the match number 3, Triple V versus Prata Gang. Next up will be PV Prime versus C8. And we have completed the puzzle for elimination match number 1, which is PDR and ELIMINATIon, the losers of the bracket of the final 1 and 2 of the upper bracket quarters. And the puzzle is completed for the side of SEM9 and C8MG going towards the upper bracket semifinals. So we could see the progression of the teams here, and we could see that they are actually matched up well. But now looking back on Triple V and Prata Gang, once again, they have 2 lives here. And what do you think about this one, AJ?
Once again, man, it's going to be a tough one, right? I mean, jokes all aside, yeah, not only did VVV Esports get into Garena Masters Season 1, the last time we saw the youth challenges, they made it all the way to the finals. And that's what Jericho meant, right? They couldn't really go all the way, so maybe this is their time. So you are taking a team that's capable of getting to the grand finals to go up against a team that's new to the Garena Youth Challenges, new to the pro scene at this stage overall. They are going to struggle, but at the very same time, it gives them the perfect platform. Because if you can pull off, by some chance whatsoever, a win over Veni Vedi Vici, brother man, you are making a statement. You are making a huge name for yourself. I mean, first of all, Pratas already have a huge name for themselves, but an even bigger one.
Yeah, man, actually, it is on point. If Prata Gang can get Triple V, this is their instant fame. This
Yeah.
is their instant
Yes.
rocket, and they might be seen by the talent scouts out there, and we could see them in the future as the black horses that emerge from the shadows. But now looking at the first team here, I mean it's Triple V Esports. So this is their make or break for Prata Gang.
Yeah.
I mean it's not a make or break, it's a make or just stay there
Half
because
break.
they have nothing to
Later
lose.
full break.
I mean,
So, yeah.
that is true. I mean, you're right about that. It says it's a make or break for any of them. But now let's take a look at the lineup of my own clan. Hello, VVV. I'm gonna cast you guys. We have Aiki, Demors, Kenshi, Owen, and Yako, and this is the final time we're gonna see this team again because Demors has been transferred over to the Mambalo Kings. So for Garena Master Season 3, he's gonna be playing for that team, and the return of Mac will be in this lineup for Season 3. And legendary names over here, says he. It's just these boys. They don't need introduction anymore.
Yeah, they don't need introductions because the community knows them, and these names here heavily stacked, and that is why they are the highest wall that Prata Gang can encounter in making their journey towards the Garena Youth Challengers. And we can see them later on how they are feeling. They're feeling of I mean, they are relaxed right now. The Moors just having the poker face. They know that they are sitting at the top of these teams. So they have less worry, and it will be helping them to be confident in their fights, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And VVV Esports, I mean, the only thing that they can do wrong in this series is underestimate Prada Gang and really
Yeah.
be cheeky, make a couple of unforced mistakes because they're being cheeky about it, and then just bomb out, right? But technically speaking, in a hard point that's going to go all the way up to 250 points, regardless of how many mistakes they make, no matter how many times they stumble, if they do get cheeky, I'm pretty sure they do have the capabilities of making that comeback because more than the achievements, we also have to look at the chemistry within the squad, right? This is one of the best teams out there when it comes to teamwork, says he.
Yep, this is one of the best teams in the teamwork. They have proven themselves
Yes.
time and time again and again. And this is the Garena Youth Challengers that they just need to cross in order to get back on that professional team. They are actually ripe right now. They are ripe fruit that are waiting to be harvested and taken to the market, where that is where the tier 1 teams are being mentioned. And now let's take a look at Prata lineup. This is the next team that they will be encountering. We got Casliana, Hayram, Javier, Matt 00, Premier, and Shadow here. 6 members together, mixing up and getting that Prata flavor that we can smell later on and we can taste. So what can you say about this lineup here, Coach Jay?
I mean, very diverse. I think these are new players. I mean,
Yep.
I don't know if Shadow was the one from Envy before, but new players that are trying to make a name for themselves. I want to see Castellana play in the game. Hey, she might be the game changer for this team. Let's see. But I just want to say this emblem is really making me hungry. Hey,
Yeah.
Jason, if you send some Prada, I would really love some of that.
Absolutely, guys. But jokes aside, this lineup just seems to be one of the best things that have happened to the MYSG scene, right? Like you said, Jericho, I absolutely agree. Very colorful lineup. Maybe it shows a little bit of promise here. The diversity is very interesting. We don't see Castellana in the player camps here. So hopefully that doesn't really mean anything. Hopefully we will be able to see her in participation later on. But once again, this is one of the biggest opportunities that the Prada Gang has on their side. If they can make a name for themselves using VVV to get to the top, good on them. But it once again is going to be the toughest series of their life. Even if they cannot pull off a win, we need to see their undying spirit in this matchup, no doubt.
Yeah, we need to see their annoying spirit. And speaking of Casliana, no, I have seen their stats earlier, and if they want to build the best lineup, it would be Hayram, Shadow, Matt, Casliana, and Premier, leaving Javier out of the equation because those 5 has the best statistics out of the 6. And I'm quite surprised that Casliana is out of the question. And looking at the statistics here, Javier has an average kill of 5 kills in the hardpoint and 2 on the search and destroy. When you compare it head to head to Triple V, their 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 kills are actually at sitting at the average of 20 plus kills. And PRATA Gang, they don't have any member that is sitting on the 10 kill mark. And SND, we got the Moors that has an average of 12 kills here. So the difference is night and day. But this time, because of these facts here, PRATA Gang, maybe we can see this PRATA Gang have no fear because they don't have anything to lose. So they can cast away their fear and play at their best, Coach Jay.
Yeah, that is true. I agree with you. But at the same time, like what AJ has been said for a long time, the competition, MY and SG, there's only a number of teams they could count off your hands that are really, really top. And now this is going to be their first ever challenge. Take a look at the maps and modes. Fire Range, Hardpoint, Slumps S&D, Raid Control, Standoff, Hardpoint, Hacienda SD.
Oh.
Mr. Analyst says what stands out the most for you?
Man, of course, the Hacienda. This is the newest map in the Call of Duty Mobile. And the fact that the bans here of the maps don't involve slums and Hacienda is really surprising. So that opens up the slums for the pick of PRATA Gang, and Triple V has the Hacienda pick for the search and destroy, which is quite surprising because, slums here for PRATA Gang, Slums S&D is not in. It's not actually played in the rank games, search and destroy. So the familiarity is more on the hard point. But they had the courage to take this S&D slums. What do you think about this one, Coach Mustachio?
I think they just want to catch the players of VVV Esports off guard, right? But VVV, if there's one thing that they are really good at, that's S&D, man. So I don't know if or not a small map change is going to be changing anything, especially when, you're going up against a very proficient player like Kenshi, who is going to be shutting you down from those long-range engagements time after time. And, with VVV Esports leaving Hacienda open, taking out a map like Summit, you know that they really have their priorities in check in terms of not wanting a one-sided map to be on their side. But in terms of understanding the new maps in rotations, they do not have an issue with that at all. Quite, something that is expected most definitely from a team that has got that veteran title like VVV Esports.
Yeah, the mature system of the plays here come from Triple V Esports have no problem in dealing with the slums S&D.
Yeah.
And speaking of the map choices of our Triple V, it's more on the long ranges that complements their weapon choices like the CBR for Yaku and the Moors, as well as Owen in the search and destroy. And Ace Key here has the Macklin, so he will be the only player that has the short range. So it will be in their favor. So what do you think about this one, Coach Jay?
I think the weapon speaks volumes, but at the same time, the operator skills. Annihilator is open, Gravity Vortex, Death Machine, the Equalizers, all of those we've seen.
The long
those,
range.
The long range ones, you play your distance. And I believe VVV has obviously the mechanical supremacy here, but hey, the PRATA boys, the PRATA gang, if they can shock us, they can shock us right now.
Yeah.
This is the start of their journey, and hopefully they can go the distance against VVV.
Yep. This is where PRATA Gang can take on Triple V if they want that instant fame. This is their opportunity, but they need to make sure that they won't crumble down to the pressure of Triple V. Now, will PRATA Gang cross that high wall of Triple V, or will they falter in this game? Casters, take it away.
All right, here we go. AJ finally back on the casting crew with AJ. Starting things off at hard point, and as soon as you say, if the PRATA Gang already on the board immediately in these early points, AJ, and I like this kind of progression. They are not scared. They are showing that confidence, but as soon as you say that, 3 go down, Yaku with the triple kill.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you can leave Yaku to pull off those crazy maneuvers, and now just as quickly as they took over that hard point, their defense crumbles, being forced to spawn all the way at the back of backyard. They are not taking a one line of entry straight in towards that hard point. Instead, they break off into 2 separate teams, one taking passageway for the backstab, the other one straight from the branch road into the hard point. But neither one of those approaches seem to be working. Just as good as PRATA Gang were at winning the initial gunfights, VVV Esports now hits back really, really strong. It was just a slow setup as they wanted to take this tactically, and it looks like VVV Esports are doing exactly what it takes to keep their pressure on. Kenshi holding on to that very, very effective scout tower just to make sure none of them are able to take control of that mid segment. And ever since then, that point has been on the side of VVV. And P2 opened up by the Filipinos as well. PRATA Gang, we knew they had their work cut out for them, but it's getting more and more real by the second out there on the battlefield.
I agree with you, AJ. The start was really good for them, but now we're seeing the cracks, and this is why VVV is a very, very tough team here. Look at this 42. Yako with 6 already on a 3-kill streak. The Mords, Owen, and Genji all have streaks. Tier 1 streaks completed. The Mords fully streaked out as well.
Oh, wow.
50 points already for VVV. And PRATA, it just feels like they're lost in the map. They're not really trying to push together here. You gotta start using your utilities here. Owen on a 8-kill spree as well. So the Mords and Owen fully streaked out. Sparrow ready as well. This is very, very scary, AJ. And this is looking like a 100-point club in the making, or even a 50-point club in the making.
Yeah, it was a very slow approach by VVV, but the moment they got into those engagements, they immediately identified that they have got their superiority over PRATA Gang when it comes to those mechanical capabilities, right? And ever since then, they have just been slaying them one after the other. I mean, streaking up so fast, you gotta be absolutely insane, Owen. And joining Owen as well, Kenshi fully streaked up. You have got Aski on the way there, and he gets that as well as they drop those players out there on the battlefield. The PRATA Gang, you know how you make a good PRATA, Jericho? You gotta slap it, man. You gotta slap it real good. You gotta mash it up real good. You gotta flip it up into the air multiple times, and that makes a good PRATA. And I feel like VVV ESPORTS, they might have not eaten a PRATA. They seem to be proficient and weirdly good at making it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, yeah, they're just pounding on the enemy. There you go, eighth kill for Aski with an 8-kill spree. Makes it 9, the more seals to kill. Everything is just going well. Goliath is down already, and the PRATA Gang, they are just bashing their heads in over and over again in an unbreakable wall. That is VVV. I am feeling super sorry for the side of the PRATA Gang.
Yeah.
130 to 13. This is just a massacre, a decimation. I fully streaked out again for all 5 players, AJ, and they still have their operators on the standby.
Yeah, and ever since the 13 points that were picked up at that P1, PRATA Gang hasn't really made a good approach yet towards that hard point. Not really winning much of their gunfights at all, allowing the players of VVV to continuously streak up. And score streak after score streak will be dropped into the matchup. 250 points is the target, and it looks like VVV ESPORTS is making a mad dash to it. PRATA Gang, on the other hand, there's nothing else that they can do.
Oh my god, Kenshi!
Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry, AJ. I'm so sorry to cut you off. He was on a 17, but he killed himself with a gravity vortex. That is so unfortunate, AJ, and I will pass it back to you. I am so sorry. I was just surprised with this.
No, it's all good, brother. I know moments like that, man. I mean, you know this game gets us super excited. But 176 to 13, you see, the one thing that VVV ESPORTS, as soon as they identify they've got them superior mechanical capabilities, is the fact that they don't really hold the hard points anymore. They leave one objective player there, and the rest of them are out there slaying, farming all of those skills. And they're just turning this into a practice matchup against the PRATA Gang. This is the warm-up for VVV ESPORTS. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we can't really, be super critical with PRATA Gang, because VVV ESPORTS is just that sort of a team, right? They are grand finals worthy, whereas this is the very first introduction of the PRATA Gang into the whole world of esports at this level. So struggle most definitely gonna be a guarantee here for the PRATA Gang. But we just want to see a stronger fight than this. But we unfortunately don't seem to see that, Jericho.
Yeah, it's really hard to see it. I mean, you're going up against, like you said, a grand finals worthy team, and you just got out of the qualifiers in the MYSG, and you thought you had it in the bag, but once you step in the fire, this is what happens. This is, this is why the Philippines, one of the best regions in COD Evan. I mean, this is just a reality check from PRATA. This is what they have to do if they want to be on top, and they just a great learning curve, I would say, for them. But 230 to 13, are we actually going to see our first ever 50-point or even our underage challenge? They're not even going to reach 18, but is this going to be the end of the hill? They finally get some points there. 16 to 20, 233. This is so hard to cast.
Double,
triple
Goliath, Jericho.
Goliath, plus a cluster strike is ready as well. Yeah, I don't know how you're going to break that hill, AJ.
Hey, but then Goliath is wide for the, and wide Yuki hopping onto it. He's stealing away an XS1 Goliath, and I think VVV ESPORTS allowed them to take it. They're like, oh no!
Oh my God!
And it gets taken out of the equation as well. What a play by Owen. Sparrows shot that XS1 Goliath, and VVV ESPORTS stomps out a Prata. You're not supposed to step on food, VVV.
Wow. Welcome to the 50-point club. We take memberships free, premium membership. I give it to you, PRATA Gang. Wow. Triple Goliath, triple cluster. They gave one up. They brought out 3 Sparrows and destroyed that Goliath in 2 seconds, AJ. And that is how you play hardpoint in a 250 setting. And VVV dominating. And this is what we expect from them. This is that kind of team. Look, oh my God.
Oh my God.
32 and 4. Sezzy, numbers don't lie.
Yeah. Numbers don't lie. And this is similar to what we have said earlier. The average kills of our Prata Gang exactly meets what our demands here, or expectations. And Triple V Esports, they didn't fall onto the 10 kill mark. And what happened in that one is that Prata Gang gets the early aggression, but Triple V, the mechanical skills really worked out for them with Owen, Yaku, Demors, Aiki, and Kenshi. They got the score streaks lit up, and that paved the way for their dominance. I mean, Prata Gang actually fought back on the P2, but after their tries here, after the several tries, they just gave up, and it was just Triple V just dominating them. And you can see earlier, AJ, that there were rains of cluster strike, the XS1 Goliath on the ending. It's really a strong statement for our Triple V that they cannot be swayed with a Prata.
Yeah, you can't drive them out with a Prata, bro. You need more than that, man. But here's the one part that I feel like, might not stand true so much, because I don't feel like they gave up after the P2, because they continuously tried. It's just that VVV was shutting them down every single time they spotted those players outright. And, when we saw the lineup of the Prata Gang, and I believe both of you boys would agree with me, is that we weren't really familiar with all of those names. We weren't really familiar with all of these players. And that just goes to say exactly what they need to do if they want to stand and chance in these competitions. Just qualifying for a stage like this is not going to be enough. You need to put in the work. You need to put in the time. You need to scrim as many times as the boys of VVV Esports. I mean, from the days of Ways of War, we've been seeing these boys go out there and put out that hard work, right? Prata Gang, on the other hand, we need to see them in the scene more. We need to see them struggle. We need to see them fail more. This is the very first time that they're stepping into the pro scene at this stage for the Garena Youth Challenges. So failing at this stage, failing at this point is absolutely acceptable. Firing range hardpoint, they were outclassed. But if they want to show us signs of life, they have to make it up at the Slums SND. After all, it is their map pick.
Yep, definitely. This is their map pick, and SND is a completely different mode, completely different tempo from the hardpoint and the control, the spawns game. So this could be them slowing down the game if they could, or maybe Triple V could just completely ram them over. But Prata Gang, if they want to bounce back, they need to bounce back slowly but surely. They need to play as a team here and let Triple V commit those mistakes from their complacency. They will push one by one, so Prata Gang can take advantage of that. And the team 5v1, 5v2, although they are mechanically stronger than Prata Gang, but in the face of absolute numbers, they can do something, right, Coach Jay?
Yeah, they can do something right. I mean, some of them, they were winning some gunfights there, but when it comes to just pure gunfights, you really have to give it to VVV. It's just a testament of their hard work. They've been playing this game for so long, and they've been competing for so long. But Prata, they just got in here, and it's great experience for them, says he. And now in S&D game number 2, this is where they can actually shock the 3 of us here. Because, in S&D, it's anybody's game here. S&D wins you championships. I feel like if they could just slow things down, play a little bit more ratty, play a little bit more campy, they can definitely get one of these games.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much, Zezzy. We will catch up with you in a little bit. Both sides now on defense for the side of VVV Esports. Wall bang for Aski. Kilo 141 will not get super lucky, but Casliana got fully tagged up. And now we'll be able to pull off that backstab and punish Aski for giving away his position early. Casliana, on the other hand, has been spotted out, quickly slides away, but Yaku snipe from afar will be able to catch her back. And Aski drops Shadow as well. Aski drops Hayram. Aski's dropping everybody out there on the battlefield. The numbers just don't look good for the Pratas.
It does not look good in Premiers all the way to the back with the bomb as well. But hey, there's 4 players. He has the wrench. Let's see if he can try to make the play. Smokes himself out. sends himself to the next round, and that's gonna be round number 1 for VVV Esports. And I feel like the Prata gang, they were just trying to individually push one by one. Where in VVV, they had their setup. It was everybody had all the angles covered. So I feel like if you are the Prata gang, you have to adjust now. Push as a team here. Use your nades, use your utilities. Has a lot of ground switches.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on the fact that they have to push together as a team, man. I mean, as it is, they are finding it very difficult to sustain out there on the battlefield. You split your numbers and you get tortured a little bit more by the VVV brand, right? And overextending Aski gets tagged up, but very confidently goes in for the re-engage, taking on 2 players at the same time. And this is the kind of overconfidence that the Prata gang can use against the players of VVV. Casliana will be able to shut down Aski, and that was the mistake I'm talking about. But very, very quickly, VVV Esports recovers by shutting down 5 players from the side of Prata gang.
Wow, just fast. You saw that beta switch from Owen and the Moors in Graveyard just backing in, back and forth. And now they're going to be up 2-0. And it looks like VVV's acting like the offensive side here, AJ.
Yeah.
And they're just aggressively pushing in. This is the confidence they know. They know they've beaten them in that game number 1. They're just going to pound on that, double down the base. But look at this. Just from Prada, I like this. Just turtle in with more of your teammates. Use your stunts. Now you have information. Now you push in, and this is what we want to see. But the Moors on the crossfire as well. No one's clearing that corner. They're just looking in front. But finally, Castellana gets one. That's going to be their first kill. Let's see if they can keep on going. Castellana gets taken down, and that's going to be it for that round. 3-0 for VVV.
Yeah, you know, the one thing that I can detect in terms of weakness on the side of Prata gang is where's their sniper on this S&D, right? Because they are taking all of that straightforward jumps in towards that bomb site, but not really trying to thin down the numbers first. And then I realized each and every single one of their players can only go in and take those players down mid to short range. No long range engagement capability on their side just yet. Once again, Castellana very dangerous in terms of approach alongside Premier, but gets out of it. Heyram alongside Premier gets dropped. Yazuki follows along as well. And once again, PE Sports closes off that round. These rounds are so fast. I'm turning blind here watching this matchup, Jericho.
I am too. I'm looking at the rights and reading some comments. Next thing I know, it's already round number 5, AJ. Okay, now, let's see some KDs. Owen, the more 6-7, 6-4, 2-1. And for the side of Prata, Castellano with 2 at least, and Zuki with 1 as well. Now let's take a look here. Kenshi with a sniper being very, very aggressive. Gets the wall bang on Castellana. Bomb is down as well. And that is another snipe from Kenshi. That's going to be the second snipe. Can he go for the third one? Did he spot that player on his left? He spots him as well. That misses the shot. Heyram gets taken out by Aski, but that nasty snipe! My goodness! Premier, though, gets 2 in a row. Can he clutch out? He gets 3 in a row. Can he get the 4-1? But no, the Moors and Aski is there to clean it up. 5-0 for VVV. What is happening, AJ?
I so love the approach from Prata gang this time because Premier brings out that sniper, but he was the one who was supposed to be on the front lines thinning down the herd, but instead he's playing defensive all the way back at their site. It's not gonna, suit the team well, right? Prata gang has got their priorities all mixed up. What a coordinate from the one and only Castellana. This lady is hot out there on the battlefield. Kenshi now trying to recover from the squad. And here's the thing, we talked about his long-range engagement capability. He's living up to that prowess.
Yeah, she is living up. I think she is the S&D special as she gets taken on by Owen as well as the Moors. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 2 here. Winnable. Zuki gets taken down. Last player is going to be shouted. He's going to get tagged up and chased. And that's going to be 6-0. Match point for VVV. One more round till they get this 2-0 lead. And Prata gang, I see the adjustments, but it's just the execution is not there, AJ. Now we're going to switch the sides. VVV on the offensive side. Can they end it here, or will Prata get at least a 1 round?
I mean, on the side of Prata gang, this is probably one of the most mismatched series that they have ever jumped on into, right? And to get this at the playoffs, once again, you're good enough to make it to this stage, but are you good enough to hang with a team that can take it all the way to the grand finals? I guess we are finding our answer right here, right now. Heyram dropped down onto the ground. Castellana backstab manages to find 1, but that's all she finds. Owen drops Premier, and that's a 7-0, one of the fastest SNDs we've witnessed in a while.
I feel like VVV setting records here in our first ever new rules, AJ, in the WCR rules. They're setting records at hardpoint, setting records in S&D that I don't feel like will be broken again in any time soon. But hey, 2-0 for VVV. We're gonna bring in our analyst here. Sezzy, anything you can analyze from that S&D? What went wrong for the side of Prata?
again, the Prata Gang here needed that cohesiveness in order to punish Triple V, because we are expecting that Triple V will be playing individually out of their complacence. But in the end, Triple V was still Triple V. They showed the systematic pushes, they showed their cohesiveness here, and they didn't fall on the trap of our Prata Gang, which they didn't lay in the first place. They didn't take advantage of the complacence that Triple V might be seeing for themselves. And man, it's still the difference of a systematic pro team and an amateur team, where you don't see any cohesiveness, you don't see any strategies here for the side of our Prata Gang. But of course, they still have those highlights like Casliana's backstabs, the god name from Casliana, Premier's 3K with the scopes while Kenshi was popping with 3K. I think that was a really strong statement in that round, because, Premier don't let Kenshi have the spotlight to himself, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Kenshi technically was popping off in that one round, and it's good to see Premier show us that he's got some of that sniping capabilities as well. But I do agree with you, a little bit of a mismatch in terms of their strategy, right? I feel like it was all over the place, and they just weren't ready to take on a team like VVV just yet. But when you reach this stage, you gotta be ready to even face off like the kings of kings themselves. I mean, VVV is just one of those titans that you have to meet eventually in your path. So holding down or locking down some of these strategies before you hop onto the competition is going to be really important. And we just didn't see that at Slums. And this is very worrying because this was their map pick.
Yeah, this was their map pick, and they didn't catch off guard the Triple V, which is prepared for every situation that they can face. Now, this is the map pick of our Triple V in the control mode, which is the raid map. Again, this is a long range map, and the CBRs could work. Owen's RPD is expected as well. And Kenshi, so far, I'm not seeing him use the BK-57 or what. What was that gun? Like, is it a cordite or what? But it's actually interesting what Kenshi could bring in this game. But so far, Coach Jay, looking at the scores right here, looking at the results so far, what do you think Prata Gang can snatch 1 point out of Triple V?
I'll be completely honest. No disrespect. I feel like it's not their time yet. I mean, this is great experience for them. But if they can manage to pull off a control, really great. But looking at the way they've been playing and the hard point as well as the S&D, it's looking really, really. It's all going to be VVV 3-0 here. But this is great experience for them. They can learn a lot from this. I feel like if they still want to pursue it, I know this is very demoralizing, but you got to go through this. Every pro player went through this. The new generation. They can be that new generation that will be casting in the Masters. AJ, I feel like this is the way that they have to go with.
I absolutely agree with you that, all of the teams need to go through this path, right? This little pathway where you do fail at the start. But this is something that the Prata Gang really needs to understand, really needs to realize that they start off right here at the bottom, which means zero expectations are placed on them right now. So anything that they do great is going to be a breakout play. And that's what they really have to count for. That's really what they have to look forward to, right? I mean, looking at, taking this defeat hard from the side of VVV Esports isn't really going to do them any favors whatsoever. Remembering that there's no expectations whatsoever, on the other hand, perhaps can spur them forward. But at Control, a brand new mode introduced into the competitive rotation, maybe they can do something there. But I mean, I want to wish they can, right? But they are simply outclassed, guys, unfortunately, in this matchup.
Yep. They are outclassed here. And you're right, actually. You're right, AJ, that this is a learning experience for them, as well as you, Coach Jay, because this is a very, very nice experience, because you will be exposed to the reality that you need to face on. This is where you need to go. If you are aiming to become a pro player, that's the level that you want to dream on. And it's really a good start for them to learn things. And I hope that they can get the most out of this learning experience, as we will see control mode raid location picked by Triple V Esports. Once again, this is Triple V versus Prata Gang. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sezzy. We'll be right back with you. Now, game 3 controlling it. We've seen this already on Raid. We'll see it again, but this time it's gonna be Owen open things up with a double kill with the RPD. That's gonna be 4 down, 5 down immediately, and that is what you want out of VVV. They cleared out the side, but I like the attention to detail for the side of PRATA. Once they all went down, they went through to A immediately, the harder side to capture, and they're trying to get some ticks on it.
Yeah, I love it, man. The smokes are all out. PRATA Gang has got that very desperate cover that they need, and one marker placed onto that A flag already. But Aski still manages to catch a stray player towards that left-hand corner. Shadow will be punished. Demos jumps right back in, and so far, PRATA Gang have done excellent onto that A flag, and now they just need to deviate right back towards B because the stack coming through from VVV ESPORTS and that A flag seems to be a little bit too solid. But look at the spawn trap, man. You have got Demos just going deep into the spawns of the PRATA Gang, eating them up one by one.
Oh my god, this is a nuke in the making. Can Demore still make it alive? Finally gets taken down. No nuke for him, but 27-7. My goodness. 27-6. It's just coming down one by one. They fall. Castellana, she's gonna get taken down. Owen, HG, Kenji, all in the kill feed. Another kill by Kenji. Another one to end it. And just like that, that's the first half already in about a minute.
Yeah, and you know, I didn't expect this to go any other way. Please don't get me wrong, PRATA Gang. I really want you guys to perform out there on the battlefield, but you know, it is what it is. And unfortunately, the squad has been outclassed by VVV ESPORTS. We kind of knew the result of this series before it even started, based on their performance through the qualifiers. But I didn't really expect it to be this one-sided right now on the defense for the side of PRATA Gang. But they've left that B flag wide open with their players just stacking A, and that's just gonna give the very early giveaway of that B flag. 2 players still holding on to it, and as you can see, VVV, they've got the better strategy. They don't send all of their players in to capture the flag. They still do have some guarding the perimeter so that the B flag can be successfully captured when they go in for it. And that's one of the strategies that the PRATA Gang could try to use in the future, but just not now, because even if they hold the perimeter, they will be too low in numbers. So the strategy that VVV ESPORTS brings into the competition against the PRATA Gang, you know, and once again, Jericho, there's no other ways to put this. They are currently being outclassed. They've already been outclassed twice now, and I don't think this control matchup is going anywhere for the SGFY squad.
Yeah, that's true. They're just trying to bash their heads in, just trying to find something, but it's not going to work. You can't play control like this, but geez, oh my goodness.
That's a spawn trap if you've ever seen one, Jericho.
This is a crazy. They made them spawn out over a jungle. The amount of blue dots in the spawn, they probably cleared it up. The last 2 players alive. Owen's just throwing down some arrows here. Imagine spawning up to an explosive arrow, AJ. That is not what you want to see. But second round finally goes to VVV. One more to close it out. You know, I feel for the PRATA Gang. I really feel for them. But like we said, you gotta go through this. This is like initiation, as you would say. You know, people would say this is like what they have to go through. I mean, look at this. But if they can try to find something here, I mean, they have the awareness. I think this is mechanical supremacy. Kenshi takes one down through the wall to open things up. Yako gets another one. Aishi gets one as well. And this is going to be another episode in the spawn trap system.
Yeah, Kenshi's just expecting all of these players to run towards him right now. He's not really wrong. Hey Ram with the sprays onto Yaku couldn't really get those aims well. And 2-0 so far. VVV ESPORTS just needs yet another round in here to close things off. And it doesn't look like the PRATA Gang is going to be capable of taking away a single flag. Not a single flag with their markers on, and they're already down to 13 lives from 30 that they started on. Things not only don't look good, absolutely horrible for the PRATA Gang at the moment.
Yeah, that is true. Another double kill. Kenshi with a triple kill. Hunter Killer Drone is out 28-7. This is just clip it and ship it to the next series. Very unfortunate for them. Castellana, what can you find? Finds nothing but the respawn button. Kenshi as well on a 17 kills as well. Owen with an RPD.
One more,
this is just one more kill, 2 more kills for them before the game ends. And there you have it. 3-0 on control and 3-0 for the series. Donut and SD, Donut and control. That's pretty much it. That's all she wrote, and that's VVV. They're back on track.
I came, I saw, I ate a PRATA. That is what this particular series was all about. Now, VVV Esports, they're all filled up and ready for the next series in the winner bracket. PRATA Gang, unfortunately, will be kicked down into the lower losers bracket, and they will have one more life on them. And, I really want to send this shout out to PRATA Gang, man. I mean, they've been thrashed, beaten, battered in this first series of the day, and I'm very sure they're down in terms of morale. But once again, what I said earlier on still stands true. The expectations are at zero right now. In fact, after this particular series, the expectations would be in a negative. It is all in their hands to switch that around.
Yeah, that is true. It's either you're gonna just put your head down and do nothing, or put your head down and keep working. I
Yeah.
feel like that's what they should try to do, because they're not yet eliminated, AJ. They are in the losers bracket. They can make
Yeah.
a run for this, but now. For now, they have to wait and regroup as a team here. Get that composure. Get calm, cool, collected. That's what they have to do. But for now, VVV, they're gonna take it 3-0. Sezzy, any thoughts on that final game?
What kills you makes you stronger. That will be the motto for PRATA Gang after this game. But for Triple V Squad, they have taught a lesson to every single one of us. The importance of spawn trapping, because that is not yet prevalent if you are the attacking team and you are struggling against a defending team. Now, with them exposing how to spawn trap and exposing that path in attacking a defending team, it could be an eye opener to all of the teams here,
Yes.
that you can if you can break the spawns, or you can break the control point, then you can break the spawns right there. You can trap them and you can just kill them all until they cannot spawn, and you can get the control point. So that is one crucial factor that Triple V exposed. But looking at the numbers here, expectations was met for our Triple V squad. PRATA Gang, I mean, this is a nice experience for them, as you have mentioned earlier. So, exposing that fact earlier, Coach J, what do you think about the progression of the meta in the control mode?
I feel like the meta and controls really stick together as a team. You hit one site, then you can divide and conquer from there. But you divide and conquer the spawns, not those two sites. You can only you can only divide and conquer if you're trying to get at least 1 to 2 ticks on the harder control point to get, and then that could really help you end game. But it's more of really teamwork. You really have to work as a team. You can't waste your lives here, because every life matters in control, Sezzy.
Yep, definitely. The divide and conquer won't be fully working, and it's more on like a distraction technique, or maybe just snatching some segments right there on the control point in order to end the game easier. And that is how the teams could diversify their tactics in order to prepare for their next matches. And this is what we love to see in Garena Youth Challengers. As the game progresses, as the matches progress, we can see a diversity of tactics here, because this is a novel game mode. The control mode has yet to mature in terms of strategies.
Correct.
And this is an experimental ground that is letting us have a glimpse of the future of what they can hold. So now that Triple V has completed the series here, any final words for MYSG gang, AJ?
I just want them to step it up, right? And, I do agree with you, though, in terms of the meta not really solidifying in for control just yet. But I really feel like that's something that the developers, need to pay a little bit of a stricter attention to, because that spawn trap shouldn't have happened. We've got, other places where those players should have spawned out of. And you are absolutely spot on, Zezzy. With VVV exposing this live, everybody's going to be taking advantage of that. But to a certain degree, how well you can take advantage of that spawn trap really depends on your own capabilities of maintaining your firepower out there on the battlefield, right? If you are mechanically capable of, win after gunfight, it is going to be possible. So we don't know to the level of abuse that spawn trap is going to face just yet to see whether or not any adjustments are going to be brought in. Because if we see more teams approaching this particular game mode with the exact same concept, then I think we can all rest assured that within the next season or two, things will most definitely change and the meta will continue shifting, right? Because this was not only just introduced into the pro scene, it hasn't even been thrown into ranked mode just yet. So it's quite the experiment and it's quite the finding for all of us as well. But as for PRATA Gang, MYSG, the only thing that I want them to do is to not give up just yet. They have got one more series within the day and expectations are at a all-time low, and that is the best situation to impress.
Yeah, definitely. That is one factor why the control scene has not yet matured. The ranked games are not open for that control
Yeah.
mode, and they are in an experimental stage through scrimmage, through tournaments here, and that is what Prata Gang lacks. The experience in the control mode, because they cannot use it in the ranked games. They cannot play it in the ranked games. So maybe this is their first time, or maybe second, third, fourth, fifth. But compared to Triple V, where they are screaming every hour, every day, I mean, I bet that they have already played like 50 matches of control or 100 matches of control. So
Yeah.
their system of plays here are much mature than our Prata Gang. And speaking of systematic plays of Triple V, let's take a look on how did they conquer the Prata Gang in this highlight later on.
And yeah,
So yeah, Coach Shay,
Yeah, the
what can you
highlight-
say about this?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Wire to wire victory. Prata Gang, they started things off with 13 points. I thought, there was just the beginning of, they can try to get it close. But as soon as I started seeing the kill feed all VVV, it was just pretty much a GG from the start. And then you saw Kenji with a 17 kill spree here. I thought he was going to get a nuke. Unfortunately, did not get it as well. And I feel like the highlight for this matchery, AJ and Sezi, I think you guys could agree, was that triple Goliath double cluster strike towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone is going to be able to outdo that flashy play on the side of VVV Esports just yet, unless someone else at the lower bracket takes on Prata Gang and shows us that even at the lower brackets, the Prata Gang can't really pull off much, right? And that's going to be quite the big disappointment for me because I really want to see this team step it up.
Yep. You want to see the team step it up, and the perfect team to step up is the Prata Gang in the lower brackets. Hopefully, they will learn their lesson right here. They have been what they call it, baptized in the upper bracket. So now that they have more exposure in the upper bracket, they can do well in the lower bracket. But still, it is a big question mark because you saw the gap here in skills. Triple V just rocking it all over. This is Prata Gang trying to get more points here, but Triple V still has shown the systematic plays, not letting their guards down here and setting those records. 7-0 in the search and destroy. I mean, this game from Triple V, Coach J, this has not yet exposed the cards of Triple V, right?
Oh, definitely not. I mean, they have some, so if you are a player with a high IQ, you would definitely know what they were trying to do. But looking at it, they're just pretty much running around one single room and just running to their enemies and getting the kill. So nothing to expose there. So I think that might be a good thing for VVV and a bad thing for those teams who are trying to go against them, because you have nothing, no scouting report whatsoever. You just see them running around, no place whatsoever.
Yeah, and that is one of the advantages of Triple V Esports. Plus, they only played 5 games on the eliminations, and that is against 4 teams only. So 4 teams only know their role here, their plays, and that is PDR Esports that has known or that's just tasted their defeat against Triple V. So Triple V Esports, they will be a big question mark on how much they improve, and this is a real threat to those who aimed at the top. But speaking of this, I mean, what do you think about this advantage that Triple V has, AJ?
Hey, this against other teams or against Prata Gang?
Against other teams.
Yeah, the advantage that they have is, I mean, hands down, they are a grand finals worthy team. That although, Jericho, the other teams haven't really been able to read anything off of this matchup just yet, the one thing that they would have been able to clearly see is not just Demos, but the whole squad is ready for a game, man. And to a certain degree, the PRATA gang was able to put up a fight, but it was it was these players that shut them down, hands down, right? And VVV Esports just proved that regardless of who they take out there on the battlefield, there's just going to be absolutely no mercy whatsoever. So that's what the other teams can learn, that they cannot expect mercy from VVV regardless of whoever they are.
Yeah, that is true.
No, mhm,
Yeah, go
no
ahead.
mercy. Yep, no mercy from Triple V. And looking at the statistics of Demors here, he got its 4.4 KD, very high against our Prata gang. And I mean, this is from Low Kings. Now, what can you say about this transfer? Do you think, Coach J, that this will greatly help Triple V?
I don't think it greatly helped them, but you know, as AJ said, it's a little bit that warm up game that they had, and now they're all warmed up. They're just preparing on who they're gonna face. I think they didn't even break a sweat in this series, and I mean, look at the Moors, 4.40 KDA. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. 4.4 KD, and because of this has really posed a huge results for Triple V in this opening game. I mean, in their first game in the live stream. So hopefully Triple V can maintain that momentum. But for now, Prata Gang will be sitting on the lower bracket where their opponent will be decided on the next matchup, on whoever loses on that one. While on the side of Triple V, their opponent will be decided later on after the next match. The winner of that will be facing Triple V, and that is a huge threat. Once again, Triple V has not yet showed any cards up their sleeves, so it's a big mystery on how Triple V will perform. And how are you looking forward to things here, especially for Triple V, AJ?
I see them soaring all the way through, man. Earlier on in the previous season, we've got Garena Esports who were standing in their way, who managed to stand in their way, and now they are not here. They are not going to be able to stop the raging VVV Esports. And once again, I feel like it was a huge mismatch in terms of a series, right? Because you've got the newcomers and you've got VVV Esports, such a capable team that was not only hungry, but were very determined to get this all the way and prove a point to everyone. So we clearly saw what that sort of a mismatch shows up on the end scoreboard, and it wasn't really pretty for the players of PRATA gang. VVV Esports has got nothing to worry about because obviously they are one of the heavy hitters in this competition, but they still need to be vigilant, of course. They still need to keep an eye on all of the other teams because you never know who can surprise you and when. I mean, C8 MG, earlier on in the previous challenges, they couldn't really get past, that barrier to get into the grand finals. But this time around, they might just be. I mean, we don't know what sort of adjustments they bring onto the table.
Yep, definitely. The adjustments on the table will be set later on as we will see PV Prime versus C8 AEIPATHY together with Cali, Warden, and the Mustachio AJ after this one. So stay tuned and see you after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Garena Youth Challengers Season 2. My name's AJ, and our casters for this next matchup is the fantastic duo, the one and only amazing Cali Gaming, alongside our superb Warden. Boys, welcome, and I cannot believe this day has finally come. Cali, how are you feeling, man? How are you feeling about this partnership right here that started off at the community stages and right now for an official Garena stream in itself?
Oh yeah. Well, now that you mention it, I think I'm gonna prepare myself to cry. I'm just kidding. Well, honestly, AJ, it's been a lifelong dream of us just to be right beside you, and being here right now, I'm so happy that we're able to work as a part, and of course, being able to be here with you, AJ.
Bro, this is too much of love, man. I'll ask you to talk about each other, but thank you. I love you. I appreciate you. Warden, how about you? How do you feel, man? This is your chance, and you have been blazing it up on the mic so far. Before, obviously, we get into the game, before we talk about C8 AEIPATHY, etc., etc. How are you feeling that you get this opportunity with Cali on this stage?
I mean, it just feels mesmerizing, to be honest. Like I'm really like overall like savoring this opportunity right now, because it has come a long way. It has been 8 months since me and Cali Gaming has been balling it out in the community scene, and finally officially here alongside with you as well, Mustachio, with Cali Gaming. We've come a long way and we're finally here. AJ, I just feel so great today, man.
There's the reason why I'm highlighting these two boys, right? Because they show exactly what you can do by putting in the work, by putting in the hours, by dedicating yourself to this game, right? I mean, they started off at the community stages and they worked their way all the way to this stage, and they're absolutely blazing it out there. And just like them, the teams are putting in the work as well. Yes, we did see PRATA Gang making it all the way to this stage, but unfortunately in their first matchup, they've bombed out already. Now we get to see two teams, PV Prime going up against C8 AEIPATHY. That is going to be the next series that you guys will be able to eat up. But the way we started off the day, all the way up till now, it's just been a day of donuts. When Sem9 took on PDR ESPORTS, they served it up hot 3-0, followed up by C8 MG. When they met 81, it was a similar situation, and you guys just saw the absolute annihilation of the PRATA Gang by VVV. So thoughts, Cali, do you think this is going to be a 3-0 as well, or are we going to see the first 5-match series?
Comparing like the past 3 matches to this upper bracket quarterfinal 4 that we have, I feel like this is going to be a match where you will finally see a closer game, closer than ever, because of how I believe the individuals from PB Prime and C8 AEIPATHY is going to have a far similar play style and, of course, far similar output when it comes to playing in this best of 5 series right up ahead here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And in terms of your thoughts, Warden, do you think C8 AEIPATHY has got exactly what it takes to go up against PV Prime, who had the capability of shutting down C8 MG themselves?
I mean, in all honesty here, AJ, it's a big question mark for me, because just the identities of PV Prime, they're quite unknown here. So with C8 AEIPATHY, they have to at least avenge their brothers at some point of the spectrum here in this event. So I'm really relying on that storyline right there. But for BV Prime here, honestly, AJ, they're a walking question mark here, man. The identity is quite unknown. I don't exactly know who is inside this PV Prime. I've met a lot of PV Prime. I met a lot of varieties of PV Prime. I don't know who is playing here exactly. So it's just about time for them to like showcase who they are as a team and who they are as a player overall.
Well, either way, both of these teams will have their opportunities, and both of you guys on your beautiful debut combo together, I'm pretty sure this is going to be one cracker of a matchup to witness. I'm still curious as to exactly which team is going to be taking that very aggressive stance from the get-go. I mean, Cali, we know C8 as a whole, but C8 AEIPATHY on the other hand, you've casted so many of these community tournaments. Have you managed to catch them in any one of those competitions?
Well, me and Warden actually managed to catch the individuals that compose C8 AEIPATHY's lineup right now at the moment. I mean, Z-Man and of course, Janos actually played for Warlord Esports.
Correct.
Zunex and of course Josh played for that Aguila Esports, and of course Wadu and Janos actually played for VVV. And actually this team right here for C8 AEIPATHY, they're strong individuals. What they have to show here today is not just the individuality, but how they stick as a team. And I feel like C8 AEIPATHY, if they are able to play cohesive as a unit, they'll probably have the opportunity to take down PB Prime, AJ.
Absolutely. And, Callie, the same question sorry, not the same question, but to you again, yet another question. To a team on the side of PB Prime that managed to shut down the players of C8 MG from the C8 clan as well, in comparison to C8 Apathy, who's slightly newer, but have got, this star-studded roster. Do you feel them, managing to get the win over this time, or do you think it's going to be a 50-50 fight?
For me, it's going to be a 50-50 here because, again, C8 AEIPATHY, they're going up against PB Prime, whose place is completely unknown. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a 50-50 for me. I do love to know what can PB Prime offer here against C8 AEIPATHY.
Yeah. And Warden, how about you, buddy? What are your predictions for this upcoming series? Do you potentially see this going past a 3-0, or do you potentially see it breaking down?
Could be the case here, AJ. I mean, I love myself some to the side of where I have, I get to question a lot who is the players inside PB Prime. But
Yeah.
looking at the lineup here for C8 Apathy, Wadu is one of the first players I've casted myself, and the experience of this guy is just truly insane. This guy has been hopping around teams over teams, and finally, though, I do believe that he is established enough inside Apathy that he can capitalize a dub here for this event itself. I do believe Apathy here will be leaning towards 60% over 40% here for the side of PB Prime, not unless coming again, AJ, I do want the identities of PB Prime to be showed up to me.
Yeah, I truly love the 60-40 chances that you give them, right? And all of these team members, all of these, both these squads obviously will be taking it all the way, but we have to look at the coin toss later on as to who Lady Luck looks and smiles at, because to a certain degree, it really will be changing exactly, or it really will determine exactly which side this falls, regardless of who brings in the bigger firepower. Looking at how both of these teams might just be a little bit 50-50 out there on the battlefield. Of course, Warden, I know your 60-40 is that it just differs a little bit. But let's take a look at that lineup of C8 and see exactly who they bring to the table, guys. Callie.
All right. All right. Now we got C8 AEIPATHY here. We got Janos, Josh, Wadu, Z-Man, Zunex, and actually this team right here, they got strong individuals. And honestly, the word apathy, just a couple of fun facts here. Apathy means an enduring, unconsuming passion. So let's see though if it's going to be taking full effect here as they go up against PB Prime here at this best of 5 series, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you've already broken down that each individual player from the teams that they used to come from. So quite a formidable lineup in terms of what C8 Apathy brings to the table. But in terms of chemistry, it is still quite, out in the open as to how this is going to go. But we obviously expect the best from them. They take on PB Prime. Warden, now, I know you've already mentioned that, you don't really have a lot of data on this team. And, based on what I believe Callie has found out, digging around about this team, he did mention in his notes that they only scrim for twice a month. Now, it doesn't really sound like it's enough, though, does it, Warden?
It doesn't, man. Most of the times nowadays, if we're going to be talking about the top level of the competitive scene, you get to see teams like playing like triple set of like 3-3-3 scrims. It's like 3 control, 3 S&D, and 3 hard point.
Yep.
And for Prime to just show off like only 2 scrims per month, that doesn't seem so convincing for me. But, if it only takes them 2 scrims to like get polished up, then why not? But honestly, Mustachio coming again, I'm just going to say it again, it's not so convincing for me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Let's take a look at the lineup of PV, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Warden, please walk us through.
Oh my God! We got letter A, we got letter G, we got letter H, we got P, we got S, we got X. So, we got Alpha Golf Hotel. P. I'm just butchering this one out, but nice identities here, guys. So it's gonna be interesting casting this one out here, AJ.
I do not envy your position at all. I think it will crack me up to say letters purely out there. A, just slice this guy. B, just slice that guy. There's no B there, but you get exactly what I'm talking about. In terms of the suspense behind the whole of PV, I feel like they have got a lot to bring to the table. PV Prime, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, maybe this is exactly what is needed in the competition, right? A little bit of suspense, and then they come and take over, full force. But the probability of that happening might be a little low based on the prowess that the players of C8 Apathy bring to the table. Would you think so, Callie?
Yeah, honestly, PB Prime here, don't that they were able to place top 1 on their respective bracket for the qualifiers, which truly says a lot about what this team can offer. But then again, in terms of the play style, we don't really know what type of play style are they going to bring inside this game. So for now, for C8 AEIPATHY, they have to really watch out against PB Prime, especially in this first game where we play hardpoint, because that's going to set the tone of the game. They lose that one, they might not have any momentum moving on forward to this best of 5 series. But then again, PB Prime, they have the element of surprise. Even I got surprised about their names. I mean, when you have single-digit initials, you got AGPS, X. I mean, that really says a lot. This team is really mysterious, and they are full of question marks, AJ.
Absolutely, man. I do agree with you. I want to see exactly what they bring onto the table. Let's see exactly who Lady Luck looks and smiles at. Here are your bans and picks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And it looks like PV Prime has got Lady Luck smiling at them. They will be Team A. Very appropriate since they all go by alphabets. And the map that they take out of the equation will be Summit. Map ban on the side of C8 AEIPATHY on the other hand, Hacienda. Tell me what's that ooh about, Mr. Kali?
Well, honestly, I love like the take here for PB Prime. You know, they banned Summit map and they love to open that slums in that map pool. But for me, though, honestly, this got me thinking. Since it's going to be PB Prime winning that coin flip, they take off map as their map pick to use. So does that mean this team is actually great when it comes to those longer range engagements? I mean, there's like a cohesion about Takeoff being picked and Summit getting banned. Maybe PB Prime really hates those close range engagements. But then again, for C8 AEIPATHY, you going in for that initial ban, it's like a very common ban here. Getting that Hacienda out of the map pool, then of course having that Purifier ban as well. That leaves the Annihilator still open for use here in this respawn gameplays. And I love everything that's laid out here at this best of 5. I feel like we're going either a game 4 or game 5 here, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I was a little shocked as well that the slums was allowed to be out there for the picks. And on top of it being allowed for a pick, it was actually selected by PV Prime for control. Your thoughts on that, Warden?
Well, quite interesting, to be honest. I mean, we did see Slums control earlier, and I'm starting to believe here, AJ, that Slums control could be one of the most viable maps there is, because it's not a coincidence that Slums control will be chosen over here. So really interesting. So I think overall, I do believe that both of these teams will not come in empty-handed. They got the arsenal, they got the decked out strategies that they can pull through. Until then, it's just about the execution that they want to show up for us.
And the maps that have been selected here, especially with Takeoff Hardpoint, at a certain point in the competitive rotations, it just felt like the players or the teams were really having a hard time at Takeoff. And then slowly, all of the squads started to learn all of the strategy and rotations. And now we see teams like PV Prime in the open picking Takeoff for the very initial engagement. C8 AEIPATHY, although they've got those players with experience within the Call of Duty mobile scene, Kali, what's the probability of them hitting hard here on such a confident side of PV, man? I mean, it feels like they already know exactly what's going to go down here. Their map picks are very, very daring, don't you think?
Yo, it's quite interesting just looking at their map picks, because they went in for the unconventional route. So meaning to say, going in for this unconventional map pick means they're truly engaged, and of course they truly love what happens in this unconventional map. So obviously I feel like this is going to be a 75 to 25% in favor for PB Prime here, AJ.
75 to 25. Well, casters, you have got your numbers on. Take it away.
Okay, so Warden, it's great to be back. Let's go and catch this game. C8 AEIPATHY and PB Prime playing on this hardpoint takeoff. First map of the day. We go and play. First 250 on this hard point, and this bad boy about to get played. First hill on the play. It's going to be AEIPATHY right on point, but PB Prime now looking to turn things around. GAG on that kill field, getting 3 kills, and already right off the get-go, 10-0 starting for AEIPATHY.
Yeah, exactly, starting for AEIPATHY here, but it's not going to be so convincing for me here, Kali. P1, one of the most crappiest hills there is, not just in Takeoff overall, but in the Call of Duty universe. So I'm not really expecting any money hills whatsoever, but I do love the influence that AEIPATHY is showing here. 15 seconds under their name. Might be at 30 as well if they can screw up the scrap time, but Looking like PB Prime will get their contestant in as well. So far, Cali, it's all about going to be P2, P3, P4, that where I'm going to be looking at the most. And looking like P2 might be bounded over for a set of C8 Apathy, just adding more information down in. Player 5 going to be anchoring. That's going to be Josh here, holding the spawns, trying to prepare P2 for his team.
Yeah, kind of back and forth in that first hard point. But one major play that C8 AEIPATHY did is prioritize the anchor position that will be played here in this hard point number 2. Just gives them the access, of course, to spawn right beside the hill and, of course, soak up all this time in the hill. But so far in this one, PB Prime not exactly playing as they seem to be. Looks like they're playing individually, and it's giving AEIPATHY a chance to score and wrap all this points. But now we're starting to see the flood come through. They're now slowing it down, and they're playing as a team. They got 3 players stuck up inside this point, Swarm. And now here comes C8 with their stand on the defense. They take everybody down. Look at that clean. That's going to be amazing. But PB Prime just made sure that they can retaliate back. They will be able to contest, but not for long. 37-17, current score of the game. C8 on the lead.
I'm starting to question the play there for a set of PB Prime. That was the sole definition of bashing your head against a wall. There was no player wrapping around, getting the anchor placement out away from C8 Apathy. And just like that, yeah, for sure, they were able to put the influence inside the hill, but it didn't matter. The spawns was still given for the set of C8 Apathy, hence giving them the early rotation. And, you know, once you get 2 players out of the play, early rotation, they're just going to be able to put themselves back inside the hill and putting the pressure down. And approaching onto P3 directly, we go. Sure, bound to be a hill for the set of PB Prime if they can hold their grounds here, but Zunex here trying to make a play, sprays down in. 2 piece under his name, just like that. Coming again, Cali spawns will be given for a set of C8 Apathy.
Yeah, one thing that C has been doing great so far is getting all these early rotations. Since the start of the second hard point, they've been going at it and, of course, winning all of their rotations, and thus they're here giving themselves their own set of adjustments. But love the individuality plays here from C8. You know, I mean, Zunex is popping up with his own annihilator. Z-Man just making sure the perimeter is clean and, of course, away from the enemies. And this has been the perfect formula right now for C8, and I hope they get to continue with this execution because everything's falling into their hand. I hope that they will be able to find more because for sure PB Prime will find a way for them to score a lot of points as they look to bounce back.
Yeah, looking to bounce back here, Cali. And just speaking about formula here, Cali, one formula that I think one piece of recipe that they put in here is anger here, man. Look like C8 Apathy, they really want to avenge their brother team C8 MG, and look at how dominant they are starting off here. P3 said and done, P4 opening up, and it's just going to be the same storyline here. We got the early rotation here for a set of C8 Apathy. They got the players inside the hill, all around the parameter, and you know, if you're going to be asking the Call of Duty coaches around the community, this is not the spawns that you would totally want to have here for this hill, and just like that is actually proving to be the case here, just like that. G here on a 2 spree with Annihilator. Will he be able to connect with a third? Yes, he does. And just like that, could be the clearance here inside the hill that they totally need. It's only going to take at least 2 money hills for them to bounce back onto this game, but it is easier said than done.
Yeah, easier said than done. So far right now, it's going to be PB Prime soaking all the time in this hard point, but you're going to see C8 AEIPATHY charging in front of the point and just make sure that they get the flood, the hard point, and they get the break. But then again, there's not going to be enough reinforcements for PB Prime to hold this hard point. So C8 just took that chance, and now they are already on that 100-point mark, which makes them closer to that end goal. Now, this is it. The first hard point, the first set of kills about to end, and we're moving on to new. And the one thing that we really have to check in is PB Prime. This is their map pick, but it seems like they're really having a rough time going up against C8.
Yeah, it's really funny there, Cali. You know, that's a really nice takeaway right there because, you know, if you choose a map, I would totally expect for you to at least put up a fight, and it's exactly not going to be the case here. And, you know, in some way, Cali, once you put up a fully established C8 Apathy inside the hill, the chance of you breaking inside it, if you're on the side of PB Prime, it's 0%, Cali. There's no way that you're going to be able to get yourselves inside the hill. There's no influence down in. The time that PB Prime has showed up, the 44 points that they have under their belt right now, it only came from scrap time. So, Cali, impact-wise, C8 Apathy, they're just balling out.
Yeah, right now, C8 AEIPATHY, not just they're balling up, and they're so well grounded. They set their priorities straight in every hardwood they take. They got the formula and success, and they're clinging on to it. So next with that huge 3-piece, just cleans out the hardwood single-handedly and looking to be so annoying for the hand of PB Prime. Now that guy is going to be fully strict up. That cluster strike is going to be really useful in the coming hard points that will be coming right up next. But here for now, scrap time about to end. We're moving on to this next hard point. We're going to the stairs, and this is one of the hard points that's really hard to break because of how compact the hard point really is, but now it seems like we're going to see PB Prime trying to change things, looking to have a revitalized gameplay. But for C8 AEIPATHY, they'll continue to force their way through, being persistent. They stand the point and they will remain in the point.
Yeah, they will remain in the point, but not for so long. I mean, yes, for so long for C8 AEIPATHY, that is PV Prime. They were really fighting for the spawns here on towards P2 second deck, but it doesn't matter. Look at this. Once again, just the same old regular setup here for C8 AEIPATHY. We got Josh there anchoring from the back end, securing the spawns for his team. And just like that, PV Prime, they're going to be pushed down here on towards the mid lane, giving them such a hard time rotating inside the hill. It's only going to be the contestment, and it's not going to matter at most. They have to push through coordinatively, but I don't think they're even going to have enough time to put up an impact on towards its hill. Approaching onto P3 here, Cali. Man, it's just ever since the start of the game, we did see a little bit of contestment there for the side of PV Prime, but the lead, they never gave it to the side of, overall PV Prime. So 185 to 62 here, Cali. P3 opening up. Could be a hill here for PV Prime if they can shift the momentum for their side.
And for PB Prime, this is it. This is the end. If they don't make a move, it's going to be a map win here for C8 AEIPATHY. And talking about C8 AEIPATHY right now, they came into the game with a better strategy. They know when to push and when to leave everything behind. Not to mention the gunfight. Just on point, they don't mess around. They mean business. Now they are starting to accumulate a lot more than as usual. And Wadu with that annihilator, number 5 Josh with that SS1 Goliath and that cluster strike coming from Zunex. Everything is just laid to place, and the hard point soakers all have to do is stay inside that hill to accumulate more time and extend that lead even further. And PB Prime, this is their map pick. I reiterate back again, but they're looking so lost in this game. They're lagging behind 100 steps away from C8 AEIPATHY, and now we got 5 seconds left. 224 to 72 here, Warden. This hard point right here with Josh inside could be the end game.
Yeah, it could be the end game here. And honestly, Cali, I don't mean to put PV Prime down, but this is the again for them. If they can't shift the momentum coming again, it's just gonna be it. Josh here balling out with an XS1 Goliath, claiming every point, claiming most of the kills. And just like that, the team, the factor C8 AEIPATHY has been showing ever since the start of the game. They are completely in a different level. Only 11 more points to claim. Take it all away. It's just gonna be C8 AEIPATHY all the way through, all day, all the way, claim it all the way. Cali, it's game over here. Just a little bit more push, and it's game. Josh getting that final kill. GG.
Yeah, there you go. 250 to 72. C8 not really giving PB Prime that 100-point mark, and honestly, for me, Warden, I kind of gave PB Prime that 75% win rate, but I take that back. C8 with their individual gameplay and with them sticking as a team, they just really know when to just exaggerate and focus on their priorities. But I don't know who this guy is right in front of our screen, Warden. Do you happen to know who this guy is?
I don't exactly know, man, but I do remember in the local tournaments they were mentioning someone, and I do believe it's Josh. I do believe that's Josh right there. I don't know. I don't want to name anyone, but I do remember them teasing someone. So, my man, Cali, we're looking at the numbers here, and I do believe we have to pass this one to the professional because honestly, it's not looking so bright here for the side of PV Prime. AJ, what do you have to say with this one, man?
I mean, as shocked as you guys were, I was shocked in the background as well, man. Not only strategy-wise, the players of PV Prime were getting thumped, they were just getting shot down the places every single time they stand, they get spotted, they got taken out of the equation, right? Great defenses, but just like we saw in terms of weaknesses early on in the very first series of the day, very, very slow rotations, right? And it was C8 AEIPATHY that was moving in there for those early rotates. But, apart from that though, Cali, what was the weakness you spotted out on the side of PV?
Well, I think PB Prime had 3 things that they really need to consider moving into this next few matches that we have. Number 1 is those early rotations. If things are not currently working for you in the current hill, try to make up for it in the coming objectives that will be laid in the game. And number 2, that team play. Everybody's just doing individual stuff. There was no body system that could help them play for trades. And I think that really hurted a lot for PB Prime. And that number 3, you obviously know it's that team chemistry. They just gotta make sure they make a more decisive decision as a team moving forward here, AJ.
Yeah, and it is quite shocking to see each and every single player on the side of PV Prime hit a negative KD in this matchup. And Z-Man hitting the 2.6. Fantastic performance, exceeding 6,000 on the score. I mean, brilliant in terms of play. Did Z-Man impress you, Warden, as much as he impressed me? Because I think he took my breath away, man, with his plays.
My man, this is my favorite player to watch here for side of C8 Apathy. And coming again, man, I remember back in the days as well, during his run for J1 Cynic, he was really a formidable player. And, you know, it's just going to be him showing off, you know, AJ. Mark my words. Watch him in Search and Destroy. He's going to take your breath once more. Like, this guy is a very, very convincing player.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all. He most definitely has been convincing all the way up until now, and he just pushed me over the line, man. I mean, this guy has managed to not just take my breath away, but also make me stop breathing in some of those situations. Because, I mean, we're talking about 52 kills, and he only fell 20 times overall, which makes him one of the biggest threats out there on the battlefield. And when it comes to S&D, where survival is just so important, he is going to shine once again, and I feel like that's exactly why you pointed him out, right? At the S&D, you've got that sort of survivability. I mean, you take the cake already. But Warden, you know, after watching this particular matchup, has the 60-40 stat, changed any bit?
Cali, I'm gonna just be a copycat. I'm gonna just copy your numbers just a little bit. I'm gonna be sticking to my 75% as well here. So, I mean, for PV Prime, gonna be reverse here, Cali. 75% on the side for C8 Apathy. So, not looking so bright here for PV Prime, but you know, it's a very bold prediction here. I don't want to take them out of the equation, but I do want them to prove me wrong.
Absolutely, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is match 2. Cali as well as Warden. Take it away.
Warden is come and go. This is going to be it. Search and Destroy, and this is going to be things. This is where things go slower as usual. Now we're going into this first round, and it seems like C8 will be forcefully forcing their way at the Z-bomb side, clearing the point, clearing the area, and what is going to expand even further. Just clearing out the first round in just 27 seconds. What a way to start this Search and Destroy.
Cali, are you sure it's slow? Come on, man. Are you sure it's a slow game here? See it, Apathy, they're just playing like it's respawns here, man. They're just, it's like the similar situation here. If you're going to be playing on hardpoint raid, just head onto the sculpture, go for the kills, and just clear out the parameter. And looking like this time around, they're going to be playing for P4 here. They're going to be playing like it spawns once more. Going inside that A parameter here. We got overall a 5-man push here, all the way through for the side of C8 Apathy. Kills here, not looking so bright, but more convincing now. So you're going to be able to pick off 2 players under the name PV Prime. It's all down to GSP here to clutch this one out, but looking to be a retaliation push here for the side of GPG here. It's all down to Xenex here to clutch this one out. 1v3. What exactly can you do? Unfortunately, he's going to get taken down from the back end. He does manage to get a 2-piece under his name. Too close for comfort still, though, for the side of PV Prime.
You know, C8 Apathy just played it one too aggressively for my liking, and they played it too fast that they forget what to consider right from the front and from the back. And that's where PB Prime just actually took the time. They just waited for C8 Apathy to just go in for their aggressive push, and that's where they entrapped them from the back. And I love that adjustment. PB Prime, they know that there's going to be an aggressive push, so they try to slow things down, wait for C8 Apathy to cross the border, and that's where they decided to go in and attack. So now here, this time, after those first 2 rounds, which happened so fast, here this time with this round number 3, we're looking to play things slow. 2 teams just waiting where the wind will blow.
Yeah, exactly. Waiting for the wind to blow. Waiting for that sail to lead to a direction. And you know, Cali, we're going to be talking about Search and Destroy. We did have a phone call with PV Prime, you know, not so long ago, and we did ask who was the team captain there. It's going to be player S. Sancho, I do believe here. So we're really eyeing for him to put up an impact for his team and just holding off the call here. But there we go. Game now moving in quite quickly. Bomb has been planted 2. Frags has been kicked onto the place and looking to be more convincing here for the set of PV Prime. ASXMC here still alive, all down to player 3 and player 4 here to clutch the one out. And Janos and Zunex are trying to make the play on a tree spree. There we go. And in the blink of an eye, they're going to be able to find a third. Will they be able to connect with the 4? It's all down to P now here to deny it all out. And just like that, Genus, how does it happen? A CBR4 through the wall? I haven't seen anything like that before there, Cali.
Well, that's what you call just micro gameplays, you know. C8 Apathy, they're really they're focusing on those little details, and little details like that is gonna help you win more games as usual. And of course, C8 AEIPATHY, they've been changing things up, being so unpredictable, and PB Prime is getting caught off guard. If this is not a great sign, as you can see. 3 players down in the first 20 seconds. PB Prime, they gotta revert back. They gotta make sure they slow things down. And this player from X and number 3 in S, if they could surround and play that pincer maneuver, they could possibly have the chance to take these players down, but not when C8 AEIPATHY decides to play as a team. 2 players ganging up on 1, easy blitzkrieg, but we got a 1v1 at this point with Wadu out of the picture. Here we go, Zunex or S. It's gone back, and it's going to be Zunex taking it in. C8 takes round number 4 in the bag.
Zunex blowing his hair just like that, you know, with ease. Not even a sweat drop. He's going to be able to win that gunfight. El Capitan Sancho out of the play. And 4th round will be under the belt of C8 AEIPATHY here. And as you said, Callie, I want to emphasize something that you totally said there on towards the laundry play right there. We got Z-Man and just Zunex there just going at it, playing as a team overall, and it is one factor why C8 AEIPATHY here is just going on a roll. Why does Zunex 1 kill under the name already on towards this round? But till then, actually trying to lower the grounds as well out away from AEIPATHY, but it's not going to matter at most. Just winning every majority of the gunfight here for the set of C8 AEIPATHY. PV Prime, they got to show off. The game is just moving too fast. This is not even search and destroy. This is just overall a chaotic madness here that PV Prime is experiencing, Cal. I just slow down, AEIPATHY. Jeez.
Yeah, you know, for C8, what I'm definitely observing is they're really clinging onto the momentum that they had from that first game. And until now, PB Prime is still not yet fully recovered from the damages that's been done on that first game. And right now, if C8 is playing so aggressive, why not try to slow it down, wait for them to make their move first before adjusting and, of course, going in for these rotations. But then again, here we go. Josh takes 1 down, dropping P. And now we got this first blood exchange. We got this 4v4, and C8 has planted that bomb. And PB Prime about to create their move. I love this play. They are currently in multiple angles, and their attacks are varied. And this is going to be nice, and it will throw C8 off guard. But then they have to win the gunfights. They got to be accurate, and there you go. Damage has been done. G takes down Zunek, but now we are going to see a 2v2. G on the back could get this landing blow, but he has to make sure that his timing is going to be perfect. 1v1 against Janos. He takes that man easily. Z-Man waiting for the moment, but he can completely smoke J with the huge 2Ps. And that's what PB Prime needs here, Warden.
Yeah, that's exactly what does PB Prime need here, Callie. Just slow down. They caught off the momentum out away from C8 AEIPATHY. And I do believe this is the perfect timing for them to try and dictate the pace now. As they're going to be playing offense here. Side is now switching. AEIPATHY will be playing defense. But, you know, if we're going to be looking at the momentum here for the set of AEIPATHY, I wouldn't really be so surprised if they're going to be playing quite aggressively here. And just like that, to kick things off, Gino's here with a frag grenade, getting literally a frag. A very formidable take here on towards the B bomb side. Quite fast here for the set of PB Prime, using the same cards with AEIPATHY. Looking like they're going to be able to get the clearance inside that bomb site.
Oh my goodness, this is great if you're PB Prime, but you know, you gotta make sure you can hold your ground at this point in time. And G getting 1 more player in his line of sight, but is not gonna get any player down as he gets completely smoked there by Wadu. 2v2 situation, still a doable situation if you are Prime. You just had to make sure you get to hold down your ground. And now everybody Josh with the quick flick Warden. That's so amazing. I think we have to say it.
Oh my days. Man, Callie, Carlo, C8 AEIPATHY, they're just a walking highlight reel. They go out of the mid lane, bash your heads against the wall, and it's just it. Once they put off the dominance that they pulled through from hardpoint here all the way to search and destroy, they are completely unstoppable here. And I gotta give comments for PB Prime. They're trying to change something up, but it doesn't really matter. There we go. PB Prime going for this A bomb site, but I wouldn't be so surprised to see it AEIPATHY continue to dominate. We got Josh, Genos with a 2-piece, Wadu from the back, and it's just all over the place. C8 AEIPATHY, this is just their game.
21 seconds. It's
Oh
all
my
it takes
days.
for C8 to blitz PB Prime on that round number 8. And now we're approaching match point. You take a look at the stats from C8. Wadu with 10, Zunex with 8, Josh with 8. I mean, we expected Z-Man to play really great, but when your team is just so full of momentum and so full of confidence, anyone can play. This really shows what C8 can do when they are at their true potential. And now we get to see more action. This could either be the final round if PB Prime will not decide to create and play safe. But for now, G takes down Z-Man. So now they made an ingress. Let's see though, how do they capitalize on the opportunity they have?
I'm not so sure, man, if that's going to be the big impact. C8 Apathy in Call of Duty, most of the times you say it takes 2 to tango, but in Call of Duty, it takes 5 to tango. And every player for the side of C8 Apathy is just so well capable of making that play. And just like that, slowly but surely making themselves inside that bomb site. The only last 2 players here needs to contest. But are they going to be able to pull through? I mean, time is ticking here. They still have a lot of time, and it's all down to Pierre to deny it all out. With a sniper in hand, not much you can do. Dancing around, trying to be Manny Pacquiao, and it's not going to matter at all. C8 Apathy will win out Search and Destroy in a dominant manner, quite flawless as it is. C8 Apathy up by 2 in terms of the series. Wow.
Oh my God! There you go. I think that's the. I think this picture right here is the one that's giving them a lot of those confidence and a lot more plus 10 attributes to their skills today. And yeah, it's a great lucky charm here, Warden, as C8 takes the 2-0 lead on this best of 5 series.
Yeah, definitely, man. I think Callie, I was starting to question my decision for my hair, and you know what? I'm not regretting it anymore. I mean, it's getting a lot of good luck here for a set of C8 Apathy, and maybe I should just go full on with my hair. But back to the game we go. 2-7 here, Callie. If we're gonna be talking about like the odds here or like the split of this, it's my guy. It's just too far away from what we predicted here, man.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. As you can see earlier before this match starts, I actually favored PB Prime because of how they were able to actually dominate their opponents at their qualifying brackets, and the stats is really promising from them. But when you face C8 AEIPATHY, which has the lineup of Wadu, Zunax, Josh, Junus, and Z-Man, all of these players are strong individuals that came from numerous top-tier teams. And talking about Zunax and, of course, this guy right here, Wadu, they're just too hot to handle at this Search and Destroy. I mean, these guys were creating all of the early picks, and of course, making sure that their team will actually have the early advantage right from the start, because you clearly see them always on that kill feed on that first 15 seconds, Warden.
Yeah, in the first 15 seconds there. And, Mustachio, I want to bring you here, man, because it wasn't Z-Man here popping off in this one. It was Wadu here. But, does it really matter? Because you look at the overall standing here, I don't even think Z-Man needs to pop off. It could just be anyone for the side of C8 Apathy that just needs to pull through and just go on a hit. Until then, it's just going to be a dominant win here. AJ, what's your thoughts about this, man?
Just a little bit too soft, right? Earlier on at takeoff, it was the exact same, lackluster approach from the side of PB Prime. And at SND, I thought it was going to change in terms of pacing. But after round number 1, I just sat back in my chair and I thought, oh my goodness, this might just be another PRATA mess up out there on the battlefield, right? It was a little unfortunate with the way things went. We are taking a peek at a little bit of the previous matches breakdown as well, guys, and this is exactly how that game went, right? And you can see that it hasn't really changed. The dominance that the players of C8 Apathy put out there on the battlefield has been absolutely stellar. After round 2, I was really wondering, when are those snipers going to come out? Because it really wasn't working for the players of PV. We did see the introduction of the sniper. P brought the DLQ out, but that didn't help them much at all. In fact, I think they got a little nerfed and they should have just stuck on with all of their SMGs that they were dragging out in terms of the MAC-10 as well as the CBR4. The strategy, they did try to change it up on the side of PV Prime, but nothing seemed to go their way. And guys, I think that makes the 3 of us in terms of thinking PV Prime were going to take this matchup, man.
Warden, what do you think?
I mean, man, you know what? Just to add more spice onto this, I'm just going to be going devil's advocate and going to go for PV Prime this time around, I'm really on the desperate urge to get some red sticks here. I'm so fulfilled with my donut run. I need to see more. I need to see that game number 4 at least, guys. Come on, give me a break of this 3-0. The game is just moving on too fast. So, AJ,
yeah,
I'm really hoping that PB Prime could step up here, but looking at the odds and looking how the statement has been put up for the first 2 games, it's not really looking to be too bright. So I'm being bold here and going to be going for PB Prime.
And I mean, it's good that you're sending some support towards PB Prime. I think all of us need to give PB Prime the support because it seems like they are having quite the nervous matchup out there. They don't really seem to shine. But, you know, in your opinion, Callie, what do you think PB Prime needs to do in this next matchup? How should they approach control? Because not only is it a new mode, but it is a mode where you cannot sustain if you drop your players a lot. And looking at the gunfights between these two squads so far, PB Prime really cannot hang with the players of C8 Apathy. So how would you approach this if you were PB Prime?
No, for me, there's only one thing that I could actually advise PB Prime coming into this control slumps, going up against C8 AEIPATHY, and that's actually playing as a team. Of course, you have to double chow at least or triple chow one player just to make sure that the kills are going to be traded and make sure that the live counts will remain close here, AJ.
Yeah, a little bit of a challenge to go in there to double and triple challenge when each and every single player on the side of C8 Apathy just sticks together and maintains all of their dominance out there in the battlefield. But I get exactly where you're coming from. Callie and Warden, take this match away. Hopefully we get to see this extended to match number 4.
Callie, I'm gonna take this one away because I want to give full support here for the side of PV Prime. If you're on the side of both ends of the spectrum here, first off, if you're on the side of PV Prime, comment down below, hashtag go PV Prime. If you're on the side of C8 Apathy, hashtag comment down below, go C8 Apathy here. But man, all energy let loose here. It's all gonna come down to the best out of the best here in terms of control. But Callie, in order for C8 Apathy, in order for PV Prime here to get control into the series overall, they need to control the dictators, you know, they need to control the momentum because so far it's 2-0 lead here for the side of Apathy. They need to capitalize on the control.
And you know, for PB Prime right now, they are definitely hanging in there. But as an attacker, you got only 39 seconds left, and you gotta make sure that you're about to get your first control point here at this lumps. And it looks like they're making sure that they get this B flag in their favor, which is going to be totally nice because finally we're seeing PB Prime go in as a team, and now they're making decisive decision together here at this first few moments of this first round. But now here comes the tricky part.
Wow.
You know, since that B flag has been successfully captured, we're moving into that A point control. And of course, that's going to be rooted out by a lot of head glitches, a lot of entries that C8 AEIPATHY could use to actually take down PB Prime. And quite surprised how Josh actually is wielding a scope here in this respawn gameplay, Warden. What do you think about that?
Quite interesting. I mean, you know, we look at control as like similar to search and destroy, and each and every kill could really prove crucial for the team itself. So, you know, if you can connect with a DLQ or any type of scopes, maybe till then you have to ensure it to be viable. And it's actually working out quite well for the side of C8 Apathy. Look at this now. This is the largest lead so far we've seen in terms of live 6-point lead here in terms of the lives here, Callie. And so far, this could be a round here for the side of C8 Apathy. Well-established defense, quite aggressive now it is because Z-Man here patrolling from the mid lane right there on a tree combo tree. Will he be able to connect with a Ford looking for S? Is he going to be able to pull through? And just like that, 2 kills before he does go down. 5 kills under his name, 3 more lives away for the set of PB Prime. And it's just going to be game over. All the aggression and the dominance here for the set of C8 Apathy still shown.
And you know, for C8 AEIPATHY, man, they're not afraid to step in. They're constantly confusing and compounding PB Prime on that first round. But do take note that the first segments of this round number 1, it was actually pretty close. It went 16 lives to 16 lives. It was pretty even. But then when the flag gets isolated and when C8 AEIPATHY had the opportunity to defend one of the flags, that's where they were able to pull away. They just stick to those power positions and just single-handedly take down PB Prime one step at a time. But now here this time, we're going to switch the sides. So it's going to be interesting. How will C8 AEIPATHY actually approach this game? Since the B flag side is one of the easiest hardpoint to break and of course to control. What type of attack are they gonna do? Will they opt in for the harder route and take A first before going to B? Or will they attack B first and worry about the A flag later on? It seems like they're going in for that divide and conquer. But for now, here at this game, it's 20-24. PB Prime is winning their gunfights, and this is what you absolutely love if you're PB Prime.
Absolutely what you would love if you're on the side of PB Prime. Exactly, Callie. And you know, before we talk about the topic of, you know, C8 Apathy putting contestant here inside the hill. They had to worry about, for a brief moment or two, that PV Prime was putting a lot of dominance here and a lot of map control on towards mid lane, just cutting off the rotation so far forward, and just like that, they're on the 6 life deficit here in comparison to PV Prime. And I love what I'm seeing here. You know, exactly, Callie. This is a little bit more life that we are so used to see for the side of PV Prime. And if ever they can hold on to the consistency, maybe till then they can capitalize off the round. Wadu here on the hill, trying to make that play, gonna be able to pull through, and they might be able to get a capture on towards Bravo here. Certainly they do. Time will get extended. Alpha rotation will come in shortly.
And right now, C8 has battered down the back 3, and PB Prime's got to check those damages. The B flag now officially out of contention. Now C8 only has to worry about this A flag. PB Prime needs to successfully defend this one. Currently, it's eye level. Everything is just back and forth. Now, this is going to be the crucial part of the game. Whoever gets to pull away with this amazing streaks will win this game. And talking about the devil, it's going to be C8 with their magnificent investments. Those gravity vortexes suck the life out of PB Prime, and now PB Prime only has 2 lives left, and what a sudden turnaround. The operator's skill just created the impact, and now C8 AEIPATHY. Now they only need to eat 1 more bread and they're over. C8 takes round number 2.
I mean, I'm gonna state this one out here, Callie. PV Prime needs to aspire like Hamilton. They can't throw away their shot, man. That was their shot.
Yeah,
that was their shot for them to capitalize around out away from C8 AEIPATHY, and they blew it all away. So,
yeah,
Callie, it's just 2-0 here. Last and final round could be if ever C8 AEIPATHY closes one out, and just looking at the momentum here, looking at the map control here for the side of C8 AEIPATHY, they're just going at it here on towards the mid lane. And C8 AEIPATHY, you all are playing defense. Calm down, fall back, give them a little bit of a leeway, and maybe till then we could get a fight, because right now it's just pure annihilation, literally annihilation here, Callie.
And you know, Warden, AEIPATHY doesn't hesitate. Exhibits no restraint. They take and they take and they take, and they keep winning it anyway. Their pace is so relentless, they waste no time. They want this game to be over in an instant. 50 seconds left on the clock, and PB Prime still looking to find a way to find an answer. But for now, C8 AEIPATHY 100 steps away. They always hit them quick, they get out fast, Chikaplow, and everything is just falling in their hands here.
Yeah, it's just falling on towards her hands here, Callie, and guns and battleships here. It's just going to be overall established here for the set of C8 AEIPATHY. Every sense of utilization here. A cluster strike, annihilator, utilities all over the place, blazing through the skies here. The voices, the victory march of C8 AEIPATHY. We can hear it from a mile away, Callie, because looking at the whole differences of these two teams here, time is ticking, life is getting drained down. PV Prime not showing any life no more. It's just going to be it. Close down the lights, shut it all down. PV Prime looking at the barrels of defeat here, Cal, and for just a moment, can we stay silent? Because PV Prime, they're gonna be suffering a 3-0 loss here.
Yeah, man, it's quite uptown. It's quite uptown. PV Prime, 12 seconds left, 4 lives left. This is not looking good. Every action is an equal opposite reaction. Thanks to C8 AEIPATHY, PV Prime's squad is fractured into fraction. 4 seconds left, and I believe this game is done. C8 AEIPATHY will advance to the next stage. PV Prime will be going down to the lower bracket. G.
Yep, G there, Callie. It's just overall a clean slate here. And man, you know, I'm lost for words here. There's a lot of things going on in front of me. First of all, C8 AEIPATHY, you just want you to know. Second of all, who the hell is this guy? Lastly, Callie, Donuts has been served in every matchup that we've had in the upper bracket. So it's just a trend. It's just a trend. And Callie, every tournament that we have casted, when we have appeared on, there's always that curse of being a 3-0. This is our fault here, man. We should stop existing. I'm kidding. But you know, back to the numbers game here. Actually, we did see on the round number 2 that PV Prime showed a little bit more life, and you know, they blew it all away. So, AJ, let's bring in the professional once again here, Callie. AJ, I want you to talk about more in the specific round. Round number 2, how did that happen? How did it go to the hands of C8? Like, why?
I was trying to figure out the exact same thing as well. I mean, they got a little bit overconfident with some of those kills that they were taking, and the moment they stepped out, you know, super confident. I wouldn't say stepped out of their comfort zone, right? Because they got super comfortable in that matchup, thinking that, okay, this was the round where we are going to turn everything and then they started making a lot of mistakes. Kill after kill, the players of C8 Apathy were taking, and the numbers started switching. And like Callie called it out earlier, right? That gravity vortex gun. I mean, unexpected change of events in terms of how the momentum was shifting in that second matchup. But the gravity vortex gun just, put that final full stop into that sentence, right? And the players of PV just didn't really stand a chance after that. But who would have thought that that would even be possible, right? Because, I mean, on that second play, it was Wadu mainly playing on that B flag. He was the sole playmaker when it came to that second round. But the players of PV, they had such a good hold on that. Callie, did you expect them to drop the ball?
I honestly kind of expected it just by the performance of C8 did on the first two hard points, under the first two game modes. So I kind of expected that PB will have a hard time, but I didn't expect them to actually lose every round here at this control. I kind of expected them to at least get one or two, and of course actually win it, but they just really dropped the ball here. AJ.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Okay. So, Warden, in terms of what their team could have done better, we'll leave that aside because I know the players of PV are hurting. In fact, they are already crying. We don't want to, pick on them a little bit more. But C8 Apathy, not only did they surprise, but their performance was, more than dominating. I mean, look at their KDs here. Your thoughts on that, Warden?
Man, okay. I don't want to. I wanted to bring this one up before the matches start, but I didn't want to. And honestly, I'm gonna bring this one up right now because I want them to appreciate themselves. C8MG was actually entitled to be, the worst team in C8. For them to bounce back and get this performance down, and they are proving to have a very big statement here, man. Avenging their brothers. Avenging C8 Apathy. I mean, they avenged their brothers here.
Yeah.
They put up an impact. So overall, it's just a good statement for the side of Apathy, and the complete set of players here coming in from Aguila, from Triple V. They really formed something new, and in Call of Duty, it's all about just putting off like experiments over experiments. And till then, I do believe this is their forte type of lineup here, Mustachio.
Yeah, and for all of you guys who are wondering exactly what we are talking about when, we do mention that C8 Apathy has managed to find this revenge for their brothers, because C8MG, they got taken down by PV Prime, not once, but actually twice for the qualifiers to get to this stage, right? On day one, it was the day where PV Prime was on fire, and they really took the fight up to C8MG, and C8MG, one of the teams that are fighting currently at the Garena Youth Challenges Season 2, so this makes it a whole big surprise in terms of what the squad of C8 Apathy has been able to pull off. I mean, not only were they, perhaps the suspected weakest team within the C8 ranks, because this sort of quality, this sort of performance truly does not speak to that statement at all. In fact, they look super good. Their rotations were perfect on takeoff. Their gun skills were great on takeoff. On raid S&D, they performed even more supreme. And slumps, they were literally out of control, Callie.
Yeah, and honestly, for PB Prime, the moment they started off slow at that takeoff hard point was like a sign of what's to happen on this best of 5 series, and it did so translated to this raid SND where they lost 2-7 and slumps control at 0-3. And I think the problem here for PB Prime is that they weren't able to adjust at all. I mean, after suffering these 2 losses and after eating the personality and the play style of C8 Apathy in this first 2 match, they weren't really able to play as a team or play for those straight to slumps control. And I think that's why they really underperform here in their first match in this playoffs, AJ.
Yeah. I do agree with you, man. I mean, if anything, I feel like C8 Apathy brought out the souls of C8 Esports out there on the battlefield, and they just took it all the way, right? We saw a little bit of C8 legacy sort of plays there as well with their setup. And the players of PV Prime, not only were they outplayed, but I think they kind of got surprised with what they were facing off against, right? I think they were expecting more of an equal fight, but when they got dominated on that takeoff matchup, they really got their spirits broken, only to be further shattered at that raid S&D. Once again, this was not something that you Callie, me, or Warden expected at the start of this series. In fact, I expected this to go all the way to a
Yeah.
game number 5. Looking at their past performances, looking at how they made their pathway in towards the top 8 of the Garena, youth challenges. But of course, at the end of the day, it is the performance of that day in itself, and perhaps PV Prime just weren't feeling their best at this matchup. Let's take a quick look at the highlights so that we can once again enjoy exactly how C8 Apathy just stole our breath away, especially with the plays of Z-Man. This guy was a firecracker, Warden.
Yeah, basically a firecracker. He popped off here in a hard point takeoff, really proving crucial here. And just like that, the play that he pulled through here on towards P2, he was a proving factor in the team. He was winning the gunfights, getting the time inside the hill. But on the other end of the spectrum, there, alongside with his teammate as well, the ingress that the whole C8 Apathy team got locked on was actually, supported by Josh as well. I don't think Z-Man would be inside the hill if it wasn't if it wasn't for the Brazilian hold by Josh in terms of getting the spawn for the team, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And obviously Wadu was on high performance as well, Mac-10. And the one thing that I did notice with both of these teams, they just ran that CBR4 as well as Mac-10 all the way through in this matchup. Your thoughts on why we couldn't really spot any of the other guns out there, Callie? Maybe, one would have thought a shotgun might have been a little bit useful in the new meta, but obviously these pro players are proving it wrong, not just in this particular series, but all throughout the day, Callie.
Jericho earlier mentioned the usage of the Peacekeeper and the RPDs, and here I was thinking that the SMG and the Mac-10 should have its highlights. And, I was just about to say that the Mac-10s and the SMGs or the CBR4 by C8 Apathy clearly did them wonders. And you clearly read my mind there, AJ. And I believe still about that CBR4 and that Mac-10 supremacy. But do note that in this current update that we have, we might see those shotguns very, very soon. Not now, though, but in that nearest future.
Yeah, and the players of PV Prime weren't really getting very creative with that. As I mentioned, in this SND, when that sniper was pulled out by S, he immediately got shut down, and those plays just really broke down a little by little right after that. And I feel like they kind of switched back to the SMG meta right after, but it really didn't recover all that too well. I mean, C8 Apathy, not only were they actually playing well, but they outclassed the players of PV Prime just in the exact same way VVV ESPORTS earlier on outclassed the PRATA Gang. And once again, this was not something I was expecting at all. And, one would think that maybe a little bit of a fight back from PV Prime would be available. But round after round, even in this SND, guys, the players of C8 Apathy proved that it was not going to go anywhere. I mean, we technically saw that to be the case after, that breakout run by Z-Man in that hard point. But obviously, that kind of just leaked on into SND. At Control, on the other hand, Callie, your thoughts on PV Prime losing control of that second round?
Honestly, for that second round, I think we really have to mention the impact of what the operator skills could do in this certain game mode. That gravity vortex where PV Prime is actually ganging up on this one certain spot just got truly turned around. I think this was the play here. You see, there's 3 players right on that fountains, and C8 Janos with that gravity vortex plus Josh Annihilator just clearly sniffed PV Prime on this round number 2, AJ. And again, those proper utilization of those operator skills is definitely going to win you games.
Yeah, and I think Josh, has learned something, and he has also taught everybody else the exact same thing as well. At Control, once you wipe out your opponents, don't go and stand at their spawn because they'll respawn in the exact same spot. A little bit unlike what we used to see at Hardpoint, even at Dominations of the past. But Z-Man, the guy who truly deserves the MVP title, take the stats away, Warden.
Yeah, I mean, he's averaging 24 kills, 24.67, averaging that's of 11.33, assists 10.33, an average score of 290.60, and a KDA of 2.18 overall. So, Z-Man here appearing for the second time for this Garena Youth Challengers, really proving to be crucial for his team here. And, it's not really so rare, he was actually a very crucial factor as well for J1 Cynic. So this guy overall is one of the talents that we have to watch out from then on forward here, AJ.
Oh, yeah. I do agree in terms of this guy we need to watch out for. But if you are the opponents of C8 Apathy, you better watch out for each and every single one of these players, man. Because Warren, you really painted out a good picture, right? Z-Man wouldn't really be able to perform at his best if you don't have a great anchor like Josh just holding down the spot, a great slayer like Wadu just strafing around out there on the battlefield, shutting down each and every single one of those players. But once again, this was the sort of outcome that I could have not foreseen at all. In fact, not only did I expect it to go to game number 5, I actually expected PV Prime to take the W on this matchup. And not only did that not happen, they got thrashed 3-0. I'm shocked. I'm speechless, Callie.
And even I am speechless. I right from the start of the game, I gave them the chance. I gave them my point of view in it. I gave them 75% win rate percentages, and actually gave the other team 25. But this team just made sure that I ate my words. And a huge shout out there for, of course, C8 Apathy for winning this series.
Absolutely, man. We all ate our words. C8 Apathy, now our eyes are on you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it is the kickoff of the losers bracket.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Garena Youth Challengers Season 2 presented by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. You are watching the hottest challenger competition out there in Call of Duty Mobile. I'm Kali Gaming. I'm down here with the best of the best right now. VVV Jericho, it's great to have you back. And Sezzy, it's great to see you back at it again here at this caster stage. And Coach Jericho, how are you loving the first 4 matches?
I mean, as I would say, Callie, all donuts. Glazed donuts. Set up
Oh
to
my
perfection. 3-0's upper bracket's already done. We're on the way to the losers bracket. Callie, I'm enjoying my time right now.
Okay, I mean, that's great to hear. And obviously, now that you mention it, we are on the lower bracket, which means this is it. 1 life left for the teams that went down here at this lower bracket. And Sezzy, who do you think will be shining on this lower bracket?
Man, I do not have an idea who would be, because these teams here for sure they will be fueled by the desire of victory, because they got their backs on the wall and they don't want to be left behind. And looking at the brackets here, you can see we are at the lower bracket. It's the PDR ESPORTS and anyone. So if they don't want to be kicked out of the tournament, they better do their best here, Kali.
And here's the thing. And here's the similarity between these 4 teams right now on this lower bracket. Everybody lost their upper bracket. Of course, that's absolutely like common sense. But then again, this team lacked the execution on that upper bracket. And now here this time, they got to find a way to adjust to the information that they had earlier. And they have to correct everything that they had mistaked earlier. So again, Coach Jay, PDR Esports, anyone, PRATA Gang, PB Prime. I'd love to know who you got advancing on this lower bracket round 2.
I gotta go with PDR. I mean, they showed really strong. They showed a really strong fight in that Sem 9 game, Callie. I mean, you casted it. You know what they are capable of. I feel like it's just the execution that they need to get through, that composure, that team comp. 2 weeks, not really enough, but if they can pull it off, this is the great time to pull it off to start that losers bracket run, Callie.
Oh yeah, definitely. And we are going to kickstart this lower bracket, and it's going to be PDR Esports and ENI1. And those who don't know, PDR Esports got 3-0 by Sem 9 earlier at that upper bracket. Meanwhile, ENI1 got outclassed by C8 MG. Again, also losing 3-0 on that upper bracket. Gentleman sweep here at this lower bracket round 1, match 1 between PDR Esports and ENI1. And Sezzy, I'd love to toss the same question to you. PDR Esports and ENI1, PRATA Gang, PB Prime, who you got advancing on your bracket?
I would like to get some new fresh ideas and fresh teams here. So I would love anyone to advance to the lower bracket, because they are formed just before the GYC, and so far they're promising in their elimination stage, in their qualifiers. So they just need to stall the time here, be in the tournament for as long as they can to build that teamwork, and maybe they will be sharpened enough to cut through their opponents.
Oh yeah, exactly. So now, as you can see here, let's go and quickly do a recap. For this first 4 matches, Sem 9 won against PDR Esports earlier that quarterfinals won. C8 MG take a 3-0 win against ENI1, and of course, VVV absolutely annihilated PRATA Gang on that quarterfinal third at upper bracket. And just recently, we saw C8 AEIPATHY just recently won against PB Prime, and now the second half of the Garena Challengers continues here for this playoffs day 1. And Coach Jay, PDR Esports and ENI1, I'd love to know your thoughts about these 2 teams.
I mean, both teams really strong. I feel like PDR really played well, and E1 struggled, just really struggled from start to finish. Callie, they really couldn't find anything, not any groove. They just really struggle. I mean, there's nothing else. Like, you just keep on repeating what I'm saying, but that's what we saw. And for PDR, there was a glimmer of hope there. And I feel like this is where it's gonna be unlocked here. Mr. Harry Potter, Callie Gaming. That is gonna be my answer.
Oh yeah, definitely. And for PDR Esports earlier against Sem 9, they were always one step backwards, or
backward, yeah.
yeah. And honestly, for PDR, this is the time for them to show what they truly are here, Sezzy.
Yep, PDR, because earlier they got the 6-6 tie, and it really shows a lot of potential if you are PDR. So I really love to see PDR bring back the name, the old glory of PDR. Although they do have the new lineup, but of course it's still PDR, the previous glorious name that we have seen. So yeah, I'm really looking for them winning this one, but anyone, of course, we can't cancel them out.
Oh yeah, exactly. And PDR Esports, definitely one of the known teams before in 2021. But now they're here back in black. They will be having the lineup of Chirac, Omo, Cell, Skepta, Teflon, and Usopp. And a couple of facts here. Just a few notable achievements that this organization has achieved way before this competition is placing third in both PH Codem Champs 2021 and in Philippine Winter Invitational 2021. But that is when they have their former lineup composed of Rage, Young J, Jello, Millones, and Lux. So here this time, they are here with Chirac, Omosel, Skepta, Teflon, and Usopp. Here's the thing, this team is just 2 weeks old here, Coach Jay. But after their performance earlier against M9, who's actually very experienced on the major competition, PDR Esports, they're just lagging one step behind, if you will agree with me.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna agree with that one. They are one step behind most of the time, but their first matchup against M9, it was against a pro team, a team that wants to get back to that competition, wants to be a top team again, and that was pretty hard for them. And I feel like that was pretty good experience. And if they took their time to actually scout their opponents and do their thing there, I feel like they could do pretty well in this series. I mean, look at Teflon. He is locked in. He is not blinking. My guy, please blink.
Oh.
And I feel like these boys, they're just ready to show up here in this series against the team that is what you call anyone.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I love that point. Now Teflon is deadly with that eye stare, but no, where Teflon is looking at? Right in front of the enemy. Anyone, Adam, Ange, Bimbo, Echo, Nancy, Ryukish. And again, to those who's just watching right now, here's a couple of fun facts about anyone. Ryukish on the right hand side of this lineup actually played for Mamba Low Kings before they had the roster change, and definitely one of the players we'll have to look forward to in this series. But Sazi, aside from Yukish, who do you think will be having more of an impact here for anyone?
Of course, we want to see Nancy here, the captain, because that will lead them the charge because they are 1 day old. So they will be heavily reliant on their team captain. But for sure, Ryukish here needs to step it up so bad in the search and destroy because the team relies on the sniper on the early pick. So if Ryukish will not be stepping up, it will be a disaster in the search and destroy.
Oh yeah, definitely. And for anyone, I really love the way that Nancy impacted this team despite just being recently formed right before the GYC, the Garena Youth Challenger registration ends. Just really speaks a lot about what this team could do. But then again, they really have to execute better than their earlier match in this day. And Coach Jay, I'd love to toss the same question to you. Do you think will create an impact here for anyone in their current lineup?
I feel like it's not a single player. I feel like the whole team can make an impact. It's just you can't single them out because they really struggled in that series. So they all have to step it up. Everyone has to make the impact. Everyone has to carry their weight out. Everyone has to make the plays. Everyone has to call out. Everyone, they all have to do it. That is what you need to do in order for you to actually get back in this series and actually make a run for it. But it's not going to be easy. So it's definitely a game 5 potential here. But at the same time, it's also potentially to be a 3-0, Cali.
Oh yeah, definitely. And now we're going to see the head-to-head matchup to see who's going to be the individual player to look forward to in this series. Now, going in here, PDR Esports Usopp with 20.33 kills, average stat of 22, and a KD of 0.0 with an average with a KD of 0.92. Then you look at the right side here, Tyrant Bimbo with 18.33, 17.67 average that, and of course a 1.04 KDA. Says I do love to know your thoughts about this head-to-head.
Man, Usopp is really the man for PDR. He was very dominant on the game against SM9, but unfortunately they just lack a little bit of execution back then. Well, Bimbo here really shines the most. He is constantly on the top one in their team, while they just lack on the bottom side of their team. So they need to step it up together. But for the head to head, I think like Usopp will be a better man against Bimbo. So it all boils down to how their team plays here to cover each other's weaknesses.
Oh yeah, it's just basically a fair point here. Right now, again, guys, this is your head-to-head matchup, and right after this, we're going to see the bans and picks. So let's see who's Lady Lack favoring in this lower bracket match number 1. And it seems like anyone will be winning that coin flip, and they'll be able to act as Team A, which means they will be able to pick 3 maps overall in this best of 5 series. Well, you look at it this way, PDR Esports will be Team B. So looking at the map bans here, Coach Shea, how are we loving it? Hacienda and Slums out of the picture, and we got this competitive map pull straight in through this line of cards in this best of 5.
Yeah, that is true. And take a look. Firing range, standoff, summit, takeoff, raid. Pretty straightforward, and everyone wants to be in the special forces side. No love for the guerrilla side. It's fine. Hey, it's you choose that side where you want to be in. And Callie, let's take a look at the operator skills as well. Purifier, Sparrow, the usual is banned for these teams. They don't want to take the risk with those operators. So Annihilator, Depth Machine, and the Gravity Vortex. But I like these maps. All short ranges except for that final map, which is raid. But at the same time, it's S&D, which is totally fine. But the first 3 maps of this series all gonna be CQC, Callie.
Yeah, it's going to be close quarter combat, and you guys got to get that right. Sassy, just looking at the maps here right now, how are you feeling about the percentages of these 2 teams playing on this first 3 maps?
Man, I love that you asked me that question because so far in the runs of the eliminations, anyone has a perfect run on the hardpoint firing range. While on the side of PDR, they also had the firing range, but they only had 2 matches on the firing range location. And on the side of the search and destroy standoff, anyone won 3 out of 4 maps in the standoff. While on the summit control, they did win once because that is the only time that they had the control. So I feel like anyone here can compensate on the maps instead, like compensate it for the teamwork. So my opinion about anyone and PDR, like anyone has increased their chances of winning, but still PDR can actually win this one. So it's a 50-50 for me, Kali.
Oh yeah, it's going to be 50-50, and honestly, I'd have to go with the same percentages. How about you, Coach Shea? How do you think, or how do you feel about this coming game?
I gotta go with PDR. 85%, 50%.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm more with the facts here. You know me. I'm a very harsh. I'm sorry for being harsh, guys. I'm just putting facts here. That first series, whatever I saw there, it was pretty much all PDR that just had a really hard time, and I feel like they could switch it up here, Callie.
Oh yeah, here we go. Garena Youth Challengers 2, elimination match number 1. PDR Esports in E1 playing on their first map. Firing range, casters, take it away.
Here we go, Sexy. Turn me up, Sexy. Turn me up. Let's get it. Game number 1. Here we go, starting to go with PDR, and look at that in E1 already hopping on hill immediately. A while ago against PRATA, they started off really strong, but after that, they just absolutely got annihilated by VVV. But this time, this siege will be really close, but not too close. But I mean, I like saying it to be really close, Sexy. But now, as you can see, PDR finally hopping on the hill. They have control of that P2 side, but and is going to be in that tower, so that's going to be a power position where you really want to take control of that and take him out immediately.
Yeah, the power position of Ange here will pose a big problem for the side of PDR Esports, and they have yet to answer this question posed by Ange. Now, anyone will not be settling for the hard point still because PDR, they do duel and challenge the hard point. Now, Ange will be the one taking in the action because 10 seconds remaining. The scrap time will be on. Ange needs to step it up, and PDR, they have the setup on the next hard point, which is a hard hill to break if you are anyone.
That is true. Hard hill to break. 25-9. Rotation is key here. Teflon already inside as well with Omo. They're trying to make the play, trying to take out his enemies. Will get stopped out, but the trades are in there. But Omo is there to stay alive. Has a bunch to go with, but he's finally going to take him down. And finally, anyone gets the hill as well. And look at that. PDR spawning out of the hill. And anyone just getting control of that one. And I like this from them. They are stepping it up here, but Chirac gets taken down. And look at this. Anyone finally showing signs of life. We didn't see this in their first series in that upper bracket, says he, but now things are starting to change.
Yes, things are starting to change here as PDR will be taking the hard point instead. And they have prepared for the next hard point. So this could be a roller coaster. This could be a snowball for PDR if you can see their positions. But now they are focusing on the previous hard point, the Americans hard point here. And Iniwan is on the losing end on this hard point because they are spawned far away, but in turn they will be sacrificing P2 in order to prepare for the long run on the P3, which could translate in an operator's skill or a score streak in preparation for the P4 here.
Yeah, that is true. 46 to 39. Now trailer control and PDR, they finally managed to break that hill, get some time off that. They have a 7-point lead, but this hill is going to be pretty hard to break, supposed to hold. I think this is where you want to bring out those operator skills, Sezzy, but you need to be efficient as well. You need to work as a team. But Chirac decides to break it, but unfortunately Adam is there for the trade. One player to beat Teflon with its gravity vortex will get no one. Pretty actually gets one, but the trade is there. Ange gets a 2-piece before he goes down, and now the break comes through. But Adam's still alive, gets a double kill as well, and he is holding down his hill like it is his house. Great plays coming through for him, but he needs help from his teammates.
Wow, you shall not pass. Adam takes down the trespassers in the hard point. Now he is all by himself here, but now will joined by Nancy, which will be a greater problem for the side of PDR. But Usopp will try to break through, sneaks in, and now has the control of this hard point. But the problem is that 15 seconds remaining. They cannot get the most out of it. But now Iniwan will be focusing on the next hard point. But still, PDR gets the favorable response here on the showers.
Yeah, that is 260 to 74. So great break coming through from PDR. Even though Iniwan went on a speeder, especially with Adam, he just got his 100 kills, and now he has the Annihilator. What can he find? Finds 2, finds 3. Finds the next respawn button, says he. 74 to 63 now. But Iniwan, but Adam made the play. Actually, space created there. And look at the spawns. It's going to be flipped here, but it doesn't matter because PDR, they are staying alive here, and they have control of this hill. 77 to 69 now. The hill damage is getting closer and closer as we can see. Adam just making a nuisance out of this team. 75 to 77. Finally, the drone comes out. More information for them, but slowly but surely, PDR, they're slowly climbing back here, about to take the lead.
Yeah, PDR slowly catching up to the lead of Iniwan, but Ange from outside with the Annihilator will be annihilating Cell here from our PDR. And now Ange will be denying that with the quadra kill. That will be total decimation against PDR, which will be set back to Narnia. And this will create the space that Iniwan needs in order to prepare for the P1.
Yeah, and you look at this, says it's always been the same story. PDR gets the rotation, they break the hill, but they can't hold it for at least 25 seconds. Always like 15, 20. It's always anyone making play. There's always one player. If we look at it, it's a 4 versus 5 right now. Says, and they're actually winning the game right now. But this might be the change that they need. That extra player is going to be very helpful, but unfortunately, they have to stick with this. But they're still controlling the hill, and they're still winning most of the gunfights.
Yeah, they're still winning most of the gunfights here. The kill boards are painted in yellow earlier. Now Cell will try to contest the tower, but Ange is waiting for him and gets a 2-piece. And now CBR4 still is getting that one. Triple kill right now. Cluster Strike is locked and loaded in the score streak of Iniwan, and this will greatly help them in the coming hard points.
Greatly helped them. 84 to 100. Then finally PDR breaks it. They need to get all this time tied up, but he's still alive. He's on a 6-kill spree. Finally gets taken down. Chirac trades out 2 players, but Nancy is there for the trade. It's a 4 versus 5, but PDR, they're struggling, and Iniwan is just decimating them right now, just making plays after plays. But now rotation is gonna come through. Number 1, Usopp already in the next hill, and Iniwan, they are forcing this break because they can take their time. They have a lead here of 30 points so far, says he, and they can just take their time. They have 60 uses. Do they invest the cluster strike?
Yeah, that will be the question. Do they invest their cluster strike? It is too early to invest it. We are still in the 120th mark here, and we got the 250. And now they are breaking the hill, even though they're still a 4-man squad. And the numbers don't really make a difference here in terms of firepower. Iniwan still showing some life of a 5-man squad. Bimbo takes down 2 with the Annihilator. Usopp takes with the information, but the gravity spikes will be denying Iniwan. Nancy recovering the hard point.
Recovering the hard point indeed. 144 to 96 now. And this is just crazy because it's a 4 versus 5, but they're still making a way to break the hill. But finally, almost shuts them down. 146 to 15 more seconds to get. They can probably get the scrap down unless Nancy can break it on his own. Has 2 players in front of him. He's going to try to challenge this, but look at this. The rotation is going to be key now. The pinch might just come through. Trailer and long A, and Nancy gets taken down, but more players here. But now look at PDR. They're stacking the hill. They're about to push in. PDR, they're breaking it. They're finally making some plays here. They're going to get this time here, but for how long? Look at the spawns. In E1 are spawning all the way at long A, but finally they are all falling down, but they keep on falling as well. In E1 just making plays after plays. Anja again with another annihilator, gets 1. Can he keep on going? 3 players inside. They have to break this. Here we go. Here comes the push. This is the break that they need. Nasty's giving the first one. Ange gets 1. Can he get the second one? Misses it, but it doesn't matter. They're all going to be tagged up, but there you go. That's the man advantage that PDR has.
Yeah, the man advantage EDR has is quite dirty because they are stacking up in the hard way because they know that Iniwan only has 4 members, and one way to break this is to have a Predator Missile or the Cluster Strike, but it is too early. Iniwan here cannot do anything with the numbers advantage here. They just need to whittle this number slowly but surely. But now Usopp has the Annihilator, no score streaks or no operator skills for Iniwan to break this seal, and they just need to gather those operator skills to prepare for the next hardpoint, which will be their chance to case the lead again.
Yeah, but it's going to be really hard now because PDR, they finally broken the code and they have their cluster strikes. They might be able to spawn trap it, but number 3 on your screen, Adam, is going to try to make the play. He's going to get taken down, and I like the way that anyone's playing. They just really have to go in there, play for trades, really have to risk it for the biscuit. 170 to 146. Hill is not in their control, but they do have spawns, but PDR, they have most of the control of the hill. They also have the angles wherein the spawn traps are going to happen. Bimbo, he has to stay alive. He's trying to stay alive for his teammates. Gets 1. Does he get the second? Yes, he does. And he's going to be the one to open things up, and they break the hill. But can they hold it? A 1v1 in your screen. Ange gets taken down, but there's going to be one more player to beat. Nancy's still alive. There's going to be 4 players of PDR trying to chase him down, but he's still alive in that second floor. But number 2 as well. And he wants making plays, but finally they shut them down. And PDR, they get control of this last 20 seconds. And if you are anyone, you need to break this hill just to stop that bleeding, to get closer to that score, to catch up to PDR.
Yeah, after all the efforts of Iniwan, it's still the numbers advantage of PDR capitalizes on. And because they have 1 man to spare, it will be the man going in the tower. And this is an absolute advantage if you are PDR. Combining it with the verticalities that you can get on the auto repair shop, you would have a solid defense in the P1, and this is showing they have the operator skills. Will be forced to use by Iniwan in order to break this hill. However, the tower is still live, but not for now because Iniwan can break through this. But how long can they maintain this hill? That will be a question that will be answered later on in this game.
That's going to be a question that needs to be answered. 218 to 167. They need to fight. They need to win these gunfights, and Nancy is just doing that. They're hopping on the hill, but look at this. No PDR plays are near, except for number 3. Gonna hop down there. The Predator Missile is going to be there to help it, but it doesn't matter. But now that just might be it. That might just end the game there. The final push is going to happen here for the side of Iniwan. Can they find anything else? But Teflon is there to help it. Cell gets a 2-piece as well. And this might be it, says he. Look at this Cell with a fully streaked out 9 kills streak. Finally gets taken down. 238 to 173. If you are anyone, you gotta win every single gunfight here.
Yeah, you want to win every single gunfight, but the hope will be crushed by Cell with the 3 score streaks lit up. He has still the Cluster Strike, he has still the X-Man Goliath, and this will be used in the P2. Americans will be shut down by PDR. Anyone cannot do anything, they cannot access it, they cannot go inside. The double Cluster Strike is there to rain down against the Iniwan squad, and they will be left alone in this 1-0 score presented by PDR ESPORTS.
You know, honestly, I feel like if anyone had that 5th player, they could have gotten that win. But PDR, they stuck through. They had those streaks. They really started slow, very, very slow, says a very sloppy win. But I feel like that's the momentum that they need to, or in order for them to step it up and go through this next matchup. Great win for PDR. But, I mean, I'm going to pass it over to Callie. Callie, thoughts on this game?
Well, you know, PDR, as expected, they truly showed what they're now finally able to do. And you can clearly see what they have been able to output here. 33, 29, 27, 28, 27 kills. Usually we are supposed to have like 40 kills, 50 bombs, but here this time the kills are evenly distributed. So that means this team is actually doing a lot of team play more as usual compared to what they have earlier. But then again, the game is still, we could still assume that the game is very much close here because C8 managed to just play up against them. But then again, they really fell short here, Coach Jay.
Yeah, they really fell short here. I mean, look at this. Android 40 says he. I mean, this guy is just crazy. And
Yeah.
Callie, I'm gonna ask you again one more time here. If it was a if anyone had that fifth player, do you think they would have won the game?
They would have, and they should have if they had that fifth player because a 4v5 on a respawn is actually very very hard to play, especially when you have to cover a lot of grounds here at this respawns. And obviously, though they're down in numbers, they absolutely tear it apart, even scoring 175 against PDR.
I think we lost Callie. Is Callie still here? I think we lost Callie game for a while, but yes, Sezzy, I'm gonna pass it to you now. I mean, uh, it was a crazy, crazy game. PDR really struggled
Yeah.
from the start there, but now they are back in here. But it just shows you that the side of anyone, they are ready to fight this, and I feel like that S&D might be that game for them.
Yeah, I feel like the firing range advantage is kicking up because they are dominant in the firing range in their qualifiers. So it was just an unfortunate event that their fifth man was disconnected, and hopefully in the search and destroy they can give us a good game if they have the fifth man, because in their qualifiers once again they played their standoff map in they won standoff map in 3 out of 4 matches. So really against PDR esports, where their only standoff map here on the search and destroy, they lost it. So in terms of the map here, I'm quite confident that anyone can get the win or somehow can get the win if their fifth man is here, Coach J.
Yeah, that is true. I definitely agree with that one. If their fifth man was there, it would have been a different story. But hey, it is what it is. We can't control what happens with your internet. That is very unfortunate, but that is the way of the road. And now that's going to be game number one, 250 to 175. And I feel like PDR, it was a little bit of a reality check there. They thought they had it in them, but now it's time for S&D. And this is where you have to see Skepta with that sniper. Is he going to be deadly with that sniper, or will it be anyone's game here to tie it up?
Oh
Well,
man. Yep. Go Cali.
go Cali. Hey, go Cali.
Cali. Go
Okay,
Cali.
honestly, this next game up ahead, as you said, Coach Jericho, Skepta will be the backbone here for his team. So in the search and destroy, where you have to rely on your snipers to create this initial picks, it's going to really impact the point of this game here. And Sassy, I do love to know the percentages of like how is it looking like? Is it a 50-50 or 60-40 or a 75-25 in this game?
Okay, so we get the brace percentage of 50-50. Now it will be increased because the standoff map is there, but it will be decreased because Ryukish is quite questionable as earlier. So the sniper is not there, so it will be staying at a 50-50 or maybe a 51-49 in favor of anyone. That's fair enough.
I think I agree with you. I mean, you're still going with that. I'm still going with 85. I'm still sticking with that one. Yes, it was a little bit sloppy, says he, but you got to stick with what you have, and I'm sticking with that with the facts. It's a little bit sloppy, but S&D here, I feel like Skepta can really change things
Yeah.
here for this team, says he. And as you can see, Callie's looking at the Shadow Realm. We kind of lost him there, guys, but he'll be back later. Says he is also there. But yes, Eddie, how about you? You think anyone can come back here in this S&D? You're the stats guy. What are your thoughts on this map pick for the side of PDR?
For the map pick of PDR. So far, I'm lacking data on the standoff, but their only game against XCSN, they lost it in a 5-7. But in terms of their sniper, though, Skepta, for sure, it will be more consistent than Ryukish, because Ryukish is a deadly sniper. But the only problem for him is that he is inconsistent. And earlier, we didn't see Ryukish right there. So maybe it could be a possible lineup where Ryukish will be out for the search and destroy, and maybe they can snatch some. But with the absence of their sniper, I'm guessing that it will be a completely different strategy where they will be switching up things. But the thing is that they don't have a mature strategy for sure because they are very immature team. I mean, it not in like the character, but in terms of the days of the team in the tournament. So they were just like 2 days or 3 days, 4 days before being formed. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna find out what's gonna happen here. Is PDR going to take this game number 2 to get that 2-0, or are we gonna see the side of an E1 finally tie it up and get their first win of the map? And Callie's back. Welcome back to you, Callie.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Callie. Welcome back.
Well, in that first game, someone's internet is acting up, and I think the curse drew up on me. But hey, we're going to start the second match here in this series. ELIMINATION here, esports elimination match number 1. This is going to the game. After take it away.
Here we go. Let's go, Sexy. This is it. Game number 2 in front. Starting things off, Chirac running to the back alley to get that first kill. Omo, Bimbo. Omo gets 2 pieces as well. Last player is going to be Ange.
My internet.
Kelly just passed us the match, and it's already like a domination or like a hard point, says he.
Yeah, definitely. They were just ramming them over. It was not like an SMB where they play it safe, and now PDR will be sealing the final kill against Ange, and that is just so quick. PDR, look at Ange right now. He's just like, what happened right there?
I don't know what happened there, but all I know is PDR, they're making this really fast. That rush is so fast. Kepler gets one, Omo gets one as well.
What?
What is happening here?
What
Is
is
this not?
happening?
Is this S&D? Sassy?
Oh, I don't know, man. Is this S&D or is this a team deathmatch? I don't know, man.
Yeah, we don't know what's happening here, Sassy, but all I know is Chirac is on the rush. Gets the 4th kill.
Wow.
Excuse me, I am choking here. 5th kill as well, and the round is over.
Man, it is so fast. I mean, PDR, it looks like they have another tournament at 10 p.m. where they need to end this one and leave Iniwan in the dust. Right now, they're sitting on a 2-0 score. Chirac and Omo, these duos so aggressive, pushing onto the front lines. Now they're looking to do that again. Chirac is on the middle, looking to go for the breakthrough, but will be met with a defense by Iniwan. Now slowly crumbling. Double kill from Chirac. He is on the rush, looking for the 3rd kill. Will be shut down instead, and PDR will be heavily punished. Skepta, last man standing with the scope.
Yeah, last man standing with the scope, says he, and now we do see him. This is that first shot, this is that second shot as well. And finally, Bimbo gets that kill, but Chirac almost gets that triple kill, says he. He's just running around the map, walked up in the middle, took down 2 guys, but his teammates finally get taken down. And finally, anyone gets that first round, and I feel like PDR is going to slow things down here after losing that first round. If you take a look at here, Chirac with 6 and 1 all already. Look at this PDR slowing things down, and that's what happens once you lose that first shot. I like the adjustment coming through from PDR.
Yeah, adjustments will be coming through for the side of PDR. Now Chirac will be waiting for the right opportunity to punish Nancy, and Bimbo will be returning the favor against Omo. Now they will be transitioning towards the bomb site A, where things has been in chaos. Chirac will not find a double kill. Instead, it will be a 3v2 situation in favor of Iniwan. And Bimbo right now is on to the tanks. Skepta takes down Bimbo. What a lovely backup right there. And this is the last man standing. Slides in, but the Skepta here with the scope gets the double kill, and we'll be finishing this with a 3-1 score. Very cheeky sniper coming in from PDR ESPORTS.
Skepta, my guy, Tristan making the play on and off the court. Gets the clutch 3 kills for him after that round. Now it's 4 and 2, and he's gonna look for more. Ryukesh finds that player though, but there you go. Adam gets Usopp. Adam's been playing out of his mind in that hard point, but can he do it in the S&D? Bomb is not yet down anymore, but there you go. Omo trades him out as well, but look at this. Look how open the flank is. Omo, I think he got away. Oh no, this might be disaster. He gets 1. Yes, he does get that first one. Almost gonna go for that second one as well. Spots Nancy, puts the slide on it. He takes it. Unfortunately, no Nancy. The RPD sprays and prays and sends him to the next round as well. 2-3, and these rounds are being played so fast.
Yeah, they are on a rush right here. And Iniwan is matching up the tempo of PDR Esports. Now, if this will last longer, I think Iniwan will be on the losing side because PDR, this is their forte going so fast. But Adam right there will be finishing this with the frag grenade. Now, Chirac with a surprise will be quickly countered.
Omo.
This is a 2-4-2 trade, and Omo with a 2Ps right now breaking through the bomb site A. A free plant could be done here, but Ryukish with the scope can he be the one getting this, but will be missing that slide.
Oh, no.
And this will be a punishment coming from PDR.
That was one mistake that he did there. He shouldn't have stayed on the ladder. But, oh my God.
Oh.
Miss that shot. You don't miss that. You don't play with your food. It's unfortunate, but they have the information now. They still have a lot of time. They don't need to plant the bomb just yet, but actually get stacked up. He just decides to challenge.
No.
Very questionable play coming through from him.
Yeah.
But Omo, 10th kill for himself. And I don't know what happened there, says he.
Yeah, very questionable play indeed in the L wall coming in because it was an open spot and
Yeah,
he
and you
was
already have
challenging.
information.
Yeah, he has the information. He was challenging a player that is in a head glitch, and you don't do that. And because of that, Skepta will be opening this with a frag. Omo comes in the flank, will be failing that first attempt, but instead will be still
Omo,
continuing
Omo.
the legacy. Nancy will be
Oh
shutting him
my.
down, and the fail flank from PDR Esports will be costing them their lives. It's now back on a 2v3 situation in favor of Iniwan, where they will be planting the bomb.
Yeah, well, they're going to be planning the bomb. Skepta now with that sniper. There's going to be play rep on this.
Oh.
Spotted. Oh, he does not. But number 2 as well has a 1v1 Chirac on the flank. But no one's there in the bomb. This is this defuse.
Oh.
You could probably defuse this bomb right now.
Yeah.
Spots that player. They spot him, but Skepta gets taken down. Number 2, Chirac, you can hop on the bomb right now, my guy. He gets one, gets the second, no, almost gets a second one as well, but 10 seconds left. He has to make the play. Only has 5 more seconds to play with. Can he make the play? Gets the second one as well. Last player alive. He spots him, but no more time to go. And yeah, that's gonna be the round 4 in Niwan, and Ryukish takes him down. And I feel like Chirac, you see how open that bomb site was? I feel like if Chirac would have just went to the bomb, diffused it, it would have been already the next round. But unfortunately, Anyone gets that kill, and gets that round. But it was a very, very scary round. They shouldn't leave that bomb site very open.
I mean, anyone here was quite confident that they are leaving the bomb open because Ryukish was sniping from afar. But it could be a ninja defuse potentially. But now, bomb site A is being broken, but PDR still retains the defense
God.
here. And Ange, last man standing. What can you do against 3 members? That will be a quick game against anyone. And I mean, I don't know what's happening, but why are they in a rush here, Coach J?
I have no idea what's happening. They're just running around the whole map now. Just going back and forth. They're just pretty much like, hey, you want to meet in the middle? Let's just keep rushing. That's what they're doing.
roll.
It's like, you know, the left and the right doesn't even exist for them. It's all about the middle. You in the middle. But now 3 and 5. Now things are slowing down. But look at number 4. Omo is already in their base. This guy only has the forward. He only runs forward, doesn't move backward. But now he gets punished by that one. And says he 4 versus 3 here. Things are gonna slow down here. But if you are anyone, where do you want to go from here?
Anyone you want to get on the bomb side because you have established your position, and Adam establishing once again. Nancy could plant the bomb here as Chirac is quite far away. They got the covers from the van, and number 5 Cell is quite far. He is challenging number 5 of Bimbo here if anyone, and this is the bomb site B plant. So PDR Esports will be quite dangerous here because you know this is a losing spot, but Chirac will be trimming down the numbers. 2v2, the hope is slowly arising here. Chirac goes for the sweep here, and now Adam will be winning the fight. Selling with the RPD will be taking this in the 1v1 situation, but 15 seconds on the line here goes Jay.
And look at Cell. He's running with some weights here. He's gonna be really, really slow, but I think he's gonna hop on. Oh, no time. He doesn't even get on the bomb as well. And Adam, he's still alive though, but finally gets taken down. But you know, for anyone, they a little bit too aggressive when the bomb was down. You know, they just have to play the side play for trades there. They almost lost that round, but now 4-5, 1 more round to tie it up, and PDR 1 more round to get match point in order to get it. But here we go. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Will it be the same? Things are still moving really fast, but look at PDR. Once they lost those 2 rounds, They are slowing it. No one is making a move at the same time for anyone. No one's making a move as well. Everyone wants to play picks, and Skepta takes down Ryukish. No more sniper for the side of anyone, and that is not what you want to see out of your sniper.
And this is the call of the trumpet here to move forward and march against Iniwan. But Ange will be holding on the front lines here, taking down Chirac, the top fragger of PDR Esports. That will deal a heavy damage against PDR. And Iniwan here cannot move forward because of the pressure that RPD of Cell is giving. And now he will be cornered by Bimbo. What an excellent position right there. And Skepta, the sniper, will need to do something if they want to prevent this bomb.
If they want to prevent this bomb, they have to make the play here. But now they're inside the site. Bomb is down as well. 3 versus 4. They lost that first player, but Skepta is here to try to make the play. He's going to get taken out by Nancy. Ange takes down almost all up to Usopp in a 1 versus 4. Does get tagged up, but takes down Adam. He's going to be pinched here, but he's going to go for it. Almost gets that player, but Bimbo is there for the trade. That is how you hold a site. Now we're tied up 5-5. And slowly but surely, Iniwan getting back into this game. Now they tied it up. Let's see if they can keep it up.
The dilemma here from PDR is that they are changing their strategies. They were previously aggressive and they were punished, so they changed their pace into a slow pace. But when they changed their pace, they are still losing, so they are quite confused. What will we do as a team here in order to get the win? And anyone here is just on a roll. They found the key to victory, and they just need to maintain that one by taking down Omo, one of the most aggressive players of PDR. Now PDR will be losing that aggressiveness quite a little bit, and this will hinder their offense against Iniwan.
Yep, that is true. They hindered their offense. Bomb is going to go down to A. They're going to play for retake, but they already lost that one player. Adam almost gets taken out, but Usopp gets one as well. Now, it's going to be a 4 versus 4. Still, gonna hit that wall bang. He almost gets a hit marker. They have to move now. Ange takes down Usopp. Skepta gets Ange. So now it's going to be 3v3 once again. Cell spots one, spots the second, but both tagged up. No more quick kicks for you. So they're both weak, but Chirac on the flank. He'll probably get one player, but unfortunately the heady will help him as well. And it's all up to Skepta. Going for the long flank. Not the best decision. Has no time anymore. Spots that player. Does he spot him?
Ryukish!
He spots him as well. But Ryukish gets him with the kill. And now match point for Iniwan. Are we going to finally see our first ever game 4? Or will PDR force on round 13?
Will this be the round? Will this be the 4th map here for the side of Iniwan? We have yet to see that one, but for now, PDR is struggling to gain the momentum. Now, Chirac is putting everything else on the line, but will be knowing the word retreat as he will be doubting himself in that back alley push. Now he wants to push slowly, but Usopp right now takes down Ange, and this could be the signal for PDR to go back to the aggressiveness. But they are left in a confused state here. They don't want to be aggressive. They are afraid to make mistakes, and the risk is not there for PDR.
Yeah, the risk is not there, but they do have that man advantage. All they have to do is slow things down. If once they start pushing, if they start dying, that's a big but Chirac doesn't get. But bomb is gonna go down. And if you are PDR, you should be recognizing this already because you don't have any information. Now they have the info that they need. Bomb is down. Chirac has a 1v1, and there you go. That is not what you want to do. That is not what you want to do. Now it's gonna be a 4 versus 4 now. If you are PDR, what do you want to do? You have to push against the team. Here comes the smoke. Here comes the play. They find one. Nancy and everyone down it, and Iniwan wins 5 straight in a row for them to win game number 2. Now it's going to be tied up. We're definitely going to see a game number 4. They force it. And just like that, Iniwan back here to tie it up.
And just as you said, they need to push as a team. They were quickly punished as a team, also quickly wiped out as a 4-man squad. And Iniwan has found the rhythm to this music, and they will be dancing to the joy of victory in this game. But the game is not yet over. We are still stuck in a 1-1 score. But for sure, this is the first map number 4. So congratulations for Iniwan for unlocking that in this day.
Yep, that is true. Let's bring in our analyst, Callie. Callie, well, Iniwan, they are turning it up in Bimbo with 16 kills, Callie.
And for Bimbo, he's making this search and destroy gameplay
Wow.
looking like a
We'll get
respawn
back to.
game
I
with the
think
way
Kelly
he
is
just
having some
adjusted and
problems with.
helped
Yes.
his team
I mean, look at
here
this, says
at
he
this search and
16
destroy
for
stand up. And
Bimbo. I mean,
what's
Obo
an
and
impressive
Chirac are
factor
combined
here
for
is that
25, but
although
it wasn't
Yukish,
enough.
the sniper
first few rounds was
underperformed with 4
really,
kills,
really fast
that
for
doesn't
PDR,
remove the
but
fact
once-
that Bimbo
once the
supported
rush
this
didn't
team
work, they just had
and
a hard
acted like
time
he is a
upholding. They
two-player
just didn't
there
know what to
out there
Chirac
in that
He kept on
battlefield.
going,
But
kept on going, but the players
PDR, they had the game
anyone,
in their
they were
bag, but
actually
they dropped
recognizing
the
play. They
ball.
were like, okay,
And of
Chirac's
course,
gonna rush every
for
single round.
Tyrant
Just wait for it.
Bimbo and
Once
of
we
course
shut him down,
Iniwan,
we can
they
plant the bomb.
took all
Yeah,
of the
PDR was
opportunity.
not playing their
They
game
didn't let
because
it
they
go,
were
and of
slowly
course they
losing their
seized it,
confidence.
and of course
And
they
the
win
evidences
this
were
match number
Omo
2.
not pushing, Chirac not pushing as well, and Cell just staying in the base, guarding for the back alley, not moving forward like how PDR plays it aggressively. And for the side of our Iniwan, they were consistent. It was just that their opponents reduced their firepower due to fear. And kudos to Ryukish, although he's still in the lowest frag right now, and he's still up in the inconsistencies, but he managed to pull off some important plays in order to prevent the win of our PTR.
Yeah, that is true. That they prevented it. They made the plays. They were doing great there. they were uh, they were pretty much doing what they needed it. And now we do see PDR making the play there. I'm sorry. I mean, anyone making the play. Then they finally tied up 1-1. Says he, is this the start of the end for PDR, or are we gonna see PDR bounce back in this in this control? Let's ask our analyst here, Callie. What are your thoughts of that game too?
Yeah, Tyrant Bimbo just played out of his mind on
All right,
that search
Ceci,
and destroy stand
what
up.
do you
I mean,
think? Do you
scoring
think Iniwan
16
and
kills and
PDR
acting like
who do you think's gonna
he's
win this game number 3?
person in that
I mean,
battlefield made
based
it look
on their
like
past
it's
past records here,
it's-
anyone
it's-
has the experience in the Summit map where they got 3-1 against the better team. The better team is composed of Tyrant players, if I am not mistaken, and they gave Iniwan a headache by defeating them on a search and destroy. So I believe that is a great measurement in their win on the search and on the control summit. But on the side of PDR, they haven't yet played the summit map for our control. And mind you that this is a map pick from Iniwan. So they know that they won the summit control, and thus they picked this map. Well, PDR, the only history that they had in this tournament was a Slums 0-3 and a Raid 3-2. So from those numbers, we can see that PDR is quite struggling on the control mode. So Iniwan could actually win this one if things is consistent from their side, and if PDR is still succumbing to their fear, thus disabling Omo and the rest of the squad from being aggressive and playing the PDR style.
That is true. So very aggressive, but we did see in that hard point that in Neon actually was doing well with 4 players, says he.
Yeah.
So imagine what they could do if they're 5 on a respawn. So it could have been a 3-0 here. If they were 5
Yes.
in that a hard point, it could have been 2-0 now. They could have closed it out here in the summit, but it is a 1-1. So we will have a game number 4. But now for control, summit control, a very interesting map for control. I've seen it a lot of times. It's a very well, not really a one-sided map, very balanced. But once you get to that spawn trap, it is hard to get out of that spawn trap in summit, because it's just, you could just hide between corners. You could just wait for your enemies to spawn up, and you caught them sprinting. You can get those kills easily. So we need to see if these players have the knowledge, have the awareness, have the IQ to actually understand this map, not just mechanical supremacy, but also you need to be able to have that kind of game sense.
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of that, I do think that PDR could be the one deploying that. But their map knowledge here is actually subpar against Iniwan. But in terms of aggressiveness and the possibility of spawn trapping is on the side of PDR. But yeah, anyone here gets the control on the summit. And one thing that I would like to point out is because of the loss of Iniwan on the firing range location, it opens up the map number 4, which is the pick of PDR. And so far, they are winning the takeoff map. Although Iniwan also have its fair share of takeoff. But I do feel like because of game number 1, this will be a game number 5.
You really think it's gonna be game number 5?
I do think.
Maybe PDR would just win 2 straight, or even the other side. So it's still both. It's anybody's ball game, and this is what we call the swing game. Says he, wherein this could pretty much end the series here. You get this win, you get the next one as well, because momentum will be on your side while we are waiting for the game to start. Control's been it's been a new game mode, and I hope our viewers are at home are learning the game mode as well. I know you can't play it in rank yet, but you can
Yeah.
grab some friends, grab some players, play some tens, or play some scrims, so for you to understand Control, because this will be the third game mode for the World Championship. So if you want to have a slot or have a chance to try to go pro, you need to learn all these 3 game modes.
Yeah, and now that you have brought that, I do hope that the Call of Duty will be adding Control to rank games, because it will be fun. It will be interesting to see the Control mode in the rank games, and in order to for the members or the players of the competitive scene to learn more about Control in the rank games, because the rank games is where the players mostly play and not in the scrimmages. So yeah, it's a fun match. It's a fun mode combination of hardpoint, search and destroy, and domination. And I do look forward to that future where the Control mode meta is mature here, Coach Jay.
Yeah, that is true. And now here we go, game number the third game about to end here. And yes, if you guys are wondering where is Callie, just having some technical difficulties, but now we do hear him here at the back. Callie, welcome back. Our analyst is back. He had some technical difficulties, but he is back. Welcome back, Callie.
Oh, well, I've been having a lot of dilemmas just this first game, but finally we've seen a map number. We'll see a map number 4, and a huge effort by Tyrant Bimbo earlier when he was playing out of his mind on that search and destroy. Now we're going into this Summit Control, and Coach Jay, I'd love to know your input about this before we start this game.
I feel like this game is gonna go down to the wire, because it was a close S&D, a close hard point, and this Control is gonna be really, really different, Callie.
Okay, now here we go. PDR Esports in E1 having 1 map each. Now this is going to be the turning point of this game. Sandy, Coach Jay, take it away.
All right, here we go. It says the first round of Control, game number 3, PDR versus E1, both tied 1-on-1. And just like that, Usopp starts to go with a 2-piece, makes it a 3-piece. There you go. Gets that kill as well. Can he make it a 4? Spots that player as well. 4th is down. 5th doesn't matter, but he gets the reload on. But finally, 7 life advantage for the side of PDR at the moment. Says he, great things starting here at the start of PDR.
Yeah, very interesting start for the side of PDR Esports. They don't want to be left behind by anyone, and the verticalities are used in the max here by PDR Esports. Now, anyone needs to have this one big push, but number 2, Nancy, is looking to sneak up behind the enemy walls, and he's looking to go for the spawn trap, I believe, and this could be deadly if he can pull this off, Coach Jay.
It'd be very, very deadly if he can pull it off. But Toronto on a 5 kill spree, fortunately will not get any of the second and third streak that he has. Look at this, 23-14, and PDR completely dominating in this first round of this Control. They already have 2-1 tick at least on B side, but the time is not on their side. But look at Iniwan though, 10 lives to go. The defense of PDR just doing really, really great here. Iniwan only has 1 tick, and they need to find something here. But this should be a round for PDR unless a miracle can happen and they suddenly just win this round.
Yeah, definitely. And PDR very, very dominant start. 19 lives against 4 lives of Iniwan. And it was quite a surprise factor for Iniwan, because we were expecting them to be winning this one because they had the history of a win against the better team. But now Iniwan is actually broken into fragments, and they cannot pick those fragments up and form this into a one big picture. And it's looking so bleak for Iniwan so far. But if they can adjust quickly and have this cohesiveness before pushing, then maybe they can work out of something. But PDR, they have the score streaks up, and this could be a disadvantage for anyone.
Yep, it should be really good for the side of PDR. Usopp with 10 and 2 already has 2 streaks as well. Shrek has a 100 as well. So huge play coming in from them. Here comes the offense, and Nancy unfortunately will get stuck there. 30-28. They get the bloods. And now they are capturing A. Still hasn't lost. They haven't lost a life here. says he, and they are doing this really fast at the same time, capturing the site as well. 28 to 25, 28 to 24, 2 ticks already to A, and they're about to get this A point immediately.
Yeah, they are taking the A point immediately, and fortunately for anyone, the lives is somewhat close enough, and they can retaliate back on the B control point. Now, anyone here is using the A flag, but it's no problem as long as they cannot capture the B point. And now PDR so close against anyone. Very drastic improvements coming from anyone compared to the dominance of PDR. So now anyone's showing some life here, and all they need to do is to defend the B flag, survive the operator skills of PDR, and they could win this one.
Yeah, they have to really start really strong here, and finally they've slowly managed to make the comeback, but unfortunately Omo gets a 3-piece. Shuts down 3 in a row, almost gets that kill with a wall back, but unfortunately does not. Almost still has that Annihilator. Back 10 out already, gets another kill. Just on a roll, but Ange is there to trade him out. 17 to 10, 7 life advantage for the side of PDR. Make that 8 as well. The B is being captured, and they're about to get that first stick already, but Bimbo is there to talk about it. Just a 7 life advantage now, and they're slowly holding it down. Chirac doesn't make anything out of the Annihilator. 30 to 7. And things are slowly being really close out the ground. Play 4 down.
Wow.
But 9 to 4. If you are anyone, are you gonna risk yourself to go through the back? And there you go. You lost Ange. Now it's gonna be a reset. A minute and 30 left. A lot of time to work with.
Yeah, a lot of time, but man, the lives of anyone can be counted with one hand. And now Omo is looking to go for one more kill, and that is the last life remaining for the side of anyone. Ange looking for some play, but will be extinguished in that last moment. So far, PDR very aggressive in the first round. Now that translated into a set of operator skills that they have used to break through anyone, and anyone should have saved their operator skills so that they can bounce back in this round and save some score streaks for the next round. However, they have used it, and they are back in both. They are back in square one here in this fight.
Yeah, back to square one, but PDR, they have one round away to win, 27 to 27. And again, now anyone, after losing those 2 rounds, they finally managed to at least keep it really close here at the start, because they were struggling that first round. Second round, a little bit closer, but the end was the one where it changed the things. 24 to 24 so far. A minute left, and now here comes C8. Trying to make the play here on the side of Peter. They're trying to cap it immediately. They get 1 tick for the side of Peter. They might give it up, but look at them. They're all looking at one side. They're not looking at their flanks. 3 go down, and this should be a break for them. They kill 4. Last player alive to be number 5, and look at that. That's a reset. That's a great break coming through from PDR, defending that B side, defending that control point. They're just holding it down. More players go down. Chirac on another 3-piece. 23 kills on his name already. This guy is on a mission, says he.
Yeah, and a mission indeed. A great break coming in from PDR, using the 4-man swarm towards B flag here in order to prevent anyone from capturing that. And Usopp and Chirac just getting all the kills that they can. Annihilator on the side of Usopp, and on the side of Chirac here, the long-range CBR is doing it right now. Usopp with the 20 kills, gets the 2 kills right there. Echo to the rescue, but 10 lives. What can they do in the fate of PDR Esports? This is really, really so good from them.
Yeah, it's really, really good from them. 9 and anyone, they just have to hop on it now. They need to throw in their lives. They finally get those 2 picks that they need. Will extend the game. 11-8. Will PDR go for it? But the nade from Cell gets 1. They're gonna go for this anymore. So that's been extra minute.
Wow.
Side of anyone. And number 3 is already hopping on that A. He hops off actually, which is gonna be Ange. I think they should just hop on it instead of getting the kills. Just hop on it immediately. But Ange gets 1, gets away with his life now. 6 to 4. This is gonna be very interesting. What's gonna be the play here? Omo gets down as well. 4 versus 4. This is a gravity vortex as well. This has been popped for the side of Nancy. Gets 1 as well, and they're gonna get the stick. Stick alive. They're stacking it as well. And if you are Peter, you have to hop on it and win the round. And new one. How did they get it? Beautiful plays coming through from the players. 2 to 1 now. Sezi, is that the momentum they need to make the comeback?
Definitely, that is the starting point that they need in order to initiate a comeback. That comeback run is so surprising that Cali stepped in and had his reactions on the Discord channel. Now this is the signal for anyone to ride on that momentum and take them all out. And this is starting. Adam with a 2 double kill, and PDR slowly struggling, but the Gravity Vortex will be quickly popped off. Investments coming through from PDR as they counter the aggressiveness of anyone, and they need to neutralize this aggressiveness in order to win.
They need to capitalize it. Look at this. Look at this. Just a new one just turning things up, but Cell is there to trade Teflon as well. And 24 to 20 to 1 Teflon with the drop shot. Doesn't matter. Nancy takes it down as well. And look at this. Anyone just making plays after plays with PDR. They're hopping on this Ave. Trying to get that second tick. Do they get it? Yes, they do get that second tick. So that's all they need for now. They can focus on B, try to get some kills first, clean out their base before they start hopping on that A point.
And now Annihilators will be popped off by Adam right now. Takes down Chirac, and this will be decimating the numbers, trimming down the numbers of PDR ESPORTS. Adam right now peeks in and takes down one once again. This is a 4-life advantage of our Iniwan. Now make that a 6-life advantage. Adam looking for more kills, and Omo right now trying to revenge the name of our PDR ESPORTS. But instead, the gap is just getting more close, and Iniwan here is looking to end things. But still, 12 lives remaining for the side of PDR. Very solid defense coming in from Iniwan, not letting the A flag to be captured by PDR. Now it is down to the last segment for PDR, but still, they cannot do anything about the A flag as Iniwan keeps on denying it every single time.
Yeah, every single time. 6 to 13 now, 30 seconds left. Last 5 lives remaining for the side of PDR, and they're about to collapse here. Are we gonna go to a round number 5? Adam on the flank. Does he get one? Yes, he does. Gets away with his life as well, and this should be it. They are gonna force this game this round number 5 in this control.
Wow!
That one round that they choked. Oh, what?
No! Why?
What?
Why? No!
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, very questionable. Could have been used in this round, this final round here. I feel like now he's just realizing, oh, why did I use that? Hey, you used it now, and now you're in the fire. This is it. Game number 3, round number 5. Says he. Who's gonna take it home?
Mistakes have been made, but you have no choice but to move forward. Anyone right now needs to ride on the momentum once again as they are the attacking side. Now the punishment comes in. Cell right now has the Annihilator annihilating the enemies right here, and anyone gets the first segment, but Omo comes in, will not be peeking at the corner, and that will be the punishment. Now Ash comes to the rescue. Teflon will be taken down with the map 10 of Ash, and this is the second segment being captured by PDR. They will be swarming this, but Chirac and Usopp, the 2 defenders of PDR, will be stalling the time here. But one thing's for sure, anyone takes the second segment.
They're about to capture it. Minute on board, and Omo is on top. They're about to capture it as well. Just 1 more second. Is anyone gonna contest it? No contest. No, they actually contested it. It's gonna be players on the side. They're contesting it, but Nancy is there to make the trade. They're still tapping at Teflon. What can you find? They're gonna throw their lives away. 19 versus 19. Make that 18 and 19. They get it. Now 1 more minute to go. Now they have the easier side to capture, which is gonna be B. And look at this. Omo brings out that Annihilator. What can you find? Can you find anything? So far, gonna be the first player. Gets that first player down. Has 5 more shots to go. But look at that. Iniwan already hopping on that B control point, and Nancy gets one as well. Nancy gets 2, but he's gonna get taken down for the Echo. On the flank, what can he find? He finds that one player. He's still alive. He's just making so many space for his teammates. Look how many players it need to take him down, says he. And now they're hopping on. He finally gets that first thing, and this is the comeback that they need. Omo gonna drop down as well. More players coming through. 12 versus 12. Still 2 minutes on your clock. If you or anyone, you can slow things down. Hit the flank if you want to, but they're just trying to burst into the site. Says things are going crazy here.
Yeah, things are going crazy. PDR has the operator skills to back them off, but it will be quickly denied here. But anyone has still the fighting spirit. 9 lives remaining. Teflon has the Gravity Vortex, which can be denying the B flag. Now it is being captured. The Gravity Vortex will be baited out, and Chirac Usopp takes down 2 lives from anyone. Now Omo here will be denied. Back to 7-7, and Nancy right now goes in, and that is the 2 kills. Now Annihilator will be popped off from the side of anyone. This could be huge. The spawn trap is there, coming in from Ash, and they do it. Anyone with the comeback. Oh my goodness! Annihilates them with the spawn trap. Very well played from anyone.
Anyone clutching things up. They made it happen. The full sail is alive and well written. They were down 2-0 in control. They clutched it up 3 straight rounds. Now they are up 2-1. Could have been a 3-0 if they won that first game, but they're more than likely can get this 3-1. And Sezi, what a crazy, crazy game number 3.
Yeah, crazy game number 3. That was really interesting. The comeback is so good that they only needed that one round, that one huge comeback round, in order to rev up the engines and make it towards the the round number 5.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, just crazy, crazy game. But let's ask our analyst, Callie, what are your thoughts?
What's my thought? You heard me actually shouting right from Discord, and that's how hyped this game is. And again, anyone showed their true resiliency at this game. Having to be down at 3-5 earlier at that search and destroy standoff, and being able to win it 7-5, reversing the situation, and actually winning this control summit from 2-0 to 2-3. They just really showed what they can do. And of course, when you have two players dropping 34 bombs, with Ange and at the Adam having 34 and 33 each, just really shows that anyone is not just a team that you can just easily mess with. These guys are hard hats, and they will do whatever it takes to bounce back. And Sazi, looking at the game so far, PDR Esports, they have won the first map, but looking at the narrative so far, anyone took the second map, took this third map as well. Do you think they have the power to take this takeoff hardpoint to finish this in game 4?
I mean, before answering that one, I think anyone could have won the first game if they didn't lack a member. But but moving on the question, takeoff hard point. They actually won this one convincingly against C8 AEIPATHY, and that is a huge team if you think about this one. But PDR, this is their map, and they have the results against Cerberus in the 250 to 140. So I think PDR is quite confident with the takeoff map. However, the momentum is clearly on the side of Iniwan, and after that comeback, that supposed 3-0 for the side of PDR suddenly turned into 3-2. That is a devastating blow to the morale of PDR, which could be deadly in this fight here, Kali.
Yo, that's actually a very nice point there, Sezi. And having to lose a map that they should have won, that will clearly play on their heads and mess them up. And now, Coach Jericho, the first map, as Sezi said, the only reason why PDR Esports won that game was because it was a 5v4. Now here, this time, it's a 5v5. And I'd love to know the odds from you, just looking at your observation throughout these games that we have played so far.
Well, it's definitely changed, but I mean, I'm a man of my word. If I still have PDR, I still have PDR. But if they lose this, I mean, I just saw what happened there. Their hard point, they got pretty lucky. S&D, they could have won it, but I don't know what happened towards the end. And then the control, just a full-on collapse, as we would say. Just a choke. That is a choke. 2-0, you got to close it out. But now, in this hard point takeoff, Callie, I feel like anyone just has that momentum. I feel like they might just bring this home.
And, here, just looking at the outcomes of the game so far, it doesn't matter if you have a strong start. What matters at the end of the day is how you end a series. And now, we are here. Game number 4. First game 4 of the day. Who's going to win it? Anyone or the boys of PDR Esports? Again, 2 storylines that will happen. If anyone wins this, they advance to the next stage. But if PDR Esports takes this, we're going to see a game number 5. Here we go. Elimination match number 1, looking so quite hot. Coach J, Sassy, take it away.
Says the game number 4 will this be the end of PDR, or will they force a game number 5 here in Hardpoint Takeoff? Starting things off excited. Nancy, been a really great player in the team up. Anyone really stepping up. I like what I'm seeing from them, but look at PDR struggling at the start so far. So far, it's back and forth. The skills back and forth.
Yeah, definitely. And Iniwan here prioritizing the verticalities as well as PDR though. And PDR more likely to get the verticalities. That is the key to victory in the takeoff map. And now Iniwan is looking to break through this systematic play from PDR. That is their weakness. The systematic play is what they lack in terms of Iniwan. So they need the brute force to destroy the systematic play of PDR in order for them to play in the same field.
Yeah, that is just they have to get these power positions. Here comes the rotation. Both teams still close.
Wow.
It's 18-19 so far. Chirac is there to make the play, and Chirac's been playing out of his mind. This CPR, one of the top SMGs in this tournament so far. And finally, they hop on the hill of PDR, getting some time off this again. And the last one, PDR started really strong, but everyone came back. Almost won the game, but Miracle got 4 versus 5 there, says he. And now let's see if anyone can start to break this hill, get some time off this hill.
Yeah, definitely. It's time for anyone to prove us that the loss earlier was due to a 4v5 because this is a 5v5. They need to unleash their full power here, and so far the game is actually close against each other. Anyone will be catching up to the lead against PDR, and this will be forcing PDR to slow down their pace and slowly transition towards the next point where Usopp is preparing with Teflon.
Yes, they're preparing with Teflon already. Now we do see the final scrap points are going to go to the side of P1 from PDR. Dirty on rotation for P3, and this P3 hill is actually very, very hard to control, hard to break as well. But you know, if you have the right set of players to actually hold it down, to use your operators as well, you could pretty much get a lot of time in this hill.
Yep, the right set of operators, the right set of resources needed in order to defend this hard point. And in terms of resources, PDR has 2 annihilators ready, one being used by Omo right now, and this could be deadly if you are in the side of anyone. Now they have their own set of operators. They want to be in the contest on this hard point. Both teams contesting. Gravity Vortex will be popped off, and so far anyone has the upper advantage in using the operator skill, so that will translate into points while Teflon trying to break through this slowly but surely. And now PDR ready to go for a pincer play.
Yeah, PDR ready to go for a pincer play. Bimbo on the back as well. Kills be on his name. 10 more seconds to go. Bimbo can make the play. Yes, they can, but rotation is going to be late again. And look who's first. PDR again. But anyone got most of the time off that P3. Says he after breaking that hill. Now, rotation gonna start too. Chirac gets that first because give me the first sign of defense, but look at the pinch. It might be the pinch. PDR's on both sides. Number 5 still alive. Cell might be the one to break the rotation here. Actually, look at that. Bimbo and more players just breaking it as well. Back and forth we go. But here comes Chirac with his annihilator.
Oh, Chirac here will need to defend this one as a one-man army. He needs to stall the time and wait for the reinforcements go to his base, but he gets punched by Adam here right in the face. Knockout, ding ding, and that will be anyone storming the base of PDR. Now this trend has been likely to succeed from Iniwan because they are always on the attacking side, the breaking side. While PDR Esports, although they get the initiative to move on to the next hard point, but Iniwan keeps on breaking those and keeps the rest of the points against PDR.
The rest of the points of PDR, and again, Iniwan getting this all the time here. Always the scrap time on their side, and Chirac, he's doing a lot for his team, but his teammates, they need to execute those gunfights when they're inside the hill. They're getting the transitional kills, says he, but the important kills, they are not getting any of those. He's struggling, no trades whatsoever so far. I feel like this is where anyone's capitalizing on every mistake that PDR is making.
Yeah, capitalizing on the mistakes of PDR, and that is how anyone can mess up the rhythm of PDR. Because if they can mess this up, and PDR will be breaking their systematic play, which will be advantages for anyone in terms of individual skills. They can fight them 1v1 and not as a team, where PDR Esports advantage lies upon. And now this is slowly showing up, but anyone Iniwan's defense was broken, and now they go on this pincer, slowly removing and annihilating the members inside this hard point. Teflon, one-man army defending this hard point, but Echo with the God Blade cancels that out, but Omo comes to the rescue, and PDR still continues to rake up the point.
Slowly but surely catching up to this game. 135 to 98 so far. Again, scrap time by Iniwan. They just get those 5 seconds, but they have control of the speed 2 so far. And Adam, he's making laps. I don't really like that, but Ad is there to make the help, and Nancy takes out Usopp as well. And there you go, perfectly placed gravity vortex usage there. I like what I'm seeing to the side of Iniwan, and if you are PDR, you gotta break this hill. You need this time as well to keep it a little bit closer, because 150 to 98, we're almost at that end game. And Adam, look how many operators, because we're seeing here, that is how you want to use those operators.
Yeah, and now Iniwan keeps denying the operators of PDR. They get the advantage, but now PDR secures the high ground and as well as the hard point. Now Chirac and Usopp gets 3 kills right here. Iniwan slowly decimated by the gunfighting skills of PDR, and they are nowhere to be found in these map, and the kill boards is being consistently painted in yellow, as Iniwan here cannot see anything and they cannot establish their foothold. Now they will be forced to go on the next hard point, but they need Chirac, the fully score streak PDR member, and Iniwan, this is a hard hill to break if you are Iniwan.
Yeah, but at the same time, those streaks, where is it going to be used? Because most of the hills in the side of takeoff, it's all covered in buildings except for that P1 Sensei, so it's going to be very important on how he's going to use those streaks as well. But finally, PDR, they're going to break the hill, trying to force this game number 5, but they're losing all their gunfights, and now Iniwan, they get control once again. There's going to be a player, Teflon. He's gonna get that 2-piece. Huge plus coming here from Teflon, trying to will his team back into this game. 158 to 145, and PDR, the Annihilator now working for them as well. And here comes the break from the side of Iniwan.
Yeah, this is the break for the side of Iniwan. They need to grasp this opportunity and rake up all the points that they can, as this is a great way to get those. But Usopp comes in with the Annihilator, but now he will be denied with that frag grenade inside the smoke. He has no idea that there will be an explosive, and now Iniwan contesting over this scrap time. Bimbo waiting in the corner, and this will still be the lead that Iniwan has established since the start of the game. Now PDR ESPORTS, they need to transition onto the next hard point, but Iniwan is waiting for them right there, and this time Bimbo will be the one fully score streaked.
Yeah, Bimbo fully streaked out now. He has to make sure he drops the better. In front, he gets that first kill. I actually said so. I'm really tired now, but hey, we're still here. The comeback is still on, and finally, Iniwan making the play. Bimbo trying to make the play while Usopp gets taken down, but look at this. Iniwan just really trading things out, and I love the way they're playing. They're playing for their lives here. Both teams are playing for their lives, and PDR, they're in the back end of this game. Sezi, do they need to find something here? Smokes does come out, but they need to contest the hill.
Yeah, they need to get a one big push, but Adam with the Mac 10, 3 kills, and with a 2-piece, even if you will stack a 5-man offense against Iniwan, you cannot do anything because Echo will get a triple kill with a gravity vortex. Every single one member of Iniwan gets multi-kills that is preventing the push of PDR. Now, speaking of PDR, Omo will be the one getting the multi-kills, but it is quite late as the hard point has expired and they need to move into the next hard point where Iniwan just only need 20 more seconds to end the game.
Bimbo gonna try to take down the anchor, takes one down. And 2 go down for the side of PDR, and Bimbo, he wants to end it here. He wants to get this. He wants to send PDR home, and finally they get control of the hill. Do 35 to 156, 50 more points before Iniwan sends PDR home, and they are going to be the first team to get eliminated from it. Iniwan, they're fighting for their lives, and Bimbo, he's holding it down with the Annihilator. 10 more points. Does anyone have enough time to contest it? PDR, they're just trying to hop on it as well. Usopp and Omo hopping on it, 6 more points. But look at Iniwan, they still have it. Gunfights coming back and forth. Chirac trying to fight for his life. That's a 1v1, takes him down as well. Teflon is there to help. but there's gonna be control. No control, they get control, but Nancy is there for the trade. He's gonna get the third one as well. Runs out of ammo though, but it doesn't matter. The game will not yet end. Echo decides to win that gunfight, but Andrew's there with the Annihilator. 4 more seconds, 3 more seconds, 2 more seconds, but Cell contests the hill. And now the rotation is gonna come through. Says he, this is it, 2 more points. If you are PDR, you want to hold it down as well. Bimbo trying his best to win those gunfights, but Omo is there to get the kill. Omo, Teflon, Usopp, they're winning all their gunfights, but Adam is there on the flank as well. And PDR now is their turn to come back. 50 more seconds. Another is out. Usopp gets one, gets the second one as well. He's making the play.
Oh no.
Gets the no, he does not get the third one, but unfortunately that is it. And anyone sends PDR home. They are the first team to get eliminated, and anyone moving on to the next round. Great play. The gentleman's sweep has been completed. 3-1. Great plays coming from anyone. That is how you bounce back after losing that game number 1. You win 3 straight immediately, and that is what anyone did.
Yeah, anyone left PDR, moving on to the next stage of the lower brackets, and PDR will be saying goodbye in their Garena Youth Challengers run. Congratulations for our Iniwan by successfully pulling off that momentum-changing game number 3 and translating it on the game number 4. Now, looking at the statistics, we need to call in our analyst guy, Callie. How's the game right here?
Yo, I was screaming on the top of my lungs with the final push there made by PDR. I was kind of hoping that they come back for us to see that match number 5, but for anyone, they just capitalized on the situation that they're in. Fortunately for them, they were able to spawn right beside the point, and they were just able to swarm that final hard point. Thus, they get this victory. But if anyone decided to let go of that hard point number 2, it could have been a map win there for PDR. But then again, as you said earlier, Sazi, PDR, they will be exiting Garena Youth Challenger Season 2, but they can exit with their heads held high because of how mightily they fought until the very end. They showed their hearts out, and obviously the next coming event, we could see this team actually redeem themselves, Sazi.
Yep, definitely. They need to redeem themselves on the next competitions, maybe on the Masters. But we are seeing the potential of PDR. It's just that one team can only proceed towards the next level, and this time it will be the younger team here, the 1 day or like 4 days team old, and the PBR will be defeated. Although these teams are young in terms of team age, but they have a lot of potential that they need to develop, and maybe in Masters they could pop off.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. And of course, for PDR, the only thing that really lack from them is the opportunity and of course the power to end things. They've always had this great start, but at the end of the day, they seem to falter at the end, and I think that's something that they need to work on in the following events that they will play, Coach Jay.
Yeah, they really need to step it up here in these following events. But look at N1 making a name for themselves. I love the way that they played. And PDR, they started really strong against M9, kept it a little bit close, but when it came to the second series, I just don't know what's happening with them. They felt so off. They felt so slow. Everything wasn't going for them. It was all anyone from from the second game till the 4th game. It was all anyone. It started with that comeback in control as well to top it off. I mean, Callie, this is Call of Duty Mobile in the Philippines. Just great teams and great players overall.
Yeah, and here's the thing, what Garena Youth Challengers offers is a chance for this type of teams to actually gain a spotlight and an exposure to the Garena scene itself. And obviously, here for anyone, though they lack the firepower in that first game, they make up for it by coming back and winning stand-up SND and Summit Control, and they end things solidly here at the stake of Hardpoint. And though I can say that this take of Hardpoint was fairly close, as I did some totalization on the summation on the kills. Anyone got 165, PDR Esports got 152, and we could assume that it could have gone both ways, but then again, anyone just really played the Hardpoint a lot better on this take of Hardpoint, Sazi.
Yep, definitely. And anyone overall, they put up a lot of great show. And for PDR, they are so close, like 7-5, 3-2, and 251-73. These games were so enjoyable, and man, hands down to anyone for getting the win here. But for PDR, also kudos for giving us a good fight.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. And again, this is going to be the first match in this lower bracket, and we saw how anyone played on this best of five series. They will be the first team to advance to lower bracket round number 2, while PDR Esports will end their journey here at this playoffs. But still, it was a very exciting match, and I think you have to agree on me on this one, Jericho, on this best of five series.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is one of that series is that we finally got to see another game number 4, and but unfortunately at the cost of PDR, and they are not going to be eliminated. But anyone, the future is bright for them. I like what I'm seeing here from them, but let's see if they can keep it up. They are now waiting for their next opponent in this tournament.
Oh yeah, definitely. And for anyone, this team again, to those who are just watching right now, this team is only built on the last day of the GYC registration and have managed to climb their way to the top 1 in their qualifiers with no actual team practices, and then they're here showing up with a lot of resiliency on this lower bracket. This really shows what this team can offer in the future event. But then again, they still stand and they will still live to see another day as they will be advancing on the next stage. But then again, Sezi, I really love to know more about this anyone team, Like aside from Echo, this team right here is kind of stacked when you take a look at how well they play cohesively as a team.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't feel like they are 3 day old. Maybe it's just like 1 month old and then they are veteran players. I feel like that vibe from Adam, Bimbo, Echo, Nancy, and Ange. That is so far their successful lineup. And anyone, just really impressive given that they are a 3 day old. So the future is very bright for them. They are actually having similar results from Triple V Esports on the qualifiers way, where they won 5 straight games, 5 straight matches, and only dropping 1 map against the better team. So the future is bright, and maybe anyone could climb up the Cinderella story towards the finals. Maybe.
Yeah, and this is going to be a great possibility, but still, anyone as a team that's 3 days old, they really relied on their individual skills on the first 2 map wins they had here in this best of 5. Then at the take off hard point, we see a glimpse of what they can do when they play as a team. But then again, this is just the series. This is just their first series win, so they have to do more. And now let's take a look at the highlights here, ladies and gentlemen. PDR Esports and anyone. Again, we start the game with a 5v5 Coach Shea, but for some odd reason, one of the players from anyone disconnected, and it truly created an impact for anyone's winning percentages on this hard point number 1.
Yeah, I agree. It started off really strong, and then all of a sudden, in that P3 rotation, it was a 4 versus 5, and then PDR they almost lost this game because anyone, even when Bimbo left, they had like 50 to 60, 70 point lead, but then the streaks came out for the side of PDR, and they pretty much shut it down. Here in S&D, I thought PDR was going to win this, says Kali. They were really running away with it, but unfortunately, once anyone managed to break their strategy, they knew how to play the game, and from there, they started with strings and rounds until they won that game number 2.
And yeah, and here at this search and destroy, this was the play where anyone just suddenly turned things up. They turn on the kill switch and they won 4 in a row in that search and destroy. And now we went into this control mode, Sazi, where we eventually thought that PDR Esports will win the game because they were up 2-0, but then suddenly anyone popped off and PDR Esports had no answer to it.
Yeah, PDR Esports definitely caught off guard anyone with the verticalities, with the sudden burst of kills on the round number 1. Now, round number 2,
Yeah.
the power of PDR Esports was slowly declining, and on the game round number 3, they reached an equilibrium. And on the late game of the round number 3, anyone has surpassed or has exceeded that equilibrium, making turning the tables in their favor and having that slow upward or like the continuous upward of their performances and eventually reaching the game number 5 or the round number 5 where they won 3-2.
And yeah, and this is the more impressive part here. This was the turning point of the game, and PDR Esports, they just dropped the ball. You know, they got 2-0 on that game. They only needed one more, but the composure got the best out of them there, Coach Shea. And again, anyone finded on that here at this match number 4, where eventually PDR Esports is kind of fighting against anyone. They were eye to eye, but anyone just drew the line and kept the line really in their advantage because they were the ones pulling up ahead, and they're not even giving PDR Esports that type of lead that they want here at this series.
Yeah, they pretty much just shut them down from the middle game till the end, and anyone was playing out of their minds. They were getting all the transitional kills that they need. The way they were using their operating skills was just efficient. Their streaks as well, very well. The trades were so well and beautifully thought. And here was the end play right here. Kali, we thought Usopp was gonna make the play with the Annihilator. Unfortunately, Nancy was there to trade him out and get that W for this series, Kali. And they send PDR again packing home.
And yeah, definitely, you know, PDR Esports, they were hyping me up on that final attempt that they had. They wanted that game 5, but, you know, C8 just played their hearts out as well on that game number 4. So now, here is your MVP. And, you know, Sassy, you clearly saw the game more than me. And, you know, what do you think Angus' playstyle offered here against the boys of PDR Esports?
Consistency is the key, and I think they were consistent, and it in the later parts of the game, that consistency was added by this ferocity and the courage. That's why they popped off really good, and Ange was there to save the day and seal the deal against PDR.
Oh yeah, exactly, man. And you obviously will see the boys of anyone on to that next stage, which is the lower bracket round 2, which will happen tomorrow. But this game officially said and done. PDR Esports officially out of the picture. And you know, the moral of the story here, Coach Jay, on this match, it doesn't matter if you have a strong start. What matters is you have that strong finish.
Yep, you need to pretty much close it out properly, and that is what PDR didn't do. They started really strong, especially I feel like the best example is Control. Kelly, they were up by what 12 lives at least, and all of a sudden, the side of anyone pretty much shut it down. But yeah, that's gonna be it for us. Kelly, any final thoughts before we head into a break?
You know, really excited to look. I'm really looking forward to that next game up ahead. Once again, this is Garena Youth Challenger Season 2 coming right up next. Elimination, round number 1, match number 2. We'll be right back after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Garena Youth Challengers Season number 2, presented by Call of Duty Mobile. I am VV Jericho down here with the great, the one, the only, the mustachio AJ, and all to my right, my son, Warren. Hello.
Hi, Dad.
Warren is over here with us, and we are casting our 6th match out of 8th. Guys, how are you guys feeling? AJ, I'm going to start with you.
I'm nervous, man. I mean, first of all, that previous match, I've just got my blood pumping, right? I mean, my heart goes out to PDR ESPORTS. That was one heck of a fight, but anyone clearly deserved the victory at the end of the day. I mean, that reverse, I mean, it wasn't a full reverse sweep, but the reversal onto, whatever PDR brought forth at the hard point was spectacular. And I'm hoping to see a similar sort of series upcoming. We've got the PRATA Gang. They kind of got whooped very early on, and that was a expected, result. Now, as they take on PV Prime, perhaps things can be a little bit different. That's what I'm expecting, Jericho.
All right. How about you, Warren? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling quite good, man. First of all, I want to take this time and I'm just so honored to be here with you now. Finally, AJ. So, to be here casting with you, this bottom bracket right here, you're going to be fighting for Prada. I'm going to be fighting for PV here. So I'm quite excited. Both teams here stumbled across their predecessors, and they are in the bottom bracket for a reason.
Yep.
Prada here getting taken down by Triple V, PV getting taken down by MG. So, wait, is it MG? Yeah. But overall, excited to be here, Jericho.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's take a look at the schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our schedule for today. We started things off with our first 5 matches. Before we got here, we had PDR versus in Niwon, and PDR unfortunately has to say goodbye. But they did get the first match, and it wasn't a donut, but it was a breadstick. And now it's time for the best logo in the tournament, aka PRATA Gang, going up against PvP Prime. Both these teams absolutely, should I say the word, decimated in their series, but it's their time to shine, and this is their moment to do it. And after that, we still have 2 more matches: 7-9 versus C8 MG and VVV versus C8 AEIPATHY in our upper bracket semifinals.
Jericho, if anything, right, I think PV Prime might be a little bit more demotivated in comparison to PRATA Gang. I mean, PRATA Gang, even they themselves kind of knew of their fate before hopping on into that matchup with VVV. But PV Prime, just like, all of us that we were casting and analyzing match earlier on, they expected to even maybe not guaranteed win that series, but they didn't expect to be decimated in that way, right? They clearly had no standing in that matchup whatsoever. We saw a little bit of life from PV Prime at that hard point, but they couldn't even get that halfway point at hard point, right? And, to make matters worse, it was a sweep later on at that SND as well as Control. But now PV Prime, they might say a comeback, but once again, they might be a little bit more demotivated. So this is where PRATA Gang has to take full advantage, Jericho.
I definitely agree with you. They really need to take full advantage here. I mean, both teams, I think I agree with you. Because the Prada, they were like, you know what, we're coming in here. We got here, but VVV, white flag, we're already raising the white flag. But now against PV Prime, they're putting that white flag down, bringing out their guns.
Yeah.
And, maybe, just maybe, might pull up another upset. And Warden, what are your final thoughts before we start thinking about, before we start talking about the Prata lineup? Any final thoughts on their matchup?
I mean, to be honest with you, the last time I went for a prediction there, Jericho, it didn't really go nicely. So I'm just going to be keeping my mouth shut for this one here. But one thing for sure, it's going to be quite interesting. It's going to be the bottom brackets here. Stakes all up high. If you're going to get eliminated, you're literally going to get eliminated. So they got to battle it out with full of their hearts. And, I do want my stomach to get filled with a little bit more of a match here. So I'm really expecting a lot more for Prada, and also a lot as well for PV, because coming in, they have to prove a statement to us, because really their reputation right now for us here, Jericho, it's not really so pleasant here. They need to show to us that they are worthy to stay in this competition.
Yep. That is true, Warden. Now let's take a look at the lineup of Prada Gang. We do have their lineup, the only lineup with a lady in their team, which is Cassiana, Hayram, Javier, Mato, Premier, and a Shadow. We saw them in action a while ago against VVV. Not the best showing, but this time, this is where they can bring on the fire and bring us some great Prata. But let's take a look at their team count. Let's see their vibes. Are the vibes good? Because we saw them a while ago. They were pretty disappointed with what happened. But it is what it is, guys. You can't win them all. You have to go through that. And there you go. Prata, the Prata Gang, just starting it up. I really hope that they really show it up and actually learn from their mistakes here, AJ. But after this, we're going to take a look at the next lineup. against them, which is going to be PV Prime.
Yeah, you know what, Jericho? One thing that I love more than their name is their little logo onto the left hand side. And the thing that tops it all up is that mini little blue dinosaur in there. I love Prata Gang, man. But PV Prime with the lineup of AGHPSX. No, that doesn't spell anything out at all. It's just the players' names. And it gets a little confusing when you're shoutcasting out there. But this was the team that I expected to be able to shut down C8 Apathy, bring it all the way to a match number 5, but instead they were the ones who got fleshed out. And the KDs were, I guess, a little miserable as well, right? But the one thing that we do know is PV Prime has got a G on their squad. And when I say G, I mean true down to the street level G, right? This guy is the solo carry for the whole squad, man. I mean, at hardpoint, at S&D, at control, he was your main man from the side of PV Prime. So I'm quite excited to see exactly what he can do against Prata Gang this time.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. If he's a G, I call him the top G. He's the top gun for this team. Let's see if they can keep it up. Let's take a look at the head-to-head here. Warden, can you take us through this head-to-head?
Much more convincing in terms of statistics here overall for the side of PVG. We got 17 kills, 22 deaths, 5 assists. Overall, an average score of 2,000, but the KDA on the negative side, and similarities to Premier here. But 17 overall, 17 flat compared to 4.67. It's not gonna be so nice here. So clearly stated here that PV Prime there are more convincing in terms of the gunfight department here. So yeah, it's gonna be a big statement here if ever the tides could switch around. But Premier, all eyes on you. You got your phone rocking right there. Let's just see if you can rock the game.
Yeah, let's see if he can rock the game here. The Premier definitely gonna raise that kill in G. Definitely gonna get that positive as well. So hopefully they can both play up to their strengths. And now, I mean, the Bannon picks are gonna come through, and this is where things are gonna get a little bit spicy. Are we gonna see the same kind of maps? Did they study each other's maps, or are they just gonna go in here and wing it here? Here we go. Let's take a look at our bans and picks for the moment. And Team A goes to PV Prime. Team B goes to Prata Gang. We got Standoff, Hardpoint, Fire Range, S&D, Raid Control, Slums, Hardpoint, Ascendia, S&D, and an Operators, Annihilator, and Purifier ban. So the Sparrow is open. AJ, quick thoughts on these bans.
Yeah, PV Prime, clearly after picking Takeoff so confidently earlier on, this time they're like, nope, remove that from the list. We don't want to go back there anytime soon. So fair and square, I understand exactly where they're coming from. But Prata Gang, on the other hand, they take Summit out of the equation. Now, this is a little bit of a surprise to me. They still want to, settle in here for the harder maps like Slums and Hacienda. So maybe that shows a little bit of their confidence side, right? But PV Prime, they lead us directly into Standoff Hardpoint. Now, this is going to be their bread and butter, right? They know exactly how to run around this little map. We've seen them dominate it in the past, and they are setting this up for themselves once again. Raid Control, once again, a map that we've already seen played a couple of times in here for the exact same game mode. So I think PV Prime knows exactly what they're doing, and they've got a plan moving in here. But Prata Gang, on the other hand, I believe they did pick Slums in for S&D. Things didn't go their way, but they clearly love that map, don't they?
Yeah, they clearly love that map, and I feel like they really want to go for it. And Prata, they love Slums. Let's see if they can go for it. But how about you, Warden? What's your take on this operator skills? Leaving the Sparrow open here, very, very questionable.
Yeah, very questionable, to be honest. We're so used to seeing the Purifier and the Sparrow in the Annihilator getting taken out, but with the Sparrow coming in, it's really one of the most finicky operator skills to be used. But then again, if we're gonna be looking outside of the box, Equalizer is also available, and shockingly enough, the Gravity Vortex is showing a lot of appearance down in. So there's a lot of diversity that we're seeing here, not just the map itself, but the operator skills here. So Jericho, it's just gonna get interesting from then on forward. I can't wait to see the utilization of the Sparrow, because completely there has been a lot of accidents of you killing your own self with a Sparrow, man.
That is true. I mean, a lot of accidents. I've seen it. I think I can raise my hand as well. You just pull out. Then the next thing you know, you're already in you're in your next life. Then you lost the game.
That's why I do not play the Sparrow. Purifier for the safe place.
That is true. But I mean, if you look at the maps, though, you are right, Warden. I'm looking at it again. I think the only map where you can actually make a difference is actually Raid, because there's a lot of spaces. Because if you look at Standoff, Fire Range, and Slums, Yes, it's a little bit big, but most of the times all your engagements are going to be close range around these corners, around these angles that you can't really have an angle in it. But 10 more seconds, guys, before we get into the game. Game number 1. Quick prediction. AJ, I'll start with you. Then Warden, go ahead.
Ooh, I'm on the side of Prata Gang this time. Let's go!
Hardcore PV here,
All right.
representative of the
Here
Philippines.
we go.
Here,
Game
so-
number 1. AJ and Warden, take it away.
Hey, Warden, I want to challenge you, bro. I mean, both of us are play-by-play casters. So, you know what? We have been waiting at the sidelines for a while. Let's light this up all the way through. And then we'll let Jericho analyze everything later on.
Well, all right, man. Let's kick things off here.
Yeah.
Let's give it up now for Prata Gang and PV Prime going at it now on towards P1. A lot of involvement here on towards the mid lane. So far on the frag side, it's more convincing here for the set of PV Prime. All painted in yellow here, and G still on the roll. Finally goes down. Just like that, influence on the hill. PV Prime we go.
Casliana just playing the game of strategy with a quick toss off that flash. Will be able to make that access through, but just one takedown. Nothing much to show for that. Hey run with a good approach as well, but back-to-back of Prata Gang. Although they can break the hard point for just a little bit, PV Prime shows that they are the ones with the consistent pressure inside of that hotel yard. So hard point number 1 solely in the hands of PV Prime. 10 seconds to go, and it doesn't look like the Prata Gang wants to make a play for that. So they double back down with a super early rotation into P2. Let's see exactly how this goes, Warren.
I mean, I really hope that they can hold down their angles here. You know, in terms of you rotating quite early, it's an investment here, Mustachio. So you have to get to hold on towards the hill for you to make this worth it in terms of getting that early rotation. You give the scrap time out away from your predecessors, and clearly it's not capitalizing quite well. Look at this. Once again, PV Prime getting the full clearance inside the hill. A split spawn situation here for a set of Prata Gang. And honestly, Mustachio looking to be the same story here on towards P1.
Yeah, that's a super unfortunate hole, man. Very early rotation, but couldn't really sustain when it came to the gunfight, and the players of PV Prime just flushed them out and took over this hardpoint, and ever since then have been running it just like hardpoint number 1. Mizuyuki has a opportunity to make a difference, but S says no, sit down. Boy takes both of those players out of the equation, and PV Prime running P2 as well. And this forces the players of Prata Gang to drop in for an even earlier rotation into P3, but that's way too early.
I mean, is this Call of Duty Mobile or Running Simulator? Prata Gang, they're just running and running and running. They're trying to chase down and getting that early rotations in hope that they can find a glimpse of, you know, getting the grass on towards this game. So there we go. Rotations down in once again. It doesn't matter if you're going to be able to get that early rotation. When you got S here going balling out here with the Sparrow, unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to find that action that he totally needs. Spawns here will be given for the side of Prata Gang, and they're going to be spawning all towards gasoline. And this is so far one of the best skills to hold on to, one of the hardest there is to break inside as well. And looking like PV Prime, they're just going to be balling out once again.
Yeah, such an anticlimactic end to that super early rotation into Granny's house, because they held on to all of that dominance at Granny's until the hardpoint unlocked. And it was just PV Prime picking up those points. But a good break coming right back through as they hop on in from the spawn and very quickly take over the hardpoint, but just for a mere few seconds, because the kind of mechanical capability that PV Prime brings into this matchup totally outclasses the Prata Gang all over, just like what we saw in the VVV matchup. But there seems to be a little bit more viability here coming through from the Prata Gang, but that's about it, man. Nothing more than a few promising moments.
Look at the mini-map here. Dragonfires, 100 killer drone is just soaring up high inside that map right there. And you know, there's a lot of investments here being put through for the set of PV Prime. Quite impulsive, but it doesn't really matter if you're going to be leading the game just such like this. You know, 100 footsteps away compared to Prata Gang. We're approaching onto P4 directly we go, and it doesn't look like it's going to be another influential hill here for the set of Prata Gang. All the way through, PV Prime just going at it, 122 to 18. You know, if you were going to be closing your eyes here and just, you know, hiding the names of the teams, this is like bringing us back to the memory lane. It's just the same scenario here with Triple B and Prata Gang.
Yeah, just a slight difference. They managed to break through the 16-point barrier, right? Prata Gang trying to step up their gameplay, but PV Prime, they kind of suffered a huge loss as well. And this was the moment where they want to rise up, make it up for that previous loss that they took against the players of C8 Apathy. And unfortunately for Prata Gang, they take all of their fury out on them, right? And the Prata Gang, already bashed by VVV ESPORTS, now have to face off against a absolute solid side of PV Prime. And at the 150-point mark at this stage, if it was in the previous format, that's game done and dusted. But for any other teams out there, a possible comeback might just be in the game. But PRATA Gang not winning a majority of their gunfights makes that so questionable. Is a comeback even possible if they start going in and changing anything that they do out there on the battlefield? Unfortunately not, Warden, because if they don't start winning those gunfights, they can't hold down those points.
Good takeaway there, AJ. That's something that we always take into consideration. Once the game ends in 250 points, until then, if the points for one of the teams here hasn't reached that destination, till then, the game is still not over, and a team can for surely come back. But really, Jericho, if I was AJ, sorry, I'm losing my mind here. The game is just totally decimated by the side of PV Prime. So coming in now, we're gonna be talking about odds here. I'm just leaning for like 10% for PRATA Gang to put through. I really want them to prove me wrong. And just like that, they're gonna be putting influence inside the hill. But how long can you hold on to when you got Papa right there? PV Prime P going inside the hill with an X1 Black. Money back, once again, AJ, take this one away, man.
I cannot believe twice in a row today we have seen the boxing gloves take down an XS1 Goliath, man. The smoke was the perfect cover, and unfortunately for PV Prime, their stellar XS1 Goliath couldn't really put up a good fight, got punched all the way back down. But 38 to 182, still quite the hill to climb for the side of the PRATA Gang, if not a hill, a huge mountain here. As stepping into the hard point through the smoke, just anticipates the positioning of the player, shuts him down, and PV Prime once again take over the hard point. 190 to 41. If a potential comeback was possible there when the PRATA Gang woke up once again at that P1, it seems to have shut right back down here.
Start it down here, AJ, and you know what? In some way, yeah, for sure, the game will not end here on towards P2 second deck, but if ever the momentum will shift down, it's going to end on to P3, just like this. Annihilation, Abomination, Decimation, you name it all you want. It's just all over the place. PV Prime painting the town yellow here. It's just overall their victory chant now. Look at this. Rotations on towards P3 is happening here, and we've seen this before. We've seen this before. They're going to do it again, and I know for a fact that in some way, if they're not going to be able to win this gunfights, which is clearly the biggest factor in why they're on the trailing ends here, AJ. They haven't been winning their gunfights. So if the tides won't change, it's just going to be PV Prime here ending the game on towards P3.
Yeah, unfortunately, we kind of confirmed that over on the initial P3 rotation already, where they were at Granny so early on. Even at the P2 initial rotation, they were there first, but they weren't really the ones who picked up those points, right? They got flushed out even before those hard points got activated. But they seem to be, just working up a little bit more momentum as we get deeper into the matchup. But even though the target is 250 points, it's not enough time for the PRATA Gang to ramp up their playstyle. PV Prime should be able to settle this now, 250 to 48. Another rundown for the PRATA Gang, but PV Prime on the way up.
Yep, PV Prime on the way out. A clean, flawless victory there. Never sided to the side of PRATA Gang. It was just overall a clean run there. There was no mistakes at all. In terms of like the 48 seconds that PRATA Gang allocated, it was really just scrap time. So no impacts whatsoever. And this time around, AJ, I could actually give props or comments to PRATA Gang. They actually, have 3 players on the double-digit kills here, but in comparison to GSH and overall, just every player for the side of PV Prime, it's really on a different showcase.
And you would think that G would be my top MVP this time round. It's actually not G. It is the one and only S, managing to get a supreme 35 kills and only drop 9 times in that equation. That's a 3.9 KD, bro. This guy annihilated the whole PRATA Gang. If anything, he ate them up all alive. But G, as usual, remember earlier on, I did mention that this is the OGG on the side of PV Prime. Should be able to step it up once again as the solo carry of the squad. He does that, but S managed to give him that extra bit of backup that most definitely was required in order to stomp out the PRATA Gang. Premier stepped it up just a little bit, but as you can see, the whole squad raking up all of those negative KDs. Jericho, what are your thoughts about this matchup, buddy?
I mean, the PRATA Gang made some moves a little bit, 48 at least. Saw Premier taking some kills there, but top G making a name for himself there, pretty much just dominating the whole game there. But it was just one-sided. I really didn't see anything much from the side of Prata. I saw what they wanted to do, but it's just the mechanical supremacy isn't there for them. That's why they take that game number 1. But here at game number 2, the last time we saw Prata Gang and an S&D, they were handed over a donut.
Yeah.
Will it be the same AJ, or will we see a different kind of Prata?
Yeah, dude, I mean, 07, and this Prata has been slapped around enough today. I'm wishing to see them slap someone back. I mean, you know when you constantly get bullied as a kid, there's a point in life where you stand back up against your bullies and say, you know what, I'm going to put up a stand today. You might get beaten up the first time you do that, but, I just want to see that, man. I mean, I don't want to see Prata Gang get beaten up, but I want to see them stand up and put up that fight, right? Because I feel like they've got more to them. They've got more within the squad in itself. And earlier on, we did see some supreme plays coming through Castellana. Hopefully, we see a little bit more from her this time around, Warden.
Yep, definitely. I hope so. But in all honesty, for you, AJ, the matchup here is so one-sided that and during the hard point segment there for the statistics, I was really looking for like information or what I could commend for the side of Prata Gang. Unfortunately, there isn't. If I'm gonna be commending PV Prime once more, it's gonna be PV Prime A. He managed to bag up 3 minutes and 19 seconds inside the hill at least. So overall, the form factor here for PV Prime is just completely flawless. But for Castellana, being actually the only female for this competition here, she has a lot of things that she can really put up, and I hope that in some way she could put up an impact for the team. Or overall, I'm really expecting for Prata Gang here overall to step up. As Call of Duty, it takes 5 to tango.
No, that is true, Warden. It takes 5 to tango, but if you have 3 players from Prata trying their best, Castellana and Javier, like you said, they really need to step it up here, especially in S&D, wherein we did see some live, just like a little moments in S&D, like tiny, as tiny as that blue dinosaur that was holding that Prata. That is the moment there. But now here we go. Game number 2, Mustachio and a Warden. I'll leave it to you guys.
Appreciate it, buddy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, into round number 2 for Prata Gang. Can they pull it off in this S&D? SP drops Javier from the get-go. The players of PV Prime are answering that question, but hey, Ram answers back with a beautiful snipe, shutting down A. I'm loving this out of the Prata Gang, but immediately has Yuki traded out. Prata Gang, they have to just slow down their pace just a little bit, but the bomber is just walking straight into the hands of PV Prime. Castellana, I was expecting her to step it up, but a little bit of a boo-boo there in the first round in itself. The Prata Gang, unfortunately, have messed up round 1.
A little bit of a boo-boo there. An ouchie for the team overall here. They're playing individually here, AJ.
Yeah.
The composure here is something that the coordination, composure, I really need to see them at least prove to me that they're actually trying to win this one out, because if they're going to be pushing individually here, AJ, it's just going to go down 7-0. And look at this. I was asking for coordination. They're going to go for a full take on towards the B bomb side, and it's going to be a free bomb side for them. But look at this. On the other hand, the spectrum, PV Prime is going to go for a full-on flank. They know for a fact the intentions of Prata Gang is going for that B side. Can they hold it on to?
Please watch your backs. The players of Prata Gang now. It will just be back-to-back annihilation. But Hayram trying to put up a stat, immediately shut down by A. Zuki, final player. And the defusal is instantaneous. The players of PV Prime did not hesitate for a single second. As quickly and as flawless of the move from the side of Prata Gang to get into that B side, it was just as stellar for PV Prime to take that supreme backstab and eliminate them from that round. 2-0. Prata Gang still needs to whip up some stuff, but I like round 2 much more than the previous.
I like it more, but I'm liking round 2 here more. Look at this, a lot of contacts are being put up. But Prata Gang is actually showing up. Look at this now, down to this 2v4 situation, all down to Alpha and to Hotel here for a set of PV Prime to clutch this one out. Can they pull through? Prata Gang, this is your best opportunity to get a round out away from PV Prime. Looking to be the last and final player here will be around the parameter. A here will take down Javier. And in some way, the round is still not over here, Mustachios. This could still go to the way of PV Prime, despite the fact that the odds is against your side.
High blood pressure. That's the condition I will develop shoutcasting some of these matches, man. PV Prime just not allowing Prata Gang to take advantage. And Castellana drop. This is a 2v2. PV Prime, I love the stellar adjustment that they bring into the matchup. The moment the Prata Gang steps it up, they slow the pace right down and they equalize the numbers. And now, H just holding on to the angle, expecting the players to show show up from the shower front, and it is gonna be the play that potentially breaks down. But quickly now, PRATA Gang breaking away, and A catches off Zuki, who trails off towards mid without any backup whatsoever. And it's one final player in the name of Hayram who didn't even put up a fight.
Man, it was supposed to be a kill shot turned into a leg shot for the set of Prata. It wasn't enough at all. 2v4, not a problem for a set of PV Prime, and just like that, 3 rounds already under their name, Prata Gang. They have 2 players sitting pretty with 0 kills there. Castellana and Javier, they need to step up overall, and just a team, man. And overall, the team expecting them to step up. So coming to round number 4, nothing is changing here. We got P going for a very aggressive push here on towards the mid lane. S from the bottom end, so will not find himself in contact, not just yet, but Zuki will be able to get first blood. He will trade him out. Overall, still more frags here being rained upon for the side of PV Prime. 5-4v3 situation here.
I expected when P missed that shot, that would be the moment that the PRATA Gang rises up to the occasion. But Premier couldn't even get up the ladder, and PV Prime ends that round 4-0. Perhaps the PRATA Gang want a roti telur, because early on they ate an egg. Here comes right another one, a full-boiled egg at that one.
A full boiled egg here. Is that like part of like the recipe for making a Prata or something? The fact that, you know, this is a similar take here. On the round number 2, how does it happen? As on the feed will get a collateral through the wall. G will find a kill. A will find a kill all over the place. It's just gonna be PV Prime. Javier, what can you do? Absolutely nothing. And just like that here, one more round away, PV Prime will be on the match point advantage, AJ.
It's like watching the dinosaurs play, man. And I don't mean like the current dinosaurs that's, you know, that's being thrown back and forth in the VR scene. I mean like Raptors DNS, right? That team was unfortunately not ready for the level of competition that we saw them jump on into at the Garena Invitationals. And the PRATA Gang just unfortunately is in the exact same situation. But the one thing that I guess we can hold them to is this is their very first participation in a contest of this particular level, and there's nothing that we can hold against them, right? Hopefully the next time we do see them, we're able to measure up their performance against what they showed us today, and they perform much better. But in this competition, my friend, I believe it might just be all over looking at how this S&D is going, Warden.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I don't want to look too ahead into the future here, but Control could be the same case here, AJ. And as you said, man, you know, they're bound to lose this one out from this tournament. It's not really their time this season, but then again, a loss is something that you can actually take as a win as well. You do learn something at the end of it. It's just a matter of perseverance for them to try to improve. So, you know, coming in on towards round number 7 here, AJ, PV Prime going for a very fast take here on towards the D-bomb site, and I do believe this is just going to be the last and final round. Yeah, for sure, Juki will try to make a play, extend their life for furthermore, but how long can they hold it on to? Premier, Zuki, all down to you up against 4 Leviathans of PV Prime. Premier here going for a wrap around. Can you make the play? 35 seconds left on the clock to be played with. Here slides in, slides out, gets himself in contact. We'll go for a straight down takedown. Still though, they're still in the game. Can he pull through, get a second? Unfortunately, not going to be able to find enough connection. S from the back end will take him out. All down to Zuki here, and odds is against his favor here. A moment of silence here. He's going to go down. Just like that, PV Prime will serve PRATA Gang under donut here on towards Search and Destroy.
Yeah, in the legendary words of our one and only Zezzy, what kills you makes you stronger. Hopefully, that matchup just allows the players of PRATA Gang to unleash their evolved state in the next matchup, because at the very moment, it looks like they do not stand a chance at all against PV Prime here, Warden.
Yep, not a chance overall. And, you know, it's not just PV Prime, Triple V. They had the same case. But, you know, a little bit more fight here for the side of PRATA Gang for PV Prime, just showcasing a little bit with a differential in terms of the level. But then again, it's not really going to matter at most. A loss is a loss here. Yep. 7-0. It's just the same statistics overall that we did see. We were quite similar, and I did say in the hard point game mode, you know, it's like bringing us back to the memory lane, just hide the names. Yep. It's really similar. PRATA Gang, we see their efforts here, AJ, and the best thing that we can do right now, honestly, for them is just, you know, best of wishes for them. Hopefully they learn something out of this.
I really hope they have learned something out of this. And if anything, if they haven't learned anything, let me just give them the answer, right? Invest more time into Call of Duty Mobile. Make sure you guys go out there and scrim more often against these elite teams. so that you have a better chance in the future. As it is, MYSG doesn't really have all that too much of a solid representation when it comes to a level like this. So it's going to be good to see more teams join the fray and, just team up with, the other brands out there to make SGMY proud. But clearly, we are quite far away from dominating the Philippines. The MYSG scene has got quite a bit to work on before we can get to that level. But if you look at PV Prime and the way they took that matchup, it wasn't just running around slaying on the battlefield, right? Even though they had the players of PRATA GANG run at them, even though there were a couple of those rounds where they pushed aggressively, it was always a strategic move. They always moved together as one unit. They always had each other's backs covered. And that's the kind of plays we want to see out of the PRATA GANG, which unfortunately at this very moment, although they move together as one unit, is all over the place, Warden.
Definitely. And in terms of a team-based game like Call of Duty Mobile, you gotta have the overall the coordination locked on your individual plays as well, your individual executions, because really, man, like you can project anything that you would want as a team, but if you can't execute it, it's just gonna go to the waste. I'd prefer to have a player or a team that could just bash their head against the wall and actually win those individual gunfights. They can roam around as long as they can promise me that they can win those gunfights. Until then, I don't really care how they're gonna be going around the map, rather than having a team that wants to do something but couldn't execute it at all. So really, man, it's one factor, those two factors that they really need to learn for the side of PRATA GANG. But for PV Prime, they did show it. And as you said, they weren't playing disrespectfully at all. They were respecting still on what is the capabilities of PRATA GANG. That is why they were playing quite coordinatively here, AJ.
And that's the main reason why I'm falling more and more in love with the players of PV Prime. Not really going out there to rub it into the faces of the PRATA GANG, but actually respecting their prowess and holding back a little bit. But, just totally outclassing the PRATA GANG on the other hand with their capability as well as strategies. Jericho, your thoughts on the back-to-back 7-0 here for the Pratas?
You hate to see it, but it is what it is. I mean, a little bit better. Some of their players finally got some kills at least. Not a donut on their side.
Yeah.
Not welcome to the agency. No 007. But I mean, that's gonna be it for him. But now game number 3, AJ and Callie and Warden. My goodness, take it away now.
I tell you guys, it's absolutely fine to get the names mixed up, right? Because the roster for the shoutcast and the host, the analyst in the background, it's just grown, man. We've got so many people out here on the battlefield as well as on the mic, so it's absolutely acceptable. Thank you very much, Jericho. We'll catch up with you in a little bit. But PV Prime, hoi! This is too quick of a capture of the B flag here, Warden.
Oh, exactly. Boy, PV Prime, kalmahan nyo lang. AKA, just calm down, man. They're really not gonna give any leeway whatsoever for the PRATA GANG. Show them some life just a little bit. Show them some love. And it only took them how much? Like 40 seconds for them to get a capture on towards Bravo, and they're already putting the influencer on towards Alpha. I don't even think that they're gonna be able to kill like every player for the PRATA GANG before they get a capture on towards Alpha.
They just did, bro. As you were saying it, they sliced all of them out of the equation, and onto that Alpha flag we go. This is potentially one of the fastest rounds we have seen at Control, and it doesn't look like the PRATA GANG is going to be able to do anything about it whatsoever. GGWP, let's bring on round number 2 here, Warden.
Round number 2. Wait. Let me catch my breath. Round number 2.
No,
Round
right,
number 2
I know.
is starting here. We have 5 seconds. We have 4 seconds to breathe. Initially, estimation like maybe 20 seconds or 10 seconds before the initial gunfight kicks in. Until then, we're going to be losing our breath once more. PV Prime, they're going to be playing the defensive this time around. I'm hoping that they can calm down, but look at the VVV execution here. And this is exactly what I love here in terms of control rate. This is a very offensive side of map. And you get a capture onto Bravo quite easily, especially if you can get the gunfights rocking aboard. But unfortunately, PRATA GANG, they don't have that factor here, AJ.
Yeah, and the PRATA GANG, they haven't really come up with a solid strategy just yet. Number one, they try to run straight in towards that A flag, the B flag, and protect it. That went south. So this time around, they double back in towards Gallery, and they try to hold the flag from off the side. So that's clearly not going to go your way at all, but it is the defense of the players of PV. Right? So the players of PRATA GANG, they are trying to slice down the numbers of PV one after the other before trying for the flag. This is something that I love. This is an approach that we have not seen from the side of PRATA GANG just yet. They are not winning technically. If you look at the numbers, they have lost more players than they have actually taken out of the equation. But at the very least, there is a different strategy being played here, and I really like that. The first marker, not even fully placed onto that B flag, gets cleared off by PV Prime. PRATA Gang only has 12 more lives to sort this out here.
You know, I'm just going to take this time that I'm actually going to commend here. PV Prime, you've had your own sense of spotlight here. And the spotlight has been yours like 90% of the time here throughout this segment or this series overall. But I'm just going to show some love here for the side of PRATA Gang. If you're going to be during this PRATA Gang, honestly, your intentions right there is honestly spot on. You know, going for Bravo is something that I really commend, especially on Control Raid. It's just going to be a matter of polishing out the execution. Maybe till then, you know, the next time around that you can appear in this event, you can pull through and put up a statement up against your predecessor. So there we go here. Another round here bound to end over. PV Prime is going to be up by 2. Just like that here, not even close in terms of the lives count here, AJ. And what is done has been done. And you know, this last and final round could be the last and final round, and bounded to be the last and final round, especially if the momentum won't shift down miraculously here for the side of PRATA Gang.
The only reason why that round was a little bit slower was because PV Prime was on defense. Now we unleash the beast score PV Prime once again, and they're just gonna go to down with the PRATA Gang, right? Eats one up. Zuki will be the first one to get taken out of the equation, and PV Prime are already on the job to pull away that B flag. One player on the side of the PRATA Gang trying to prevent that. Hey Ram gets sent right back up to heaven. Predator missile takes 2 players out of the equation. PV Prime on the speed run at this control. B flag should be in their safe hands in the next couple of seconds. And at the very same time, look at the players overextending on the side of PV Prime, heading straight into the spawns of PRATA Gang to eat up all of those players one after the other. PV Prime, they know exactly what's going on, and basically this is the matchup that they can blitz through, and they're doing exactly that, Warden.
Yeah, exactly what they had to do here, and it's just going to be pure domination, annihilation, decimation. PV Prime just showing their fierce and dominant performance here out away from PRATA Gang. 12 to 22-year PV Prime, not showing any remorse, not showing any mercy whatsoever. PV Prime just take it all away. Contestment on towards Alpha won't even matter at most, as PRATA Gang only having 7 lives left remaining here. Contestment follows through, the pressure is on, and honestly, AJ just waved the white flag here for the side of PRATA Gang. But it's game over. 6 to 16, lives ticking down, time to tick as well. And honestly, I can just hear the cry from the side of PRATA Gang. 5 more lives remaining here. AJ, take this ending away.
Yeah, man. I mean, you are asking them to wave the white flag. I think they've been waving that white flag long enough, man. Nobody is taking their waving any seriously. PV Prime is just hitting them down one after the other. And now the A flag on for the East. 3 more lives on the side of PRATA Gang. There's no way they're going to be able to clutch this out. They had 30 on earlier, and now a single player, and A sorts that out. It will be Hayram, who dropped when we started off the match, and he's the last player to drop as we end this. PV Prime blitz through control, and the PRATA Gang just got eaten up whole.
Yep, got eaten up whole here. But you know, PV Prime, I'm gonna be talking about you all. You deserve the spotlight for this one. Congratulations for you all to saving and dodging a bullet on towards his bottom bracket. You're gonna be able to live another day for this event. So props to you all. But for the side of PRATA Gang, you know, salutes to you all for, you know, as you said, AJ, you know, the scenes for SDMY isn't so big.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm gonna give my salutes here for the side of PRATA Gang, because you know, it takes a lot of time, and the effort for them to, you know, give their time here and show up for this event is something that is salutable for me. And you know, it's really like mesmerizing for me to see that they're, you know, representing their country, even though for a fact that, you know, in some way, I think they do know, and they do realize that they're really outmatched here. They never gave up until the very end. They never forfeited, and you know, they fought until they can. So salute to you all, PRATA Gang.
I absolutely agree with that point, man, because you know, I've shoutcasted quite a number of matches so far, and in the past I have seen teams take the forfeit, take the disqualification, because they just were not motivated to continue playing. They knew that they would not stand a chance. PRATA Gang, on the other hand, they walked their way all the way through, win or loss. They didn't really care. They went out there to put out their best, but unfortunately, their best just was not enough. And here's the biggest difference between winners and losers in life, right? Losers, they give up. Winners, on the other hand, they may lose a couple of times, but at the end of the day, as long as they never give up, they will one day get their goals. They will one day achieve their dreams. And hopefully, that's exactly what we see out of the Prada gang. Never say die attitude. And hopefully, we get to see them come right back through for a competition of the future. But Jericho, yet another 3-0 on our hands. And this one, I mean, I feel like the Prada Gang's matches today were the fastest of them all, my friend.
Probably in record time. No disrespect to them, but yeah, it was pretty much a 3-0, a double 3-0 glazed donut already here again. And I mean, the control, it was just one sided. PV Prime showing that they can really dominate, but this is against the Prada gang, and I feel like their next challenge is going up against a strong team, and they need to try to find something here, find their rhythm, their study their mistakes here. But if you are the Prada gang, just work on it. I feel like they just need a coach.
Yeah.
They need a coach. I'm open for anything. We'll help you
Yeah.
guys.
Take Jericho, guys. I mean, take anybody that comes your way to lend out a little bit of help, and make sure you use that as the perfect stepping stone to reach your next level. Because at the very moment, unfortunately, the Prada gang is not ready for this level of competition just yet. And on the other side, PV Prime, they have managed to buy themselves a lifeline. They have managed to survive this one test, and they move on as the victors. PV Prime, they eliminate the players of Prada Gang.
Yes, that is true, AJ. And I mean, there's nothing really much you can really talk about here, but besides G always being the MVP
Oh, yeah.
for those 3 games straight. Top Gun making a name for himself here. Let's see if we can keep it up against those next teams that they are going to face. If they can make the dream alive, if they can keep the dream alive, if they keep the dream alive. My goodness, it's already 11, guys. We are very sorry, but yes, if they can keep it alive, I feel like they can make a good run here in this tournament. But that's
Yeah.
gonna be it for here. We're just waiting on some highlights here, guys. But that is it. 27-9 for G, 20-6 for HA with 14-10, PVP with 13-6. And how about you, Warden? Do you have any final thoughts on this final match?
Hello. I mean, overall, I mean, I said what I really wanted to say there on Jericho, and I really commend Prada Gang here for showing up. It's really a big factor here for me. Like as a guy for myself, as AJ did say that, he has seen a lot of teams that just face the forfeit. They just concede the defeat, and till then they don't really show up any effort. But overall, I want to stop talking about Prada Gang now. We're going to be talking about a lot of topics here, but certainly for sure, from then on forward, Prada Gang will not be a topic anymore as they're out of the competition. PV Prime, they're still on the bottom brackets here, and they're going to be in a very tough case scenario here, and it's going to take a lot of courage and still like composure for them to make their way back on top. But really eyeing here for PV Prime. They lost a suffering defeat under previous predecessors. That's why they're on the bottom brackets. But they showed remarkable. They show that in some way they are still in a different level compared to, let's say, Prada Gang.
I mean, this was the main reason why I was just so shocked to see PB Prime take a beating, right? Because they didn't lose to C8 Apathy. They took a beating in the hands of C8 Apathy. And it was not just a surprising event, but a superbly shocking event that this team got sliced out of the equation so quickly. But thankfully, that was not the end of the road, right? Thankfully, they had a second chance. This was the lifeline that they were given, and they played to their best of ability. So it was most definitely a compounded effect with them getting taken out so easily by the players of C8 Apathy, building up all of that aggression within themselves. They wanted to prove exactly what they're worth in the competition, and I feel like they have done exactly that here, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. They exactly done that. That's gonna boost their morale. Now let's take a look at the highlights here in this 6th series that we have. Start things off with a hard point. Pretty one-sided from start to finish, but a little bit of lies from Prata Gang. They managed to get 48 points at least. We saw some hope, just a little bit of hope, a glimmer of hope there, but it wasn't enough to get them that W. PV Prime pretty much dominated wire-to-wire victory for them. They were just running around, getting the kills, getting the streaks, getting the operator skills to their abilities. And here, towards the end, we just saw the side of Prata Gang just really struggling from this hard point, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And PV Prime, there was a moment where I thought the players of PRATA Gang were making a comeback, and this was the exact hill, right? But it was so short-lived, and I'm actually quite disappointed we didn't get to see the XS1 Goliath takedown with the boxing gloves. Seeing that twice in a day, guys, who would have thought?
Punching the Goliath. I mean, hey, 2 for 2. Can
Ding,
we
ding,
have a
ding.
3 for 3? We don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe the
is
next
that like
one.
a meta now, bro?
The meta. That's a very sketchy meta there. But if you try to go against a VVV 3 Goliaths, I don't think that's going to work, AJ. But
Yeah.
33 here to 48. This is the final moments here. Warden, now towards the S&D. Take us through this one.
I mean, for S&D here, PV Prime, there was no rounds that they were playing defensively at all. From defense, they were playing offense. From offense, they were doubling down the offense here. And, the player on round number 2 for the set of PRATA Gang, we were commending this. Me and AJ was quite excited on towards this. We were reacting quite, because I was thinking that, they weren't playing coordinated, they weren't playing coordinated as a team at all, and they were quite sloppy on the first round. For them to go for a full execution there on towards the B bomb side, allocating 5 of their players, was like, okay, this is something different. Maybe this could be a turnaround, but unfortunately for them, PV Prime, they went for a wrap around as well. Until then, PRATA Gang didn't had a chance to react on towards it, and it was an instant defusal as well for the side of PV Prime. So approaching onto control here, Jericho, it wasn't so pleasant at all. I want you to run us down and towards this one, man.
I mean, control was literally being controlled by Prime. Pretty much everything was going their way. They were just holding down the spawns, getting all the angles that they need. Spawn traps are on point. Streaks were used to perfection. Each round was just a wire to wire. They were just pretty much having fun with this series already. And that's going to be it here for the final one. The live count wasn't even close. Everything was just going their way. And hopefully they can keep this momentum up towards their next series tomorrow and day number 2 of the playoffs. Let's take a look at our MVP. It's going to be Prime PVG, aka Top Gun, Top G. 26 kills, 9 deaths, 11 assists with a score of a 2,925 and a KDA of a 2.93. Very good numbers coming out of PVG. Let's see if he can keep it up in his next series.
Hey, that face looks familiar, man. That
Cisco?
face looks super familiar. That
Kinda
looks like Cisco.
to me.
Yeah, I was about to say
Exactly.
Cisco. I don't think that's him, though. Nah,
I mean,
not him.
I mean, he has the Donald, and Cisco pulls off a really good Donald Duck impression as well. So
Yeah, but
come on,
he
I don't know.
was chatting in the comment section, though.
The question is, why would a player take a photo of themselves using their mask? That I do not understand. Cisco, I see you, man. I see you.
We see you.
Hashtag is that Cisco or hashtag
Internet
find
isn't a problem
Cisco.
at all.
I don't know.
I have
But,
no idea.
but if that is Cisco, then, it makes sense as to why G is always at the top, right? Because the guy is a slayer out there on the battlefield. I feel like I was expecting a little bit of a comeback from Cisco. Didn't expect it to be in this way. I still don't know if or not it is, but you guys let us know in the comment section if you know, man. Jericho, any thoughts before you hop on off to a break, buddy?
I mean, the PRATA Gang, just send us some PRATA. Send me some PRATA. I'll coach you guys. That's all I need. But with that being said, break is going to be ready, guys. We'll be right back for our second to the last match for the day.
Welcome back to the Garena Youth Challenges Season 2. My name is AJ, and our casters for the following matchup, the one and only Crazy Callie, followed by the amazing Sexy Zezzy. I mean, they rhyme, man. They rhyme. I had to make it up on the fly, right? But the day has been absolutely fun. We're down to our 2 final series, right? Earlier on, it was the losers bracket. Now it's the winners bracket. And if the matches were already hot, things are about to just get a little bit more spicier, right? Because what do we have on our hands right now, boys? It's the matchup between Sem9 as well as C8MG. And clearly, Callie's not ready to take questions just yet. Zezzy, your thoughts on the matchup, buddy? Who do you think is going to be able to rise up to the top? Because 2 of these teams, they're both very, very capable.
Yeah, they're both very capable, and Sem9 and C8MG, they both defeated their opponents in a 3-0 manner. But of course, we know about Sem9, and I feel like Sem9 could have the upper bracket or the upper advantage in here because they're Sem9, and that's it. They're Sem9.
I absolutely agree with you, man. I mean, before we continue breaking down exactly why we think Sem9 is going to be able to take this, let's take a quick rundown of the schedule. When we started off the day, it was Sem9 themselves who shut down PDR ESPORTS, sent them to the lower brackets with a 3-0. And the players of C8MG did the exact same thing to ENI1. And later on, it was the players of VVV ESPORTS serving up a hot PRATA, and it wasn't in the way we were all expecting. That was yet another 3-0, followed by the players of C8 AEIPATHY taking on PV Prime, shutting them down 3-0. It was just all out donuts being served in the first 4 series until the players of ENI1 faced off against PDR ESPORTS, where we saw PDR ESPORTS pick up the very first matchup, that hard point, and then reversed out by the players of ENI1, which was quite spectacular. And then, of course, we just finished the matchup of another 3-0 served up. PV Prime with a superb performance. This is their recovery, but a disappointing setup by the players of PRATA Gang here. But we have Callie right back. Callie, so let me throw the question to you, man. Do you also think that it's going to be Sem9? Because to break down the answer just a little bit more, Sem9, they are obviously the team that has seen the pro scene a little bit longer, and they have also achieved a little bit extra in comparison to the team that they take on, C8MG. When we look at the players of C8MG, they made it to the playoffs, but got eliminated by the Mambas. And this was for the Garena Youth Challenges Season 1, Callie. So your thoughts, buddy? Can they step it up this time around?
Well, honestly, for C8MG, it's quite a challenge for them to go up against Sem9, who's been there at the major stage. I mean, this team right here for Sem9 actually played and placed top 5 in CGI 2022, and of course in Garena Masters Season 1. But you know, for C8MG, anything is possible. They have climbed and they have won the first match already. I don't see no reason why they would stop and fear Sem9, who is here right now in this series against them. AJ.
Yeah. I have to agree with that, man. Although Sem9 does have the advantage here, technically based on the points as well as the previous achievements, nothing can, really put up a strong argument as to why we should write off C8MG just yet. But with the lineup of Bingo, Concept, and with Sia stepping in for Sir T, things just changes a little bit for the lineup of Sem9. They don't seem to hit as hard as they used to, but Bingo seems to have really matched up to the capabilities of Sir T of the past here, Zezzy.
Yeah, definitely. And because of Bingo leading the charge for Sem9, Sia on the objective had an easy time just resting and stepping and gaining all the points, while Bingo, Concept, Zengyu, and Smokey's roaming around the map and killing every enemies, expanding their defensive parameters and not letting any enemies go near Sia. That's why Sia was just sitting with the negative KD while getting 2 minutes of the time.
And of course, this is the lineup of C8MG, Ashuri, Mamra, Miyuki, Potsu, Proxy, as well as Exla. C8MG, walk me through this lineup as well as what you expect out of these players, Callie.
Well, obviously for C8MG, they got Ashuri that actually played for Tyrant Divinity on the last Garena Youth Challengers, and this guy is ever reliable. But one thing that really surprised me the most here is the ability of Proxy, one of the key players for C8 MG on their win earlier at the upper bracket quarterfinals, really did a lot of consistent job creating plays, gathering kills, and making sure that the team will be having that driver's seat when they were playing early. And obviously for C8 MG, the keys to victory for them is not just let Proxy do all the work. The team has to step it up even more because the team that they're going up against with is clearly not a joke. This team that they're going up against with played with Smart Omega. This team placed 5th on that CGI 2022, and it's going to be a tall order for them, but I feel like it's going to be possible for them to create a lot of upsets here in this coming game.
I absolutely agree with you, man. And although players like Proxy will be, taking the fight up to the players of Sem9, he's not going to go at it alone, right? But let's take a quick breakdown of this head-to-head. Zezzy, walk us through, buddy.
Yeah, Bingo here has the highest KDA on the Sem9 side, while Proxy will be the leading man for C8 MG. We have seen Bingo here get 49 kills against PDR ESPORTS, and the very, very aggressive Bingo here leads to more spaces for maneuver for Sem9, and thus Bingo is the man to watch for Sem9 because on the Search and Destroy, he is very unpredictable and he controls his aggressiveness so that you won't expect him at the time that he strikes. While on the side of Proxy for C8 MG, he is the one getting the charge on the hard point, although he doesn't shine on the Search and Destroy, but he has the fair share of kills, making him a very, very reliable teammate in C8.
I cannot help but agree with you, buddy. Bingo, super unpredictable out there on the battlefield. But hopefully Proxy will have a little bit of backup from Mamra, who most definitely holds his own in those S&Ds. Sem9 winning the coin toss, and they remove Hacienda from the equation. Takeoff is the map that the players of C8MG remove, and the operator bans Sparrow as well as Purifier out of the mix, opening up most probably the Annihilator. We have seen the Gravity Vortex played as well, and at Summit, it's most definitely going to be one of those operators that is abused there, Kali.
Oh yeah, definitely. That Gravity Vortex can just suck the life out of the player that's close to proximity to where that gravity will be placed. And it's going to work, not only at that Slump's control, it's going to work at Summit Hardpoint, and it's going to be highly effective if a team is able to utilize and perfectly time the usage of that Gravity Vortex. But then again, the Annihilators are also a good option for teams to use here. Provides that one-shot, one kill in the long and the close range, and it's going to be a threat. Whatever type of operator skills are going to be used here by both of the teams that will play on this upper bracket semifinals.
I do agree, man. At the end of the day, the operators that are available out there, all the strategies that the teams bring in, they got to get through each other first in terms of the mechanical fights out there on the battlefield. Zezzy and Kali, match number 1. Take it away, boys.
Okay, Zezzy. Okay, Zezzy, you got this.
Okay.
We got this last 2 games for the day, and we got Sem9 C8 MG playing on this upper bracket semifinals. And of course, we're going to start this game here at this Summit Hardpoint, and it's going to be race to 250, and this will be putting C8 MG's firepower to the test as they go up against Sem9. Looking at the first few set of kills, few set of points, it looks like C8 MG will be having a good control in this hardpoint number 1. Zezzy, how are you feeling the energy so far by both of the teams?
Man, C8 MG just barging in the home of Sem9 in the Summit map. This is the map pick of Sem9, and we have seen their performances in against PDR, how dominant they were in the Summit map. But C8 MG, all their Summit maps here on their qualifiers, they perfected it 4-0 in Summit map. So this is both their hopes. But Sem9 for sure, they are confident in this one because they picked this map, and C8 MG starting off real good will be a strong statement against Sem9.
Yeah, we're going alternate, seesaw back and forth, but Sem9 will be able to get that early lead here, 25-23, close to second hill, and of course the C8 still got the plausible spawn, and C8 will look to get that hard point in their favor. But for now, the power position held on by Bingo, one of the player head-to-head right now for Sem9. It will be creating all of this play with the Peacekeeper. He's going to be very, very annoying. He's got this 3 in a row now, looking to build up this core tricks, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take down Miyuki, and he'll have fine success. And now lining up one more, but unfortunately for him, gonna get taken down. All right, first 30 seconds, and still we are clearly seeing C8MG holding on, and they're definitely up there with 7-9, Sassy.
Yeah, definitely. They're just playing a tug of war here, just alternating the lead here and the control of the hard point. 43 will be the score for C8MG so far. 7-9 struggling to get and snatch the lead away from C8's hands. But now, slowly but surely, they get the next hard point. They're preparing for it. They have taken the spawns. They have taken the hard point itself. And they are looking to go for the long-term investment. Now, this is how 7-9 plays. And once they fail this spawn traps or the spawn position, they stick together, and we will see that later on as C8MG will be attacking in this one.
All right, here we go. Looks like our boys from C8 is defending that hard point while 7-9 is looking to attack in multiple ways. As you can see, they will have the anchor position, but C8 still managing to stay inside his point. Proxy holding it, grab, dismantles 2 players with an annihilator. Good usage onto that, and little things like that will buy the team some time to reinforce. But then again, 7-9 too hot to handle. They will get the break that they need, and that's going to be more than enough for them to score and decrease that lead at C8M. Just build it up on that hard point number 2 and towards that hard point number 3. Final 20 seconds, and C8MG, as the team that will be attacking this hard point number 3, will have to decide whether they want to go and push one more time or they would just settle for the next one. Looks like they chose the latter. And here, it's going to be very interesting. How will 7-9 be able to break this? Seems like C8MG's got a better power position hold onto this one, and not only that, they are inside at hard point. They got the anchor position. This is just perfect for C8MG.
Yeah, perfect for C8MG. They got the gravity vortex. Perfect for this kind of hard point. And the space that they have created through this triple kill annihilator on that P3 was very, very interesting. And that leads to a snowball, preventing 7-9 from taking the next hard point. Now, this initial investment and the initial setup of C8MG will be translating into more points, which will be the breakthrough of 7-9. But Ashuri is still getting in the hard point, preventing the push of 7-9. Now the retake is on the hands of C8MG. Mamra comes in, gets the 2-piece. Miyuki from the front gets 2-piece also. And that is total annihilation coming from C8MG to clear the persons inside the hard point.
You know, what I observe right now in this first set of hard points is that 7-9 is actually dropping their gunfights. For some odd reason, they are the ones actually chasing C8MG in this game right now. And if that continues to persist, C8MG is in line to win this first match. But you know, if you are 7-9 and if you are CI, you gotta make sure that you're able to really step it up inside the gunfight department right now. It's got only 10 kills. 7-9 really struggling on that gunfight, but for sure they'll find the way. They'll figure things out to get that answer. And now here we go. Second set of hardpoint opening up, and you can see C8MG attacking in multiple angles. And this is great if you want to break that hill. But 7-9 just clearly a lot better with their position as they are able to maintain the hardpoint for now.
Yeah, positioning wise, 7-9 will be taking this one, and until now, their hill is unbreakable, but C8 comes in knocking, and Miyuki will be denied. 7-9 is waiting in the corners and waiting for the opportunity to strike back. This might be the break that they will be wanting, because they are chasing after the lead. And now 7-9, they have the smooth transition towards the P2 where they can shine the most. Concept has the gravity vortex, Zenyu has the annihilator, and the Sia has score streaks. So this could be a snowball for the P3, or this could be used for the taking on the P3.
And you know, for 7-9, they kept reaching for the points. Now they are on the lead. They're getting hungrier and hungrier, and Bingo is starting to pop up at that 3-piece. That's going to be highly useful for 7-9 as they look to swing that momentum over to their side. Currently on that mid game, we are going to see 7-9 having that 15-point lead, but C8MG, they will be inside the point for now, and they're doing a great job just making sure that they will stand inside this hill, but one thing to be really, really aware of. final 25 seconds, and I believe this is the perfect opportunity for either C8 or Sem9 to think about what move are they going to do. And for me, at this point in time, you gotta make sure that you are going to have your team set up for the next hardpoint rotation, and that's what XLA from C8MG is doing. Now, they set their priorities straight and this should set them up for success, but Sem9 clearly doing the same thing here as well. You can see there will be a battle for spawns right off the back on the left of the minimap. Number 5 in blue and yellow going at it at the back, but it seems like Sia will be able to be successful. Now for Smokey, popping off one, looking to pop off the other, but Proxy wins that gunfight. Now this is going to be the turning point of the game. Pretty back and forth. 147 to 140. This is where we see the tricks and operator skills gets used, and C8MG for now is standing in the point, but that soon would change. Sem9 on the advantage. They got the anchor position, but for some odd reason, they got a split spawn situation. Mumra in the point. C8MG now, they will be taking the lead.
What?
What? Dang you with the wall match. Ezzy, take it away.
Man, that wallbang was so good, and that is the break that C8MG needs in order to annihilate Sem9 inside the hard point. Take note that Sem9 has the better initiative on that, but C8MG with their ferocity, they have broken through the defenses set by Sem9, and now they're looking to transition towards the P5, the last hard point, and this is Sem9 set up. However, C8MG is ready to knock on that door. Gravity Vortex is ready for Exla, and this could be deadly in the P5. A perfect spot to unleash the beast, and this beast has been unleashed by Exla. Now they want to look for the translations. They need the points here in order to prove the point of this Gravity Vortex. C8MG now slowly taking the points away from Sem9's hands. And what can Sem9 do? They don't have any operator skills, and it's only one score streak from Sia who can make the change.
And right now, that's going to be the problem here for Sem9. I mean, C8 is solid overall as a team. They're making more decisive decision altogether, and they really set their priorities straight when it comes to rotating. And I believe this is the perfect opportunity for them to take a map against Sem9, stun them on this first map. But you already know, we still got that reset about to happen, and Sem9 could still pull off the impossible and make sure they come back and win. But again, just looking at the momentum of the game, C8MG is still in line to win this game. The question is, will they be able to stay consistent until the very end to get the first round win here on this Best of 5 series? Let's come and find out here, Sezi.
Yeah, consistency will be the question for our team as well as Sem9. And now consistent kills coming from Mamra, gets the triple kill, denies the entry of Sem9. Now will be getting the Gravity Vortex before he dies, and because of that, the entry will be denied. Proxy proving my point and annihilates the opponent coming in towards the this first hard point. Now 224 points for the side of C8MG, 35 seconds on the clock. This is the hard point that they need to prevent Sem9 from getting inside. But now, speaking of prevention, the cluster strike will be denying the entry of C8MG, stalling the time for just quite some time here. Just perfect for the second hard point to come through, and now translations will be needed in order for Sem9 to reverse this one and make a comeback.
Yeah, I'm just kind of questioning like the usage of that cluster strike that could have been used on that hard point number 2, where it's going to be more efficient and more effective, since the hard point number 2 at the catwalks is much more open compared to this lockdown close quarter combat hard point number 1, which is located in the mid map. But then again, the game still stands. This could be it. C8MG, they get this hard point, they will win the game. Now they have been able to pile up the points in this hill, and all they have to do is win a little bit more gunfights. But Sem9 not backing down at all. They want to get this win. They will be inside the point, and Zenyu will be popping up the annihilator right in time. Gonna spot one player. XLA gonna be right exactly on his area to get that landing blow as well. And this could help the team, but he loses the gunfight. Fortunately for them, Sem9 Sia is able to cover down the back, but here comes the push from C8MG. They slow things down. They're looking to flood the game. They're going to use the Gravity Vortex to create an ingress, and they will be able to sweep Sem9 off the hard point, but not that easy. Sem9 is so persistent. They want to make sure that they can come back inside this game. 5 more seconds in this hill, and we're going into this next hard point rotation. This could be the final hill, Sezi.
Yeah, final heal indeed, and this is the stack of Sem9. If nothing works, this is the perfect strategy to counter it. And now Sem9 5-man stack again, but this time C8 MG comes knocking to their door. Bingo takes 2-man, and this is the pincer maneuver from C8. They're waiting for the right opportunity, but the God take over the signal for them to get the entry. Concept right now defending the corners with the Maxin on hand, but Sem9 right now is still staying strong. 5-man defense here, Proxy outside the proximity, and Smokey Zengyu, they're just defending this one, preventing the entry of Sem9, not bothering to get any anchors outside. They just want to step inside. They just want to deny C8 MG. That's how simple the strategy of Sem9 is, but it's definitely working in the hands of Sem9. 20 more seconds before the game will end. Will they get this one? And this is perfectly doable. C8 MG's presence is not yet felt, and now they need to stall the time. They need to get inside here and just make the break. And now 3 more seconds. C8 MG will be denied, and Sem9 will be completing the comeback. 250 to 244. What was that, Cali?
Oh my goodness, a comeback just happened, Zezzy. Sem9, they got hit hard at the start, but they find everything at the end. They found the mistakes made by C8 MG, and they were able to win the game, you know. Sem9's that turtle on this rabbit race, and they made sure they get the last laugh on this game. Taking a look at the stats here, AJ, I know you have a lot to say. You were mentioning Bingo earlier. Guess like he's gonna be our MVP here on this map number 1.
He's definitely going to be the MVP, man. I mean, Bingo clearly has put in so much of work into his craft to improve exactly what he can show up there on the battlefield with. And what he shows up with is just pure brilliance, man. This guy is the annihilator that Sem9 desperately needed in the face of Certi actually leaving the squad, right? And I cannot believe how quick this adjustment has come through from Bingo, and he was just spectacular. But obviously the credit goes to the full squad, right? Zengyu, it was not the best of matches for him. We saw the Annihilator misplay over at that P2. The guy couldn't really get much done. He was all over the place. But the rest of the team members, they stepped up in his place. When he failed to deliver, the rest of Sem9, they stood their ground. They fought tooth and nail, not just in that P2. And I do agree with you early on as well, Callie, that a little bit of a misplay with the score streak, but it got them those few points, which eventually turned out to be really, really good at the end, right? Because they just managed to fight that tooth and nail, go back in there for that early rotation in towards the cable car platform as well. And this is where things get crazy. The players from the side of C8 MG, they break the spawns of Sem9 at the cable car platform. And what we usually see is once you get that spawn, you most definitely take over that hard point because your players just keep spawning out of there. You've got, not unlimited ammo, but unlimited manpower to deal damage, right? But Sem9, something woke up in them at that P2, man. Something woke up and they said, you know what? We cannot let this go out of our hands. And they made that supreme comeback. Unbelievable what they have pulled off in here. Absolutely unbelievable, boys. And Zezzy, I have to ask you this, man. Throughout casting that matchup, throughout watching the players of Sem9 kind of slow down with their pressure, did you expect this sort of an end to this matchup?
Man, I expected that strategy because that was present against PDR. Once their anchor player is defeated, they stick together inside the hard point and they just stack themselves 5-man. So I kind of expected that strategy coming in from Sem9, but pulling off that comeback was really out of the question. Really.
I agree with you, man. I mean, we may expect that sort of a play based on their previous attempts in there already, but for them to pull it off against C8 MG, who have been so stellar in here today, that was totally unexpected. And it was that hold at, the cable car platform that eventually got them the win. Talk to us a little bit about the score streaks that were used in this matchup, Kelly. Your thoughts on them?
I would love to put a lot of thoughts in this game. I'd love to call out these two teams, So let's start off with C8 MG. I mean, these guys had a really great start earlier, but then again, they just slowed down at the end. And then you look at Sem9, completely the exact same opposite, AJ. Sem9 started off slow, but they went in with a stronger finish, AJ.
But boys, you know what? The day has been a super long one, and we are skipping past all of this for good measure because we want these boys to get a bit of break for themselves as well. So this is the Search and Destroy. Let's see if or not C8MG can not only make their comeback from defeat, but also be able to sweep the players of Sem9 off their feet with their brilliance. As Miyuki starts things off good, we'll hand the mic over to Zezzy. Have fun, boys.
Yep. C8 here is on a rush, and they want to smack Sem9 immediately as soon as they jump in the Search and Destroy. That will be the 4 versus 1. Bingo will be the last man standing. Can he get the bingo? Can he slash 5 spaces in that paper? But Ashuri will be assuring once again C8MG that will be taking the first round. So very aggressive start from C8MG.
Yeah, well, that aggressive play from Ashuri really impacted that first round for C8MG. I mean, Sem9, they didn't really have the opportunity to cut costs and make sure that they allocate the resources correctly, because the moment they positioned themselves and that hard on this first round, they got taken down immediately. And C8 looking to strike while the iron is hot. Sem9 still down in the number count, but Jasmine with that kill, dropping proxy. Now we got this 4v3 situation. C8MG still on the losing disadvantage, but Ashuri still creating all these plays, gets one, but Concept shuts him down. And that's one way for you to shut up C8MG here in the second round. Despite that lacking play from Sem9 in that first round, they're definitely turning it around near the second round. Here, Sassy.
Yeah, statement after statement. C8MG putting a lot of statement on the first round by getting the points and the kills immediately. Now Sem9 bounces back with their own aggressiveness with X3 Jasmine still alive, the sniper that rarely misses the shots. Now Miyuki goes for the D2, and this is quite hard. Holder in the hands of Miyuki. The Sem9 got the covers, got the Terran advantage. Look at how cheeky the head glitches are, and Miyuki seemingly impossible to break through this one unless they make a mistake like that one. Concept will be getting out of the glitch, and this is a 2v1. They need to go for a pincer if they want to take down Miyuki.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. But they could also surprise this guy. But you know, Miyuki is going to be very tough to catch.
Surprise!
On the right side! No!
Surprise!
Miyuki, you spot that fate, but unfortunately was not able to turn in the right corner. But then again, that's going to be a round win for Sem9. And of course, moving into the second round, or moving into this third round, Bingo already having 4 kills. And that's going to be the team high for Sem9. Well, for C8, it's going to be a sure 4 also. But looking at the gun comp here by Sem9, they really love playing with those Peacekeepers, while C8MG loves to play with those MAC-10s. Let's see who's going to outbeat who. Smokey with that RPD, he spots the player inside his A-bomb site. We are about to see the rotation here made by Sem9, and that's going to be on the staircase and all towards that mid-map, going to the staircase to swimming pool. The bomb has been planted. We got a 5v5 here, Sassy.
Yeah, retake time for the side of Sem9. They need to attack this and perform the pincer play. But now the pincer won't be present because they are out of the position. Now Smokey comes in. This is the deadly move coming in from Sem9. They have the mistake here by not making any multiple angle entry. Thus, C8MG has the upper ground in the defense. And that is how you don't attack or how you don't retake the bomb site A. You need to take both of the points at the same time if you want to distract C8MG.
Oh yeah, man, definitely, man. Sem9 already had the ball on the round number 3, but Smokey with the god name, dropping proxy and Miyuki. And oh, how things have turned at first 15 seconds. C8MG currently down to their last 3 players, and Sem9, they're getting confident and they're overextending more than usual. As you can see here, Bingo all the way behind the enemy lines drops C8 Bomber, and the bomb will be dropped. First 30 seconds, you see it here, C8MG down to their final 2 players.
Yep, that was an explosive start coming in from Sem9, and that triggered the signal for the push of our Sem9 by Bingo leading the charge. Now Ashuri comes out of his den, takes out extra Jasmine, but Smokey is just lurking around, waiting for the bait to be be taken. And that is Sem9 for you with Smokey just using those explosiveness and getting the entry, getting the deterring factor against C8MG. Now they need to bounce it back, and Sem9 for sure they are back on track, and Bingo is moving at like what should he do?
Okay, now let's see though. As you can see here, C8MG, they're in line to plant that bomb at the B bomb site, says he. Then again, Sem9, they got their defense stacked at the B bomb site. Any minute now, any second now, we are going to see that first blood. And now, as you can see now, the contacts have been made. And C8, they're making sure that their presence is known at this B bomb site. They're drawing Sem9's attention. Here's the thing, whoever gets this first blood on this round will clearly create that difference when it comes to getting the comfortability in this game itself. We're currently tied at 2-2. In this round number 5, we are going to see whoever takes this lead. Will Sem9 finally take the lead, or will C8 be able to maintain that lead in this game? Let's come and find out. This 1 minute passed already, and we're going to see the first blood. Proxy takes down Bingo, Miyuki drops Concept, and this is going to be promising for C8MG.
And that is a big kill coming in from C8MG, taking down Bingo, punishing his offense here and aggressiveness. But Smokey will be bouncing back with a 2-piece of his own. But in the end, it's still a 2v3. Now, Zhengyu and Jasmine, they got the long-range shot here coming in from Jasmine, and Zhengyu will be performing a flank. Now, this could be a potential pincer with the sniper on the front, but how will they execute this one? This is a perfect spot for the pincer. The bomb site A is where you do it the most, but Miyuki from behind will be taking out Zhengyu and Jasmine facing off against a 1v1. The scopes are popped off, but still the slides out are there, and the C8 at the end of the day will be focusing on the bomb, which is a very, very good play.
Oh yeah, now here we go. 40 seconds for the boy named Jasmine to clutch this game out and win this round to give his team that lead, but it's going to be a tall order. But you know, Jasmine has been reliable with this scope ever since Sem9 stepped into these communities and in this God M competition scene. And of course, he takes down one, but Proxy popped up right in front of his face. Close range engagements, of course, that CBR force is going to outmatch that sniper, and C8MG will be maintaining their lead. So far in this one, Miyuki, Proxy, and Ashuri is doing a great job keeping this team up front as they combine for 17 kills in total as they look to go and pressure Sem9 even more. They're going to attack here. It is a bomb site, and it's going to be quite aggressive. Mammer already dealing the first one in this first 20 seconds, and Sem9, they seem to falter when C8MG attacks aggressive here, says he. Very unlikely of them.
Yeah, definitely. They are being punished by their aggressiveness. Bingo is not that unpredictable anymore as C8MG reads that. And now, speaking of read, Sem9 takes down Mamra. Zhengyu will try to push. The bait and switch will be there, but not connecting as Xla will be taken down by Zhengyu. This could be the defuse, but someone is watching from afar. This will be Miyuki. And now Concept with the backstab completes the puzzle and lets them have the defuse.
And that's all Sem9 need. That stab from the back, the flank, that will be more than enough for them to tie up this game. But you know, for if you're Sem9, you just can't one-up one another here in the search and destroy. You have to win back-to-back. You have to at least get consecutive runs for you to finally take that lead. And it's going to be a tall order, especially with C8MG being backed in by Ashuri, Proxy, and Miyuki, the top 3 playmakers right now for C8MG as we approach this round number 7. So far, as you can see, we will now switch the sides, and just looking at the position of C8MG, they really love taking plays on that mid-map. That's gonna give them access point towards B and towards A and just set them up for success. Let's see though what's gonna happen. First blood already exchanged. Who's going to deal more bloods here in this round number 7?
Yeah, who will deal more blood right here? And now Mamra will be spotted. Zhengyu waiting in the corner. Now Zhengyu cannot miss this one, and Jasmine will help him. Now they missed the last man in the central plaza. Number 5 XLA will be having the scopes all by himself. The smoke will be popped off to go for the escape, but how long can he escape as Bingo will be taking that last puzzle, and that will be Sem9 getting the 4th win And this is a very successful start for the side of Sem9 in the attacking side.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. And they have finally broken the lead that C8 MG had in this game. Now here's the question. Will Sem9 consecutively get a lot of round wins here to finally end this match, or will C8 MG retaliate back? That's the very main question that's waiting for answers. And so far in this one, Sem9, they stack 2 players towards that swimming pool, but they have 3 players moving in at the B bombs. And this is quite an erratic discussion here made by Sem9. I don't know why they are conquering it, dividing and conquering, and it's clearly not giving them wonders. They failed to get those trades, and now C8 MG's got that number advantage. But good thing that Jasmine is able to extinguish one, is making sure that Sem9 could play when it terms to that number advantage. But here we go. Sem9, Zhang Yu, right across another. Sassy, still a 3v3.
Yeah, still a 3v3. But in terms of cohesiveness, C8 MG will win this one. Now, Sem9, they just need to plant the bomb, but the bomb will be dropped. And Jasmine take down XLA. The defense will be trimmed down. Zheng Yu is waiting for the pincer. Together with Jasmine here now, they get the entry. But Ashuri, LB backstab here by Zheng Yu. But Mamra is there to go for the backup. And now it's a 1v2. Mamra, what can you do? Sem9 here will be getting the bomb. And C8 really soon will be on the retake side.
Oh yeah, man. Here we go. 45 seconds for Mamra to work in. And he's going to have to deal with Zheng Yu and Concept. 2 players that's not really easy to take down. These guys have clearly a high IQ gameplay. And of course, Zheng Yu capitalizing on this 1v1s. He's got that head disadvantage. That terrain on his favor just completely annihilated Mamra on that 1v1 engagement. So now, Sem9 winning 2 in a row. C8 MG needs to cut that down. They have to make sure they win 1 round just to make sure that the momentum will not snowball to Sem9. So now, here we go. Here is their answer. They're looking to stack 2 players towards B, 2 players towards mid, and 1 player at A. And here comes the engagements. Bingo takes down Proxy. And this is going to be a very interesting take. Sem9 just stacking all their players at this mid-map. They could get sandwiched here, and it could be detrimental to their winning percentages, but that would remove the fact that they're able to execute and, of course, eliminate players, but they get flat here by Ashuri. 2 kills there, 1 more, and it's going to be 3, but Smokey smokes Ashuri. 2v2 situation, it's a 50-50.
Man, that was a really on-point analysis. The chances that they will be sandwiched is really high, and that showed. Sem9 right here will be forced to go on a retreat as Smokey here will be getting the bomb. Now the question lies in where will they get the bomb. Now Smokey slowly entering here. XLA with that timing. He doesn't catch Smokey right there, but information has been given for Sem9. Now what they need to do is to decide, will they get the bomb on the bomb side B, or will they travel towards A? And this could be a hard question for Sem9. The B plan is very open, and now that will be another question mark. Jasmine will be taken down. Smokey in a 1v2 here, Kali.
Yo, Smokey, it's time for the captain to do his load. 1v1 takes down Miyuki.
Oh,
The other end. Oh, no! Goodness, XLA with that quick flick of that wrist. That 1v1. It was the sniper that served the final blow, and C8 MG, they take round number 9, approaching to round number 10. This is going to be very crucial. If you're C8 MG, you don't want Sem9 to get another round win here, because basically what that means is Sem9 on that match. But here is the catch. Now C8 is down by 1 player. Jasmine with a huge first blood, but number 3 in yellow, Mamra actually hiding around that smoke, is going to get one before it gets traded, and that's going to be completely needed. Proxy and Axelate combining for 2 kills, and now Sem9, the numbers are not clearly in their favor, and they have to make sure that they get to retaliate back. And speaking of the devil, Smokey, the captain, takes 1 player out. So now we're even. 50-50% again. And honestly, C8 MG just making sure they get the mid-map control to get access towards B and A. But here's the catch. Will they be able to actually tie up the series here, Sezzy?
Yeah, will they be able to tie up the series? C8 MG back again at square one, back again in 2v2 situation, but this time they will be guarding the bomb site. And a very nice read coming from C8 MG, holding on to the bomb site. A now Smokey goes for the entry, and XLA will be missing the shots right now. Proxy goes for the backstab, but will be canceling that, waiting for number 4 Concept to get outside of the situation. Map 10 on his hands. The frag grenade will be there. No trophy system will be canceling the frag grenade, and this could be the decoy that they need. And now Smokey is waiting for the entry of Proxy. This is a map 10, and this cannot suffice in the long range shot. So now 25 seconds. The smoke is perfect right there. The decoy could come through, or he can pass through the smoke. And now he will be meeting Smokey through the smoke. That will be living up to his name. He knows he will be going right there. And Smokey, this is his specialty, the smokes.
Oh man, no pun intended. Really, rather indeed. You notice how Smoke is actually firing at the smoke, and that eventually it was able to tag the last player of C8 MG, and from there on, Sem9 just absolutely got in that kill. So now they need only one more to make sure that they get this map number 2. But C8 MG now making and playing a little bit more passive compared to what they've been doing for the past few rounds. So they're waiting for that bomb to get planted, waiting for the offense to kick in, and of course, work the rotation from there. Here we go. This could be the final round. Jasmine will not spot any, but Zeng Yu starts on the left side, takes LA down one more in that window, but this teammate Jasmine with his scope picks it up. Now, that's 2-piece made, but Proxy able to get that trade, dropping Zeng Yu. Bingo, though, on the other end, gets completely shielded down by Shuri, but Jasmine goes in for the trade. Back and forth we go, and 2v2 Miyuki Proxy outlasted Sem9 on this retake, and they will be extending round. C8, they take round number 11. One more, and they will force a round 13.
And this could be a hole in the plan of Sem9, because earlier you can see how Sem9 really values bomb site A, even though the bomb site B is open, but they always choose the bomb site A. Now with that failure on the bomb site A, they might change their plans, but that will affect their preference, their comfort zone, and C8 is ready to meet them on the bomb site A, where they stack 3 members to counter the 5-man stack of Sem9. Smokey is stuck in this entangle, and now Mamra will try to get in the bait and switch, but so far they are tied up. But they need to stall the time, because C8 MG, their reinforcement is coming from Miyuki on the backstab, will be caught and will be entangled in the 1v1. Concept will deny that backstab though, and this will blow a heavy damage towards C8 MG.
Oh yeah, right now Sem9's got the number advantage. They also have the bomb held by Smokey, and the B bomb site is currently active, so Sem9 looking to push that bomb towards A. So not a lot happening right now, but there's going to be repositions made there both by Sem9 and C8 MG. And now Smokes has been deployed, and that's going to kickstart the intention made here by Sem9. Now for Mamra though, at the mid-map, takes Concept.
Wow.
And Ashuri's got this good angle to take down Smokey. Spots one, but unfortunately gets taken out there. Zhang Yu still alive. Same with Jasmine, we got a 2v2. Smokes are going to be very beneficial if you're Sem9, but LA with that scope, not gonna get any kills yet. 40 seconds, and this round will end. But Sem9, they're currently playing the Devil's Door, and right now Mamra takes Zheng Yu down. Jasmine though will have a good eye on LA, takes him out immediately. We got this 1v1, 25 seconds to hold, and now Jasmine's got the head advantage. All he has to do is hold time, buy some time, but Mamra gonna have his own head glitch, takes it down, and C8 will be forcing the round 13, Sazi.
SMG Masterclass coming in from Mamra will be teaching us how to counter a sniper and utilizing the terrain to its advantage to get in the short range and use the strength of an SMG. Welcome to the final round, the deciding match, and the match, the set point of our game here. Sem9 versus C8MG, where the sides will be flipped. And now the stack comes in. C8 will be raiding the base of Sem9.
Oh, no.
Now they will catch them off guard. And Sem9, what will be their answer?
Oh my goodness, M9 right now on death's door. C8 is going in for the push at the A bombs at Miyuki, though. It will be back against the wall. Double chow made by Sem9. That's how you
Wow.
play. Teamwork. Concept
Teamwork.
takes Miyuki down as well. 3v3 situation. Bomb will get planted. The time will get cut down. 45 seconds. Is it going to be Sem9 getting this round win? Or will C8 finally get their first round win on this best of 5 series? Ashuri, good angle on this Knicks. Got that Mac 10, but he backs away. And that's going to be Sem9 capitalizing on the situation. 1v1s across the map. But
Wow.
unfortunately for C8, they falter at the end. Concept with the huge 3-piece gets the defuse as well. 10 kills for this bad man. And they take this map number 2.
Sem9 getting the 2-0, denying the potential comeback of their opponents. And man, oh man, the usage of the tacticals were on point. They scared the defenders, and that will be the confusion of C8MG on how to defend that 3-stack push. That was in contrary to what we expect in a bomb site A, where the best thing to attack is the pincer. But with that tacticals, it made them possible to push through with 3 stacks. That the concussions were there, the flashbangs were there, and the defenders had no choice. They didn't have any trophy system.
Oh yeah, man, exactly. And of course, C8 truly got outclassed on that late game situation. And of course, here at this game where obviously Sem9, not only they do have 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 players with double-digit kills here, Sezzy. That really says a lot about what this team can offer.
Yeah, and maybe I mean, for sure, AJ here has something to tell about this match.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know that point, the one and only Cali just took right out of my mind. Each and every single one of those players hitting the double digits. But you know, so many things to talk about in this matchup, man. I mean, should we start with XLA's amazing slight defense strung into a superb 180-degree snipe to shut down Smokey, or that final round clutched out by Concept, man? Because Concept did so much for that last round there, right? First of all, with the double challenge with Zheng Yu, that was just a thing of perfection inside of money. And then he not only stellarly sets up the one and only Zheng Yu to attack head on straight in towards that basketball court, but he takes the backstep through Garden. And throughout the whole game, you can see Sem9 working together as a squad, and that's very clearly shown in the scores as well. Each and every single player picking up their own roles in there and showing up for the squad here, Cali.
Oh yeah, definitely. At the end of the day, Sem9 was really able to stay composed and of course play as a team. And that teamwork was able to make that dream work, not only at that search and destroy, but also in that hard point where they really relied on each other, combined their strength, and of course take down C8MG. And you know, that first map was a foreshadowing of that map number 2. So I'm kind of expecting that this map number 3 is going to be close as well. What do you think, Mustachio, AJ?
No doubt, right? Because both of these teams are obviously out there fighting for as much as they can get in the competition. And obviously at this stage, there's not going to be any elimination. Even if they do lose in here, they're not going to get kicked out of the competition. But everybody wants to stay in that upper bracket, right? Everybody wants to get into the grand finals with an extra life on their side. And we already knew that it was not going to be an easy matchup for C8MG. But how close they are keeping that pace up with the players of Sem9 truly blows me away, man. But, you know, thankfully for the MYSG side, Sem9 always stays a single step ahead. But just like how close that hard point got, I believe C8MG will be able to take it all the way there once again. But hopefully this time they take it all the way and get that control victory, because they truly deserve it, man. I think that C8MG have been hustling up so much only to be disappointed at the very final moments here by the players of Sem9. But I don't think it's going to continue. Boys, this might be the last match. Give it your all. Let's see if C8MG can survive this. Take it away, Cali.
All right, here we go, man. Sexy. it's going to be the match number 3. C8 MG, they came so close, but they're so far away from winning as we saw in that last 2 match. And now Sem9 has a chance to get this victory and advance to the next stage of this competition. And a chance to drop C8 MG in that lower bracket and remove one more competition here at this game. And of course, in today's playoff day number 1. And now we get to kickstart the game. C8 MG Sem9 going at it back and forth, but C8 as an attacker, they will be putting influence at this B point control already.
Yep, C8 MG, they need to recover their confidence because their confidence is slowly being crushed. Imagine losing closely twice in a row, and now getting on the 3rd game, they will be successful in that B flag here, as that will be extending their time. But in terms of lives, they are quite on the losing side, so they need to formulate a plan on how to push solidly towards towards the A flag. Will it be a distraction technique? Will it be an encirclement? Or will it be a one wave push here, a 5-man stack?
Oh, it's going to be either a divide and conquer, and of course, that 5-man stack. But looking at it this way, looks like C8 MG is trying to play it kind of slow. They're waiting for each other before they make and of course break that A control point. But you know, for Sem9, they're evenly distributed across the map, so that means they have opportunity, a really great opportunity to cut down the rotations made by C8 MG. And of course, having to do with this A flag says, you obviously know in order for you to go here, you have to pass by a lot of entrances that could have a lot of corners that can take you down. So if I'm C8 MG, I'm definitely gonna use those smokes just to try and eliminate some more peripherals for the enemy.
Yeah, if I were C8 MG, I will take the uppermost route right there because they will be avoiding 2 defenders from Sem9, and that way they can execute a 5 versus 3 fight in the top part of the map, and it could be a game-changing play for C8 if they have the information. But so far, they didn't have the information, so they are actually looking for some members of Sem9 and decide on where to push. But now the lives are ticking into the 6 lives remaining against the 9 lives remaining of Sem9, and make it a 5. C8 MG is definitely slowing down. They could win this via 2 conditions. One is to capture this A flag, or one is to get all the kills, but the latter is so impossible. And even the first one, and this could be a win for Sem9 in the first round. 1 life remaining. Miyuki might be the target of Sem9.
Oh, honestly, the time is ticking as well, and it seems like Sem9 will be having a pretty impressive defensive round. So they take that first control round that we have here on this game mode. But then again, you know, we can never be too sure who's actually going to win this game, because we obviously saw from that last 2 games that anything is possible. A comeback is always likely gonna happen. So again, for C8 MGs, it's a matter of resiliency. They just gotta bounce back after that rough start in this control game mode. And if you're Sem9, you want to end this quick, you better make sure that you're gonna have the same consistency you had on that earlier defensive round as they go in here for the offensive. Looks like they're going to take the same route that C8 MG did earlier, which is take that B flag, and that's going to be very beneficial for them. They have already done 1 segment and they're looking to add 2nd segment more. And yeah, 2 ticks already. They get 1 more and they have to prioritize that A flag.
And now they're looking to go for the A flag as well. And they're actually simultaneously getting this. So once they capture the B flag, the 2 members of Sem9 could actually go on the bottom side of the map, while the rest of the squad here can take the top route of this map. But so far, C8 MG holding on so strong. This might be another case of that round number 1. But this time, operator skills will be involved, and Zhengyu takes down 2 with the Annihilator. Concept has the Gravity Vortex, perfect for that A flag. And man, oh man, if C8 MG cannot do anything, this might be a disaster, Kali.
Oh yeah, man, this is going to be a disaster, you know, for Sem9. I really love the take that they did on this control round, you know. Notice how they put 3 players at that B flag earlier, while the 2 players will be backing them up right exactly to their enemy, to their own base. So moving in and capturing the B flag with 30 lives left clearly gave this team an opportunity to make sure that they'll be on point. But yeah, so here we go. 18 and 18 live count. It's going to be really, really close. But you obviously see that Sem9 is actually attacking from the bricks. They're wrapping around the bottom side of the minimap, and C8 MG is kind of anticipating them there. And every cover and every entry has been really guarded tightly here by C8 MG. I don't see a reason how will Sem9 actually break this control point.
Man, this is really hard. Looking at the performance of Sem9 and C8 MG on the attacking side, they cannot break through the A point. And if this continues, this will favor heavily the Sem9 because they will be rotating at the defenders thrice. So this could be a win for Sem9 if this will continue. But these teams, they need to innovate and they need to find a way how can they break the A point or how can they utilize the kills and defeat them. And C8 MG is looking to do that exactly, but Sem9, how will they prevent this one? It's either the kills or the point or the time that will kill them. And slowly but surely, C8 MG snatching that first win for the control mode.
Oh yeah, man. So here we go. A defensive round win here for C8 MG. So both these teams have successfully taken one round from another. But one thing that's a constant here at this control is we haven't really seen the offensive actually win some rounds. And I believe this round number 3 right here could totally give that to us. As you can see, C8 MG will be the ones going in for the aggression. They will be playing and attacking these 2 control points. And for Sem9, they gotta defend just like the way they did on this first round. But you know, first blood already drawn. Proxy takes down Bingo. Very, very tight action pack on that mid map, but notice how C8 MG this time is trying to will their way at this time because they know this warehouse right here is the most difficult to conquer. They're trying to improvise and they're trying to make sure that they get to attack this first before going in for that easier B flag route. So I think this one's smart. You gotta attack and you gotta make changes. And C8 MG, their ability to improvise really caught Sem9 off guard here right now on this onslaught.
Yeah, how they adapt really caught off guard Sem9. But the problem is that they didn't have any translation except that first segment captured for the side of the B point, and they need 1 more minute in order for Sem9 to win this one. And looking at things here, C8 MG, they're so far away from the A point, and with 50 seconds remaining in the flag, in the time, they might not do this one. So now Sem9, they just need to stall both points here, or maybe just deploy 2 members on the B point and then let them conquer the A side. But now looking at things, C8 MG, if they can take the B point, this will be a disaster for Sem9.
Oh yeah, man, definitely. This is going to be a disaster. C8 MG is currently in line to win this round. Proxy building that score. She's got the Predator available and ready for use, but Smokey gets 2 kills to the annihilator, but he's going to get taken out. But those 2 kills are going to be huge as they look to cut down that live count of C8 MG. But you know, C8 just made sure they cut down numbers also by dropping in 3 players consecutively. Make that score with Proxy dropping Jasmine. And again, 5 lives left for Sem9. They are outbeaten and outgone on this current round. And C8 keeping it fresh right now. Here comes the Gravity Vortex. This could end Zengyu's life. And another player on the other end, hovering down, sucking the life out of his opponent. And they will be taking an offensive round. C8 MG is too good on this round number 3.
The pattern has now changed. C8 MG snatching the initiative and winning 2 rounds in a row will definitely change the narrative of how this story goes. And this C8 MG, they're consistent on the kills department. They could win this one through the kills, and definitely they are the defending side. So Sem9, so far they don't have this innovativeness on how to break through the A flag. And C8 MG, they know the trick in the A point because they executed that move. So they know how to counter it. And Sem9, how will they break this one? In kills, they cannot do that one so far. In the points, they cannot break through the defense of C8 MG. So now they will be left with no choice but to grit their teeth and improve right here, right now to break through this innovativeness of C8 MG.
Oh yeah, man. Just take a look at this. You see it. Sim9 is making sure they capture the B flag, but C8 sticking to their own lane, not really crossing the border. They're waiting for Sim9 to come in and go for the push. And Bingo has his Nemo, gets that kill against LA. Repositions, gets that second piece, dropping Mamra. And now here comes the operator skills from Concept. Got 17 kills at the moment. He socks Miyuki's life
this
out
might
of
be
the
it.
picture. He's gonna spot one more on the outskirts, but not gonna find any more than that as he gets shot down. But Sem9 already in at his A side. They got the priority set out straight, and I think that's going to benefit them. But C8 is just making sure that they stick to their own strategy. But
Oh no.
now, here is the interesting part. Says he Sem9 got their hands on this A flag, and they're looking to capture it. The first segment about to get finished.
Man, C8 getting aggressive. They're overstepping and they're looking to trap the spawn of Sem9. Very genius move because they know that even though they got 3 members on the flag A, but their spawn is very much quicker. And now if they can trap Sem9, they cannot move past the flag A, and that will reduce the pressure C8 will feel because they got the closer spawn and they can respond faster in point A. Now, this overextension will be opening a lot of new metas and new strategies for the next games. But so far, C8 their innovativeness is very deadly, and other teams will learn so much in this game.
Oh yeah, man. And if you're currently waiting for your next match, you should really watch C8 at point of attack and point of contention here right now against Sem9. They are just doing a lot of textbook offense and defense, and of course a lot of improvisation since Sem9 down to the final 5 life count, and C8 is in line to force a map number 4. Even better to go for that comeback, as now we only have 20 seconds left for Sem9 to go and push for that A side, and this should be a round win in the bag for C8, as you can clearly see them actually just stepping it up a notch, and they take round number 3. They also take this map number 3, and now we are going to see that map number 4, and we're headed for our second set of map 4.
Second set of the hard point, and looking at the results here, Mustachio, how are you feeling right now? We're going to map number 4, and this might be a game number 5 here, AJ.
Oh, Zezzy, both of you boys kept me up alive and awake throughout that whole matchup, man. I mean, what a fight between these two teams, right? We knew that they were going to be able to take take this matchup to the distance. And remember my prediction, this was going to be the match that the players of C8 take it all the way. Thankfully, they didn't let me down this time round, right? And you guys were absolutely spot on as you were shoutcasting that match out throughout. Proxy doing so much for the team out there alongside Mamra, and even Bingo's, prowess out there on the battlefield couldn't really do much, man. Because, when we look at this map, when we look at control slumps, that A flag on defense is extremely hard to break down, mainly because that's the home spawn of the defenders. And the players on the side of C8 they truly understood this after round number 2, right? Sorry, after round number 1, where they were trying to barge into the defense of Sem9, and that's exactly where they couldn't really do much. And C8 played that exact same strategy, number 1, against Sem9, and later on their own offensive part, instead of focusing on the flag over at the bottom near bricks, they went in there straight for the rush towards the spawns of Sem9. And I thought that was either the silliest, most craziest move that you can pull off, or the one that will reward you truly for your bravery, right? And here's the extra spice. They used up that one gravity vortex that they had activated before round 2, which means when they were barging in to take away the home spawn of the players of Sem9 and break that A flag first, they didn't really have the firepower, man. I don't know what got into them, but they started winning gunfight after gunfight after gunfight, and they eventually won that just purely by kills. They could not capture that home flag. No, they could not succeed at all, but they managed to pull it off when it came to those gunfights, and that truly shocked me. I mean, super impressed with their plays on here, Callie.
Oh yeah, man. And then of course for C8 MG, they were winning most of the gunfights, but I'm surprised how Sem9 actually is getting out-dueled on their individual gunfights at that slums control. Clearly don't know the reason why exactly they were struggling. Maybe it's because of fatigue, or maybe they're lacking out of endurance. But props to C8 MG for sticking out. As long as the game does not reach that round number 3, they really make sure, as long as the game did not reach that score limit of 3, they really made sure that they are persistent, consistent, and until the end, until the very end, and they were really able to win the match. So, AJ, we're moving into this map number 4, and it's going to be another close quarter combat map.
Yeah, it's most definitely going to be close in terms of the points as well, no doubt about that. But one too many times now, those warning bells have been rung loud and clear for the boys of Sem9. I mean, at that hard point, they had to really work hard to make a comeback. At the search and destroy, they could run away towards those final moments. But, at any point of time, we saw that even in that matchup in SND, it could have just ended up on the side of C8MG, right? That's how exactly good they are. I believe this time around as well, guys. I know it's been a long day, but I think C8MG is actually going to bring this all the way through into game number 5 because they're fired up. There's no way they're going to allow this momentum to drop at all. Zezzy, share with me your thoughts, man. What do you think about the probability of them dragging this into match 5 would be? Yes. Mm. Well, boys, I absolutely agree with you, Zezzy, but it seems to be Sem9 is starting things off. But, teams that usually start off hot don't really take it all the way. Let's see if MG can play this against them. For the time being, it seems to be a solid play. But, Cali, take it away, buddy.
All right, here we go. Round number 4. This is going to be our second instance that this happened today, and it's going to be Sem9 off to a very, very hot start. As you can see, they have accumulated the first 30 seconds of this hard point number 1, and now we're on to the scrap time already. The game just happened so fast. C8MG, though, will make up for it by stepping inside this point. But here's the thing. Sem9, they will be contesting in this hard point number 1, but they have also set it up perfectly right in time for the next hard point to open up. But C8MG, they're looking to play as a team. Look at that top side of that minimap, approaching that gas station. There's going to be 2 players there, followed up by 1 player approaching this mid-map. So now, they're able to secure that gas station spawns, and it is going to be plausible for them here, Sazzy. 13-30, C8MG looking to cut down that lead. Alright, now, so we're going to continue and just push through inside this game. And right now, we will be taking it over. C8MG is gonna have 36 compared to Sem9's 13. Currently, Prox is the only player inside this point. Should he get this 15 seconds, C8 is going to pull off even more further damage to Sem9. So now, here we go. 5 seconds, and now we're moving on to new, and it is going to be the special force space where you can exactly see Sem9 trying to break that anchor spawn. Okay, now here we go. Zhengyu gets 1 bingo. Zhengyu will be continuously breaking down the line of defense that C8MG has made here at this hard point number 3, and now they will be inside this point. Beautiful execution from Sem9. They took down the anchor before stepping inside that hard point, Sazzy.
Yep, they took down the anchor, and now C8MG, it's their turn to get inside the hard point. But how can they do this one? Mamra will be answering that question by bombarding inside this hard point, setting up the trophy system, and Proxy intercepting the back alley push of Sem9. Now C8MG having a strong hold on this hard point so far, with Mamra having the gravity vortex, a very perfect score streak and operator skills in this hard point. So now that will complicate things for Sem9, but at the same time, it will encourage them to set up for the next hard point.
Oh yeah, man, definitely. Sem9 just will be giving up. They will be giving up that hard point number 3, moving into this victories. They will be having the swarm. They will be having the numbers, and C8 will be off to that late rotation. But here's the catch that I want to see. Sem9, will they be able to soak up all the time in this hard point and hold down C8 MG's momentum here at this hard point number 4? Because this is one of the money hills that you can actually score a lot of points due to the amount of head glitches inside the hard point. And I think if Sem9 could capitalize on that, they will be reducing that lead. But here it goes. Proxy gets one with an Annihilator, takes 2 pop every head, dismantling every player he sees. Just combining a lot of kills at this point in time. Proxy's gonna spot one more. Sia will get completely obliterated. 94 to 75. And C8 will be working on the attack here at this bakeries. XLA still very much alive, but here's the catch. Sem9's got 3 players inside its point, and XLA have to make sure that his attack is going to be very efficient. But no, completely denied. Sem9, beautiful hard point onslaught here, Sassy.
Yeah, beautiful hard point indeed for Sem9. They could use this as a trampoline to bounce back. They have gathered their operator skills and they are ready to conquer the P1 once again. But looking at the previous game, C8 MG here could take this P1. So it will be boiling down to how well their operator skills will be used. And that is not how well C8 MG used that one. So Sem9, they will be still standing strong in this hard point. Sia now shining through, stepping up the game, but C8 from behind gets in, and now double Annihilator for Sem9. This is the pistol duo, and C8 MG is looking grim right here, but the frag grenade will be countering the Annihilator, and it will be left for Zengyu, which eventually will be denied as well. So not really looking good for the operator skill side. We will be going back to the square number 1, where we will have the gunfights 1v1s.
Oh yeah, man, definitely. And now 11 seconds left, and you can clearly see the back and forth race between C8 MG and Sem9 on this hard point number 1, and it's absolutely expected when your hard point is exactly in the mid map, and that's where these two teams actually meet. So now here's the thing: 112 for both of these two teams as we move into new. And here is another catch to watch. There's going to be 2 players each for Sem9 and C8 MG inside that warehouse, and it seems like Sem9 will win a lot more gunfights, but C8 will be able to sneak in towards this warehouse, and now they will be the ones tracking up the points in this hill. Now let's see how will they protect each other from the onslaught by Sem9, who is actually slowing things down before they go and flood this game. Here we go. The attack in only one angle. Miyuki stocks one with a kill of 1-for-1. Looking to get one more. Dropping Bingo across the other end. But Smokey will be smoking one player, but Mara shuts him down. Beautiful set of attacks lined up by Sem9, but better defense from C8. They clearly have more points allocated here at this hard point number 2 compared to Sem9, Sassy.
Yeah, definitely. C8 MG here dissolved slowly but surely the waves after waves of attack from Sem9. And it's time to transition towards the next hard point where C8 Ashuri has the Gravity Vortex. Very, very perfect operator skills for this situation. But Miyuki's Annihilator will be denied. Now, how will they use the Gravity Vortex in their favor? Sem9 stepping onto this hard point concept right now. Takes down 2, trimming down the numbers of C8 MG. And will be stalling time for his teammates to come and get the rescue against this hard point. But so far, C8 MG has yet to answer the call of duty for this hard point. Sem9 keeps on denying their entry, and they cannot step their foot inside the hard point, denying any points that they can. Sem9 right now is on a roll, and they have allocated their resources in this hard point.
Oh yeah, man, but here's the thing, and that's only one Gravity Vortex away from them actually getting absolutely sucked out of the picture. But then again, you know, really love Sem9's priority on getting that hard point number 3, and now that they have successfully taken the lead, now let's see if they will be able to cling on to it. Because right now we're moving on to new, and there we go. We're going in back to bakeries, and this is one of the manuals that you can clearly get a lot more points compared to the other hard points that's currently available in this hard point standoff. But now here we go. first one in the point, it's going to be C8MG. As the hard point opens up, they will be the one that will be flooding the front and of course the back end up the entryways. And for Sem9, they only have one angle to push and Smokey will be the first one in, looking to get all of these attacks to connect, but his teammate will be there to reinforce, but C8MG, they got a lot of numbers that could back up and get these kills, and they will be successful just maintaining this point in and away from Sem9. Proxy with the huge two-piece, but Concept with the gloves gets one, but Miyuki jots them down from the other end. The hard point still belonging to Sem9 as they look to get that 200-point mark here, Sezzy.
Yeah, they're looking to get the 200-point mark here, and Bingo will be having the Annihilator. Will try to intercept the opponents, but C8MG will be successful in their push. However, they will be taking the scrap time instead, and Sem9 should be prioritizing the P1, where they will duke it out. Ashuri has the operator skill ready, and this could be deadly for the side of Sem9. How will they deal this one? Fortunately, there's no cluster strike, there's no predator missile that is perfect for the P1. However, Sem9 still crawling and still getting toe-to-toe against C8MG, who's posing a lot of threat here in Sem9. But Ashuri, bad news for Sem9. He got the gravity vortex, which will be very deadly in P1 here, Kali.
Oh yeah, man, definitely. As you can see, these two teams are neck and neck. This could go both ways, man. I don't know who's going to win at the end of this series, but then again, whoever wins will be much more hungrier compared to the other players. And of course, C8MG, they will be getting this round lead, and of course, they will be reaching that 200-point mark much faster compared to Sem9, who had to do it arduously. So now, 13 seconds left. We're moving on to new after this hardpoint expires, and you obviously know that the warehouse is where things get a little bit more spicy. This could be the final hardpoint if we see one of the teams here absolutely tear it down on that perimeter defense. But then again, 204 to 204, moving on to new. This game is so tied, man. Sazzy, here we go. Hardpoint number 2.
Man, hardpoint number 2, here we go. The final stretch of strength here from Sem9. They need to burst it all out in order for them not to extend the game. And Sem9 is doing that exactly. The gravity vortex of Sia here, and they get the scorches. They get the predator missile. Deadly for the prevention play, and now so far Sem9 is doing it. C8MG is out nowhere in the proximity. Can they dash it and sprint it towards the 250th point? C8 Miyuki is now waiting for the backup. Mamra from behind infiltrates the opponent's hard points. Now they take it successfully and they extend the lead here. They extend the time, and the gravity vortex will be sneaky. Mamra will be just ignoring that vortex and will not be sucking him out. So this match will be extending towards the next hard point, where C8MG can still bounce back with Proxy leading the charge. Annihilator will not be checking the corners, and that Annihilator, 6 bullets left, will be denied. Sem9 looking so strong in this hard point.
Okay, now here it goes. This is the end. Who lives? Who dies? Who tells their story? C8 gonna get taken out right off the early game on this hard point, but they will be stepping in the point as soon as the hard point opens up, right in time for them to be there. But Sem9 will be in it as well. Bingo with his name almost got 53 kills just popping up every player he sees, but C8 will be in the point as well. 1v1 Smokey smokes one down, and I think that could be game. One more push and Smokey gets it done. 43 kills. Sem9 arduously defeat C8 in map number 4.
Man, Sem9 really giving a good fight against C8MG, and especially C8MG here, which is holding on so strong. These close games really is putting us at the edge of our seats, and you would agree with me on this, AJ.
Oh my goodness. I mean, dude, I agree with you, man. I was most definitely on the edge of my seat. I was cheering on C8 all the way because in my heart, I knew Sem9 was just going to go out there and whoop all the way, man. I mean, they've gotten close so many times, but we saw the challenge, right? At one point, the players of C8 MG were in front, and that's exactly what wakes up these boys from the side of MYSG, right? Sem9 likes a little bit of pressure. They like being shoved with their backs up against the wall before they can react. And when they did react, the players of C8 MG, unfortunately, this time round, didn't really have much of a response on their side. But Bingo is his name, and what he does is shoot a lot of people out there on the battlefield. I mean, he hits a 53 kill this time round for an overall 1.51 KD. Not as impressive as his previous matches, but the number of slays that he gets out there on the battlefield, absolutely insane, Gally.
Oh yeah, and Bingo's got 53 and is of course 1.51 KD, and not only that, he's gonna be that MVP, and he's been so consistent at just racking up that MVP titles, and of course, you really have to commend Smokey as well, who created the final delivery at the end game on that hardpoint number 3 at the Special Force base, where he dropped one player with an outleader, and of course with a Peacekeeper on that final contester from C8 MG. Thus, they win that standoff hardpoint 250 to 218. Smokey had 43 kills with 32 deaths, combining for a 1.34 KD, and that's so impressive when you have your MVP with 53, you have your second fragger with 43. They absolutely combine for 96 kills. And that's really, really impressive, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we dragged this matchup all the way to the 250-point mark. And on top of that, allow both teams to go past the 200-point mark. You are going to get solid number of kills, right? But obviously, what would stick with us is the player outperforming everybody else. And yes, the guy's name is Bingo once again. And not only in this matchup, not only in this series, but the whole day, Bingo has been an absolute superstar in every single game that he hops on into. And it's just like how we saw the one and only Whoopi, the best sniper in the Philippines, step on up for the Smart Omega squad. This guy has done it for Sem9 as well. And I don't know what he did. I don't know what routine he follows. I don't know exactly how much of effort he put in to not only outdo the rest of his team members, but to be the consistent carry. But everybody else needs to drop into his DMs and check him out, man. They need to find out what's the secret behind Bingo's improvement, because that's the kind of place, that's the kind of improvement that you want to hit out there when you are in the pro scene, when you're at one of your best stages in life. And the players of Sem9, they most definitely do MYSG proud. My heart goes out to the players of C8 MG though. Valiant effort, no doubt whatsoever. But they could not go the distance. They got really close at that summit hard point, 244 points. 6 more to close off the game, and we saw what Sem9 did to them. Sem9 broke their hearts. And we saw it in SND. 6 rounds to the side of the players of C8 MG. Once again, they got their hearts broken, but a solid comeback at Slums Control. Now, this one was a surprise that Sem9 was not expecting. And even though this was a map that they pulled into their side, it was quite shocking, wasn't it, Zezzy?
Yeah, definitely. It was really shocking, especially the C8 MG performance on the control, because it really reflects how innovative and how much game knowledge they have put in learning control. They've innovated a lot of strategies right there in that 4 rounds game of control, and I think that should be one of the references of the pro teams on how to get inside Slums Control, or maybe add some strategies up their arsenals or up their sleeves, because C8 MG really surprised us. But for the run of C8 MG, it really is saddening, because it's really a close call every single time, but they cannot close it, and Sem9 snatches away the upper bracket against them.
And with the players of C8MG showing us that they've got the quality to keep up with one of the hardest hitters in the competition right now. Because once again, we have to acknowledge that the players of Taiwan, they are not in here. VVV Esports are the closest ones who are perhaps going to be making it all the way through to the grand finals. That's obviously an assumption. It's not a guarantee. But to be able to take these matches up so close against M9 shows us exactly what sort of quality we can expect out of C8MG. And I will not put it past this solid team that just does not know the meaning of giving up to make that run in the lower bracket and then meet us right back at the grand finals. A potential reset of that grand finals into a double finals, why not, right? C8MG has shown us that that is what they're capable of and even more. But on this day, and very clearly, this day has gone in a little quite late. Maybe the boys of C8MG a little too sleepy to close things off, Cali.
Yeah, despite the time,
Yeah, I
what
know, bro.
he really showed here today is just pure resiliency.
Yeah.
Even though it's midnight, their brain is just so fried up just to make sure they give Sem9 a run for their money. And I kind of expected the game to actually end at map number 3, AJ, because of the disheartening plays that Sem9 did to them. But for some odd reason, they woke up at Slums Control and just truly outgunned Sem9 at that Slums Control. But then again, at some point in time, after C8MG won at Slums Control, I basically felt that they would have the opportunity to force this map number 5.
Yeah.
But then again, Sem9 had the strong start and they were able to prioritize the late or the early rotation and that final hard point to claim this victory 250 to 218. But then again, if we flip the scenario, if C8MG had that last hard point earlier at standoff hard point, they could have won that game against Sem9, but then again, really have to commend the priorities that Sem9 really did at this standoff hard point. They really won them that game. So we will not clearly see any more reason to play that map number 5 as Sem9 closed this in just 4 maps. And we're looking at the highlights here, AJ. I'm definitely looking and I definitely want to know what's like your favorite highlight out of these 4 maps that we have?
I'll tell you what, man. I'll speak through all of the highlights, all right? You guys have done enough work already. In this matchup, it was just a stellar setup coming through from the players of Sem9. They started off hot, but C8MG found a way right back in there, right? They found the solution through some of those very early rotations, but Sem9 just was the cockroach in this matchup. No matter how many times you stomped on them, no matter how many times you tried to spray them down, they just kept reviving. They just kept finding a way to get back into the hard point. They burnt down their home, being, of course, the spawns at the cable car platform. But even burning down the cockroaches' homes, they still managed to find a way to sneak into that hard point and play it all the way, man. I mean, the victory that Sem9 took at that hard point, no doubt whatsoever, would have broken the hearts of C8MG. And the saving grace here for C8MG was that we were hopping into a search and destroy. They could find that adjustment in them. They could find a way to calm their nerves before moving back in there for round after round. And calm their nerves they did. Although Jasmine set up quite the stellar matchup for the side of Sem9 with his amazing snipes, and we even saw Smokey outsmarting all of them with those smoke plays, C8MG kept the pace up with the Sem9 players all the way through. And even at this was that smoke play by Smokey, right? Just absolutely brilliant, just holding down the grounds, expecting a player to make his way out there. And, that's the kind of game sense that you are really not going to be able to run away from. And the players of C8MG, they have to sustain in this esports ecosystem a little bit longer before they can outplay the players of Sem9 when it comes to the game sense, because, the experience part, that's just something that you cannot get unless you really drown or immerse yourself in the competitive scene, which Sem9 has been doing for quite a while now. But in the past, when Sem9 first stepped into the competitive scene, they weren't as dangerous, they weren't as stealthy, they weren't as consistent. So C8MG has got a lot to be proud of themselves in here. This was that hard point matchup, one final one for everyone perhaps to shout out and cheer on C8MG, perhaps to push it into a game number 5. And at these moments were where we were so confident that, all right, man, let's go. Game 5 is prepared. But if only if it was the previous format, right? Because it was C8MG that hit that 150 point, but Sem9, all thanks to the new format, found a way to make that comeback. And this game, it's not like Sem9 were truly stellar, truly composed all the way through. Even whilst they were holding grannies here towards the dying points, we saw them bring out those core streaks. We saw that Predator missile. And in that panic, the Preddy was wasted. But what was not wasted was the efforts of all of those players continuously holding on to that spawn at grannies, jumping back in for the defense. And the man that did the most out there on the battlefield, hands down, the one and only Bingo. 36.50 average kills against all of the teams out there on the battlefield. Superb in terms of performance. Yes, the average deaths are on a 25.25, but the overall KD average, that is what Sem9 is all about. That is what Bingo is all about. Always staying on the positive. And you boys blew this whole series away with your amazing shoutcast. I love it. Zezzy, Cali, you guys killed it out there, man. But Cali, question. Did you expect this to go to game number 5? Tell me the truth. Be honest.
I'm expecting a game number 5, honestly, because of how C8 actually outperformed the boys of Sem9 on that map number 3, AJ. And of course, every game was close. So I expected them to force that map number 5.
Yeah, man. And you know, it's okay that it didn't go there because C8MG are not out of the competition just yet. They're still surviving. Sem9, on the other hand, they stay at the upper brackets. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, yes, we still have more. When we come back, the final series of the day. Don't go anywhere.
And finally, we are at the final game of this playoffs day one at Garena Youth Challengers. I'm Kala Gaming. I'm down here with Jericho and Warden to bring you guys the final action. And it's going to feature VVV ESPORTS. And they're going up against C8 AEIPATHY. And of course, that last match earlier between Sem9 and of course C8 MG is really, really nice. And now this time we're going to see the coming game up ahead and Warden, endurance is going to play a big factor here right now. We're currently time check. It's going to be 1 a.m. and it's going to be really, really a hard battle here for these teams that will play on this final match. Oh yeah, definitely. And of course, this is going to be the final game for the day. And we really can't wait to see what's going to happen in this game. And Coach Jay, as you can see, it's going to be VVV Esports and C8 AEIPATHY. Both these teams have strong individuals. And again, for VVV, at Garena Youth Challenger Season 1, they were the second place. And, they're looking to back that title after that dominating win at the upper bracket quarterfinals against PRATA Gang earlier.
Yeah, that yeah, that is true. And take a look at the schedule. We've ran through 7 matches, and now it's time for our final match. Like you said, Cali VV versus C8 Apathy, and like you said, they were actually probably 2 games away from winning season 1, but now they're back here in season 2 trying to reclaim that trophy. But they're going up against a strong team wherein they also 3-0'd PvP C8 Apathy, and interesting matchup, guys. And this is our final match. Any Callie, I just want to get into the game. Probably a game 5, but hey, VVV they 3-0'd Prata, which was their warm up. But we know these players. They've been in the scene for a long time. They want to get this 3-0.
Oh yeah, definitely. And of course for VVV, they still got the 3-headed monster in Owen, HK, Ace, SK, and Demors. So probably the odds are in favor for them here. They're definitely that second place at Garena Challenger Season 1. But what stands ahead of them is C8 AEIPATHY, a team that's currently newly formed. But the individuals that compose this team, Warden, definitely really top tier.
Yeah, definitely top tier. All eyes on Zunex and Wadu for me in this one. Yeah, and also Z-Man, they were really the most formidable talents here for the side of the Apathy. So for them to go up against the veterans of Triple V, it's honestly going to be a big factor. We got Kench here being so-called the sniper to end off the deal there for the World Championship up under Blacklist International Ultimate. So, it's a really big adjustment here overall for both ends of the spectrum. But overall, I love the environment and so on. If you're going to be talking about the factors as well for the side of Triple V, obviously you got the Morris here being supposed to be a player for Low Kings, but he's back in track here for the side of Triple V. And he is more notable to being a Triple V player. So, it's really nice for them to show off another appearance here on GYC. But overall, Cali coming again. I did say this before. I'm going to say it again. It's just going to get better from then on forward, despite the fact that I know that, it's a little bit on the slow side to take here in terms of like the time. But I do believe that these players here are really well composed in terms of getting this match ongoing.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. And not only just the players are ready to see this match, but of course the recurring viewers that we have right now. Huge shout out to everybody that's still watching late at this hour. But what's in front of your screen is VVV Esports, Eski, Demors, Kenshi, Owen, Yaku, and again, this team is really powerful. You got that 3-headed monster. And again, Demors, Owen, and Eski, the former NU Anarchy players. And of course, what's their huge achievement? Well, they were the former PH Column champs, and BBV Esports, really one of the teams here, Coach Jericho, that's actually favored to win in this Garena Youth Challenger Season 2.
Yeah, that's true. I want to add up on that one. These players were actually from NU, and they beat VVV, but now they're part of VVV. So, well, they're back here now. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're one of the favorites. Them and Sem9, top 2, arguably the favorites here to win the Garena Youth Challengers. But now let's take a look at the C8 C8 Apathy lineup coming at here. And this team that been and also some VVV. We have Genos, Josh, Wadu, Z-Man, and Azunex. Genos formerly from VVV, Josh and Wadu from J1, Z-Man also from J1, also from Azunex, formerly part of Agla Esports. So this team's actually comprised of a lot of great players from different teams. Also want to give a quick shout out to their handler, Janica Albert. She's been doing great work with this team. So hopefully they can actually pull it off here in this final series of the day.
Yeah, they were able to really perform on their first match earlier against PB Prime, where they eventually went in and go for that gentleman sweep 3-0. So again, C8 Apathy, what will they face is a team that's highly experienced, but C8 Apathy, they are extremely experienced as well. But in terms of that chemistry, it's VVV Esports that's actually quite favored in this game. So of course, it's going to be very, very great. Now we're going to see the head-to-head matchup right now for Seed Apathy, and of course, VVV Esports here, Warden.
Yep, definitely. Both of these teams here head to head. We go. We got Loke Demors, or aka Triple V Demors, not Loke Kings. Triple V Demors here, averaging 22 kills, 5 deaths, 7 assists. Overall, an average score of 2,470 and a KDA of 4.40. That's actually quite big here, Callie. And moving over to this other end of the spectrum, we got C8 Z-Man here with 24 kills, 11 average of that, 11.33, 10.33 in terms of assists, and 2,960 in terms of the average score, with half of the average rating here for the KDA up against Demors, only sitting at 2.18. So there's a large margin here in terms of like staying alive, certainly for sure. Looking at the endurance here, and like Demors being such a core factor on just not really feeding the enemy team. So, that could really play a big factor, especially if C8 would want to build those operator skills, score streaks. Loke Demors, aka Triple Demors, once again, could be really the menace up against C8 Apathy.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. And obviously, looking at the head-to-head matchup, like the stats of Loki's Demors definitely crushes C8 Z-Man stats. But then again, Loki's played with PRATA GANG earlier, and the team is actually quite fairly new in the competitive scene, and that's why VVV Esports was able to use their veterancy, of course, to just take down PRATA GANG earlier. But now we're going to see the bans and picks, and let's see who's going to be favored here by Lady Luck. It seems like C8 will be winning that coin flip as they get to be Team A. VVV Esports will be Team B, which means C8 will have to pick 3 maps here compared to 2 by VVV Esports. And the map bans, Slums and Summit. Okay, that opens up Hacienda, and that will be on map 5 later on. But that operator skill ban is something to catch an eye out for. Purifier and Annihilator officially out of the operator skill list, and that opens up that Gravity Vortex available for use. And of course, that Spiral that could be used on his respawns, as we have this 5 maps that's lined up from Hardpoint S&D Control to Hardpoint S&D. We got Takeoff at Hardpoint, Firing Range SMD, Standoff Control, Raid Hardpoint, Hacienda S&D, Warden. This is the second time we will be seeing Takeoff Hardpoint, and C8 earlier was able to crush this map. What do you think will be the outcome of this map, number 1?
I mean, one core factor here that I really believe that C8 Apathy went for this map, because specifically, PV Prime, they went for this map, and the C8 Apathy saw it as a way, okay, we performed well, this is our forte, we could actually perform something that we could really fake out Triple V, and I do believe this could really go for the way of C8 Apathy. But then again, we're talking about Triple V Esports here, and I'm going to be calling them out here as possibly the best hardpoint team. I mean, we didn't really see the full potential because, the first predecessor that they faced up against was PRATA GANG. And I do believe that the difference level there on PRATA GANG and Triple V was really, it wasn't the full 100% that Triple V that we totally have seen, because they didn't really have to play 100%. So this is something that's going to be putting up a lot of big question mark for me, and I'm quite excited how could C8 Apathy go up against Triple V. I'm not expecting this to be a one-sided level affair. I know for a fact that C8 Apathy could show up a fight, but how much fight can they show up against Triple V?
And now we are about to come into this battlefield. This is it. the final game, and it's going to be map number 1. Takeoff Hardpoint, VVV ESPORTS, C8 AEIPATHY, upper bracket semifinals match number
Hey,
2.
let's go.
Coach Jay, take it away.
Yeah, here we go. Start things off with Z-Man gets that first blood, and immediately C8 AEIPATHY already inside the hill, and VVV starting off really slow with the first bloods. They don't really have those kills, and Z-Man already roaming to the other side of the map, but Demorge finally shuts him down. And pretty slow stuff coming in from both these teams. I feel like the energy level not really there, but once we get to that mid game, Warden, it's going to be very, very different. Here with Aski as well, trying to make the play for his team, but Zunix there for the trade.
Trade here, but there's just gonna be minorities here that we wouldn't really be emphasizing quite a lot. But till then, as we said here, Coach Jay, is that P1 is something that you don't really talk about a lot, because it's a very scrappy hill, not a lot of points that you can really take away from one another. It's all gonna be about that middle stage of the game, talking about P2, P3, P4, and looking at this state of the game here, C8 AEIPATHY is gonna go for the same playbook they did up against PV Prime. It's gonna be having Josh here from the back ends for P2, getting response for them and getting a lot more time out away from predecessors. But till then, P1 gonna be ending off. VVV ESPORTS will have that 4-point lead.
Yeah, that 4-point lead, not really much, but now rotation should come through. The more trying to break it out, so we'll get taken down by Wadu, but Kenshi is there for the trade. Gonna be more players coming in from VV trying to flood it up. They have that one side, and they have control of that launch center. Now here comes the push, just contesting it back. Finally breaks the hill. Yak and Owen open things up, and Owen gets taken down as well. Now this time Apathy's having a hard time here trying to make the play. Zunix is there to try to hit the flank and pinch, but Yaku gets taken down as well. Back before we go, both teams really fighting for this hill. And let's see who has anyone have streaks. No one has streaks yet. They're still trying to earn it up. Z-Man are in a 3-kill spree, I believe. So if you can get some eyes on him, that'd be really, really great. And so far, Apathy, they get the last scrap time. VVV already on a rotation.
Yeah, VVV on the rotation, but in exchange, C8 AEIPATHY will get that scrap time out away from them. 47, 48, 26. It's really quite a convincing lead here for the side of C8 AEIPATHY. Until then, Hardpoint is going to be closing up here on the old, new opening up shortly. 8 more seconds to go. And Triple V here looking to establish themselves quite early on. 3 players around the parameter. They are about to get themselves in contact. Yaku from the corner right there was supposed to capitalize that kill, but till then, it's not really going to matter. We got the Morse here inside the hill, trying to put the influence down in, but Wadu will try to swoop in as well. Aski from the back end will secure the spawns in, and just like that, they're looking to get their points back to their side. Yaku inside the hill, putting the influence down in, sprays down, won't be able to get the chase. Until then, C8 AEIPATHY, this is one of the hardest hardpoints there is to break into, especially if you're spawning on towards medical. So far, C8 AEIPATHY hustle down in, not really enough impact, not until now. Zunix trying to make the play. Sparrow down in, and CBR4 will not prevail as well. Until then, Triple V, yeah, for sure they have the good spawns, but we can't neglect the fact that C8 AEIPATHY is hustling down in.
Yeah, they're really hustling down in. 61 to 50. VVV about to get that scrap time once again. 12 seconds left on P3. Rotations come through, but Z-Man as well as player number 5, Josh, already inside this new hill. And VVV going to be having a hard time trying to break this hill as well. They do get that scrap time, but the pitch has happened. Look at that, Warden. Spawns are being given to the side of VVV. They can have a pinch here, but at the same time, Apathy, they still have 3 players inside. How many gunfights can they win so far? They've won the first one, but Kenshi is there to break it. 2 more players to beat, but here comes Genos with his Sparrow. Takes one down. Doesn't take down anyone else, but Zunix and Josh will clean it up for them. And now they have control as well as the spawn trap going in for the side of Apathy. This is great plays coming through from C8, and VVV is struggling because one by one they're just pushing. They need to push as a team here. They brought out their operator skills, but so far hasn't really come into fruition.
Yep. No provision, not just yet here for the side of Triple V. Overall, the sponsors just scattered around. We got player 5, player 2 going to wrap around. But for the other end of the spectrum, here we got Genos here just holding his side here on towards the front entrance. He's doing such a good job soaking the hill out away from Triple V. In a 40-point lead here, perhaps will be given for the side of C8 AEIPATHY. 12 more points to claim it all out. Rotations on the P1 will come into the play. And looking like C8 AEIPATHY here, they're not going to give any way. Triple V looking to contest the final run here for this hill, but looking to not going to be able to capitalize anything whatsoever. Demorse will slide in, we'll get to, but till then it's not going to matter. He is coming in quite a bit too late. Now there we go. We got Genos here, kind of fully tricked off. Yes, Flusher Striker really quite ready to will unleash upon here on towards P1. As soon as the contestant will come into the play for the side of Triple V, we should expect the Flusher Strike to come into the play.
Yeah, that's gonna come into play now. 190 to 68. Perfect kill for the side of C8 AEIPATHY here. Just really great plays coming through from them, and now VV struggling here, and I believe the streak should come out here in this P1 just to prevent it even the late. Like I said, contest hill, scrappy hill. If I was them, I would bring it out here just to let VVV get out of that hill. You get some points off that, or you can just save it as well. That's what they're doing, because that's the best time where you can use it, Warden. This is the best time where you can bring in that cluster strike and try to get some points off it.
Yep. Try, overall, just invest in cluster strike, because P1 coming again. If you can get at least like 30 points inside the hill, that's enough impact to actually like come true, and just be happy about it, because it's a very scrappy hill. For you to get 30 points, it's such a big deal, and that is actually how Triple V managed to bounce back on versus game. Yeah, for sure, still a 30-point deficit here for their side, but with them getting the contestment here on towards P1, it's gonna be putting C8 AEIPATHY here for a little bit of setback. But then again, just looking at the statistics here for this hardpoint itself, C8 AEIPATHY wants to get the contestment here on towards P2, and they have Josh there from the back and some points inside the hill from Wadu and Z-Man. It's not really hard. It's not really the easiest hill to break into. But so far, Triple V not doing too shabby in terms of putting the contestment inside the hill.
Yeah, not really doing well, but now here we go. 127 to 120 again. P2. Remember last time it was here. VV got it at the start, but Wadu with a quad feed gets the kill as well. And here comes Kenshi with his own gravity vortex. Would not get anyone. Zunik does not check his back. Gets one. Kenshi will not get the second as well, but Demors is there for the trade from the behind. Gets the triple kill as well. He's gonna try to make a play for his team. Owen spraying down with the RPD. Unfortunately, will get one. And now that's gonna be time for them. And look at him. He's trying to be sneaky here. He knows there's a Goliath at the back, but decides to help his teammates. And that's gonna reveal his position. And that's gonna be information. But number 4, Demors, again, it's his turn to make the play. He gets slid on. Gets his ankles broken. But Jetos now already in the hill with his Goliath. They want to get this whole 60 again to get that huge lead. Will this Goliath be a huge thing for the side of C8?
And my team might be, and especially if they can secure the spawns for them, looking like they're gonna be able to pull through and do so. And just like that, only the last few contestants here will come to the play. Kenshi up against a Goliath, not exactly what you would want to see if you're on the side of Triple V. Just like that, he's gonna go down. Might be able to find the second as well, as Ace here in the morning tries to challenge him out, slides down in. Unfortunately for him, that Goliath right there will overheat down. But till then, with the Goliath inside the hill, I honestly, like, when you have the Nexus 1 Goliath here inside a hard point, you should just be expecting it to soaking up the hill, and expect the Gravity player to secure the deal outside, flame it all off. And so far, Jericho, it might not be full 60, but it is a true impact here for the side of
Yeah, it might be a true one for C8 AEIPATHY. But now here we go, 180 to 124. That Goliath has done its job. Didn't get the 10 seconds left, but they've got it most of the time that they need there. Warden, the Goliath still alive, still half held. Jetos 1v1ing, finally gets taken out by the boards. But here we go. VVV finally in the rotation here. They're fast here, but the board's making the play for kills before himself. But Genos and Wadu still just stepping it up, getting the kills that they need. One player to beat is going to be Kenshi. Kenshi and Ace brings out their operators. They do get some kills then, but for how long can they hold it? Because look at that, Z-Man and Josh, they break the hill on their own.
Yep, they break the hill on their own there, and just like that, now influence inside the hill. C8 AEIPATHY, we go 195 to 130, and it's still just so consistent here for the set of C8 AEIPATHY. The lead changes here hasn't been so prevalent ever since the lead was given for the set of C8 AEIPATHY. So here we go, 48 seconds left for them to claim out, for them to close out the deal. But unfortunately, there's not going to be enough time for the hard point to come in. And adding more information, Triple V, they're going to be able to put that influence if they totally want. But if ever they want to pull through a comeback, they at least need to claim at least 60 more points, and it's gonna take like one money hill for them to claim out. And we're talking about 250-point mark that they have to claim in terms of getting the win. And at this state of the game, Triple V, they can't afford to put up any mistakes. So approaching on towards P1, we go 3 more points away for all to end off. Rotations on P1, third time around will come in. Jericho, this might come into end, especially if he won't get their both back together.
Yeah, that is true. Now let's take a look at what's going to happen here. Here we go, 150 to 213. C8, they want to end it in that next hill. VVV, though, they again hop on the hill as they drop the cluster strike. Genos drops it at the perfect time. Josh dropping down his Sparrow. He gets tagged up with it, but it doesn't matter. Kenji's there for the trade. Owen trying to take Wadu out. Finally takes him down, but who's going to hop on the hill? Look at Z-Man. Beautiful arrow coming through from him. That is like a tomahawk across the map. But Jetos now trying to make the play. 226 to 153. Demors as well. 35 kills to his name, but the points are not adding up to the kills that he's giving out.
Yep. Not adding up at all. But till then, the impact here for the side of C8 Apathy. They have 19 seconds left on the hard point to be played with here. It's more than enough to get to close to the deal, but unfortunately for them, the contestant will come into play for the side of Triple V, and the game is not over, not just yet. It's going to go for a reset once more on towards P2. But coming again, we did always, and I always mentioned it, and I always emphasize that P2 is the strongest hill for the side of C8 Apathy. It's going to take one hell of a miracle for Triple V to take this hill out away from them. So there we go. 5 more seconds in. The hill might be able to commence. Dunex here holding his ground here from the back ends, knowing for a fact that they need to get the spawns rocking for them to end off the deal here on a tree screen. But unfortunately, a Sparrow to the head will end it all off. Just like that, Kenshi inside the hill. The gravity vortex will put up an influence inside the hill. And for the first time around, Triple V will claim P2 out away from C8 Apathy.
Yes, Apathy 236 to 175. Here we go. This is the final hill for Apathy and VVV. They still need to win 2 more, but Wadu comes in there with the Mac 10. Josh and Wadu trying to make the play, but Josh doesn't get it. The drone takes him out. Jedis is still alive as well. 3 players from VVV. They're all spotting on one side. They're not trying to contest, but the Sparrow pushes him out, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be game. No one's gonna be near to contest the hill. Number 5 can try, Kenshi, but there's gonna be 4 players on the side of C8 Apathy, and no one's gonna be near to contest the hill. And that is game number 1, 250 to 184. C8 Apathy, they take it.
Yep, C8 Apathy, they take it quite in a rough state there, but it was quite dominant there at the very ending. I mean, if we're just maybe looking at the final standing for the score, 184 to 250, not exactly what you would want to see if you're on the side of Triple V, but what is done has been done. Can't dwell on spilled milk there, but just looking at the faces here for the side of C8 Apathy, they're just holding back their smiles, clapping, just increasing the morale for the team. They know for a fact that the job isn't over, not just yet. There's still 2 more games to be claimed out for them to take the win out away from Triple V. And looking at the statistics here, coming again now for both ends of the spectrum. Let's start off with the losers for now. We got Demors here with 37 kills, 35 deaths, and 16 assists, alongside with Kenshi, 33 kills, 30 deaths, and 10 assists. So far, the biggest main factor here for the side of Triple V is obviously going to be Demors and Kenshi. For Owen and Yaku, I mean, they do their job, especially for the side of AC as well. They get that time inside the hill. But if we're going to be looking at C8 Apathy here, it's just a completely different team in terms of the slaying department. I mean, yeah, for sure, 42 to 37 compared to the Morse and to Z-Man. It's not such a big deal, but, every frag matters, especially as, it kind of came down to the wires at some point. The final adjustment there was just something that I really was hoping for Triple V to pull through, but then again, it was just a clean takeaway there for the side of C8 Apathy, especially at the latter stage of the event. So, Cali, take off hard points said and done. Looking at the momentum here for the side of Triple V, for the side of C8 Apathy, can they transfer this one onto Search and Destroy, or will Triple V bounce back?
Yeah, that is true. Cali, any thoughts on that first game?
Okay. Well,
right. Technical things for Cali, but Warden, I feel like what we could take away from that first game is C8 Apathy. They pretty much ran away with the game. Wire-to-wire victory there. I mean, not really wire-to-wire, but once that P4, the first rotation P4, once I believe it was Wadu who got those streaks or Josh, that's when things started to switch up.
Yep. It really started to switch up there. So, Wadu coming again, the first time that I saw PV Prime and C8 Apathy went at it, it was Wadu and Z-Man popping off for the team, and they were completely the core factor as well in terms of getting the influence, But coming again, I want to commend every single player here for the set of C8 Apathy, but more spotlight for the set of Josh as well. I don't think the spawns and the influence inside the hill would be possible if ever Josh wasn't around, taking the spawns out away from Triple V. So, Cali putting in a hot seat on this one, firing range, search and destroy. We had C8 Apathy rocking it all out and claiming it all out. Could Triple V bounce back with their own sense of response, or could this be a 2-0 lead here for C8 Apathy? Mm-hmm. it up now here for Triple V and C8 Apathy. Triple V down by 1 game in terms of the series. They need to respond back to force this to a game number 4 for them to get through. So just like that now, round opening up. We got the first frag here being put through by the side of C8 Apathy and make it a 2-piece now for the side of Apathy overall. Ace key out of the play. 3v5 here and still quite a formidable defense here being shown up for C8 Apathy. Not exactly the Triple V that I would want to see. I would love to see here, Jericho.
Yeah, not the Triple V that we want to see so far. Things are happening. Josh trying to get a snipe here, but so far nothing is happening yet. Trying to hit those wall bangs, but it is a 5 versus 3 though. VVV down with the man advantage, but Bomb is down as well in the bad spot. Warden, but he has the RPD over here. Can try to spray out flicks on that first player, almost flicks on that second, but 3 versus 1. You can only get 1. Bomb is down now. 2 versus 4.
Yeah, 2 versus 4 here. It's all down to Yaku and Kenshi. I don't want to take them out of the equation. Kenshi having the scopes in hand could really put up a big deal. But, Yaku here needs to make a play as well. He's going to be able to take down Genus out of the play. 1v2, still a very doable situation. It's all down to Wadu and Zunex here to deny the clutch out away from Yaku. But it's going to be a double team here, and I don't think it's going to be the odds probable for him. And just like that, he's going to go for a spray down. Not standing a chance. He's going to go down. C8 Apathy will claim this one out. Quite a nice run, honestly. Triple V. They wanted to go for an 8 take, but unfortunately the early casualties was put up upon. They lost 1 player early on towards the process, hence slowing down the momentum out away from their side. That's going to be the capitalization of C8 Apathy.
That's true. Now 1-0. Owen trying to make the play here so far. Well, he's going to try to spray it down, but look at those players all turtled up. They might get taken out immediately. They're trying to run away though. Wadu's still alive. He gets away.
Wow.
The snake movement coming through there. And now we do see them trying to make the play. Bomb is about to go down. AC bring it down. Now it's gonna be a 5v5 retake. No one is down yet, but shots are being hit as well. Josh trying to get a pick with that sniper. We'll try to spot that player with the bomb. AC trying to get away with his life. He gets spotted. He gets tagged up. Still alive. No more thumper for you guys. No nades as well. So they have to try to take this player out. The nade does not help him. AC still alive, and here comes the stun. This might be the opening.
Yeah, it might be the opening here. Still a 5v5 retake now. First initial frag will come into the play. Yaku will take down Genus. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, 3 players, 4 players, 5 players out of the play. 2v2 situation now up in the board. What can they do? Time is ticking in. And just like that, the defuse will come into the play. Kenshi misses the shot, unfortunately. And Yaku came in a bit too late from the barrels area. And just like that, C8 Apathy, they held their horses. They just held down, just wait for the perfect timing. They were playing for the last and final 10 seconds right there, and it was just a coordinated play that caught Triple V off guard. Miss shot there, a leg shot there for the side of Kenshi. Could have closed down the deal and maybe delayed enough for them to get the round, but unfortunately it wasn't the case here. C8 Apathy will be able to come out with 2 rounds under the board. Triple V still none.
Yeah, still none, but no. See what happens here. What's gonna happen here? Josh trying to find a spot here. And Apathy, beautiful retake from that last round. Let's see if they can keep it up here. VVV so far struggling in this SD. I know it's only 2-0, but so far they are making plays for the team. Josh, what can you find? So far, nothing yet. And now look at the adjustment from VVV. They were fast for the first 2 rounds. Now they're slowing things down. But if you're a sniper, they're trying to find something. I feel like Kenshi is trying to find something, but does not find anything. Genos takes down Yaku. That's gonna be the first blood for the side of C8 once again.
Yep, could be C8 once again. Yaku out of the play. Gonna be relying on Kenshi to try to find that opening break. But look like it's gonna be Demorge putting that influence down in. Wadu out of the play. Under the hands of Demorge. And looking like they're gonna be able to get that bomb planted, but Z-Man coming into the bomb site. Takes on Ace-Key. Fortunately though, he does get traded, but it's gonna be the time getting stalled out there. Bomb is not gonna get planted too. Until then, if the bomb is not planted, the time of the factor will be up against Triple V ESPORTS. All down to Owen and Demorge here in Kenshi to make that play. And look at this player 4. Demorge is going to go for a wraparound. This guy is such a good lurker. But look at the influence down in, out towards his bomb site. They're going to tag 1 player inside that bomb site. They're going to rush down Owen, take him out. But Demorge from the back ends will come into the play. He's going to go down. But Kenshi from the long ends will find him out. And just like that, Triple V will have their own sense of response.
Yeah, they have their own sense of response. And now fine. Let's see what's gonna happen here. So far, nothing is happening yet. And I like this new look coming through from the production. It's the first time I saw that. Mix it up there. The Matthew, beautiful. But Josh again. Yaku gets Z-Man again. First blood. Finally, VVV on the board as well. With Zunex and the boys trying to hold it down. But look at this VV. Once they got that first round, Warden, they immediately pushed into pace and rushed A immediately. They got 2 kills already. Now it's going to be a 5 versus 3 AC again, trying to get away with his life. The stun should come through. I don't get this about C8. You're going to stun it, but you're not going to push it.
I mean, yeah, you know, a lot of investments will come into the play, but no sense of impact whatsoever.
Exactly.
I love the takeaway right there. So, you know, wasted utilities. You need to make that push. You need to make a play at least if you're going to be thrown on a concussion, because till then, if you're not going to be having it, what are you going to do? Run out in the open and get taken down just like that? Zunex out of the play. Ace into the bomb side. I don't understand how this man is alive, but on the other end of the spectrum, Owen will take down Wado. Genius will try to make the play. The Morse will get taken down, but it's not going to last for so long. Ace will get the trade 2-2 we go. And so far, man, you know, going for that A bomb site is really the forte of Triple V Esports, and it's working out quite well. Yeah, for sure, they did it the first time as well. When they did it the first time, it didn't work out quite well. See it after had a good retake, but you know, Triple V, you know, mentored by one of the best coaches out there. They know how to readjust quite quickly, and looking to play the same playbook here. A bomb site we go, contacts happening here, and so far much brighter for C8 AEIPATHY, but the Morse here trying to even things up. Gonna be putting influence inside the trailer. Ants needs to pick up the bomb though from wide open. Can he pull through? Not really a good spot here for the side of Triple V. He's gonna get tagged down, falling back in 3v4. And we got a 2v4 as the frag will connect to Owen. All down to Kenshi now, the sniper, but unfortunately he's not gonna be able to pull through. Demor's out, Kenshi out, and just like that, C8 AEIPATHY will take the lead once more out away from Triple V.
Yeah, that is true. Another 1-2. 3-2 now. Great start from both teams. Now let's take a look at here again. You know, I mean, if you are VVV, you are struggling against C8 here, and which is a little bit of surprise.
Yep. A little bit of surprise, honestly. I wasn't really expecting that. I mean, overall, this whole thing is a surprise for me. I don't really expect that C8 AEIPATHY could constantly lead away from Triple V, but, you know, just me looking at the talents here, Genus, you know, this guy, once in the scrimmages, he did nuke Almighty, but he wasn't able to make it pop, but till then, we got the initial fracture coming to the play. Josh will take down Kenshi, scope the scope of this. Warren the death shot side here for the set of Josh. Another 8 take here for the set of Triple V. Yaku will take down Genus. 4v4 we go. Time is ticking. Still a lot of playing ground here for the set of C8 AEIPATHY in terms of getting the retake down in. Needs to get the clear initial ground here on towards A-Long, because clearly that is where the Triple V will come into the play, and Godnade will come in. Yaku will find it too. Wadu Zunek out of the play. Owen's littering himself from the corner and will find it kill, and XAC will find it kill, and just like that, they're going to be able to even up the grounds.
And they're going to be able to even up the grounds, and now let's see what's going to happen here. And so far, things are just all coming to a back and forth we go. Warden, this is very, very possible to go around 13. And it's looking like it's that. But let's see what happens here now. Here we go. 3-3 so far. Aski on your screen. But Yaku has the perfect play. Decides to pop. Gets away with his life. Beautiful move. And spots another one. Gets a second kill as well. Yaku on the roll. Wants to get the third one as well. But decides to bump the brakes, Mr. Yaku. You can slow it down. That's going to be enough damage. Ashi gets one as well. It's going to be a 5 versus 2.
Yeah, 5 versus 2 here. It's all down to Zunex and Josh here for the set of C8 AEIPATHY against 4 Leviathans of Triple V Esports. Owen, Yaku, Demors, Kenshi up against Zunex and Josh. Play dynamic duo of C8 AEIPATHY. And then Josh with his scopes could try to even up the grounds, maybe take down 2 from long ranges. And there's not going to be a lot of opportunities that he can find here on towards the A-bomb side, because the closest player is going to be player 5, Kenshi. And that's going to be from the Americans. He's going to be holding the ground right now. Needs to be alerted down in. And, you know, bomb is going to be on trailer. Waiting for the push. Oh, Josh!
God.
Take down Kenshi. 1 player down. Lowering the grounds. 3v2 still. They're just waiting for the rotation to kick in. They're not going to get that bomb playing up just yet.
no.
And you know for a fact the 1 player is going to be right around the corner. He's going to be able to find another one. Yaku out of the play. Now 2v2 still.
Rotate.
So
They can
probable
rotate.
now.
They can
now
rotate.
probable. Yeah, such an intelligent play. But unfortunately, they're going to get caught down on towards the central ends. Owen will take down Josh. All down to Zunex now here. 1v3.
No,
What
trigger
can you do?
discipline. He should have got away. He could have ran away now. Oh, is he going to double down? Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, he only has 15 seconds left, Warden, and he has to choose a site now. And if you're VVV, run to B now.
Wow. Why?
Run to B now.
Why are you all at A?
The
Why?
bomb is going to go down now. And it's all up
Yeah.
to Zunex in a 1 versus 2. I think he just gave his team another chance to win this round. And let's see if he can
Dude.
clutch up.
I mean, honestly, like Triple B, they should have called it. It's gonna be the B bomb site. There's only 10 seconds left, and Zunix wasn't showing any presence whatsoever on towards that A bomb site. So clearly, it's gonna be B. But till then, 1v2, they still have the odds on their favor. They're playing the buddy system now in, and it's not gonna be so pleasant here for the set of Zunix. Pulling down in, Demars will swing out, and just like that, easy kill. No casualties will be put up. Triple V will take the lead out away from C8 AEIPATHY. And just like that, sides of switch will come into the play. Triple V this time around will be playing defense here in comparison to offense. I'm quite interested in how this one's going to go down, Coach Ray. I mean, all eyes on Kenshi for this one, especially in firing range. This guy could be a menace up against your team.
It could be really a menace here. Now let's see what's going to happen here in this round number 8. 4 and 3 we go. Can see AEIPATHY tie it up, or will VV take the 2-round lead? What just happened? Number 1, do they spot him? They spot Ace-Key, but he's gonna get one, and Zudek gets to trade though. So 4 versus 4 now. Another player in the back. Yaku gets one, gets away with his life once again, and Z-Man in the middle can help his teammate. He spots one, but Demors spots him as well, gets the read, and now it's gonna be a 2 versus 3 now again. But Genos is there to get the trade. Now it's gonna be a 2 versus 2. Number 3 taking so long to rotate. 20 seconds left, doesn't have enough time, but Genos doesn't spot that right player, and it's all up to number 2, Wadu, in a 1 versus 2. He's gonna peek that. He spots one. He gets one. He spots Owen as well, but Owen with the RPD sprays and prays and gets the 2-round advantage. 5-3. VVV now. 2 more rounds before they win this game number 2.
I mean, yeah, for sure. Wadi was tagged down, but I wasn't expecting that RPD to react quick enough to get the kill. And just like that, as you said, 2 more rounds away, Triple V might be able to force it game number 4 that we have been totally wishing for here, Coach Shay. So, you know, 5, take a little bit of a setback here for C8 AEIPATHY, especially if they want to even up the ground here. But if ever they want to do so, the opportunity right here should be the B bomb side. You know, no players allocated there, but looking like player 4 and player 5. Player 2 as well is going to go for the rotations, allocating only Ace-Key on towards that A parameter, relying on him in terms of getting that information. If ever C8 AEIPATHY will go for that A pick, but looking to be so questionable, you know, quite undecisive. A lot of influence here on towards that wooden area. But looking to be choosing whether to go B or A, it's all down to El Capitan here to make that play. And looking like the B bomb site will be the call for them. Rotations now kicking in. We have to deal with 2 players here. A very standard formation here for Triple B, playing 2-1-2. But 4-player take here for the side of C8 AEIPATHY will come into the play now. Moving in, what can you do? The Morse getting shattered down, getting double team, quad team it is. And just like that, they're going to be able to find that opening break inside the bomb site. Can they pull through and get it all out? Genius will find himself in contact, takes down Yaku. All down to this 3v3, looking to be just bashing their heads against the wall. Wadu, you don't exactly want to do that. Kenshi just going to be taking you out. 3v2 we go, and Gina still, and Z-Man still on the roll. They're on the need to try to even up the ground.
The timing.
Multiple to do so. Unfortunately, Call of Duty timing at its finest, as you would say. And Ace-Key is going to go for a wraparound here, but what a play here for C8 AEIPATHY. The decision making that they're going to be pulling through, not selling for the B bomb side, because for sure a player like Ace-Key could go for a wrap around. They're going to go for a very clean take here, a safe route, and they're going to be able to get the bomb planted on towards the A side.
Yep, that is true, Warden. Now Ace-Key stuck in a 1 versus 2, has a CBR as well as a sniper on hand. Has to do something. Oh, does he spot that play? He tried to take him out as well, but Genis better shots. And now for the 5, VVV, they lose that round, but AEIPATHY, they're trying to come back here, trying to tie it up here. This might be the round number 9.
Yep. Round number 9. 1 more round to equalize the rounds here for C8 AEIPATHY. You're looking to be an A execution here. Utility is being shown over. They've thrown their frags, they've thrown their concussions. They're not looking much just yet. There we go. Finally, a 4-man push here on towards A long. They're going to be finding themselves in contact on towards Americans, but on the bomb site itself, no casualties whatsoever. Player 2, Owen here on towards the doorway of Americans will fall back. Looking at Triple V, she's going to set up here for a 5-man retake. Only took them 30 seconds to get themselves inside the bomb site. Until then, bomb is going to get planted too. Time of the factor will be up against C8 AEIPATHY, but Genos here will take down 1. Ace-Key out of the play. Putting himself furthermore. He knows for a fact Kenshi's just going to be there from the back, and he's going to get tagged down. And he's going to be focusing here. He's just going to be waiting for him to win out the duel. And just like that, Yaku will be the only player remaining. In the blink of an eye, what just happened? Disappear. Magic Aru, I don't know what just happened here, but wanting for sure Triple V, not looking to be so bright for them. It's all down to you. 15 seconds left on the clock to be played with here. Not exactly much he can do. He's gonna go down. Round number 10 under the belt of C8 Apathy.
C8 Apathy. They get that round now. They tie it up 5-5. Things are not looking really good for the side of VVV after those 2 rounds. Warden, can they bounce back? Can they do it again? They're throwing everything that they have here. Look at the side of C8 Apathy. They're just waiting at the back. And I like this delay strat coming through for them. It makes VVV double think. But at the same time, it is firing range, so they know where you're going to rotate probably. And with number 3 looking at B side, Yak was already calling out. They're just there, holding at the back, and there you go. Owen getting some hit markers.
Getting some hit markers, and that's going to be information relayed that, there's going to be players located there on towards A long. So, till then, you might find the grass. It's going to be another A execution here for the side of C8 Apathy. It's just going to be all about that opening break here. Josh, with his scope, is not going to be able to find one or anything. But if ever C8 Apathy is going to go for a rotation here on towards the B bomb site, they have to watch out for Yaku here on towards barrels, under that green hut. He's going to be a big question mark. Is he going to be able to make that play? Or he's just going to be remaining useless here for the remaining of the round? And looking like C8 Apathy is looking quite committed here on towards that A take here. But as Kenshi will take down Wadid. Crucial play out of the play. And wow! Jump shot will connect. Josh gets taken down. 2-piece under his name. Truly an MVP in terms of sniping. And Owen inside the bomb site, putting in the influence down. And a triple piece here for the side of Kenshi. 1 kill for Ace Game, 1 kill for Owen, 3 kills for the side of Kenshi. And just like that, lead will not go to you, Triple V would say. And just like that, 1 more round away. And they're going to be able to take Search and Destroy out away from C8 Apathy.
If they're able to take it away, 1 more round for VVV before they can tie it up. C8, they're just pushing it. Demors gets 2. He wants to tie this series up, but Zunix is there to get 1 as well. Zunix is there to get 2, actually. That's 2 versus 3. Still a winnable side for the side of Apathy.
Yep,
Oh,
doable,
2v2.
doable, but unfortunately, kind of be able to even up the grounds here for this side. Ace out of the play.
2v1.
Connection. Oh, no.
Oh, here we go.
1v1.
Here we
Biggest
go.
gunfight. Biggest 1v1. Biggest 1v1 is all down to you, Genus here. Can you extend
Here we
your
go.
lives, team? Furthermore, are they going to be able
Spots
to
him.
push through?
He spots
Yaku
him.
making a lot of
The
noise.
challenge, the ego shot coming through. He tags him up. Janus again, trying to make the play. Does not. Just tags him up. About the week as well. Regenerates his health. He can eat some bullets every day. Yaku, does he spot? Oh, does he spot him? He doesn't spot him. Yaku making some noise here. Very loud footsteps here. Does Janus recognize there's a minute left and they're... Oh, he doesn't spot him. Oh no, this is Call of Duty timing. I think he knows. He knows he's there. Yaku knows he's going to be in this left corner. Yaku reloads the fortune in the middle of a gunfight, but Yaku gets away with his life again. My goodness, this 1v1 is super nerve-wracking, but bomb will get picked up. And this should be a plan for the side of Janus. But Janus, they're both at 12 kills. Who's going to get the 13th kill? Here comes the nade. Here comes the gunfight. Here comes the gunfight, and Janus wins it. They tie it up 6-6. Round 13. Here we go, Warden.
Here we go. All down to this. Round number 13. Is it going to be C8 Apathy or is it going to be Triple V? You know what? All voices let loose. All hands in the air. Let's just give it up now here for C8 Apathy and Triple V Esports. All down to the icebreaker here. Who can pull through and flame this one out? Could this be the first game under the hands of Triple V, or could C8 Apathy lead the game or lead the series by 2? Looking like it's going to be an A execution here. And the last time we saw Triple V went for an A execution, they managed to hold their grounds quite nicely. Jericho, honestly, this could really go both ways.
does he
Could,
spot him?
take away here. Oh my
Oh
days.
my god. That's the first blood. The retake is on. And the last time they were in a retake, they won the round as well. Oh, it's Josh. If he shoots that wall. The stun. No stun. They spot him as well. Josh gonna hop on it. Wadu gets 1. Jenna gets 1. Owen gets 1. Zima gets Owen as well. Last for your life is gonna be Kenshi. What can you find? But the defuse is already in. And C8 Apathy, they get 2-0 against VVV. What a great comeback by the side of C8.
Man.
And VVV, now they're down 0-2. And C8, they're 1 game away from ending this series and sending VV down to the lower bracket and getting the 3-0.
Oh man, I just lost my words there, man. Josh getting that opening kill on towards the bomb site was just such a big deal. How does that happen? Knowing for a fact, I mean, I think the way that he deducted the reasoning and why he knew for a fact that one player was going to be there, because the setup for Triple V has been so repetitive. Actually, I mean, it worked out. I'm not going to nitpick on it. It was repetitive. They allocate 3 players onwards A long, 1 player on the steel barrier, and 1 player around the trailer ends. And till then, it was just an easy read for C8. Not so easy in terms of getting the execution. They know the intentions of Triple V, but in terms of retaliating with their own sense of execution, it was really a commendable factor. So just like that, all could have went both ways. But I love that, and we all love that, and I know for a fact you love that as well, Jericho. That final adjustment there for C8 Apathy, securing it out 2-0. Only 1 more game away, and C8 Apathy will come into the play, ending the series 3-0.
Yeah, ending the series 3-0. One last game, and for the side of VVV, they could have won that round, but just the communication there. Kenshi was looking at one angle for too long. It managed Genis to rotate to the other side, get the kill, and then after that, just Call of Duty timing. Call of Duty timing for the side of Yaku. He wasn't looking at him, and Genis was prepared. Kali, any thoughts on that S&D?
I mean, definitely. So, just looking at the maps and modes here, guys, it's just looking at the maps and modes here, it could have went both ways.
I agree
Back
with
to
you, Warden.
this takeaway here. Back to this takeaway here, Jericho. 76 could really went both ways here for Search and Destroy, but for a take of Hardpoint, we can't neglect it was rightfully owned for the side of C8 Apathy. So 2 games under their belt. We're moving over to Stand of Control, and you know how Control goes here for standoff here, Jericho. I honestly believe that overall, just looking at the history and like the mentorship of Triple V, I do believe that maybe Triple V could capitalize with their own sense of win here. But then again, C8 Apathy, they have the momentum, but not so much, because coming again, being redundant here, firing range, Search and Destroy really could have went both ways. It could have the momentum could have went for the side of Triple V, or could it have been just retained here for the side of C8 Apathy? And exactly how it happened down here, C8 Apathy got it all off. So if ever Stand of Control will be claimed by Triple V, I do believe that it's just going to add off on towards game number 4, because just looking at the hardpoint performance here for C8 Apathy, they have what it takes to close down the veterans of Triple V. And till then, I do believe that the series will be cut short, not unless the performance here for Stand of Control will be so convincing for the side of Triple V, Jericho.
Yeah, I agree with you, Warden. That game number 3, they have to really step it up here. If they want to get it, they have to win 3 straight, Warden. And that is no easy task. That is what you call a reverse sweep. And we've seen some of them, but so far, today, it's been a lot of trios, Warden.
Yep, I know. Yep, so a lot of trios. So overall, it's just like, I don't know how this one's going to go down, but one thing for sure, if the trend will still prevail, Cali might be the same serving of a donut. Could it be it, or could it be a breadstick? One takeaway before we start off.
All right, before we even start, VVV ESPORTS, that map number 2 is really, really close. So I'm guessing that this control game mode is going to be the exact same thing. But, C8 Apathy, they got the momentum swinging on their side. So they could seize the opportunity here to cling onto that momentum and, of course, take this game away. And now, here we go. This could be the final game day, or VVV ESPORTS could force another map here. Casters, take it away.
Let's give it up now here for Triple V ESPORTS and C8 Apathy. It's going to take one hell of a miracle for Triple V ESPORTS to put up an establishment here and a statement out away from C8 Apathy if they want to prove that they are back inside the game. And looking at the state of the game here, Jericho, more influence here being showed off for C8 Apathy. They might be able to get an alpha captured, and Triple V is just going to settle for Bravo, which is exactly one of the most common plays that we have been seeing, especially on Stand of Control.
Yeah, that is true, especially in Stand of Control. But I like this from C8. They're not backing down from VVV. The aggression since game 1 and game 2, it's still here, but Yaku's going to try to contest it. Dunex is there to help him. Yaku gets one though, but Dunex gets the trade, and there you go. Plus another minute for the side of C8 Apathy. 2 more minutes till this round ends, or unless they can capture the site and BBB. They're gonna be stacking this B site. They have a lot of players, and I think this is where C8 Empathy can try to make a play from the flank first and clear out their spawn, get some kills there before they start bashing their head to B and throwing their lives away. Because if they keep throwing their lives away, they're gonna lose the round. So you have to slay out first and not go in. Or you could just do that, what Genesis did, and now they're gonna start capping B.
Yep, gonna start capping B now here, and this is a crucial factor here for a set of C8 Apathy. You have to their lives, but when you got Janus here just roaming around, being a menace, unfortunately, you need to hit your shots. You need to hit your shots. Unfortunate, a leg shot there is. Janus, you were the answer for C8 Apathy, but the end round is still not over. But looking at the map control here for a set of Triple B, it's kind of overpowering now. It is overpowering C8 Apathy here, 14-7, doubling the lives of C8 Apathy. Triple V, we go. And it's just going to be a capitalization here of the round, not unless the comeback, a really clutch comeback here will come to the play for a set of C8 Apathy. But looking at the odds here, Jericho, it's not looking so good.
Not looking so good. They still have a minute though, but they have to be perfect here. Can't die anymore. Here comes the 5-mans, and which they should have done before they went down with lives, Warden. But now they're gonna try to do it now. Mor's gonna be the first one to try to get some kills there. 2 go down. It's all up to these players at the back. They spot him. They're trying to go for the spawn trap, but Demore takes down Z-Man. No help whatsoever. And there you go. VVV gets that first round, and I feel like C8 could have won that round if they started flooding the flank.
Yeah, yep. They could have, you know. In terms of playing control here, Jericho, one thing that I learned as a player here, you know, I'm quite new in terms of playing control, but one thing that you need is a cutter. And Janus there had an intention of cutting the rotations here out away from Triple V, but unfortunately he missed the shot, missed the opportunity. Until then, it wasn't enough impact at all. So forcing on to round number 2, we go. Triple V here will be playing offense this time around. Demore trying to cut his rotations here onwards. Granny, unfortunately, not going to be able to pull through with anything. Investment there with the Sparrow will not come into the play as well. Quite wasted, but the influence for the set of Triple V will come in halfway through onwards, capturing a control point. Can they pull through? Wadu from the back end will go for the flank, takes him out the play. Just like that, might be able to cancel out the capture.
That might be able to cancel out that capture. And here we go. Demor's at the place, trying to clear out the place as well. Free fire on the corner, beautiful, but the trade's there for Jettas as well. 21-22. Hunter Killer is there to help him as well. Jettas trying to make space for his team, and so far will not get anyone. 55 seconds left. Yaku as well on your screen. They're trying to push for the BBB. Struggling to get some ticks here. They finally get that first tick. Warden, but for how long can they hold it? As soon as you say that, it doesn't matter anymore. Only 1 tick for BBB. 45 seconds left. Clock is ticking. They got to start pushing. And yeah, 1 end at the moment. 70-15. And Josh here trying to make the play here, but so far nothing is happening. The Sparrow has come down. He's trying to make some plays for those streaks. We'll get 2 in a row. 1 away from a Hunter Killer or Drone. He spots that player as well. Josh with Zunex to 11-12. BBB, they need to hop on something here, get some kills. 30 seconds left. Demorse brings out his Sparrow, but for how long can they hold it down? The contest is still in here, and they finally break it through. Demorse breaks it on his own. This should add another minute unless C8 AEIPATHY wants to invest their lives here and try to end it here, but so far they don't want to. They want to pull back here. 9-9 here, Warden. Intense moment here, this round number 2.
Yep, definitely here. Obviously, a very intense situation here. Could really go both ways. Till then, could this be it? C8 Apathy, they need to capitalize this one out, but it's 99 on a stalemate. The time of the factor ticking, but still a lot of time for a set of C8 Apathy to hold their grounds. Triple V gonna go for this wraparound. Player 1 and player 4 doing such a good job getting the kills down in. Just like that, the spawn store is just gonna be right around the corner. Not gonna be the position that you would want to be placed through, because the invulnerability there for a set of Triple V. I mean, C8 will still come in. Not the odds. Still so favorable for a set of C8 Apathy. 5-4. There's in D. It's just coming down to the wire. 2-3. Still Triple V on top. They pull through. C8 Apathy hanging by a thread. Can they do it? The Dragonfire right there for the set of C8 Apathy could really give off that information that they don't need. Oh, it's gonna be coming from Demorse. That's gonna be tagging the information down in. You know, for a track that it's gonna be right around the corner. It's gonna be 1v1. 1 life remaining for both ends. Player 3 Yaku. And just right around there, unfortunately, Josh from the back ends will take him out. Just like that, C8 Apathy will get around under their belt.
Sneaky play coming through, but that went down to the wire there. Warden, now it's 1-1. Now let's see if they can keep it up here or Will it be another round for VVV? Let's see who's gonna take this lead. Josh spraying down RPD. Unfortunately, gets RPD'd out by Owen. Demore takes himself out. That is very unfortunate. You don't see that every day. And now Zunix as well. The test comes in. They're gonna try to hop on it immediately. They're getting at least one tick already inside. He needs help from his teammate. Zunix gonna get taken out. No tick for them whatsoever yet. 27 to 27. They prevent the tick, and now VVV Ace keep pushing through, trying to make the play. He's gonna run away from his teammate. He's just making life hard for the players that are spawning up and into that spot. But unfortunately, the car bomb will take him out. And now C8 already hopping on that 8 flag. 8 site, 8 control point.
Yeah, a control point here, Jericho. And so far, you're actually doing such a good job. We go Wadu here with Sparrow on a spree. 3 kills under his name. Can he make it a 4? Gets the hit mark. Information overload. Gets it all out. Can she out of the 15 kills under his name? Could it be a 16? Yes, it is a 16. And just like that, C8 AEIPATHY might be able to get the full clearance enough to get that 8 control point under their belt. Zunix trying to scoop out the last final second. He does manage to do so, and it's all down to grab in 17 to 21. We go C8 AEIPATHY. They got the time. They got the lives. They totally need. They just need to go for a diverse play this time around. You know, last time we saw them playing offense, it didn't really work out quite well. Quite a one-dimensional approach. They need to at least go for a flanker, and that is exactly what player 2, Wadu and player 4 with Z-Man here exactly doing now. But Ace anticipating the right call here. Can he hold the ground?
Can he hold the ground, or will it be all the side for C8 AEIPATHY? Ace just trying to wait for that spawn trap. Yaku gets away with his siphon. He does get tagged up, but he gets information from Wadu. Wadu's going to be that player that we have to watch out for, because he needs to make the play. And look at C8 AEIPATHY. They're still making the same mistake. Stop pushing front. Hit the back. Or get some picks for yourself. So much time there in Ace-Key. He's about to get Z-Man. Finally takes him down. And then they haven't even cleared their own base.
They haven't even cleared their own base. Exactly. So 14 to 14 here. Still could really go both ways. But, you know, Triple V, with them just staying patient, just winning this initial gunfights, holding down the angles, they're going to be able to capitalize this and might be able to get the first point advantage. I mean, match point advantage out away from C8 AEIPATHY. Only the last minute left. The contestant needs to come in now for a set of C8 AEIPATHY. Looking like they're only allocating 2 players from the back and 3 players from the front lines. And until then, it's going to be it now. Initial frags will come in. Josh will take down the more. Zays will take down the more frags. More frags will be raining up on first side of C8 now. And they're going to be able to find the initial break inside a hill. 9 to 10 we go. The Morse will try to save the day.
How is he still alive?
Now. And just like that, Z-Man, and yeah, exactly, Jericho is going to be alive. He's going to be falling it all out. And he's going to be slaying Triple V out away. And just like that, 4 lives remaining. Make it 3. And he's just the MVP of the team. Make it a 6. Oh my day, he's just overall going insane. Last and final life here for Triple V. C8 AEIPATHY, they have what it takes to take this one out.
And there you have it. Josh gets it, and now fully streaked out is C8. And that is not what you want to see if you are VVV. You are on the verge of the 3-0. Will they get 3-0, or will they force a game number 4 and a game number 5? But this is it. Is this the final round before they send VVV down to the lower bracket, or will there be a miracle, Warden? Will there be a miracle? VVV clutches up.
Yeah, it could be a miracle. It could be a miracle, perhaps. So, it's gonna be it now. You're playing offense, and it's exactly what you don't want to be in, especially if you're gonna be playing control standoff. Last take there. You know, the moment right there for Z-Man that he made that play right there to find it opening break on towards the deep control point. Exactly not what it doesn't happen all the time. But you know, when you get ACS1 popping off here inside his A control point, could have been a 4, but unfortunately he does get taken down by that MVP player for that round number 3, Z-Man. So, you know, journey caught short. He's gonna go down 23 to 23. But the influencer off for the set of Triple V 1 point away. They're getting the capture, but you know, the capture is a capture and it's not so pressing for the Triple V. And so far, C8 AEIPATHY destroying a lot of fight here, not gonna give any leeway whatsoever to
any leeway whatsoever. Here we go, 21 to 21. Remember, streaks will play a part here. Z-Man still has that cluster strike that's going to be ready here at this disposal. But finally, VV, they managed to get one. They managed to get one control point now, and now they have at least a lot more time. 1 minute and 40 seconds. No streaks whatsoever. They do have 2 operators ready for them as well. They need to use this properly now. And look at them, how slow they're working this out. They want to get that spawn. They're trying to set it up here. I think it's timing number 3 and number 1. They're not even spotting each other. Zuna gets 1 though. Does he get called out though? HK slowly crawling his way towards the spawn. I think he's about to get taken down. There's a big gunfight inside. Wadu spots one as well. They finally spot HK, but HK gets Wadu as well. Z-Man to make the play. He does finally get him as well. And he's going to stay alive for his team. And I feel like this cluster is going to come out in about 30 seconds here, Warden.
Wow.
Just a delay. Here comes the push. Yako gives the first one in. It's a 1v1 inside. He does take one down. Z-Man, can he get the trade? He doesn't get the trade. And I think he might just drop that cluster strike right now.
Yep, he needs to get a cluster strike, avoid the contestant just like that. Cluster strike, rendezvous, evacuate the point, triple V, they're gonna fall back. Just like that now. See that?
They get one tick though.
Group out, doing the clean out, the clean out away from them. Time, the live, that's also coming for them. Gina's trying to extend himself furthermore on towards the mid lane, getting that map control for his team, but unfortunately he's not gonna pull through. Josh from the back end, will spray down with an RPD, 2 kills under his name. Will he be able to connect with a third? No, he won't, not just yet. Player 5 here, Kenshi here, trying to make the play. Can he do it now? Live still on the favorable side for Triple V, but the time is they need to get a capture here on towards Bravo. This could be the last and final break that they don't really need, but Wadu with the Sparrow holding his grounds here, denying the entry of Triple V, and this is be it now. Could this be the opening break here, the championship break? Not really the championship, but more of like the final break that Triple V needs to extend their series furthermore. This is it. Last final 15, 16 seconds, and they're gonna pull through. They're gonna go for the contestant down in. You got Z-Man here, Zunex sliding in, Josh getting the kill, and just like that, they're gonna be able to hold their grounds now on the desperate urge to get themselves into the hill, and Z-Man will get the Sparrow down, and he's gonna fall down.
5 seconds. They have to contest.
Unfortunately, the lives was taken down out away from C8 Apathy, and we're gonna be seeing round number 5 here, Jericho. It's gonna be C8 Apathy playing offense while Triple V playing defense.
Here we go. Game 3, round number 5. Offense for C8. They've been perfect in offense. FB, they've been perfect in offense as well. No one has really won that defensive round. I mean, they both won one at least, but the offense has always been there for them. Now, here we go. Basically, very early Spiral. Does not even get anyone there, but I know the operators in control actually are it's pretty fast to get it. And look at this. What kind of approaches from C8? I like it. I like what I'm seeing. A very innovative plan here. Genesis gets one. That's the opening they needed. Here we go. Gonna push to Zunex. Get the first one in. Can he find something? Owen, he doesn't want to give up that position. He knows his teammate has his back. He finally gives him up. And here we go. That's a mistake there. But Owen gets the kill though. He is gonna be one shot. Genos already at the back. Spots one as well, trying to spray it down. But there's gonna be more players. He finally gets taken out as well. But that's the space they need. He delays the enemies, and they're about to get that first stick. They need. Finally gets that first stick. Warden, and this might be the start of that victory for them. They also get the trade. Zuna gets a big 2-piece. There's gonna be one last player above him. Can he try to make the play? Second stick is about to be there. Finally get the third one as well. Owen is still there, still alive. But finally he's just trying to spray down with his RPD. And Wadu gets taken down. And Owen holding it down for VVV4. Momentarily, the beautiful nade back to himself. The self-assist coming through from Owen. 30 seconds left. C8, they have to make the play.
Yeah, they have to make a play, but the map control here for the Triple V is not making it good.
Wow! What?
Testing it down, but Yaku will go for a wraparound. Must be able to get.
No, he got stunned.
Double, but unfortunately the concussion will come to the play, and just like that, the frag is raining upon for a set of C8 Apathy. Down by 6 lives here, make it 7, and the capture will come into the play for this side of the control 8 point C8 Apathy. They have the time extended on their side, and the lives is on their side as well. They just need to find that final break on towards the B control point, and it's gonna be game over. But till then, Triple V is not backing down. We got Demorge here trying to make the play on towards the mid lane, cutting off the rotation. But look at the wraparound here. 4 players allocated from the gasolines. They're gonna go for this infiltration down in. Ace will find it frag. He's gonna be able to get that information that they're gonna go for this wrap around. But are they gonna be able to read them enough to hold their grounds? Jericho, this could really go both ways.
It can really go both ways. Wadu finds one. That's a huge kill. 5 life advantage for them. 2 go down now. They're going to set for the spawn trap. But 45 seconds left. What do you want to do here? If you are on the side of C8 Apathy, you have 2 Sparrows on the ready. It's going to be a here comes the push. They want to go for it. They're not going to cap it. They're going to try to go for the spawn trap. But time is not on their side. Warden, here we go. HK 33 kills. Can he try to make the play? This is it. The final moments of this game. And Wadu with the Sparrow. He's trying to make the play as well. It's going to be 5 to 12. 4 more lives for VVV. They're about to get eliminated as well. But this is it. I think C8 might have just done it. Last 2 lives to go. But 15 seconds left. No one's here to an enemy. The Sparrow comes out. Zunix finds one. Last player. Yaku, he eats it. And they get sent to the lower bracket. C8 Apathy 3-0. They send VVV to lose the bracket. Great win by C8. That is how you play to win.
I just want to overall the excitement of C8 apathy. I want to pass it on to because I know for a fact someone is excited as well. Cali Gaming, bring yourself here, man, because what just happened right there, that was insane.
Bro, I was screaming at the top of my lungs at that last gameplay. You know, VVV Esports could have won that game if only there was a trophy system right in front of the face of Yaku, who actually met his demise with that Sparrow used by C8 MG. You know, if only VVV Esports could have hold for 10 more seconds, they could have won that game. But C8 just really made sure that they locked this game down. And, you know, Coach Jay, you really have to appreciate the effort that Wadu, Z-Man, Josh actually did at this team, almost combining for 32 kills each year in this first 3 frags that we have on this control standoff.
Oh, yes, of course. The way they played that, perfect control for them. I mean, me and Warden were like, what was happening there? The opening play till the end, it was just smart plays coming through. They risked it. They really risked it, Warden. They knew that their operators were gonna come up at some time towards the end. They brought it out at the right moment, and that was it. Yaku couldn't do anything anymore because if he leaves that control point, he has to contest it either way because 15 seconds left. If the enemy gets into it, if they die, so it was a win-win for C8.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know, obviously, it's been a long journey for this day. You know, we started at 4 p.m. and we ended right now at 2:05 a.m. in all of these 8 match series that we have. It really is an arduous battle here for both of these teams. And of course, so everyone that played here today in this playoffs for Garena Youth Challengers Season 2. And of course, for us caster as well, a huge shout out right now to C8, you know, Tita Maggie Yangchen really
Oh yeah, Tita
have the
Maggie.
knack for making really strong teams. And obviously, I think Coach Jay, you and Warden will really have to agree on me on this one.
I mean,
I completely agree.
I agree.
Completely agree.
Okay, then.
Yeah,
We agree.
same. We agree.
We agree.
Okay, we'll take this through. You know, Silver. Okay, well, you know, just looking at this game itself, the first match, the second match, the third match, C8 really have C8 AEIPATHY just really had it in their bag. You know, it was really a total team effort, especially for the guy named Wadu. I mean, Warden, this guy really got himself involved in every sort of aspects in this best of 5 series.
Yep. All I can say is Wadu heck. Wadu heck. How does that happen? Overall, Z-Man and Wadu here. There's a reason why they were on it. They have 32 kills equally here because both of them made that play to close out that deal down to the wires, just like Search and Destroy. 3-2. So far the best matchup, and honestly, if they're not gonna meet once more, I do believe this is probably the best matchup that we could ever see for this event here. But you know, I do want to get proven wrong. But you know, overall, the game just excited me at most. One of my best experience in terms of like, you know, just watching C8 Apathy, just, you know, watching them evolve from the community tournaments into this GYC event. It's a completely different team here, man. If I was to compare, I would honestly not even notice that they are the same team.
Oh yeah, man, exactly. And this is what's really fascinating about this team. You know, this team has been recently formed. It's not even a month old, and they were able to just completely decimate VVV Esports on this best of 5 series, winning it and sweeping it. And you know, looking at the maps here right now,
Wow.
250 to 184 take of Hardpoint, Firing Range S&D, they win at 7-6, and of course that standoff where Korshik really played a really huge factor. C8 Apathy just made sure that they get the dub, and of course end today's series in just 3 maps, winning standoff control as well, 3-2. And one thing that we really have to consider, VVV Esports, if only they could have taken that map number 2, if they have won that round number 13, we would have seen a map number 4. If only they could have won this kind of control at that round number 5, it could have been a map number 4. There's a
Could have
lot of what ifs that actually happened in this final game today. But what stands true here is that C8 Apathy will be advancing to the next stage of the competition where they will face Sem9 on that upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, VVV Esports will be dropped down to that lower bracket, and Warden, with VVV Esports actually written down here by C8. Do you think C8 Apathy will have a chance to play you and, of course, defeat Sem9 on that upper bracket now that we're here?
I mean, Triple V Sem 9,
Possible.
we were expecting them to battle it out there on towards the finals, but See It Apathy, they came out on top. But, I mean, yeah, for sure, I want to give the spotlight here for See It Apathy, but I want to talk more about Triple V. Yeah, for sure, they're down there, but I'm expecting them to sweep every team out away from the bottom bracket for them to come back on top. Triple V is not over yet. And they're not gonna settle down until the event is over, until they're out of the play. But so far, back to the game here. We got the highlights coming in, and Callie, what was your favorite takeaway here for Hardpoint?
Well, honestly, it was this course tricks that's really used here by C8 Apathy. I believe that XS1 Glat really created a huge role, and of course, a huge margin here at this hard point. And again, VVV Esports, they really trying to fight at this hard point, but C8 Apathy's positioning is just far superior. And obviously, speaking that hard point was won over by C8 Apathy. And in here, at this search and destroy, it was clearly clear that VVV Esports and C8 Apathy had the knack of just going back and forth. They were trying to one-up one another, and it was just a photo finish. VVV Esports, though, got outdo at that late stage of the game, and of course, again, it's also a win for C8 Apathy. And here it is control, where obviously the team just really go back and forth. Everybody was playing out of their mind, and everything just went into pieces. VVV Esports takes one defensive round, C8 Apathy take their own defensive round, and they were able to win both. They win both offensive rounds, and of course, it really all came down to that round number 5, where everything came down to those operator skills. And yeah, here we go, Coach Jay. It is our MVP, C8 Z-Man, formerly a player for J1s, and it clearly making his statements clear here in today's playoffs, consistently getting these MVPs.
You're consistently getting this MVP Z-Man, really playing well. 27 kills, 22 deaths, to 8 assists, 3,378 score, and KDA of 1.26. This team is definitely on the rise. Remember, all these players are from different teams that have been picked up, that a lot of people have overlooked them, but now they're all here in C8. And C8 is possibly one of the best orgs in the Philippines, but they just need to just keep it up. And now they are one step ahead to getting into that grand finals, Cali, but they have to go up against Sem9 tomorrow.
And that's going to be one of the marquee matchups for tomorrow. So you guys, what's still watching right now, let's better make sure you check up on the schedule tomorrow, because everything's going to be much more better tomorrow. There's going to be more competitive matchups. And honestly, C8 AEIPATHY, no one saw this team actually climbing. I expected myself that VVV Esports and Sem9 at the end of the day will be advancing for that upper bracket finals. But here this time, C8 AEIPATHY, being the dark horse themselves, able to create a name for themselves despite being a new team. And now here is our bracket for tomorrow. We obviously have 2 teams left at that upper bracket, with Sem9, C8 AEIPATHY playing on that upper bracket finals. Then down below, we see 2 teams actually eliminated, PDR ESPORTS and PRATA Gang. So there's 4 teams left at that lower bracket, with C8 MG Ini1 playing on that lower bracket match 2. And of course, on the other end of the match, you obviously will see VVV Esports and PB Prime playing on that lower bracket round 2, match number 2, and that's going to be very, very beneficial for these 4 teams, because they only have 1 life left here at this competition. Meanwhile, looking at the upper bracket here, Warden, Sem9, C8 AEIPATHY playing for that upper bracket. Whoever gets to advance on that grand finals, they will be twice to beat.
Yep, they will be twice to beat exactly Cali. So if I'm just gonna be running down how this one's gonna go down, perhaps Sam9 is gonna be pushing through towards the finals, and for the lower bracket round number 2 seed MG up against INI1. MG is gonna advance first. In my takeaway here, Triple V up against Prime. Triple V will come into the play, and Triple V once
Rematch.
more will advance, and it's gonna be a rematch here exactly. Jericho, I do believe that C8 Apathy will be awaiting Triple V once more, and it's just gonna be a storyline, a revenge perhaps here for Triple V, and it's just gonna come down to another rematch, the rematch coming again, and it's either gonna be Apathy or Triple V that's gonna be battling it out here. But I do want the remaining teams that I didn't mention out to prove me wrong. So, Cali, it's just gonna get spicy from then on forward. But on the other end of the spectrum, we're gonna be waving our hands goodbye for there's a lot of topics we can talk about, but one thing for sure, PRATA Gang and PDR Esports will not be part of the conversation anymore for tomorrow's day.
Oh yeah, man, exactly. And obviously, all of the attention will go to Sem9, C8 Apathy, VVV Esports, and PB Prime because these are the two matches that are going to be marquee matchups. But never underestimate C8 MG and anyone. These two teams that will be playing on that lower bracket round 2 match number 1 will definitely create a lot more impact more than ever. I believe these two teams have the same personality. They have the gunfights that back them up. And it's really all going down tomorrow. Coach Jay, looking forward. What team are you looking forward to the most out of these 3 matches that will be played on tomorrow's Garena Challengers playoffs day number 2?
You gotta look out for this Sem9, C8 Apathy, and VVV Esports. Those are the 3 teams. I guess you could throw in C8 and anyone. I think everyone. I'm looking out for everyone because you'll never know what's gonna happen. We just saw my pick to win the whole tournament, VVV, obviously, for obvious choices, lose to C8 Apathy, and anything can happen here in this term. I know it's only the GYC, but these players are stepping up, and they are wanting to step on that pro stage. They wanted to get known here. But that series was really great. It was such a great day. 8 days. I wanted more. I wanted a game 5. I really wanted to see more. But it's already 2:50 in the morning. Hey man, we are true grinders here. We are the true grinders of Call of Duty. Rising grind. It's 24/7. You know the vibe.
And obviously it's been a really, really long day. And of course, guys, we really made it through towards this arduous casting and of course arduous hours that we've been together. And of course, it's been a pleasure being able to see these talented teams that are really a diamond on the rough, and of course teams that are really looking forward to redeem themselves, especially Sem9, VVV Esports, and of course the C8 organization. And obviously, speaking, Warden, before we end this live, do you have anything to say?
I mean, overall, it's been a long journey here. 10 hours broadcast, I do believe here, Callie. So, I'm really flattered. I'm really flattered to be here once more. It's such an honor to be here alongside with you, Callie Gaming, Jericho, AJ, and Zazie. Callie, that's it for today. I'm going to be closing this one up. Sorry, Callie. Guys, see you tomorrow. Guys, have a good night, everyone.